The Aquarium by Carl Jacobi. This story features Cthulhu and the Elder Gods, and introduces unto Z. Colton, dwellers in the depths, Hydrophinae. Miss Emily Rhodes had been in London a little more than a year when she decided to give up her apartment and rent a house. The apartment was really quite comfortable, but, as Miss Rhodes put it, she was tired of having her paints and easel next to her teacups. Accordingly, she turned to the advertisements in the Times. In April, she found what she was looking for. The advertisement read, "To let on Haney Lane, near Knightsbridge Station, 2 stories, 12 rooms, including conservatory and aquarium. Completely furnished, Longeway and Longeway agents." She read the advertisement a second time. The conservatory she could turn into a studio and sounded ideal, but what in the world was an aquarium? The 2 letters meant nothing to her. Miss Rhodes was 32, a tall, angular woman with black hair and metal grey eyes. She had never married for the simple reason that her painting had occupied too much of her time. The next day she called at the offices of the agents and was ushered in to see Talbot Longeway, senior partner of the firm, a thin, cadaverous-looking individual with a completely bald pate. "Ah, yes," said Mr. Longeway. "The house on Haney Lane. A very nice bit of property, and furnished, you know. Would you care to see it?" "First," replied Miss Rhodes, "would you mind telling me what is an aquarium?" The agent coughed. "I'm afraid that was more or less of a joke on the part of my son, who is the junior member of this firm." "But what does it mean?" Talbot Longeway stirred uncomfortably. "The fact is, AQ refers to an aquarium which the former owner had constructed in the library and which has never been removed. It needn't concern you at all," he added hastily. "As a matter of fact, it's a rather attractive piece, even though, I will admit, excessively large." It didn't concern Miss Rhodes. She told the agent she would like to see the property, whereupon Mr. Longeway called a cab, and the 2 of them drove to the Haney Lane address. Miss Rhodes went through the house with a critical eye. She made certain minor objections: a suspected leak in the roof over the bedroom ceiling, a weakened spoke in the balustrade, a sticky sash weight in one of the dormer windows, all of which the agent agreed to repair. After a little haggling over price, she signed a lease. The following day, Miss Rhodes oversaw the transportation of her paints, canvases, and personal possessions to her new home. Then she dispatched a letter to Edith Halbin, her old friend in Bristol. She had acquired a house, she wrote, and needed someone to occupy it with her. Now there was nothing in the way of Edith's long-contemplated move to London. On the 12th of April, Edith Halbin, a gaunt, prematurely grey woman, arrived, together with 2 portmanteaux, 3 trunks, a Siamese cat named Kuching, and 4 kittens. Miss Rhodes greeted her warmly and proceeded to show her the house. "Of course, it's much more space than we need," she said gaily, "but I like breathing room and whatever is the matter." Just over the threshold of the library, Edith had stopped and stood staring into the center of the room. "What's that?" she asked. Miss Rhodes frowned slightly and led the way forward like an unwilling museum guard, asked to describe an unpleasant picture. The aquarium was mounted on a low platform and measured nearly 10 feet in length, 3 in width. At first glance, it resembled a sarcophagus of antiquity with ornamental stonework at each corner and 8 legs that looked like enormous claws. The glass tank occupying the midsection of this structure was filled to the 3/4 mark with roily water into which Edith Halbin peered now with troubled eyes. "Do you mean to say fish live in that?" she asked. Miss Rhodes shook her head. "No, there are no fish. Whoever had this aquarium installed was a conchologist. He wanted to duplicate as closely as possible the natural conditions the specimens are found in." "What's a conchologist?" "A collector of shells. It's quite a study, you know. I would have put in fresh water, but the valve seems to be stuck." Edith Halbin took a step closer. An overpowering smell of putrefaction and stagnant water rose up out of the aquarium and crawled into her nostrils. With one hand she reached for the heavy cover. "That's stuck too," said Miss Rhodes. "I shall have to have a man out to fix the thing." In most respects, the house proved to be all that Miss Rhodes had hoped for. The conservatory jutted off from the rear and offered both good lighting and seclusion for her work. The bedrooms were large and airy. Only the library was a disappointment. The furniture there was heavy and cumbersome, and the entire room had an atmosphere of gloom and depression. The door, too, a heavy oak affair, persisted in squeaking no matter how much oil was applied to the hinges. It was equipped with a latch that had a trick of locking of its own accord. A week after they had taken up their joint residence, the two women had their first visitor. Answering the door, they found themselves confronted by a middle-aged man with a bristly mustache, greyish temples, and pale eyes behind huge bone-rimmed spectacles. "I believe this is yours," he said without preamble, handing across a very wet and bedraggled cat. "Cooching, wherever have you been?" cried Edith Halbin. "She was on my roof and couldn't get down," explained the man. "I'm your neighbour, Lucius Bates." While Edith took charge of the Siamese, Miss Rhodes thanked their visitor and asked him into tea. She led the way to the library, which seemed the most masculine room of the house. "I see you've still got the aquarium," Lucius Bates said some time later. "If I were you, I'd have that thing taken out of here." Miss Rhodes began to pour the tea. "It takes up too much room and it's an ugly piece at best," he continued. "And personally, I don't care too much for its contents." "You mean the shells?" Bates nodded. "They were collected, by Horatio Lear, the former owner of this house. He died a year ago." Edith Halbin, who had finished drying the Siamese with the cloth, looked up. "Is that the Lear who was famous for his deep-sea work?" "Yes, in a diving bell. He explored the Cenabin deep off the coast of Haiti. He was a conchologist too, and brought up some rare shells from the ocean floor." "I seem to remember," said Edith Halbin. "Some unpleasantness connected with his name." Lucius Bates nodded. "That would be about his brother Edmund. For years there was bad feeling between the two men. It reached a climax when Edmund publicly accused Horatio of falsifying reports as to the depths he had reached in the diving bell. But they must have patched up their differences, for they continued to live here together until one day Edmund left. Where did he go? I don't really know. Horatio wasn't sure either, though he said something about his brother having interests in Haiti. "Is this all of Horatio's shell collection?" asked Edith Halbin, nodding toward the tank. Bates shook his head. "No, but for some reason, he destroyed most of it before his death. He suffered a heart attack, while fitting that cover on the aquarium. Next day, by means of hard, if unskillful work, Miss Rhodes managed to get the frozen valves into operation. She drained the tank, and when it was emptied, saw that the bottom was made up of a thick layer of greyish sand upon which the shells rested or were partially buried. While the tank was refilling, she turned her attention to the library desk and came upon a drawer she had not opened before. Here were several file folders with the name Horatio Lear stamped upon them. One contained a chart labelled Caribbean Area, Subdivision, Cenabin Deep. There were other charts, many of them illustrated with pen and ink drawings of marine shell life. As Miss Rhodes looked through these papers, a desire to know more about the subject seized her. Across the room, in a tiny alcove off the library proper, Cooching, the Siamese, lay on a pillow, surrounded by her kittens, and watched through slitted eyes. Presumably, the alcove had been built for bookbinding, cataloguing, and other related tasks, but when Edith had seen it, she decided it was the place for her pet. By carefully comparing some of the smaller shells from the tank with the illustrations on the charts, Miss Rhodes was able to catalogue a dozen or more specimens, including a rare bluish Stimpson's collis, a deep-water Solariella obscura, an albino queen conch, and a Caribbean vase. Then she began to read from a typewritten paper which she found in another file folder. The manuscript seemed to be a hodgepodge of deep-water scientific observations and autobiographical remarks. As she continued to read, a feeling of detachment and unease slowly stole over her. Her first impression was that Lear had been a very erudite man, completely absorbed in his work. But when she came upon several vitriolic notations concerning his brother Edmund, her admiration changed to a feeling of repugnance. Miss Rhodes went to bed that night, her head filled with unpleasant thoughts. What sort of man was this, who was so obsessed with anger for his own kin that he would violate the ethics of his profession by bearing his soul in a paper ostensibly devoted to science? Moreover, his hatred seemed to have no greater motive than Edmund's refusal to accept Horatio's theory concerning some forms of deep marine life. What that theory was not explained. Miss Rhodes tossed restlessly, finally dozed off. About 2 in the morning something awakened her. The noises of the spring night drifted in her open window. Then she became aware of a distant mewing, coming from the lower floor. She got up, put on a robe and descended the staircase. At the library door, she clicked on the light switch and entered the room. Directly before her stood Kuching, her back arched, her tail stiffened, her head lifted upward. Even as she watched, the cat began to move forward like a creature in slow motion. "Kuching!" called Miss Rhodes softly. The Siamese swung and hissed, then turned uncertainly and headed for the pillow in the alcove. Miss Rhodes followed and bent down. Only 3 kittens were there. The 4th was missing. She was in the midst of a search of the room when Edith Halbin entered. "I thought I heard something," she said. "What's wrong?" "One of the kittens is missing," replied Miss Rhodes. "It must be around here somewhere." But a complete investigation of the room failed to reveal the animal. Then Edith Halbin pointed to one of the small open windows above the wall bookshelves. Her voice betrayed her shock and dismay. "Must have come in there and carried it off." "Poor Kuching." Miss Rhodes followed her gaze and her lips tightened. For some reason, she did not tell her friend that height made entrance or exit by the window impossible. Nor did she show her what she saw now by the table midway across the room, the horrible tuft of blood-clotted fur, almost invisible in the shadows against the dark of the floor. Next day, the 2 women embarked on a project which they hoped would lighten the mood into which they had both lapsed: the painting of Edith Halbin's portrait. Miss Rhodes, genuinely concerned about her friend, reasoned that sitting for a picture would at least take her away from Horatio Lear's book collection, for which the Bristol girl had displayed a strange and unhealthy interest. To Miss Rhodes, everything about the collection was unhealthy, from the ancient mouldy covers to the quasi-factual, half-mystical context steeped in folklore and superstition. There was, for example, a copy of Gantley's Hydrophony containing some of the most hideous and horrible illustrations she had ever seen. There was a first edition of Dwellers in the Depths by Gaston Le Fay, who, the foreword stated quite blandly, had died insane. And there was a pirated manuscript of the German Unter sie Kulten, all copies of which had supposedly been destroyed in the 17th century. It was the cumulative effect these books had upon Edith Halbin that worried Miss Rhodes. She herself had spent an hour with the volumes and had come away all but overwhelmed with loathing and shattered nerves. But perhaps the portrait would change all that. Against her better judgment, Miss Rhodes consented to Edith's request that she do the portrait against the background of the aquarium. Try though she would, however, to keep the likeness of the container of shells subdued, it persisted, by some trick of pigment or brush stroke, in standing forth in parallel importance to the figure in the painting. Moreover, the effect of water in the tank was not at all realistic. A heavy shadow was concentrated here which no amount of reworking seemed able to lighten. After 2 weeks, the portrait was done. Seeking relief from the finished task, Miss Rhodes strolled into the little yard behind the house, unmindful of the mizzling rain that dripped from a leaden sky. Presently, she became aware of a man on a stepladder on the adjoining property. It was Lucius Bates. She crossed over and bade him good morning. "But a wet, gloomy one," he said, resting his saw in the branch of the plane tree he had been trimming. "It seems one bad day follows another." They exchanged idle talk. "You still haven't got rid of that stone monstrosity, I see," he said. "Monstros? Oh, you mean the aquarium. But why?" Bates adjusted his oversized spectacles. "You have a rather nice library. That oversized tank is out of taste. I've often wondered why Horatio put it there in the first place. Presumably because it was close to his place of work." "Fiddlesticks! I should think a dry table would have been as good a place to keep his shell specimens on." But then, Horatio was a little touched. Miss Rhodes was going to mention Lear's queer papers and books when she thought better of it. Instead, she said, "In what way? Touched, I mean." Bates smiled slightly. "Well, for one thing, his pet theory about a form of undersea life. He had some wild idea that somewhere in the unplumbed ocean depths there exists a highly developed kind of mollusk capable of emulating certain characteristics of those life forms it devours. That was his original theory. In later years he apparently cloaked it with a pattern of demonology and what amounted to a modern adaptation of prehistoric superstition and folklore. He believed that these super-undersea species are the incarnation of those elder gods who ruled the antediluvian deep and whose existence has been brought down to us in the dark myths and legends. Of a primitive past, that commanded by the great Cthulhu, they have lain dormant these eons in the sunken city of Flan, awaiting the time they would rise again to feed and rule. He believed further that this metempsychosis of the elder gods carried with it a latent incredible power, and that if he could aid them to their destiny, some of that power would be transmitted to him. Oh, Horatio really went all out in this mystic folderol. I even overheard him promise his brother Edmund all kinds of maledictions if he continued to ridicule his beliefs. Curious, said Miss Rhodes. How old a man was Horatio? Old enough to know better. Somewhere near 50, I should say. To Miss Rhodes's disappointment, the painting of the portrait had little effect on Edith Halbin. The Bristol girl continued to haunt the library, lost in the contrologist's deep-sea world of print. The more fantastic, the more macabre the books and manuscripts were, the more absorbed she became in them. When she went about her everyday household tasks, she did so mechanically, her mind obviously far removed from work. Yet Miss Rhodes refused to become unduly alarmed. Edith had always been an impressionable person. The artist reasoned that her friend would return to normalcy as soon as her fancy passed. It was about this time that the sound began. It began as a subdued murmur, with only her vague awareness at first. So low that she took it to be another manifestation of the high blood pressure which had mildly troubled her for some time. Day by day it continued sporadically, now growing, now lessening in intensity. At times it would be gone, and she thought with relief she was rid of it. Then it would return louder and more persistent than before. When she asked Edith if she heard anything unusual, the Bristol girl only looked blank. The physician in Harley Street she finally consulted gave her a routine examination. "I can find nothing wrong with you," he said. The auditory canal seemed normal in all respects. "A murmuring sound, you say?" Miss Rhodes nodded. "Yes, a low throbbing as if a large hollow shell were placed against the ear and held there." He looked a little puzzled, went into a vague discourse on psychosomatic symptoms, and ended by prescribing a mild sedative. April slipped into May, the sound continued, and Miss Rhodes's companion grew more restive. She became careless in her dress and forgetful in her speech. What was worse, she took to sleepwalking. On 3 successive nights Miss Rhodes, always a light sleeper, was awakened by the sound of steps on the uncarpeted floor of the outer corridor. The last night, tiptoeing to her door, she had seen Edith walk slowly, stiffly past, and with robot-like movements descend the staircase to the ground floor. At the entrance of the library in the dim glow of the nightlight, she paused a moment before entering. Miss Rhodes stood by her door hesitantly. She had read somewhere that to awaken a somnambulist in the midst of his meandering might induce shock. Nevertheless, she couldn't let her friend move about in this condition at random. She hurried down the stairs. The library was in total darkness, but when she switched on the light, the sight she saw held her rigid for an instant. Edith had drawn up a chair in the middle of the room and sat there stiffly erect, staring at the aquarium. Her hands hung at her sides. Her head was slightly tilted downward like a bird watching. There was something quietly horrible about the taut posture, her sightless concentration. Miss Rhodes touched her on the shoulder. She said gently, "You must have dozed off. I told you not to read so much. Come to bed." It was a curious fact that the sleepwalking incident marked the end of that chain of events which had so disturbed Miss Rhodes. As if by magic, Edith roused herself from the mood which had gripped her since coming to this house. And, as if by magic too, the murmuring sound dwindled and finally passed away. The very weather underwent a change, overcast days giving way to those of brightest sunshine. Yet deep within Miss Rhodes was the conviction that it was the pause before the storm. On the night of the 19th of May, she was working in the conservatory studio, doing a new painting. For an hour, Edith had silently watched her friend wield her brushes. Then she rose to her feet. "I have some letters to write," she said. Miss Rhodes nodded, absorbed in her work. Across on the far wall, the pendulum clock pushed its ticks through the quiet. The air was sultry. Outside, a light rain was beginning to fall, and the smell of wet earth drifted through the open window. The painting, a still life, was going well, far better than the portrait of Edith, and Miss Rhodes worked with enthusiasm. Perhaps a half-hour passed before she became conscious of the silence of the house. Silence pervaded the conservatory like a living entity through which the faint hushing of her brushstrokes sounded unnaturally loud. Frowning a little, she went to the connecting door and stood there, listening. There was no sound in the house. No creaking of a chair, no rustling of a paper, nothing. A little chill of unease began to move up her spine. "Edith," she called hesitantly. "Are you all right?" Her voice went bounding down the corridor to stir up a fusillade of echoes, but brought no reply. Miss Rhodes put down her brush and palette and headed for the library. She reached the entrance and halted uncertainly. The door was locked. She knocked on the panel. "Edith," she called. "Let me in." That same ringing silence answered her. Again she pounded on the door. "Edith, why don't you answer?" Her unease gave way to alarm. She turned and ran down the corridor to the kitchen where a master key hung from a hook on the wall. A moment later, she had unlocked the library door and entered the room. At first glance, she thought the room was empty. Her eyes lowered to the floor, and she advanced several steps. For a long moment she stood there, looking down. A dribble of saliva ran from a corner of her mouth. Then she turned very quietly and left the room. The rain, coming down harder, wrapped itself about her as she went out the door and down the outside steps to the street. She walked down Haney Lane to Brompton Road, heading southeast toward Embankment. She moved into Basil Street and followed Basil into Walton, threading her way blindly through the night traffic, unaware of her surroundings, not knowing where she was or where she was going. She entered Pont Street, and as she went on, she saw again in her mind's eye what she had seen in the library, the sight which would live forever in her memory, the body of Edith Halbin lying limp on the floor A, body that was all but unrecognizable because the head and face had been partially devoured. And the aquarium that no longer showed a milky grey solution was now a sickening pink. And, most hideous of all, the marks on the floor, the still wet red convolutions extending from the aquarium to the body of Edith Halbin, and from there back to the tank again, marks that might have been, made by some crawling thing, satiated and slobbered with blood. Miss Rhodes came into Cadogan Square. Here she suddenly stopped, threw back her head and screamed. End of The Aquarium by Carl Jacobi. Behemoth is a fictional sea god created by Bertram Russell in 1929. Behemoth has since been incorporated into the Cthulhu Mythos by Henry Haase in The Guardian of the Book, and would go on to be portrayed as an avatar of Cthulhu in the role-playing game Call of Cthulhu. Behemoth is a glowing, fog-like entity. It has no direct control over the physical realm and must rely on its, admittedly extensive, mental abilities to exert its influence. However, this lack of a tangible physical presence works both ways, and it is almost immune to harm in this world. Behemoth primarily uses its psychic abilities to control the minds of others to achieve its goals, although it is also known to wantonly spread madness through dreams and waking nightmares wherever it goes. Its power also seems to increase in proximity to large bodies of water. Intrigued? Now, let's delve into the story. The Scourge of Behemoth by Bertram Russell. First published in Weird Tales, May 1929. 1. The Fog. The first inkling that I had of the gigantic abomination that was soon to smother the world with its saprophytic obscenity was obtained almost by accident. My friend Dr. Prendergast, a gentleman eminent in his own particular branch of medicine, which included all sorts of brain specializations, operations, trephining, and so on, called me personally by telephone from his own residence late one night. It struck me as surprising that he should not have had his secretary or nurse call me during office hours. I was not in error when I thought his mission an urgent one. "Randall," he said to me, "I've never seen the like of this in all my years of experience, and I am pretty sure you never did in yours either. A mental case, I asked with quickening interest. Yes, and more. It's got me almost beaten to a standstill. I confess, I'm pretty nearly stumped. I've gone over him thoroughly, x-rayed him and so on. But still, I can't find any evidence whatever of organic disturbance. Well, can't it be a functional neurosis? I asked in some surprise. If it is, I never saw another like it. The fellow seems to be actually possessed. He acts without knowing why he does so. I've given him a rough psychoanalysis, but it reveals nothing more than the repressions and inhibitions that every average person has. His unconscious contents show absolute ignorance of the awful obsession by which his waking hours are beset. There must be a reason for it, I said. If a man has an obsession, there are unconscious associations to exercise it with. It can only be the symbol for something else. The symbol for something else. You're right there. But if I can't find out what this something else really is, and pretty soon at that, this patient is going to join his master before long. His master? I queried, surprised at what I thought to be a biblical allusion by Prendergast. Yes, whoever that is. He talks about nothing else. This master represents the thing that is dominating him, stretching out its slimy tentacles from the darkest depths of unfathomable abysses to strangle the desire to live within him. He says now that he is eager to die, and you don't need me to tell you what that means in the neurotic. I'll come over immediately, I said. German-American Hospital, Ward 3, Psychiatric, he said, giving me the final instructions. I hurriedly donned my clothes. I had been reading my Goethe in a dressing gown before retiring, and unlocking the garage, I started the coupe. Soon, I was on my way to the hospital where my friend had arranged to meet me. The night was exceptionally dark, and a thin, clammy drizzle had commenced to fall. Not a cold rain, but a viscid, penetrating dankness like the breath of some Stygian fury. The car was quite closed, yet I felt the clammy thrill of it inside. I even noticed that the instrument board was covered with drops of fluid, and the wheel became wet and unruly under my touch. I almost allowed it to slip out of my hands as the car rounded a sharp curve. I jammed the brakes on. The wheels skidded on the slithery ground. I had been just in time to prevent the coupe from careening over the edge, where a dark abyss fell away from the road as if a giant had scooped a track through the heart of the hills. A cold perspiration broke out all over me. I could hardly drive. My hair tingled at the roots, for it had seemed to me at that moment that hands other than my own had wrenched that wheel from mine in a demonic lust of murderous intent. Try as I would, I could not throw off the hideous thought that a nameless fetidity had me in its control at that moment, and was even now within the ear, bent upon my destruction. Was I, a psychiatrist of years' standing, versed in all the processes that produce madness in the human brain, skilled in the treatment of those within its devouring maw? Was I falling headlong, powerless to help myself, into the awful depths of lunacy? I fought the very suggestion, but to little avail. The dark night, the wild and mountainous nature of the country, where the hospital had been erected for the sake of quietness and seclusion, combined to produce a feeling of unknown forces, malignant in their fury toward man and the sons of man, that I could not dismiss. But more than all was the nauseating, overpowering effect of that clammy fog, like a breath of evil, that rode with me, enveloping me in its chill blast. I laughed aloud at the notion of a presence other than my own in the car, and the laugh, muffled by the turgid breath that surrounded me, echoed in weird accents from the rear of the car. My voice had sounded strange, like the insincere laugh of an actor who is not interested in his role. I even turned to the rear of the coupe, as if expecting to see the presence there, but my darting eyes revealed nothing. This madness must cease, I told myself, as I turned on the electric warmer inside the car. It may have been the comforting heat that this produced, or it may have been an unconscious assurance that the laws of nature still continued to function. My turning the switch had proved this. I did not know what was the true cause, but as the heat within the car increased, my spirits warmed, too, and I found myself driving with my accustomed care, and utterly without the meaningless fears that had overwhelmed me so few minutes ago, but so many ages since as it seemed to me then. The air inside the car was clear now. The drops of moisture had disappeared from the instrument board, and my hand grasped the steering wheel with its accustomed firmness. But it was becoming uncomfortably hot. Still, I hesitated to switch off the heater, arrested by I know not what unknown fears. It may have been a warning from that great unknown that we are now only dimly beginning to understand. I cannot say, but at last I switched off the heater. As the air cooled, my spirits cooled, too. I felt the same senseless dread stealing over me, and I watched with intense anxiety for the reappearance of those drops of moisture on the dashboard. Seeming to materialize from nothingness, they came. The air within the car thickened, and again caressed me with its voluptuous and sickly folds. As the lights of the hospital appeared upon the crest of a ridge ahead of me, I began to tell myself that I had to turn on the heater once more. But my will was not equal to the act. I drove on in a kind of dream, blithely careless of anything in the world. The steering wheel responded easily to my touch. It even seemed to spring from under my hand as I swerved around treacherous corners where chasms thousands of feet deep yawned below. Missing the edge by a scant few inches, I drove on heedless, in the dense opacity. I could see nothing now, but the wheel seemed to have a magic of its own. I felt the car bumping and undulating like a roller coaster. My head crashed against the roof. The springs bent with an ominous crack. I felt the wheels slithering sideways as though someone were pulling them from their course, and finally, with a terrific crash, the coupe turned over and would have capsized completely if the pillars that marked the entrance to the hospital had not partly prevented it from falling. Dr. Prendergast and two of his associates opened the door and dragged me out, half dazed, into the night. "What's wrong, Randall?" said Prendergast anxiously. I stood there, stupidly, hardly knowing what answer to make. "We've been watching you for some time. We saw your lights 5 miles away. You've been driving like a man in a dream. Look, you've ruined half the flower beds in the hospital grounds." I turned and saw the tracks of the car cut deep into the lawns and flower beds before me. I had left the driveway and traveled across the hills and valleys of the landscape garden. A chill dread came over me. I could see the tracks of the car clear out into the road beyond. I could even see the headlights of another car, traveling along the same road that I had come, miles away. In the soft air, there was no moisture. Above, the stars twinkled along their age-old courses. The fog had lifted. With a new fear clutching at my heart's vitals, I spoke to them. The fog, the rain, it made it impossible for me to see. I couldn't find the road half of the time. I never saw such a night. Fog, rain. There's been no fog and no rain. Why, we could see your headlights for miles. The night is as clear as a crystal. But there was fog, right up to a minute ago. The car was wet with it, I tell you. As I spoke, I reached my hand to the windshield, intending to prove my assertion. In amazement, I looked at it. There was no trace of moisture, none at all. I stooped to the grass and buried my hand in it. There was no rain upon it. It was even a little dried up, and I could see it had not been watered for some time. Again I pierced the night. There was not a cloud in the air anywhere, not a bank of fog between the hospital and the city. What you need is a stimulant. "Come inside, and I'll give you one," said Dr. Prendergast, taking me cautiously by the arm. Fearful for my own sanity, I stumbledly entered the hospital. As I took one last look around, I thought I saw a thin wisp of sickly vapor curling around the green lawn before me, like a wraith of yellow venom, and while my distraught nerves tingled in every fiber, there came to me the muffled echo of a mocking laugh. Half walking, half sliding, I was taken into the hospital. 2. The Call of Bomoth. "Feel better?" asked Dr. Prendergast when I had gulped the stimulant that he had handed to me. In the cheerful air of the doctor's private office, I felt my fears to be of the flimsiest. I even felt constrained to laugh aloud at them. But the memory of that ride was not so easily effaced. However, I made light of my experience, saying that I had had but little sleep, and night driving did not agree with me. Dr. Prendergast gave me a curious look from his slanted eyes, but said nothing. We left the office, and taking the elevator, was soon in Ward 3, the ward where the mental cases were confined. A nurse met us with a chart in her hands. "How is the patient?" asked my colleague, with more than usual interest. "Still delirious, doctor," answered the trim little nurse. "We shall take a look at him," he remarked, walking toward a cot in a far corner of the room. "There he is," he added, to me. Before us lay a pallid-looking figure. His black hair was tousled, as though he had been tearing at it with his fingers. His eyes were surrounded by deep, hollow circles that made him look like a grim precursor of death itself. He was talking inarticulately and holding a disjointed conversation with some imaginary creature that he alone saw. As I sat beside him, he burst into a frenzied laugh. Lifting his emaciated hand toward me, he pointed a skinny finger into my face. "Ha, ha. Here's another one to rob the master. You came too late. The master saw to that. Ha, ha." "Quiet yourself," said Dr. Prendergast in a soothing voice. "You are going to get well, but you must not excite yourself in this fashion." "Going to get well? Oh no, I'm not. The master saw to that. I'm going soon, very soon. I'm going to join the master. Deep down, where he waits for the faithful, that's where I'm going. Why should I want to live? Why should I wait around when there is work to be done?" "What sort of work?" I inquired, hoping to relieve the compression within him by allowing him to talk. "The work of the jungle, the work of the deep. That's what must be done. The time approaches, millions and millions will help. And I shall soon be there. Ha, ha. You came too late. The master saw to that. On the storm, he rides. His breath is the breath of the fog. In the rain, he comes to the earth. He stayed you tonight. Didn't he?" In spite of myself, I was troubled. Who was this master who rode on the wings of the storm, and whose breath was the fog? I asked myself how this lunatic in his ravings knew of my experience that night. He was gasping for breath. His efforts had exerted him unduly, and apparently he was about to expire. The nurse brought a glass of water, which he gulped greedily. "Water," he said, "oceans of it. That's what the master likes. That's the way to reach him. Into the caves where the blue light flames it goes. Down, down beneath the bodies of dead men. Deep, deep. The master. Ah, Bamoth. Master, I come." His head fell back upon the pillow, and with a rapt expression in his eyes, he died. I stood perplexed. This could be no ordinary case of hallucination. The man had seemed, as Dr. Prendergast said, bewitched, possessed. I left the cot, in the company of my friend. Suddenly he clutched my arm feverishly. "Look," he cried, "look." I turned in the direction in which he was pointing. The glass of water was still clutched in the patient's hand. The fluid glowed with a lambent bluish radiance. It flitted across the features of the dead man, which became greenish under its influence. His lips twisted into a snarl under the light, and the sharp fangs of his long canine teeth pricked through his closed mouth, and the water in the glass was bubbling as though it boiled, and there before my eyes, the fluid slowly fell, until the glass was empty of all save the bluish glow that surrounded it, and not only it, but the bed, the linen, the dead man, and ourselves. 3. The unknown. The pressure of my professional duties served to drive the matter from my attention for several days, but it was rudely brought to my mind in a manner as strange as can well be conceived. I had been carelessly scanning the newspaper when my eyes were arrested and riveted by a small and apparently unimportant notice that was sandwiched in between the account of a big alimony case and the raid upon some bootleggers. Had the editor known the full import of his copy, he would have blazoned the thing in block type and put out a special edition of his sheet. But he did not, any more than did I myself at that time. Suspect that soon there was to arise from the deeps a menace whose cancerous sores were destined to spread their purulent way into the very heart of civilization itself. I quote the notice verbatim. Arica, Peru, May 8. A strange case was brought to the attention of police here today. Alonso Cigardas, a Negro of West Indian extraction, was hailed before Justice Cordero on a charge of attempted suicide. He was seen to dive into the ocean near Point Locasta by Captain Jenks, the lookout at the Marine Exchange station there. Jenks says he rushed to the assistance of the man, thinking he had intended to go swimming, and did not know of the treacherous undertow at the point. When he arrived, however, he saw at a glance that it was a case of attempted suicide, for Cigardas could not swim and was merely floundering around helplessly in the depths. Captain Jenks promptly dived into the water at the place known to sightseers as Devil's Cauldron, and after a frantic struggle with the maelstrom, during which the Negro did his best to drown the two of them, was able to rescue the man. Instead of thanks, however, Cigardas struck Jenks brutally upon the face, crying the curse of Bomoth upon you. It was the call of the master. What right have you to interfere? I went to join Bemoth, and now you have dragged me back again. When the time comes, you shall suffer. The incident has aroused widespread local interest because it is said that the Devil's Cauldron, upon foggy days, is the meeting place of spirits of the deep. Legend has it that upon such days, and during the rainy season, the monster of the pool arises from the deep water to claim his own. Obviously, the distorted mind of the superstitious Negro thought he had been called by the spirit of the cauldron. It is interesting to note that a thick haze commenced to overcloud the pool after Cigardas had been rescued. Until this time, the sun had been shining with great brilliance. There is much excitement among the native population here, and talk is common that the rescue bodes no good for the white man. Serious disturbances have arisen in several inland villages, and police and military have united forces to protect the white population against whom the attacks seem chiefly to have been directed. Apparently, the incident had only obtained recognition in the press because of the legends which were connected with the Devil's Cauldron, and which were thought to be of interest to the outside world, and because of the attempted uprisings against the white people. But to me, the insertion of that single and apparently incomplete word gave a sinister and terrible inflection to the whole paragraph. Who, or what, was Both? It must be the same master to whom the dying man had appealed in the German-American hospital, and there was no shadow of doubt that it was a duplication of the same occurrence, unconnected with it except by the subtle influence of the Bemoth. I felt my hair begin to tingle when I read the news item again, and came to note about the fog that overlay the pool after the Negro had uttered his curse. This was too close a similarity to admit of any such explanation as mere coincidence. As a psychiatrist, it interested me greatly, and I even began to feel in some obscure way that it was my duty to investigate the whole business. Perhaps, and far-fetched as the idea may seem, I thought of it in all seriousness. Perhaps the very sanity of the world was at stake. As I laid the paper aside and prepared to drive to my office, I felt again the oppressive weight of that unspeakable thing that I was slowly coming to dread, so that I could not drive alone in fog or through a rainstorm, though I dared tell no one of this phobia. I felt, good God, how I felt, the weight of that slimy pollution. I seemed to be drawn unresistingly into the slavering maw of this foul corruption from hell. I stood transfixed, my teeth chattering, unable to lift a hand, watching the place where I felt absolutely certain the thing was. And then into my jangled consciousness came the imperative ringing of the telephone bell. I moved slowly toward the instrument, my eyes fixed irresistibly upon the other side of the room. Mechanically, I lifted the receiver. A voice came as though from a great distance. "Is that Dr. Randall? Please come across to the German-American hospital immediately. Dr. Prendergast has gone insane." 4. Madness. When I arrived at the hospital where my friend was being treated, the condition of my mind was far from equable. That the same calamity which I dreaded had actually befallen my friend came as no slight shock, but I resolutely strove to compose myself as I entered the building. If my suspicions were correct, there was work to be done. Hard work, and plenty of it. If this foul thing was to be foiled in its malign purposes. I found Dr. Prendergast in a comfortable private room, the best in the place. He was sleeping quietly when I entered, but before I had been there more than a few minutes, he awoke, and looking at me, shook hands cordially. He did not have the appearance of a lunatic at that time. He began to speak, in a natural, softly modulated voice. "Randall, there's something strange and uncanny about this business. Ever since that affair when I had to call you into consultation, I have had an odd feeling that all is not well. I've actually been harassed by morbid phobias, if that's what they are. I never dreamed of a psychosis coming to me. The more I think about the matter, the more I have come to believe that you and I are marked out as martyrs to the cause, though why, or how, I cannot even begin to understand. You seem all right now, and certainly, you never gave me the impression of being neurotic. That's just it. I ought to be the very last person to lose his mind, but though I am as sane as it is possible for a man to be at this time, in a few minutes that thing may have me in its clutch, and I shall be a raving lunatic. It's funny, Randall, to be able to analyze your own particular form of lunacy, if such it is. I can remember quite well what happened to me last night. It is much more real than the usual dream associations, and I dread its return more profoundly because of this. If this is lunacy, it is a form never before seen. But I don't think it is lunacy at all. Tell me about it, I urged. Perhaps two minds can do what one cannot. There's not much to tell. I had been reading Freud until a late hour last night, his last book, you know. Thoughts that were assuredly not born of earth came to me. I began to feel an immense distaste for life, the life that we live today. I thought of the days of the jungle, and those primordial memories that lie dormant within every man came back to me. The artificiality of the world, with its commercial systems, its codes of conduct, its gigantic material things, that after all have done little else besides making life harder to live, and shorter. All these appeared as the flimsiest futility. It seemed to me that man was not made to live in this fashion. I thought that the giant primeval forest with its fierce combat of man against man and beast against beast was the fitting habitat of life. I thought of those monsters of the deep, glimpsed occasionally by passing vessels, huge beyond the conception of man. Once life had been lived altogether on a gigantic scale like that, I felt, I can't say just why, a deep kinship, an affinity with those bloated colossi of the sea, the carrion that feed upon the bodies of the dead. They seemed to me to represent the farthest step that could be taken in a retrogressive direction, back from civilization. You see, back from the painfully acquired things that we count so valuable. And here is the strange part. It seemed to me that this thought did not come wholly from myself. It was almost as if something had whispered into my ear that foul abomination of regression. I felt that at the same moment, not I alone, but thousands and thousands, rather millions, were dreaming of the time when the cycle should have been completed. We always learned that things are cyclical, you know. Rome rose, was great, fell. So on with the other civilizations, all of them. So undoubtedly will be our own great civilization. It will be the mythical end of the world that seers have predicted for centuries. There will be no starry cataclysm, but a return of all life to the jungle. Competent authorities state that if something is not done to stop this approaching catastrophe, we shall be literally eaten alive by insects. Ants, for instance. There seems to be plenty of scientific basis for this suggestion, but who has thought of the awful possibilities that may arise if those unknown creatures, bloated to foul enormity, shall in concerted array overrun the civilized world? It's an awful thought, but there's no foundation for it, I said comfortingly, for even in his sane moments my friend seemed to evidence a wildness not quite normal. I'm not so sure that there's no basis for it. I've had a feeling, lately, that there is a tremendous movement underway that has as its sole object the overthrow of civilization and re-establishment of the life of the jungle. And here's what appears to be the reason for selecting us. we can exercise an enormous control over the minds of men. You agree? This unspeakable thing has seized upon us, is trying to enmesh us in its filthy net, to enlist us in the cause, because with the influence that we can exert, we should be enormously valuable. Do you follow? We are to be apostles of this rotten creed. What an appalling idea. I'd rather be dead, I said with a shudder. Dead? Who knows what might happen to you then? You might join the master. You, too, I cried. A spasm of horrible fear crossed my friend's face, as the full import of his words bore in upon him. His muscles were twisted in an agony of internal strife, as he fought the insidious influence that was striving to warp the straightness of that magnificent brain. They haven't got me yet, Randall. But they are after me. I'll fight them. I pray that my lucid intervals may be frequent enough to enable me to unravel this cold, foul mystery. Sweat all over. Good God. Tremors. I started across the room to the table, and pouring a glass of water, handed it to my friend. He shuddered convulsively and recoiled from it as from a living horror. Away, he shouted. Take that contagion away. It's after me. It's alive. I won't drink it. It means madness. With a frantic effort, he dashed the glass and its contents upon the floor. I stared at my friend, aghast. Suddenly, a thought came to me, a recollection of that night when a certain glass of water had glowed with iridescent fire, when, through the baneful influence of the fog, my own mind had skirted the borderland of lunacy. I began to understand. My colleague was calming himself again. Presently, he spoke. It's going to be a fight for me, he said, but I'll battle to the last gasp. Your part will be to watch, and, if possible, learn more of this awful thing that menaces the sanity of the world. There must be some way to destroy it. How shall I start? I muttered in puzzled bewilderment. I had only the slightest of clues to work upon. Your key is the word of the master. Bemoth. Don't forget. Bemoth. What it means, I can't say. But the word has been ringing in my ears for days. That's the master. That's the name of this cankerous rottenness that you must destroy. 5. A clue from the past. I left the hospital in a daze. How was I to destroy this thing? I was already half in its clutches. I could do little but flounder in the dark. If, as Dr. Prendergast and that dead man had asserted, there were millions of followers, they kept their doings secret. Bemoth. The word was like a voice from another world, without meaning. I thought, and thought, in an agony of apprehension. I knew not where to turn for information. I spent hours in my library, greatly to the detriment of my practice. I exhausted most of the books of mythology and of anthropology, but still, I could find nothing that seemed to have any bearing upon the matter. One day, when I was going through an ancient volume of Cain's Magic and the Black Arts, bound with a heavy bronze clasp, and closed with lock and key, I came upon the following. There be many who revere the Devourer, though few have seen the full stature of this great power. It is a vision fraught with eldritch horror, and much sought by wizards of early times. 1. Johannes of Magdeburg, wise in the lore of the ages, hath met success greatly in his efforts. He asserteth that the Devourer liveth in the deep, and is not to be reached by any means, yet he hath been able to feel his breath, and know his will. The secret is in a vaporous effluvium, for the Devourer hath power to manifest himself where there is moisture. His breath is the fog and the rain. Wherefore, many do account water the elemental, and do worship it in divers ways. This Josens hath told in his book of medicine how he did conjure from a heavy vapour in his retorts the very essence itself upon occasion. The phosphorus light off laid things did swell into a great brightness and fill the chamber, and withal came the spirit of the Devourer. And Johannes hath learned that he liveth in the deepest ocean, where he awaiteth only a time auspicious for his return to earth. Many there be who joyfully believe the time approacheth. Yet Johannes saith that many centuries shall pass ere the Master returneth to claim his own. Much astonishment hath one remark which he made produced. He saith that the Devourer is a familiar of every man and every woman. He liveth eternally in the inner man. He reacheth forth from the deep, and the inner man doth hear. All-seeing is his eye, all-hearing his ear. None can destroy him, for he is intrinsic in all men. In times of evil and lust, of war and strife, of man against man, and brother against brother, the devourer liveth lustily in men. His ways are the ways of the deep. There be saints and mystics who believe they have exorcised the devourer, but in them, also, he liveth. In the deeps of the waters, and in the souls of men, he sleepeth, and one day will awaken to take his own. I finished the ancient manuscript with a start. Though the thing was called by another name, I could not doubt that the reference was to the same. I sought eagerly for the book of medicine that had been written by Johannes of Magdeburg, and after hunting all day, I at last unearthed a copy in an antique shop. It was torn and badly discolored, the writing in Latin, and in many places hard to decipher. But I found something of great interest to me. Johannes, after describing his attempts to communicate with the devourer, told of his success. He had learned the secret from a philosopher of a still earlier day, a day so far buried in antiquity that it preceded our own era by centuries. I quote, "Translating as well as I am able, being of a mind to discover the ultimate, I sought diligently into the works of historians and wise men of all ages. In my studies, I chanced upon a manuscript written by one, Joachim of Cannes. He had gathered a wealth of lore from men of every clime. He said the name of the devourer was Behemoth, which, indeed, is translated into he who devours the souls of men. This monster is of great antiquity, and was well perceived by the ancients. In the Hebrew Bible, he is mentioned countless times. The seer Job makes much in speaking of him. All men are agreed that his size is as great beyond a man's as a man is great beyond the stature of a toad. He has power to reproduce forever, and after the flood times he was driven into the ocean, where he lives among the dead in the caves of crawling things. But the power of his thoughts is over all men. He has divers powers of manifestation. Through water and through mist is he felt, and his thoughts are the thoughts of the toad and the snake. Wherefore these reptiles are accounted sacred by many. There is but one spell that can be cast to conjure him back to the ocean, and the parts of it. I dropped the manuscript with disappointment. In my extremity, I was prepared to work any spell, if it would, as Johannes said, be successful in exorcising this dread thing. And the careless handling of the ages had torn from the manuscript the very page where the spell was formulated. But now at least I had a clue to the thing. I snatched up an apocryphal Bible and read avidly all the references to the behemoth in the Old Testament. There were many, but they were all agreed upon the devouring quality of the destroyer, and all affirmed that he would someday return from the depths to claim his own. Winslow's encyclopedia, which I consulted last, placed as a footnote to an earlier article a paragraph stating that in many countries an organized worship of the behemoth was practiced under various disguises, and that the cult was more prevalent near the equator and among savage races. The learned historian suggested that the animal might be a hippopotamus. How little did he know of the power about which he wrote. But I gleaned from this short note another interesting fact. As I reflected upon it, it seemed a very natural corollary of the proposition. The worship was more prevalent in tropical countries and among the lower races of humanity. The reason was obvious. They were nearer the jungle, both physically and mentally. I also suspected that it would be common among the dwellers of savage lands near the ocean. The isolated incident of the Devil's Cauldron substantiated this belief. With some satisfaction in my heart, I left the metaphysical library when I had finished my search for the day. As I crossed the sidewalk to the parking station where I had left my car, I stood still in my tracks, gazing with horror upon the sight that met my eyes. A dirty, tousled figure was dashing along the street, pursued by two policemen. He was clad in the lightest of garments that looked more like underwear or sleeping clothes than anything else. He stumbled occasionally, but some instinct seemed to enable him to keep out of the grasp of his pursuers. He was carrying something which he balanced with great dexterity. I looked closely as he approached me and saw that it was a tank filled with water. And inside the tank was the slimiest collection of horrid things that I had ever seen. Toads, lizards, water snakes, all the loathsome life of the water was there. And as he approached me, eluding his pursuers by a hair, I saw that this man in pajamas was the once great Dr. Prendergast. 6. Dead flies. But what a changed Dr. Prendergast! His professional manner had disappeared. His usually benign face was twisted in a snarl of fury, and his teeth gnashed and champed like a jungle animal lusting for blood. I was horrified at the metamorphosis in my friend. The policemen explained that they had caught him robbing a nearby aquarium, and refused to believe his story that he had been ordered to take the reptiles that he still carried with such jealous care. My professional card and reputation, however, satisfied the officers, and, since the doctor refused to part with his treasure, saying he would die first, I finally agreed to pay for the stolen property, and the owner accepting my proposal, my friend was permitted to retain his prize. Throughout the journey back to the hospital, he babbled unceasingly about things I could barely understand. Hundreds of times he repeated the words Master Anby Moth. He asserted that he had done the master's bidding in stealing the reptiles and called upon the thing to reward him when the time came. I questioned him 100 times as to his reasons for stealing the tank and its contents, but a cunning look came into his eyes, and try as I would, I could not elicit from him any reason for his act. He clung to his statement that he had but done the bidding of the master and that he was to be rewarded for it. His look held suspicion and distrust for me. Like that other poor creature, he sensed in me an enemy of his master. At times I caught him leering at me with a murderous expression in his red-rimmed eyes, and I confess that I felt not wholly comfortable there alone in a closed car with this madman who had been my friend. It was with something approaching a sigh of relief that I drove in at the broad entrance to the hospital, where he was still confined. He showed no disposition to resist the attendants who came to take him to his room, and seemed satisfied in the belief that he had accomplished his end. When he entered his room, he carefully placed the tank and its contents upon a table in the center and apparently gave it no further attention. I left him then and went to the office of the hospital. The report was the same as usual. Dr. Prendergast had been sleeping well and eating, but his moments of lucidity were fewer and farther apart. Even when he was normal, he seemed to brood under the weight of the obsession that was dominating him. He had developed a mania for collecting insects of all kinds. He had begged the authorities of the hospital to procure for him jams and other sweetmeats, which, instead of eating, he placed in appropriate places about his room. With fiendish delight, he waited for the vermin that are bound to be attracted by the preserves. His room was overrun with flies, ants, and mice, but instead of destroying them, he used every effort to encourage the horrid things. He had constructed boxes that acted as traps, and which the superintendent of the hospital informed me were filled to overflowing with various sorts of insects. He had one box filled with grasshoppers, another with ants, a third with flies, and so on. This loathsome occupation was something that I could not understand. What was his purpose? For I felt reasonably sure there was a purpose in making this collection. I could understand the tank of reptiles after my reading of Johannes. They were undoubtedly symbolic of the master himself. Perhaps he had caught them in the belief that they were kin of that loathsome thing. But the insects and vermin, these I could not explain at all. I was not to remain in darkness for long, however. On returning to the room, I stood outside for a moment and peered through the aperture in the door that is frequently used for observation purposes in mental cases. The simulated indifference of the doctor had passed away, and, under the impression that he was now alone, he was working furiously. At first, I could not understand his occupation, but soon it flashed upon me what his horrible object was. In his hand was a box filled with flies, in a semi-stupor, induced, I suppose, by want of food. The great man was slowly sprinkling handfuls of the pests out of the box, where they lay too weak to move. He then fed them carefully to the vile creatures within the tank. I noticed at his hand other empty cages, and supposed that they had been filled with ants and grasshoppers. With a vile leer, he fed the last of the flies to a loathly water snake, and with great contentment replaced the boxes in a neat pile upon a shelf. Grasping the handle of the door firmly, I entered the room. His face a mask of infamy, my friend whirled upon me with a champing of teeth. Like a cornered tiger about to strike, he crouched against the wall, but, with a smile, I seated myself upon a chair. Seeing this, and that I did not intend to interfere with his pets, he relaxed somewhat and sat upon the bed. His face was cast in a moody pattern. His brow was knit in a frown as if pondering something. Slowly, the tension of his body relaxed. His face assumed the normal lines of good humor that I had so often seen upon it, and he looked up. "By heaven, Randall, if what I think has happened, I am better off dead," he said. "No matter what has happened, I am pleased to see that you are still fighting," I answered. "Yes, but the effort is almost too much. I wanted to kill you when you came in. You had better watch me, for I am liable to do it the next time. A feeling came over me that you were in my way, or rather in the way of that hideous thing that has me in its power, and that you ought to be killed and fed to the sharks." "Why fed to the sharks?" I asked with much interest. "Because they are of the sea, devour themselves. Every living thing they devour, if it is not of the sea, is another soul added to their power, to the power of Bamoth." "Extraordinary," I ejaculated in amazement. "That's the word. But I know. I can't say how I know, but I feel it. Just the same, that the object of this business is to place an overwhelming power in the hands of the filthy abominations at the bottom of the sea, and in the depths of the jungle." "You're right there. I've discovered that. Is that why you have been feeding those land creatures to the reptiles in that tank?" He followed my pointing finger and shrank from his pets in abject terror. "Did I collect those things?" he asked quaveringly. "Yes. Can't you remember it? I have some idea of laying out bait for insects, under the impress of a will stronger than my own, but why I have those snakes, I don't know." "You stole them this afternoon," I said quietly. "Stole them? I can't remember that at all. This thing is getting a pretty tight grip upon me. I'm afraid that unless we can do something, I am finished. I can't remember what I've been up to at all for the past few days. I'm losing this fight. We'll pull you through. My idea is that you obtain the reptiles in order to feed the other things to them, and thus increase the proportion of souls for the deep. I can't explain it any better, but you can follow, perhaps. You wanted to help this ghastly business by strengthening the mental influence of the master and his kind." I shuddered as I found myself using the word master so easily and familiarly. "No doubt you're right. I can't imagine any other reason for such an act. The very sight of these green slimy things chills me now. I think of it without a shudder. There's one thing I want to ask you." "Go ahead," said my friend without much enthusiasm. "Are there any particular times when this thing comes to you?" "No particular times, but on certain occasions. By Jove, I ought to have thought of it before. It's when there is fog outside that I experience the drowsy feeling that precedes these attacks." I could not repress a cry of pleasure when I heard this. I remembered my own experience in the automobile that night, now so long ago, as it seemed. The drowsy feeling had come to me with its stupefying accompaniment when the fog had rolled in through the cracks of the car. It had disappeared when I lighted the heater. An idea came to me, a possible means of saving my friend in his extremity. I rang the bell for an attendant, lay a fire, and lighted immediately. I ordered. The attendant looked at me in amazement. The day was a hot one, and my order must have seemed as crazy as the sick man's ant collecting. "Hurry," I snapped, as I saw the look that I was coming to know spreading across the face of the patient. The attendant flew like the wind, realizing that the matter must be important. While I anxiously watched the struggle that was, I know, going on in the mind of my friend, the fire was laid. Beads of perspiration stood out on his forehead. His jaw was gritted in fierce resolve, as he watched the attendant futilely attempting to ignite the kindling. There was no time to waste. I dashed out of the room and into the dispensary. My eyes found a bottle of alcohol. Snatching this from the hand of a startled intern, I ran back to the room as fast as my legs would carry me. Dr. Prendergast was writhing upon the bed and clawing frantically at the tenuous wisps of grey mist that seemed to be stretching out their sinuous tentacles to draw him into their clutch. They seemed actually induced with life, as I am convinced they were. He lay upon the bed, as though trying to hide from the relentless purpose of this unspeakable thing that strove to blast his sanity. The alcohol flew from my hand, the match ignited it, and the flames licked greedily at the kindling. The thin wisps of mist writhed and twisted, and gradually vanished as the fire gained volume and roared a menace to this evil thing from the depths. Upon the bed lay the racked form of my colleague, shuddering and weak, but smiling, and in his right mind. 7. More light. "We've won," he cried jubilantly, grasping my hand. "Rather say, we are winning." I smiled, pleased at the success of my experiment. "Don't let that fire out, no matter how hot it becomes in here, or you'll soon find out that this business isn't finished. Look, can't you see it out there on the lawn? That mist, twisting and curling like a thwarted thing. It's alive, I'll swear. If you let that fire out, or open this window, it'll be after us again with a vengeance. Don't forget, keep that fire burning night and day. It's life or death now." I left immediately, for I had much to do. I hurriedly drove to Brocklebank, a small town in the country. Stopping the car before the portals of a large residence, I rang the bell. The servant, who knew me well, ushered me without introduction into the library of my old friend, Geoffrey Darlencourt, a student of antiquities and strange beliefs. I wondered that I had not thought of him before. I broached the subject on my mind without further delay. "What do you know about the worship of the behemoth, Jeff?" He wrinkled his brows quizzically. "The behemoth? Well, a little. It's apparently a mythical monstrosity that has been the focus of various forms of Satanism, pseudo-religion, and downright butchery." I told him about my investigations into the writings of the medieval philosophers and what I had learned about the thing. "In that case, you probably know more than I can tell you," he smiled, "except that you, perhaps, have never seen the worship actually practiced." "No, indeed," I said. "That's what I came to see you about." "Well, I have. The name apparently has innumerable variations, but always the main idea is the same. I have sometimes been tempted to think that there may be some such thing in reality. You know, of course, that the so-called savage races are given to all forms of voodooism, animism, and the like. We say, in our sophistication, that this is only because they have not yet learned a true sense of values. I am often inclined to think that it is because they are freer in their subjective processes than we are. They think that a tree has power for good and ill. We say it is not possible, and yet Bose, for instance, to mention only one of the great scientists, has conclusively proved that a plant has feeling of joy and pain and actually cries aloud when hurt. These people, being more readily receptive to influences that we deem spiritual, because we cannot otherwise comprehend them, are naturally those among whom such worship might find a firm foothold. The nearer we go to life in its bald reality, the nearer we come to the worship of the behemoth and other allied things. "Do you mean to imply that this worship is beneficial?" I questioned, in some surprise. "I won't say that, but I will say that it serves a very definite purpose in filling a gap that we of civilized times have left void. But to return, if you want to find examples of behemoth worship, look for them among the lower strata of society, in the hot countries, among the aboriginals of New Zealand, and so on. It was in such places that I found innumerable instances of it on my recent cruise. I confess that I was greatly surprised at the prevalence of the thing. It is spreading at an alarming rate." "Tell me the details," I said breathlessly. Apparently, I was on the trail at last. Substantially, the worship is the same everywhere, and its very similarity gives it the appearance of representing a widespread truth. It appears to be related to a living thing. The great idea back of it is that the time is rapidly approaching when the jungle will return to its own, when civilization will be wiped out, and the law of power will again prevail. Apparently, this behemoth has never been seen, but it can be felt. I almost believe I have felt it myself. Incantations are made in a language absolutely unintelligible to anybody. The medicine men themselves have told me that they cannot apprehend the meaning except through the medium of traditional translations. And here is another strange thing. Though I have seen this worship in New Guinea and Peru, in Malaysia and Finland, the syllables have always a similarity. The incantations are seemingly the same. They are merely unintelligible gibberish, more like the language of apes or the roar of the sea lion than speech. Yet they are pronounced nearly alike by these widely separated races. Randall, they mean something. Again, I felt my flesh beginning to creep at the thought of the tremendous power with which I had to deal. How well did I know its obscene intent, its insidious force? What is the central feature of the worship? I asked. There are two: a mystic union with the behemoth, which means a pledge to aid in the restoration of the jungle and the overthrow of civilization, and secondly, the objective side, which includes the sacrificing of unbelievers, usually to members of the reptilian species, though I have seen children given to huge and bloated jaguars, who were kept as sacred symbols. I suppose there are even places here where this foul abomination holds sway, I suggested with a flutter of anxiety. Not a doubt of it. The thing is apparently gaining currency everywhere. Why not here? I could almost tell you where to look to find the worship practiced. I then told Darlancourt everything that had led me to make these inquiries. When I had finished, his face was tense and fearful. This is monstrous. I can scarcely believe it. If it is true, we must take steps immediately to root out this cancerous putridity at its very heart. Wait. He walked across to the bookcase and selected a volume. For some minutes, he read in silence. Then he spoke. There appear to be some secret orders founded upon this worship. The names will, in all probability, be changed, but they may be close enough for us to discover more. One is the macrocosm. Another is the Order of Femot, a very ancient one, originating in Egyptian times and worshipping as its symbol the hippopotamus. If my memory serves me aright, the word for hippopotamus in the language of the Third Dynasty was Pi-ehi-mot, very similar to behemoth, you see. Now, we shall ascertain if there are any relics of this business in 20th century America. He lifted the telephone receiver, and a chill dread came over me. I felt again that nameless and overwhelming fear that presaged the coming of the thing. Darlancourt was speaking. Secret Service. Give me Ellery. Tell him it is Darlancourt. Yes, please. Hello. Yes, this is Jeff. I want to know whether you have any reports on secret societies that bear a name like Femot, Behemoth, or Behemoth. A name something similar to that. What? Good heavens. We'll be over. Right away. He turned to me, and his face was grey. He says there are known to be about 1,000 societies going by the name Femot, and many more with similar names, and that, after raiding them, the police have discovered tons of bones, human bones, charred, and in many cases, buried. But worst of all, he says these societies have been suspected of destructive intent of the worst kind, incendiarism, dynamiting, murder, and the like. Randall, you have put your finger upon the worst sore the human race has yet had to cauterize. 8. The High Priest. We found Ellery caressing a beautiful police dog, a pet which he had trained from puppyhood. Darlancourt rapidly described to the Secret Service man what I had already told him. Ellery received the information, at first with a quizzical smile, but under the accumulation of evidence that we were able to present, his face took on a grave mien. He called his secretary and instructed him to obtain a certain address and send a telegram to the Secret Service departments of every civilized country. In code, he added, "Inquire if there have been any signs of an attempt. What shall I say?" He stopped, looking helplessly at us. Ask if there have been any overt attempts that appear to be directed by secret societies to rehabilitate the life of primitive times at the present day. I put in suggestively, but they'll think me crazy. They won't know what I mean. They'll know well enough if they have run into anything like what we are dealing with here, said Darlincourt quickly. If they don't, they will only think the cable has been garbled in transmission. All right, put in something like that. Ask particularly if they have had any trouble from groups of people who worship any animal or any reptile, particularly one that resembles a hippopotamus. Very well, sir, said the secretary with a slight smirk. That's all, snapped Ellery. We left the office together and drove to the meeting place that the detective wished us to visit. Ugly rumors had been associated with it, and there was some probability that we should find what we sought there. The night was fast falling as we approached the hall. It was in a squalid and miserable section of the city. We parked the car some distance away, and mingling with the motley throng that sought admission, we entered the building and seated ourselves near the rear door. The place was almost filled, and very soon after our entry, the lights commenced to dim. They dwindled to mere dots of green flame, and there arose a chorus of meaningless babble, like the chatter of apes in the forests of the Amazon. This was evidently the greeting extended to the high priest of Behemoth, who was now entering. He was clothed in a shining green robe that was apparently made from the skin of some monster of the deep. Like decaying fish, it glowed a bluish green and surrounded the repulsive features of a mask that he wore with a fiendish, unnatural light. Slowly he mounted the steps to the rostrum. I saw that there was before him a tank which glowed with that lambent blue fire that I had seen in the glass when the insane man had died in the German-American hospital. I found it impossible to repress a shudder. The place was almost dark, and except for the priest on the rostrum, we could see nothing but the tiny points of green that indicated the colored electric lights. There appeared to be no ceremonial or ritual in connection with the business. Everybody did as he pleased, but always there was that wild jargon that reminded me of the forest. At my left hand sat a huge Negro, and close to him was a woman, with pendulous jowl and huge teeth projecting from between thick lips. Her shouts almost rent my eardrums. As the affair went forward, the crowd became ecstatic, and many threw themselves in transports upon the floor, tearing their clothes away from their bodies and dancing wildly in the eerie darkness. Many carried tame serpents which they lovingly caressed. Others had tiny monkeys which they kissed affectionately. Men and women alike threw themselves upon each other in a frenzy of mad abandon. I saw a Malay struggling in the arms of a white woman and heard their shouts of ecstasy. I saw others sinking teeth deep into the arms, the legs, the shoulders of those nearest to them in an insane fury of primeval ferocity. There was a beautiful girl, her white body stripped naked, lying in the brutal embrace of a bronze figure, drinking in with passionate abandon the kisses he showered upon her. Apes flitted hither and thither among the crazed throng, receiving homage wherever they passed. Serpents writhed, their slimy coils encircling the throats of the devotees, and the shouting rose to a bedlam of unintelligible sound. The air was becoming thicker every minute. I could not understand it at first, but soon it was clear to me. I had seen that heavy greenish vapor before. It was the breath of that hellish atrocity that these deluded wretches worshipped. It seemed to overhang the whole hall, enveloping all in its clammy folds. I felt the sickly touch of it, and writhed, as though in the grip of some loathsome thing. My companions sat there with drawn faces, their muscles tensed in an effort to resist the awful spectacle. The cries rapidly blended themselves into a rhythmical shouting. Into my dazed senses there was borne the sound of a single phrase. Behemoth, master. It was repeated 1,000 times as the heavy pall closed in upon us thicker and thicker. The giant Negro sitting at my side spoke to me in a roar of joy. The master is almost ready, he shouted above the din. A few more days, and the world will feel his power. He beat his brows and cried in ecstasy, "Come, Behemoth, master, come." I nodded in pretended agreement, and he went on with his shouting. A woman threw her arms about me and whispered foul things into my ear. Suddenly, The attention of the crowd was centered upon the priest at the rostrum. He had uncovered the tank of water upon the platform, and to my horror, I saw there, with jaws agape, a huge crocodile. It seemed clothed with a sulphurous glow like everything else. Into the pandemonium of noise, there was injected a new and startling sound. A shriek, shrill and piercing in its power, the voice of a woman in mortal terror. I strained my eyes through the heavy vapor, and saw, good God, it was a woman that this monstrous priest held aloft over the tank. His purpose was plain. He intended to feed her to the filthy thing in the water. I stared in horror. Action paralyzed my limbs. I could not lift an arm to save her. At my side, there roared forth a deafening blast. A spurt of flame pierced the night. Ellery had fired his automatic. In fascinated horror, I saw the tank splinter as the bullet pierced it. Water, tons of it, poured forth, iridescent and phosphorescent, covering the devotees. The crocodile slithered to the floor and floundered rampant among those nearest him. His red-smeared jaws champed furiously at the arms and legs of the people in the front seats, while Ellery fired and fired. At last, he found his mark. The crocodile writhed in mortal agony, flapped his tail, striking half a dozen men who were bowing before him, and died. The priest dropped the girl and commenced to run. In his haste, the slimy mask which covered his face became dislodged and fell to the ground. I stared in stark horror at the lust-distorted visage that was revealed to me. My brain reeled in loathing. As I gazed, fascinated, at the twisted features of that face, at the blood-frenzied, dilating nostrils, I wondered how man could sink so low. For the face into which I looked as the priest closed a door behind him and disappeared from the hall was the once kindly one of the great Dr. Prendergast. 9. Jaws of the Jungle. The girl came dashing up the aisle and disappeared into the street. We were in a dangerous position. The frenzied mob turned upon us with murderous lust, and scratching, punching, and panting, we were borne to the floor. Again, Ellery's gun spat lead and flame, and the crowd edged away from him. In the lull, we dashed for the door and escaped across the street into the car. We saw the girl standing in the street. Hastily telling her to get into the car, we drove back to the office of the detective. When we arrived, we found the secretary in great distress. The police dog that Ellery loved so much appeared to have been taken suddenly ill. The detective excused himself and left the room. We heard him outside, calling the dog. There was a patter of canine feet, then a snarling growl. We heard a heavy body thud to the ground and a cry of pain. Darting to the door, we saw a sight that sickened us. Ellery lay upon the floor, and blood was streaming from his throat where the infallible instinct of the dog had ripped the life out of him. He was dead before we reached him, and as the dog, half wolf, wholly wild, stood there, with his slavering jaws growling at us, his face seemed to be transfigured. The diabolical leer, the unspeakable enmity of those eyes, touched with a devilish light, bespoke the fiend, the devourer, behemoth. Around him there curled a thin wisp of yellow vapor, twisting and turning in a glance of eerie glee. Darlencourt picked up Ellery's revolver from the table and fired at the brute. The dog fell dead, and as he fell, was it true? Or did my distraught nerves belie my senses? I thought I heard an ominous rumble from the dark recesses of the room as the vapor floated out of the window and vanished. 10. The Scourge of Bamoth. It did not need the statement of the girl whom we had brought with us to convince us that the day was near when the whole horde of the jungle would attempt to overrun civilization. The telegrams, without exception, told of a series of attempts to the same end. Several of them, in fact, employed the word Bamoth, showing clearly that the incidents were all connected by some strong central purpose. But we were still in the dark and ignorant of the time and place of the attempt. The thing was expected to raise its slimy head in Argentina, Africa, India, and a dozen other countries. How could we hope to deal with them all at the same time? What we did do, however, was to cable to the police forces of the entire world, telling them to watch diligently and be on their guard for any invasion from the jungle or from the sea. Probably our message sounded fantastic to them, but we made it as convincing as possible. This done, we set about finding a means to protect our own people from the menace which we felt was imminent. After some thought, I found a possible means to forestall these hideous things. It was a daring and risky plan, not to be attempted without the full consent of my good friend Dr. Prendergast, of whose whereabouts I was not even sure at this time. However, I telephoned the hospital and asked if he was there. I learned that he was, and that the hospital authorities had succeeded in rekindling the fire which a careless attendant had allowed to die some time previously. The doctor was rapidly recovering. I requested the office to connect me with him, and he replied cheerily enough. He was quite unable to furnish me with any information of the sort that I desired. Finally, I made the proposal that I had in mind. It was the only way that offered even a possible solution to the problem. "Are you willing to do something for the cause of humanity?" I asked. "What is it that you want me to do?" he asked rather anxiously. He had already been in dire peril, and I could well believe that he feared the thing more than anything else in the world. "I want you to let that fire die out again for a few minutes," I said slowly and distinctly. "Good heavens, I can't do that. You know what it would mean." "Yes, I know. And because the matter is so important, I ask you to do this. We will be outside and ready to light it again, so you will not be powerless." "Why do you want me to do this?" "There is a chance that you may be able to tell us when this invasion will occur. If it is to be soon, all the followers of the Master will have to know it. You must try to remember all that occurs while the fire is out. Will you do this?" "It's a lot, but I'll do it," he said resolutely. We hurried over to the hospital and watched through the aperture of the door, while Dr. Prendergast allowed the fire to flicker slowly to death. His face grayed with fear as the last sparks died down and the ashes cooled. I could see, even from that distance, the great drops of perspiration breaking out upon his brow as the insidious influence stole over him. The room darkened, and the tendrils of vapor slowly gathered about him. He lay upon the bed like one dead, but by his breathing, I could see that he was still alive. I saw the distorted ferocity that I had come to know so well these last few days spread over his regular features. I heard the grunts that came from him as from some wild animal. He snarled and spat in a very fury of savage lust as he became metamorphosed from the doctor into the demon. No longer did he lie motionless, but he moved excitedly about and began to talk in a language meaningless to me. He seemed to be holding a lengthy conversation, but at last he struggled, as though attempting to throw off some fearful oppression, and I knew that it was time to relight the fire. I entered the room, resolutely shunning the dampness that sought to envelop me with its coils. I soon had a bright fire burning, and slowly the good doctor revived. "Do you remember anything?" I questioned, anxiously. "Yes, I remember all. I can scarcely credit it. There will be an invasion from the ocean with the next full moon. Monsters will attempt to blot out the whole civilized world, and the followers of Behemoth are expected to help in the destruction. I myself have been ordered to help." "You are sure that it is to be with the next full moon?" I interjected earnestly. "Yes, the next full moon. When is that?" I consulted the calendar. "It is a week from today," I said. "Have you any idea where the attempt will commence?" I suggested. "None whatever. But I suppose it will be somewhere in this country," he said dejectedly. "Well, we will be on our guard everywhere," I said. Darlancourt and I left the hospital, and hurrying to the Secret Service offices, we again sent several telegrams, and also radio messages to ships at sea. We requested everyone to keep a sharp watch for any accumulation of monsters, both at sea and on land. We spent some days of enforced idleness, and were becoming hopeless of being able to prevent the awful catastrophe that was about to overwhelm us. We had had great difficulty in influencing the War Department in the matter, but finally, They had consented to order the forts in various parts of the country to fire upon anything extraordinary belonging to the animal world. That was as far as they would go, and the order was given more out of courtesy than anything else. And who can blame them? They were used to fighting armies, and not spirits. But it was the order that saved the world, as subsequent events will show. As the day of the full moon approached, the armed forces of a world united for the sake of civilization were mustered and anxious. Then came the message. It was from the steamer Malolana, plying between San Francisco and Hawaii. The broadcast that we had sent out a few days earlier had been effective. The captain reported that he had seen a school of monstrous things swimming rapidly toward the mainland, directly upon the steamer roads, forming the great circle to Honolulu. There were thousands of them, like enormous blanket fish, huge beyond comparison, almost as large as his own ship. During the day, other messages came in from various vessels on the Great Circle route to Hawaii, and they all mentioned this huge array of things. The Presidio at San Francisco was immediately notified, and we caught a fast airplane that took us to Chicago and Denver, and so to Mills Field. It was the night of the full moon when we arrived at San Francisco. We motored hastily to the Presidio. Activity was everywhere. The enormous disappearing guns that can shoot a shell 30 miles were ready to hurl destruction at the invading hordes from the deep. The scout planes hovered aloft to signal the approach of the invaders. Telescopes were trained anxiously upon the starlit Pacific. Fort Miley was a scene of activity also. The naval stations at Bremerton and San Diego were watching for any change of course on the part of the hordes from the ocean. And with the full moon, they came. The ocean for miles was a seething, swirling mass of horrid immensity. Green bodies sucked their way through the smooth water. The swish of their swimming was plainly audible to the watchers on the lookouts of the Presidio. Fire! Went forth the order, and the range guns belched a message of death. Again and again, shells were hurled into the center of the bloated creatures. Still, they came on, slowly, relentlessly, ceaselessly. The air was a deafening hell of shrieks and blasts as the guns did their work. The ocean was red with the blood of the things, and still they came on. Mines were exploded outside the Golden Gate, mines placed there to blow up battleships. But still the things came on. Airplanes dropped bomb after bomb upon the horde, and came back for more ammunition, but still the advance continued. A dense fog that I had learned to dread was enveloping the sea, the breath of Behemoth himself, coming to marshal his forces. Time after time the guns spoke. The very hills shook. From Fort Miley there came thunder too. Battleships anchored in Navy Row steamed to the mouth of the Golden Gate, and hurled broadside after broadside at the monsters. They were slowing up now, and their number was greatly reduced, but still the advance was not halted. At last came frantic word from the Coast Guard station at the beach that they were landing. The panic-stricken people were leaving their homes to see them crushed beneath the weight of the horde like so much matchwood. The guns laid down a concentrated barrage upon the landing place of the monsters and tore the beach to shreds. Under the glare of the huge searchlights, I saw streams of sluggish red where the awful carnage went on. But at last they turned back to the sea whence they came. The fog lifted. Had the master met his fate, and the filthy things floundered heavily away from the shore, jostling the carcasses of thousands of their dead as they did so. Still, the thunder of the guns followed them, far, far out to sea, to the extreme limit of their range. And when it was all over, we sank limp to the ground, speechless before the peril that had just confronted us. Conclusion. Of course, the details were never made public, but on the following day, we received cablegrams from all parts of the world telling of a concerted attempt to regain power by these creatures of a dreadful past. From India came messages telling of invasions by hordes of tigers and mammoth elephants. From Africa, of lions, all the wildlife of the forest. From Burma, stories of huge apes that crushed the life out of men. From South America, of all the reptilian life of the Amazonian forests massed in relentless array. But thanks to our knowledge of their purpose, the attempts were frustrated. The stories of incendiarism, of course, could not be kept out of the press. The dynamiting of the McAuliffe Building in New York is common property. The butchery of Professor Atkinson in his laboratory of experimental hygiene is well known. Throughout the civilized world, the police forces were hard put to it to cope with the threatened overthrow of civilization. But, once again, civilization triumphed, and the forces of destruction were greatly reduced, although not destroyed. They never can be destroyed. But my friend Dr. Prendergast laughs at the fog now, and the rain has no terrors for me. Was my surmise correct when those things turned tail and made again for the open sea? Is Behemoth dead? I wonder. End of The Scourge of Behemoth by Bertram Russell. This is the end of the story. Tell us what you think in the comments section. Please subscribe and ring the notification bell so you'll be the first to know when we release new content. If you want to support
The People of the Pit by Abraham Merritt. All Story Weekly Magazine, January 5, 1918. North of us, a shaft of light shot halfway to the zenith. It came from behind the 5 peaks. The beam drove up through a column of blue haze whose edges were marked as sharply as the rain that streams from the edges of a thunder cloud. It was like the flash of a searchlight through an azure mist. It cast no shadows. As it struck upward, the summits were outlined hard and black, and I saw that the whole mountain was shaped like a hand. As the light silhouetted it, the gigantic fingers stretched. The hand seemed to thrust itself forward. It was exactly as though it moved to push something back. The shining beam held steady for a moment, then broke into myriads of little luminous globes that swung to and fro and dropped gently. They seemed to be searching. The forest had become very still. Every wood noise held its breath. I felt the dogs pressing against my legs. They too were silent, but every muscle in their bodies trembled, their hair was stiff along their backs, and their eyes, fixed on the falling lights, were filmed with the terror glaze. I looked at Anderson. He was staring at the north where once more the beam had pulsed upward. It can't be the aurora. I spoke without moving my lips. My mouth was as dry as though Laoti's eye had poured his fear dust down my throat. If it is, I never saw one like it. He answered in the same tone. Besides, who ever heard of an aurora at this time of the year? He voiced the thought that was in my own mind. It makes me think something is being hunted up there. He said, an unholy sort of hunt. It's well for us to be out of range. The mountain seems to move each time the shaft shoots up. I said, what's it keeping back, Star? It makes me think of the frozen hand of cloud that Shan Natter set before the gate of ghouls to keep them in the lairs that Eblis cut for them. He raised a hand listening. From the north and high overhead there came a whispering. It was not the rustling of the aurora, that rushing, crackling sound like the ghosts of winds that blew at creation racing through the skeleton leaves of ancient trees that sheltered Lilith. It was a whispering that held in it a demand. It was eager. It called us to come up where the beam was flashing. It drew. There was in it a note of inexorable insistence. It touched my heart with 1,000 tiny fear-tipped fingers, and it filled me with a vast longing to race on and merge myself in the light. It must have been so that Ulysses felt when he strained at the mast and strove to obey the crystal-sweet singing of the sirens. The whispering grew louder. "What the hell's the matter with those dogs?" cried Anderson savagely. "Look at them." The male mutes, whining, were racing away toward the light. We saw them disappear among the trees. There came back to us a mournful howling. Then that too died away and left nothing but the insistent murmuring overhead. The glade we had camped in looked straight to the north. We had reached, I suppose, 300 miles above the first great bend of the Kuskokwim toward the Yukon. Certainly we were in an untrodden part of the wilderness. We had pushed through from Dawson at the breaking of the spring, on a fair lead to the lost 5 peaks between which, so the Athabascan medicine man had told us, the gold streams out like putty from a clenched fist. Not an Indian were we able to get to go with us. The land of the Hand Mountain was accursed, they said. We had sighted the peaks the night before, their tops faintly outlined against a pulsing glow, and now we saw the light that had led us to them. Anderson stiffened. Through the whispering had broken a curious pad and a rustling. It sounded as though a small bear were moving towards us. I threw a pile of wood on the fire and, as it blazed up, saw something break through the bushes. It walked on all fours, but it did not walk like a bear. All at once it flashed upon me. It was like a baby crawling upstairs. The forepaws lifted themselves in grotesquely infantile fashion. It was grotesque, but it was terrible. It grew closer. We reached for our guns and dropped them. Suddenly we knew that this crawling thing was a man. It was a man. Still with the high climbing pad, he swayed to the fire. He stopped. Safe. Whispered the crawling man in a voice that was an echo of the murmur overhead. Quite safe here. They can't get out of the blue, you know. They can't get you. Unless you go to them. He fell over on his side. We ran to him. Anderson knelt. God's love. He said, Frank, look at this. He pointed to the hands. The wrists were covered with torn rags of a heavy shirt. The hands themselves were stumps. The fingers had been bent into the palms and the flesh had been worn to the bone. They looked like the feet of a little black elephant. My eyes traveled down the body. Around the waist was a heavy band of yellow metal. From it fell a ring and a dozen links of shining white chain. What is he? Where did he come from? Said Anderson. Look, he's fast asleep. Yet even in his sleep his arms try to climb and his feet draw themselves up one after the other, and his knees. How in God's name was he ever able to move on them? It was even as he said. In the deep sleep that had come upon the crawler, arms and legs kept raising in a deliberate, dreadful climbing motion. It was as though they had a life of their own. They kept their movement independently of the motionless body. They were semaphoric motions. If you have ever stood at the back of a train and had watched the semaphores rise and fall, you will know exactly what I mean. Abruptly the overhead whispering ceased. The shaft of light dropped and did not rise again. The crawling man became still. A gentle glow began to grow around us. It was dawn, and the short Alaskan summer night was over. Anderson rubbed his eyes and turned to me a haggard face. Man, he exclaimed, you look as though you have been through a spell of sickness. No more than you, Star. I said, what do you make of it all? I'm thinking our only answer lies there. He answered, pointing to the figure that lay so motionless under the blankets we had thrown over him. Whatever it was, that's what it was after. There was no aurora about that light, Frank. It was like the flaring up of some queer hell the preacher folk never frightened us with. We'll go no further today. I said, I wouldn't wake him for all the gold that runs between the fingers of the 5 peaks, nor for all the devils that may be behind them. The crawling man lay in a sleep as deep as the sticks. We bathed and bandaged the pads that had been his hands. Arms and legs were as rigid as though they were crutches. He did not move while we worked over him. He lay as he had fallen, the arms a trifle raised, the knees bent. Why did he crawl? Whispered Anderson. Why didn't he walk? I was filing the band about the waist. It was gold, but it was like no gold I had ever handled. Pure gold is soft. This was soft, but it had an unclean, viscid life of its own. It clung to the file. I gashed through it, bent it away from the body and hurled it far off. It was loathsome. All that day he slept. Darkness came and still he slept that night. There was no shaft of light, no questing globe, no whispering. Some spell of horror seemed lifted from the land. It was noon when the crawling man awoke. I jumped as the pleasant drawling voice sounded. "How long have I slept?" he asked. His pale blue eyes grew quizzical as I stared at him. "A night, and almost 2 days," I said. "Was there any light up there last night?" He nodded to the north eagerly, any whispering. "Neither," I answered. His head fell back and he stared up at the sky. "They've given it up, then," he said at last. "Who have given it up?" asked Anderson. "Why, the people of the pit," replied the crawling man quietly. We stared at him. "The people of the pit," he said. "Things that the devil made before the flood and that somehow have escaped God's vengeance. You weren't in any danger from them unless you had followed their call. They can't get any further than the blue haze. I was their prisoner," he added simply. "They were trying to whisper me back to them." Anderson and I looked at each other, the same thought in both our minds. "You're wrong," said the crawling man. "I'm not insane. Give me a very little to drink. I'm going to die soon, but I want you to take me as far south as you can before I die, and afterwards I want you to build a big fire and burn me. I want to be in such shape that no infernal spell of theirs can drag my body back to them. You'll do it too, when I've told you about them." He hesitated. "I think their chain is off me," he said. "I cut it off." I answered shortly. "Thank God for that too," whispered the crawling man. He drank the brandy and water we lifted to his lips. "Arms and legs quite dead," he said. "Dead as I'll be soon. Well, they did well for me. Now I'll tell you what's up there behind that hand. Hell. Now listen. My name is Stanton Sinclair Stanton. Class 1900, Yale. Explorer. I started away from Dawson last year to hunt for 5 peaks that rise like a hand in a haunted country and run pure gold between them. Same thing you were after, I thought so. Late last fall my comrade sickened. Sent him back with some Indians. Little later all my Indians ran away from me. I decided I'd stick, built a cabin, stocked myself with food and lay down to winter it. In the spring I started off again. Little less than 2 weeks ago I sighted the 5 peaks. Not from this side, though. The other. Give me some more brandy. I'd made too wide a detour. He went on. I'd gotten too far north. I beat back. From this side you see nothing but forest straight up to the base of the Hand Mountain. Over on the other side. He was silent for a moment. Over there is forest too, but it doesn't reach so far. No, I came out of it. Stretching miles in front of me was a level plain. It was as worn and ancient-looking as the desert around the ruins of Babylon. At its end rose the peaks. Between me and them far off was what looked like a low dike of rocks. Then I ran across the road, cried Anderson incredulously. "The road," said the crawling man, "a fine smooth stone road. It ran straight on to the mountain. Oh, it was road all right, and worn as though millions and millions of feet had passed over it for thousands of years. On each side of it were sand and heaps of stones. After a while I began to notice these stones. They were cut, and the shape of the heaps somehow gave me the idea that 100,000 years ago they might have been houses. I sensed man about them, and at the same time they smelled of immemorial antiquity. Well, the peaks grew closer, the heaps of ruins thicker. Something inexpressibly desolate hovered over them. Something reached from them that struck my heart like the touch of ghosts so old that they could be only the ghosts of ghosts. I went on, and now I saw that what I had thought to be the low rock range at the base of the peaks was a thicker litter of ruins. The Hand Mountain was really much farther off. The road passed between 2 high rocks that raised themselves like a gateway. The crawling man paused. They were a gateway. He said, "I reached them. I went between them, and then I sprawled and clutched the earth in sheer awe. I was on a broad stone platform. Before me was sheer space. Imagine the Grand Canyon 5 times as wide and with the bottom dropped out. That is what I was looking into. It was like peeping over the edge of a cleft world down into the infinity where the planets roll. On the far side stood the 5 peaks. They looked like a gigantic warning hand stretched up to the sky. The lip of the abyss curved away on each side of me. I could see down perhaps 1,000 feet. Then a thick blue haze shut out the eye. It was like the blue you see gather on the high hills at dusk. And the pit, it was awesome, awesome as the Maori Gulf of Ranelagh, that sinks between the living and the dead, and that only the freshly released soul has strength to leap. But never strength to cross again. I crept back from the verge and stood up, weak. My hand rested against one of the pillars of the gateway. There was carving upon it. It bore in still sharp outlines the heroic figure of a man. His back was turned. His arms were outstretched. There was an odd peaked headdress upon him. I looked at the opposite pillar. It bore a figure exactly similar. The pillars were triangular, and the carvings were on the side away from the pit. The figures seemed to be holding something back. I looked closer. Behind the outstretched hands I seemed to see other shapes. I traced them out vaguely. Suddenly I felt unaccountably sick. There had come to me an impression of enormous upright slugs. Their swollen bodies were faintly cut, all except the heads, which were well-marked globes. They were unutterably loathsome. I turned from the gates back to the void. I stretched myself upon the slab and looked over the edge. A stairway led down into the pit. "A stairway," we cried. "A stairway," repeated the crawling man as patiently as before. It seemed not so much carved out of the rock as built into it. The slabs were about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. It ran down from the platform and vanished into the blue haze. But who could build such a stairway as that? I said, a stairway built into the wall of a precipice and leading down into a bottomless pit. "Not bottomless," said the crawling man quietly. "There was a bottom. I reached it, we repeated. "Yes, by the stairway," answered the crawling man. "You see, I went down it." "Yes," he said, "I went down the stairway, but not that day. I made my camp back of the gates. At dawn I filled my knapsack with food, my 2 canteens with water from a spring that wells up there by the gateway, walked between the carved monoliths and stepped over the edge of the pit. The steps ran along the side of the rock at a 40-degree pitch. As I went down and down, I studied them. They were of a greenish rock quite different from the granitic porphyry that formed the wall of the precipice. At first I thought that the builders had taken advantage of an outcropping stratum and had carved from it their gigantic flight. But the regularity of the angle at which it fell made me doubtful of this theory. After I had gone perhaps half a mile, I stepped out upon a landing. From this landing the stairs made a V-shaped turn and ran on downward, clinging to the cliff at the same angle as the first flight. It was a zigzag, and after I had made 3 of these turns I knew that the steps dropped straight down in a succession of such angles. No strata could be so regular as that. No, the stairway was built by hands, but whose, the answer is in those ruins around the edge, I think, never to be read. By noon I had lost sight of the 5 peaks and the lip of the abyss. Above me, below me, was nothing but the blue haze. Beside me, too, was nothingness, for the further breast of rock had long since vanished. I felt no dizziness, and any trace of fear was swallowed in a vast curiosity. What was I to discover? Some ancient and wonderful civilization that had ruled when the poles were tropical gardens. Nothing living, I felt sure. All was too old for life. Still, a stairway so wonderful must lead to something quite as wonderful, I knew. What was it? I went on. At regular intervals I had passed the mouths of small caves. There would be 2,000 steps and then an opening, 2,000 more steps and an opening, and so on and on. Late that afternoon I stopped before one of these clefts. I suppose I had gone then 3 miles down the pit, although the angles were such that I had walked in all fully 10 miles. I examined the entrance. On each side were carved the figures of the great portal above, only now they were standing face forward, the arms outstretched as though to hold something back from the outer depths. Their faces were covered with veils. There were no hideous shapes behind them. I went inside. The fissure ran back for 20 yards like a burrow. It was dry and perfectly light. Outside I could see the blue haze rising upward like a column, its edges clearly marked. I felt an extraordinary sense of security, although I had not been conscious of any fear. I felt that the figures at the entrance were guardians, but against what? The blue haze thickened and grew faintly luminescent. I fancied that it was dusk above. I ate and drank a little and slept. When I awoke, the blue had lightened again, and I fancied it was dawn above. I went on. I forgot the gulf yawning at my side. I felt no fatigue and little hunger or thirst, although I had drunk and eaten sparingly. That night I spent within another of the caves, and at dawn I descended again. It was late that day when I first saw the city. He was silent for a time. The city, he said at last, "There is a city you know, but not such a city as you have ever seen, nor any other man who has lived to tell of it. The pit, I think, is shaped like a bottle. The opening before the 5 peaks is the neck. But how wide the bottom is I do not know. Thousands of miles maybe. I had begun to catch little glints of light far down in the blue. Then I saw the tops of trees, I suppose they are. But not our kind of trees, unpleasant, snaky kind of trees. They reared themselves on high, thin trunks, and their tops were nests of thick tendrils with ugly little leaves like arrowheads. The trees were red, a vivid, angry red. Here and there I glimpsed spots of shining yellow. I knew these were water because I could see things breaking through their surface. Or at least I could see the splash and ripple, but what it was that disturbed them I never saw. Straight beneath me was the city. I looked down upon mile after mile of closely packed cylinders. They lay upon their sides in pyramids of 3, of 5 of dozens piled upon each other. It is hard to make you see what that city is like. Look, suppose you have water pipes of a certain length, and first you lay 3 of them side by side, and on top of them you place 2, and on these 2 one. Or suppose you take 5 for a foundation and place on these 4, and then 3, then 2, and then 1. Do you see, that was the way they looked. But they were topped by towers, by minarets, by flares, by fans, and twisted monstrosities. They gleamed as though coated with pale rose flame. Beside them the venomous red trees raised themselves like the heads of hydras guarding nests of gigantic, jeweled and sleeping worms. A few feet beneath me the stairway jutted out into a titanic arch, unearthly as the span that bridges hell and leads to Asgard. It curved out and down straight through the top of the highest pile of carven cylinders, and then it vanished through it. It was appalling. It was demonic. The crawling man stopped. His eyes rolled up into his head. He trembled, and his arms and legs began their horrible crawling movement. From his lips came a whispering. It was an echo of the high murmuring we had heard the night he came to us. I put my hands over his eyes. He quieted. The thing's accursed. He said, "The people of the pit." Did I whisper? Yes, but they can't get me now, they can't. After a time he began as quietly as before. I crossed the span. I went down through the top of that building. Blue darkness shrouded me for a moment, and I felt the steps twist into a spiral. I wound down, and then I was standing high up in. I can't tell you in what. I'll have to call it a room. We have no images for what is in the pit. 100 feet below me was the floor. The walls sloped down and out from where I stood in a series of widening crescents. The place was colossal, and it was filled with a curious mottled red light. It was like the light inside a green and gold-flecked fire opal. I went down to the last step. Far in front of me rose a high, columned altar. Its pillars were carved in monstrous scrolls, like mad octopuses with 1,000 drunken tentacles. They rested on the backs of shapeless monstrosities carved in crimson stone. The altar front was a gigantic slab of purple covered with carvings. I can't describe these carvings. No human being could. The human eye cannot grasp them any more than it can grasp the shapes that haunt the fourth dimension. Only a subtle sense in the back of the brain sensed them vaguely. They were formless things that gave no conscious image, yet pressed into the mind like small hot seals, ideas of hate, of combats between unthinkable monstrous things, victories in a nebulous hell of steaming, obscene jungles, aspirations, and ideals immeasurably loathsome. And as I stood, I grew aware of something that lay behind the lip of the altar 50 feet above me. I knew it was there. I felt it with every hair and every tiny bit of my skin. Something infinitely malignant, infinitely horrible, infinitely ancient. It lurked, it brooded, it threatened, and it was invisible. Behind me was a circle of blue light. I ran for it. Something urged me to turn back, to climb the stairs and make away. It was impossible. Repulsion for that unseen thing raced me onward as though a current had my feet. I passed through the circle. I was out on a street that stretched on into dim distance between rows of the carven cylinders. Here and there the red trees arose. Between them rolled the stone burrows, and now I could take in the amazing ornamentation that clothed them. They were like the trunks of smooth-skinned trees that had fallen and had been clothed with high-reaching noxious orchids. Yes, those cylinders were like that, and more. They should have gone out with the dinosaurs. They were monstrous. They struck the eyes like a blow, and they passed across the nerves like a rasp, and nowhere was there sight or sound of living thing. There were circular openings in the cylinders like the circle in the temple of the stairway. I passed through one of them. I was in a long, bare vaulted room whose curving sides half closed 20 feet over my head, leaving a wide slit that opened into another vaulted chamber above. There was absolutely nothing in the room save the same mottled reddish light that I had seen in the temple. I stumbled. I still could see nothing, but there was something on the floor over which I had tripped. I reached down, and my hand touched a thing cold and smooth. That moved under it. I turned and ran out of that place. I was filled with a loathing that had in it something of madness. I ran on and on blindly, wringing my hands, weeping with horror. When I came to myself, I was still among the stone cylinders and red trees. I tried to retrace my steps, to find the temple. I was more than afraid. I was like a new loosed soul, panic-stricken with the first terrors of hell. I could not find the temple. Then the haze began to thicken and glow, the cylinders to shine more brightly. I knew that it was dusk in the world above, and I felt that with dusk my time of peril had come, that the thickening of the haze was the signal for the awakening of whatever things lived in this pit. I scrambled up the sides of one of the burrows. I hid behind a twisted nightmare of stone. Perhaps, I thought, there was a chance of remaining hidden until the blue lightened and the peril passed. There began to grow around me a murmur. It was everywhere, and it grew and grew into a great whispering. I peeped from the side of the stone down into the street. I saw lights passing and repassing, more and more lights. They swam out of the circular doorways and they thronged the street. The highest were 8 feet above the pave, the lowest perhaps 2. They hurried, they sauntered, they bowed, they stopped and whispered. And there was nothing under them, breathed Anderson. No. He went on, that was the terrible part of it. There was nothing under them, yet certainly the lights were living things. They had consciousness, volition, thought. What else I did not know. They were nearly 2 feet across the largest. Their center was a bright nucleus, red, blue, green. This nucleus faded off gradually into a misty glow that did not end abruptly. It too seemed to fade off into nothingness, but a nothingness that had under it a somethingness. I strained my eyes trying to grasp this body into which the lights merged and which one could only feel was there, but could not see. and all at once I grew rigid. Something cold and thin like a whip had touched my face. I turned my head. Close behind were 3 of the lights. They were a pale blue. They looked at me, if you can imagine lights that are eyes. Another whiplash gripped my shoulder. Under the closest light came a shrill whispering. I shrieked. Abruptly the murmuring in the street ceased. I dragged my eyes from the pale blue globe that held them and looked out. The lights in the streets were rising by myriads to the level of where I stood. There they stopped and peered at me. They crowded and jostled as though they were a crowd of curious people. On Broadway, I felt a score of the lashes touch me. When I came to myself, I was again in the great place of the stairway, lying at the foot of the altar. All was silent. There were no lights, only the mottled red glow. I jumped to my feet and ran toward the steps. Something jerked me back to my knees, and then I saw that around my waist had been fastened a yellow ring of metal. From it hung a chain, and this chain passed up over the lip of the high ledge. I was chained to the altar. I reached into my pockets for my knife to cut through the ring. It was not there. I had been stripped of everything except one of the canteens that I had hung around my and which I suppose they had thought was part of me. I tried to break the ring. It seemed alive. It writhed in my hands and it drew itself closer around me. I pulled at the chain. It was immovable. There came to me the consciousness of the unseen thing above the altar. I groveled at the foot of the slab and wept. Think, alone in that place of strange light with the brooding ancient horror above me, a monstrous thing, a thing unthinkable, an unseen thing that poured forth horror. After a while I gripped myself. Then I saw beside one of the pillars a yellow bowl filled with a thick white liquid. I drank it. If it killed, I did not care. But its taste was pleasant, and as I drank, my strength came back to me with a rush. Clearly I was not to be starved. The lights, whatever they were, had a conception of human needs, and now the reddish mottled gleam began to deepen. Outside arose the humming, and through the circle that was the entrance came streaming the globes. They ranged themselves in ranks until they filled the temple. Their whispering grew into a chant, a cadenced whispering chant that rose and fell, while to its rhythm the globes lifted and sank, lifted and sank. All that night the lights came and went, and all that night the chant sounded as they rose and fell. At the last I felt myself only an atom of consciousness in a sea of cadenced whispering, an atom that rose and fell with the bowing globes. I tell you that even my heart pulsed in unison with them. The red glow faded, the lights streamed out, the whispering died. I was again alone, and I knew that once again day had broken in my own world. I slept. When I awoke, I found beside the pillar more of the white liquid. I scrutinized the chain that held me to the altar. I began to rub 2 of the links together. I did this for hours. When the red began to thicken, there was a ridge worn in the links. Hope rushed up within me. There was, then, a chance to escape. With the thickening, the lights came again. All through that night, the whispering chant sounded, and the globes rose and fell. The chant seized me. It pulsed through me until every nerve and muscle quivered to it. My lips began to quiver. They strove like a man trying to cry out on a nightmare, and at last they too were whispering the chant of the people of the pit. My body bowed in unison with the light. I was, in movement and sound, one with the nameless things, while my soul sank back sick with horror and powerless. While I whispered, I saw them, saw the lights. I asked stupidly, saw the things under the lights. He answered, great transparent snail-like bodies, dozens of waving tentacles stretching from them, round gaping mouths under the luminous seeing globes. They were like the ghosts of inconceivably monstrous slugs. I could see through them. And as I stared, still bowing and whispering, the dawn came and they streamed to and through the entrance. They did not crawl or walk. They floated and were gone. I did not sleep. I worked all that day at my chain. By the thickening of the red I had worn it a sixth through, and all that night I whispered and bowed with the pit people, joining in their chant to the thing that brooded above me. Twice again the red thickened and the chant held me. Then on the morning of the fifth day I broke through the worn links of the chain. I was free. I drank from the bowl of white liquid and poured what was left in my flask. I ran to the stairway. I rushed up and past that unseen horror behind the altar ledge and was out upon the bridge. I raced across the span and up the stairway. Can you think what it is to climb straight up the verge of a cleft world with hell behind you? Hell was behind me and terror rode me. The city had long been lost in the blue haze before I knew that I could climb no more. My heart beat upon my ears like a sledge. I fell before one of the little caves, feeling that here at last was sanctuary. I crept far back within it and waited for the haze to thicken. Almost at once it did so. From far below me came a vast and angry murmur. At the mouth of the rift I saw a light pulse up through the blue, died down, and as it dimmed I saw myriads of the globes that are the eyes of the pit people swing downward into the abyss. Again and again the light pulsed and the globes fell. They were hunting me. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. There grew in me the dreadful desire to join in the whispering as I had done in the temple. I bit my lips through and through to still them. All that night the beam shot up through the abyss, the globes swung and the whispering sounded. And now I knew the purpose of the caves and of the sculptured figures that still had power to guard them. But what were the people who had carved them? Why had they built their city around the verge, and why had they set that stairway in the pit? What had they been to those things that dwelt at the bottom, and what use had the things been to them that they should live beside their dwelling place? That there had been some purpose was certain. No work so prodigious as the stairway would have been undertaken otherwise. But what was the purpose? And why was it that those who had dwelt about the abyss had passed away ages gone, and the dwellers in the abyss still lived? I could find no answer, nor can I find any now. I have not the shred of a theory. Dawn came as I wondered, and with it silence. I drank what was left of the liquid in my canteen, crept from the cave and began to climb again. That afternoon my legs gave out. I tore off my shirt, made from it pads for my knees and coverings for my hands. I crawled upward. I crawled up and up. And again I crept into one of the caves and waited until again the blue thickened. The shaft of light shot through it and the whispering came. But now there was a new note in the whispering. It was no longer threatening. It called and coaxed, it drew. A new terror gripped me. There had come upon me a mighty desire to leave the cave and go out where the lights swung, to let them do with me as they pleased, carry me where they wished. The desire grew. It gained fresh impulse with every rise of the beam until at last I vibrated with the desire as I had vibrated to the chant in the temple. My body was a pendulum. Up would go the beam and I would swing toward it. Only my soul kept steady. It held me fast to the floor of the cave, and all that night it fought with my body against the spell of the pit people. Dawn came. Again I crept from the cave and faced the stairway. I could not rise. My hands were torn and bleeding, my knees in agony. I forced myself upward step by step. After a while my hands became numb, the pain left my knees. They deadened. Step by step my will drove my body upward upon them. And then, a nightmare of crawling up infinite stretches of steps, memories of dull horror, while hidden within caves with the lights pulsing without, and whisperings that called and called me. Memory of a time when I awoke to find that my body was obeying the call, and had carried me halfway out between the guardians of the portals, while thousands of gleaming globes rested in the blue haze and watched me. Glimpses of bitter fights against sleep, and always, always. A climb up and up along infinite distances of steps that led from Abaddon to a paradise of blue sky and open world. At last a consciousness of the clear sky close above me, the lip of the pit before me, memory of passing between the great portals of the pit, and of steady withdrawal from it. Dreams of giant men with strange peaked crowns and veiled faces who pushed me onward and held back Roman candle globules of light that sought to draw me back to a gulf wherein planets swam between the branches of red trees that had snakes for crowns. And then a long, long sleep, how long God alone knows, in a cleft of rocks, an awakening to see far in the north the beams still rising and falling, the lights still hunting, the whispering high above me calling. Again crawling on dead arms and legs that moved like the ancient mariner's ship, without volition of mine, but that carried me from a haunted place, and then, your fire, and this. Safety. The crawling man smiled at us for a moment. Then swiftly life faded from his face. He slept. That afternoon we struck camp and carrying the crawling man started back south. For 3 days we carried him and still he slept. And on the 3rd day, still sleeping, he died. We built a great pile of wood and we burned his body as he had asked. We scattered his ashes about the forest with the ashes of the trees that had consumed him. It must be a great magic indeed that could disentangle those ashes and draw him back in a rushing cloud to the pit he called accursed. I do not think that even the people of the pit have such a spell, no, but we did not return to the 5 peaks to see. End of The People of the Pit by Abraham.
The Testament of Athaeus by Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales. October 1932. This story is set in Hyperborea. It has become needful for me, who am no wielder of the stylus of bronze or the pen of calamus, and whose only proper tool is the long, double-handed sword, to indite this account of the curious and lamentable happenings which forerun the universal desertion of Comorium by its king and its people. This I am well fitted to do, for I played a signal part in these happenings, and I left the city only when all the others had gone. Now Comorium, as everyone knows, was aforetime the resplendent, high-built capital and the marble and granite crown of all Hyperborea. But, concerning the cause of its abandonment, there are now so many warring legends and so many tales of a false and fabulous character, that I, who am old in years and triply old in horrors, I, who have grown weary with no less than 11 lustrums of public service, am compelled to write this record of the truth ere it fade utterly from the tongues and memories of men. And this I do, though the telling thereof will include a confession of my one defeat, my one failure in the dutiful administration of a committed task. For those who will read the narrative in future years and haply in future lands, I shall now introduce myself. I am Athamas, the chief headsman of Uzuldarum, who held formerly the same office in Comorium. My father, Mankai Thal, was headsman before me, and the sires of my father, even to the mythic generations of the primal kings, have wielded the great copper sword of justice on the block of Phaon wood. Forgive an aged man if he seem to dwell, as is the habit of the old, among the youthful recollections that have gathered to themselves the kingly purple of removed horizons and the strange glory that illumines irretrievable things. Lo, I am made young again when I recall Comorium, when in this grey city of the sunken years I behold in retrospect her walls that looked mountainously down upon the jungle, and the alabastrine multitude of her heaven-fretting spires. Opulent among cities, and superb and magisterial, and paramount over all was Comorium, to whom tribute was given from the shores of the Atlantean Sea to that sea in which is the immense continent of Mu, to whom the traders came from utmost Thulan that is walled on the north with unknown ice, and from the southern realm of Cho Vulpanomi, which ends in a lake of boiling asphaltum. Ah, proud and lordly was Comorium, and her humblest dwellings were more than the palaces of other cities, and it was not, as men fable nowadays, because of that maundering prophecy once uttered by the white sibyl from the Isle of Snow which is named Polarian, that her splendor and spaciousness was delivered over to the spotted vines of the jungle and the spotted snakes. Nay, it was because of a direr thing than this, and a tangible horror against which the law of kings, the wisdom of hierophants, and the sharpness of swords were alike impotent. Not lightly was she overcome, not easily were her defenders driven forth, and though others forget, or haply deem her no more than a vain and dubitable tale, I shall never cease to lament Camorium. My sinews have dwindled grievously now, and time has drunken stealthily from my veins, and has touched my hair with the ashes of suns extinct. But in the days whereof I tell, there was no braver and more stalwart headsman than I in the whole of Hyperborea, and my name was a red menace, a loudly spoken warning to the evil doers of the forest and the town, and the savage robbers of uncouth outland tribes. Wearing the blood-bright purple of my office, I stood each morning in the public square, where all might attend and behold, and performed for the edification of all men my allotted task. And each day the tough, golden ruddy copper of the huge crescent blade was darkened, not once but many times, with a rich and wine-like sanguine. And because of my never-faltering arm, my infallible eye, and the clean blow which there was never any necessity to repeat, I was much honoured by the king Loquamethros, and by the populace of Camorium. I remember well, on account of their more than unique atrocity, the earliest rumours that came to me in my active life regarding the outlaw Cnigathin-Zarm. This person belonged to an obscure and highly unpleasant people called the Vormis, who dwelt in the black Iglophian mountains at a full day's journey from Camorium, and inhabited, according to their tribal custom, the caves of ferine animals less savage than themselves, which they had slain or otherwise dispossessed. They were generally looked upon as more beast-like than human, because of their excessive hairiness and the vile, ungodly rites and usages to which they were addicted. It was mainly from among these beings that the notorious Cnigathin-Zarm had recruited his formidable band, who were terrorizing the hills subjacent to the Iglophian mountains with daily deeds of the most infamous and iniquitous rapine. Wholesale robbery was the least of their crimes, and mere anthropophagism was far from being the worst. It will readily be seen from this that the Vormis were a somewhat aboriginal race, with an ethnic heritage of the darkest and most revolting type. And it was commonly said that Cnigathin-Zarm himself possessed an even murkier strain of ancestry than the others, being related on the maternal side to that queer, non-anthropomorphic god, Sathogwa, who was worshipped so widely during the subhuman cycles, and there were those who whispered of even stranger blood, if one could properly call it blood, and a monstrous linkage with the swart protean spawn that had come down with Sathogwa from elder worlds and exterior dimensions, where physiology and geometry had both assumed an altogether inverse trend of development. And, because of this mingling of ultra-cosmic strains, it was said that the body of Cnigathin-Zarm, unlike his shaggy, umber-coloured fellow tribesmen, was hairless from crown to heel, and was pied with great spots of black and yellow, and moreover he himself was reputed to exceed all others in his cruelty and cunning. For a long time this execrable outlaw was no more to me than an horrific name, but inevitably I thought of him with a certain professional interest. There were many who believed him invulnerable by any weapon, and who told of his having escaped in a manner which none could elucidate from more than one dungeon, whose walls were not to be scaled or pierced by mortal beings. But of course I discounted all such tales, for my official experience had never yet included anyone with properties or abilities of a like sort, and I knew well the superstitiousness of the vulgar multitude. From day to day new reports reached me amid the preoccupations of never-slighted duty. This noxious marauder was not content with the seemingly ample sphere of operations afforded by his native mountains and the outlying hill regions with their fertile valleys and well-peopled towns. His forays became bolder and more extensive, till one night he descended on a village so near to Camorium that it was usually classed as a suburb. Here he and his feculent crew committed numerous deeds of an unspecifiable enormity, and bearing with them many of the villagers for purposes even less designable. They retired to their caves in the glassy-walled Iglophian peaks, ere the ministers of justice could overtake them. It was this audaciously offensive act which prompted the law to exert its full power and vigilance against Cnigathin-Jam. Before that, he and his men had been left to the local officers of the countryside, but now his misdeeds were such as to demand the rigorous attention of the constabulary of Comorium. Henceforth all his movements were followed as closely as possible. The towns where he might descend were strictly guarded, and traps were set everywhere. Even thus, Cnigathin-Jam contrived to evade capture for month after month, and all the while he repeated his far-flung raids with an embarrassing frequency. It was almost by chance, or through his own foolhardiness, that he was eventually taken in broad daylight on the highway near the city's outskirts. Contrary to all expectation, in view of his renowned ferocity, he made no resistance whatever, but finding himself surrounded by mailed archers and bill-bearers, he yielded to them at once with an oblique, enigmatic smile, a smile that troubled for many nights thereafter the dreams of all who were present. For reasons which were never explained, he was altogether alone when taken, and none of his fellows were captured either coincidentally or subsequently. Nevertheless, there was much excitement and jubilation in Comorium, and everyone was curious to behold the dreaded outlaw. More even than others, perhaps, I felt the stirrings of interest, for in due course, the proper decapitation of Cnigathin-Jam would devolve. From hearing the hideous rumors and legends whose nature I have already outlined, I was prepared for something out of the ordinary in the way of criminal personality. But even at first sight, when I watched him as he was borne to prison through a moiling crowd, Cnigathin-Jam surpassed the most sinister and disagreeable anticipations. He was naked to the waist and wore the fulvous hide of some long-haired animal which hung in filthy tatters to his knees. Such details, however, contributed little to those elements in his appearance which revolted and even shocked me. His limbs, his body, his lineaments were outwardly formed like those of aboriginal man, and one might even have allowed for his utter hairlessness, in which there was a remote and blasphemously caricatural suggestion of the shaven priest, and even the broad, formless mottling of his skin, like that of a huge boa, might somehow have been glossed over as a rather extravagant peculiarity of pigmentation. It was something else. It was the unctuous, verminous ease, the undulant litheness and fluidity of his every movement, seeming to hint at an inner structure and vertebration that were less than human. Or, one might almost have said, a sub-Ophidian lack of all bony framework, which made me view the captive, and also my incumbent task, with an unparallelable distaste. He seemed to slither rather than walk, and the very fashion of his jointure, the placing of knees, hips, elbows, and shoulders, appeared arbitrary and factitious. One felt that the outward semblance of humanity was a mere concession to anatomical convention, and that his corporeal formation might easily have assumed, and might still assume at any instant, the unheard-of outlines and concept-defying dimensions that prevail in transgalactic worlds. Indeed, I could now believe the outrageous tales concerning his ancestry, and with equal horror and curiosity, I wondered what the stroke of justice would reveal, and what noisome, mephitic ichor would befoul the impartial sword in lieu of honest blood. It is needless to record in circumstantial detail the process by which Cnigathin-Jam was tried and condemned for his manifold enormities. The workings of the law were implacably swift and sure, and their equity permitted of no quibbling or delay. The captive was confined in an oubliette below the main dungeons, a cell hewn in the basic, Archean gneiss at a profound depth, with no entrance other than a hole through which he was lowered and drawn up by means of a long rope and windlass. This hole was lidded with a huge block and was guarded day and night by a dozen men-at-arms. However, there was no attempt at escape on the part of Cnigathin-Jam. Indeed, He seemed unnaturally resigned to his prospective doom. To me, who have always been possessed of a strain of prophetic intuition, there was something overtly ominous in this unlooked-for resignation. Also, I did not like the demeanor of the prisoner during his trial. The silence which he had preserved at all times following his capture and incarceration was still maintained before his judges. Though interpreters who knew the harsh, sibilant Iglothian dialect were provided, he would make no answer to questions, and he offered no defense. Least of all did I like the unabashed and unblinking manner in which he received the final pronouncement of death, which was uttered in the High Court of Comorium by 8 judges in turn, and solemnly reaffirmed at the end by King Loquamethros. After that, I looked well to the sharpening of my sword, and promised myself that I would concentrate all the resources of a brawny arm and a flawless manual artistry upon the forthcoming execution. My task was not long deferred, for the usual interval of a fortnight between condemnation and decapitation had been shortened to 3 days, in view of the suspicious peculiarities of Cnaigathin-Zalm and the heinous magnitude of his proven crimes. On the morning appointed, after a night that had been rendered dismal by a long-drawn succession of the most abominable dreams, I went with my unfailing punctuality to the block of Phaeon Wood, which was situated with geometrical exactness in the center of the main square. Here a huge crowd had already gathered, and the clear amber sun blazed royally down on the silver and nacarat of court dignitaries, the hodden of merchants and artisans, and the rough pelts that were worn by outland people. With a like punctuality, Cnaigathin-Zalm soon appeared amid his entourage of guards, who surrounded him with a bristling hedge of billhooks and lances and tridents. At the same time, all the outer avenues of the city, as well as the entrances to the square, were guarded by massed soldiery. For it was feared that the uncaught members of the desperate outlaw band might make an effort to rescue their infamous chief at the last moment. Amid the unremitting vigilance of his warders, Cnaigathin-Zalm came forward, fixing upon me the intent but inexpressive gaze of his lidless, ochre-yellow eyes, in which a face-to-face scrutiny could discern no pupils. He knelt down beside the block, presenting his mottled nape without a tremor. As I looked upon him with a calculating eye and made ready for the lethal stroke, I was impressed more powerfully and more disagreeably than ever by the feeling of a loathsome underlying plasticity, an invertebrate structure, nauseous and non-terrestrial, beneath his impious mockery of human form. And I could not help perceiving also the air of abnormal coolness, of abstract, impenetrable cynicism that was maintained by all his parts and members. He was like a torpid snake or some huge liana of the jungle that is wholly unconscious of the shearing axe. I was well aware that I might be dealing with things which were beyond the ordinary province of a public headsman. But nathless, I lifted the great sword in a clean, symmetrically flashing arc and brought it down on the piebald nape with all of my customary force and address. Necks differ in the sensations which they afford to one's hand beneath the penetrating blade. In this case, I can only say that the sensation was not such as I have grown to associate with the cleaving of any known animal substance, but I saw with relief that the blow had been successful. The head of Cnaigathin-Zalm lay cleanly severed on the porous block, and his body sprawled on the pavement without even a single quiver of departing animation. As I had expected, there was no blood, only a black, tarry, fetid exudation, far from copious, which ceased in a few minutes and vanished utterly from my sword and from the Aeon wood. Also, the inner anatomy which the blade had revealed was devoid of all legitimate vertebration, but to all appearance, Cnaigathin-Zalm had yielded up his obscene life, and the sentence of King Loquamethros and the 8 judges of Comorium had been fulfilled with a legal precision. Proudly but modestly I received the applause of the waiting multitudes, who bore willing witness to the consummation of my official task and were loudly jubilant over the dead scourge. After seeing that the remains of Cnigathin Zam were given into the hands of the public gravediggers, who always disposed of such offal, I left the square and returned to my home. Since no other decapitations had been set for that day, my conscience was serene, and I felt that I had acquitted myself worthily in the performance of a far from pleasant duty. Cnigathin Zam, as was the custom in dealing with the bodies of the most nefarious criminals, was interred with contumelious haste in a barren field outside the city where people cast their orts and rubbish. He was left in an unmarked and unmounded grave between two middens. The power of the law had now been amply vindicated, and everyone was satisfied, from Lovecraftian himself to the villagers that had suffered from the depredations of the deceased outlaw. I retired that night, after a bounteous meal of savannah fruit and jongwa beans, well irrigated with fum wine. From a moral standpoint, I had every reason to sleep the sleep of the virtuous. But, even as on the preceding night, I was made the victim of one cacodemoniacal dream after another. Of these dreams, I recall only their pervading, unifying consciousness of insufferable suspense, of monotonously cumulative horror without shape or name, and the ever-torturing sentiment of vain repetition and dark, hopeless toil and frustration. Also, there is a half-memory, which refuses to assume any approach to visual form, of things that were never intended for human perception or human cogitation, and the aforesaid sentiment, and all the horror, were dimly but indissolubly bound up with these. Awaking unrefreshed and weary from what seemed an aeon of thankless endeavor, of treadmill bafflement, I could only impute my nocturnal sufferings to the jongwa beans, and decided that I must have eaten all too liberally of these nutritious viands. Mercifully, I did not suspect in my dreams the dark, portentous symbolism that was soon to declare itself. Now must I write the things that are formidable unto earth, and the dwellers of earth, the things that exceed all human or terrene regimen, that subvert reason, that mock the dimensions and defy biology. Dire is the tale, and after 7 lustrums, the tremor of an olden fear still agitates my hand as I write. But of such things I was still oblivious when I sallied forth that morning to the place of execution, where 3 criminals of a quite average sort, whose very cephalic contours I have forgotten along with their offences, were to meet their well-deserved doom beneath my capable arm. Howbeit, I had not gone far when I heard an unconscionable uproar that was spreading swiftly from street to street, from alley to alley throughout Comorium. I distinguished a myriad cries of rage, horror, fear, and lamentation that were seemingly caught up and repeated by everyone who chanced to be abroad at that hour. Meeting some of the citizenry, who were plainly in a state of the most excessive agitation, and were still continuing their outcries, I inquired the reason of all this clamour, and thereupon I learned from them that Cnigathin Zam, whose illicit career was presumably at an end, had now reappeared and had signalized the unholy miracle of his return by the commission of a most appalling act on the main avenue before the very eyes of early passers. He had seized a respectable seller of jongwa beans and had proceeded instantly to devour his victim alive, without heeding the blows, bricks, arrows, javelins, cobblestones, and curses that were rained upon him by the gathering throng and by the police. It was only when he had satisfied his atrocious appetite that he suffered the police to lead him away, leaving little more than the bones and raiment of the jongwa seller to mark the spot of this outrageous happening. Since the case was without legal parallel, Cnigathin Zam had been thrown once more into the oubliette below the city dungeons, to await the will of Lovecraftian and the 8 judges. The exceeding discomfiture, the profound embarrassment felt by myself, as well as by the people and the magistracy of Comorium, can well be imagined. As everyone bore witness, Cnigathin Zam had been efficiently beheaded and buried according to the customary ritual, and his resurrection was not only against nature, but involved a most contumelious and highly mystifying breach of the law. In fact, the legal aspects of the case were such as to render necessary the immediate passing of a special statute, calling for re-judgment and allowing re-execution of such malefactors as might thuswise return from their lawful graves. Apart from all this, there was general consternation, and even at that early date, the more ignorant and more religious among the townsfolk were prone to regard the matter as an omen of some impending civic calamity. As for me, my scientific turn of mind, which repudiated the supernatural, led me to seek an explanation of the problem in the non-terrestrial side of Cnaigathin-Jam's ancestry. I felt sure that the forces of an alien biology, the properties of a transstellar life substance, were somehow involved. With the spirit of the true investigator, I summoned the grave diggers who had interred Cnaigathin-Jam and bade them lead me to his place of sepulture in the refuse grounds. Here a most singular condition disclosed itself. The earth had not been disturbed, apart from a deep hole at one end of the grave, such as might have been made by a large rodent. No body of human size, or at least of human form, could possibly have emerged from this hole. At my command, the diggers removed all the loose soil mingled with potsherds and other rubbish, which they had heaped upon the beheaded outlaw. When they reached the bottom, nothing was found but a slight stickiness where the corpse had lain, and this, along with an odor of ineffable foulness which was its concomitant, soon dissipated itself in the open air. Baffled and more mystified than ever, but still sure that the enigma would permit of some natural solution, I awaited the new trial. This time, the course of justice was even quicker and less given to quibbling than before. The prisoner was again condemned, and the time of decapitation was delayed only till the following morn. A proviso concerning burial was added to the sentence. The remains were to be sealed in a strong wooden sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was to be inhumed in a deep pit in the solid stone, and the pit filled with massy boulders. These measures, it was felt, should serve amply to restrain the unwholesome and irregular inclinations of this obnoxious miscreant. When Cnaigathin-Jam was again brought before me, amid a redoubled guard and a throng that overflowed the square and all of the outlying avenues, I viewed him with profound concern and with more than my former repulsion. Having a good memory for anatomic details, I noticed some odd changes in his physique. The huge splotches of dull black and sickly yellow that had covered him from head to heel were now somewhat differently distributed. The shifting of the facial blotches around the eyes and mouth had given him an expression that was both grim and sardonic to an unbearable degree. Also, there was a perceptible shortening of his neck, though the place of cleavage and reunion midway between head and shoulders had left no mark whatever, and looking at his limbs I discerned other and more subtle changes. Despite my acumen in physical matters, I found myself unwilling to speculate regarding the processes that might underlie these alterations, and still less did I wish to surmise the problematic results of their continuation, if such should ensue. Hoping fervently that Cnaigathin-Jam and the vile, flagitious properties of his unhallowed carcass would now be brought to a permanent end, I raised the sword of justice high in air and smote with heroic might. Once again, as far as mortal eye was able to determine, the effects of the shearing blow were all that could be desired. The head rolled forward on the aeon wood, and the torso and its members fell and lay supinely on the maculated flags. From a legal viewpoint, this doubly nefandous malefactor was now twice dead. Howbeit, this time I superintended in person the disposal of the remains, and saw to the bolting of the fine sarcophagus afafa wood in which they were laid, and the filling with chosen boulders of the 10-foot pit into which the sarcophagus was lowered. It required 3 men to lift even the least of these boulders. We all felt that the irrepressible Cnaigathin-Jam was due for a quietus. Alas, for the vanity of earthly hopes and labors, the morrow came with its unspeakable, incredible tale of renewed outrage. Once more the weird, semi-human offender was abroad. Once more his anthropophagic lust had taken toll from among the honorable denizens of Comorium. He had eaten no less a personage than one of the 8 judges, and not satisfied with picking the bones of this rather obese individual, had devoured by way of dessert the more outstanding facial features of one of the police who had tried to deter him from finishing his main course. All this, as before, was done amid the frantic protests of a great throng. After a final nibbling at the scant vestiges of the unfortunate constable's left ear, Cnaigathin had seemed to experience a feeling of repletion and had suffered himself to be led docilely away once more by the jailers. I, and the others who had helped me in the arduous toils of entombment, were more than astounded when we heard the news. And the effect on the general public was indeed deplorable. The more superstitious and timid began leaving the city forthwith, and there was much revival of forgotten prophecies, and much talk among the various priesthoods anent the necessity of placating with liberal sacrifice their mystically angered gods and eidolons. Such nonsense I was wholly able to disregard, but under the circumstances, the persistent return of Cnaigathin was no less alarming to science than to religion. We examined the tomb, if only as a matter of form, and found that certain of the superincumbent boulders had been displaced in such a manner as to admit the outward passage of a body with the lateral dimensions of some large snake or muskrat. The sarcophagus, with its metal bolts, was bursten at one end, and we shuddered to think of the immeasurable force that must have been employed in its disruption. Because of the way in which the case overpassed all known biologic laws, the formalities of civil law were now waived, and I, Athameus, was called upon that same day before the sun had reached its meridian, and was solemnly charged with the office of re-behead Cnaigathin at once. The interment or other disposal of the remains was left to my discretion, and the local soldiery and constabulary were all placed at my command, if I should require them. Deeply conscious of the honor thus implied, and sorely perplexed but undaunted, I went forth to the scene of my labors. When the criminal reappeared, it was obvious not only to me but to everyone that his physical personality, in achieving this new recrudescence, had undergone a most salient change. His mottling had developed more than a suggestion of some startling and repulsive pattern, and his human characteristics had yielded to the inroads of an unearthly distortion. The head was joined to the shoulders almost without the intermediation of a neck. The eyes were set diagonally in a face with oblique bulgings and flattenings. The nose and mouth were showing a tendency to displace each other. And there were still further alterations which I shall not specify, since they involved an abhorrent degradation of man's noblest and most distinctive corporeal members. I shall, however, mention the strange pendulous formations, like annulated dewlaps or wattles, into which his kneecaps had evolved. Nathless, it was Cnaigathin himself who stood, if one could dignify the fashion of his carriage by that word, before the block of justice. Because of the virtual non-existence of a nape, the third beheading called for a precision of eye and a nicety of hand which, in all likelihood, no other headsman than myself could have shown. I rejoice to say that my skill was adequate to the demand thus made upon it, and once again the culprit was shorn of his vile cephaloid appendage. But if the blade had gone even a little to either side, the dismemberment entailed would have been technically of another sort than decapitation. The laborious care with which I and my assistants conducted the third inhumation was indeed deserving of success. We laid the body in a strong sarcophagus of bronze, and the head in a second but smaller sarcophagus of the same material. The lids were then soldered down with molten metal, and after this the two sarcophagi were conveyed to opposite parts of Comorium. The one containing the body was buried at a great depth beneath monumental masses of stone, but that which enclosed the head I left uninterred, proposing to watch over it all night in company with a guard of armed men. I also appointed a numerous guard to keep vigil above the burial place of the body. Night came, and with 7 trusty trident-bearers, I went forth to the place where we had left the smaller of the 2 sarcophagi. This was in the courtyard of a deserted mansion amid the suburbs, far from the haunts of the populace. For weapons, I myself wore a short falchion and carried a great bill. We took along a plentiful supply of torches, so that we might not lack for light in our gruesome vigil, and we fit several of them at once and stuck them in crevices between the flagstones of the court, in such wise that they formed a circle of lurid flames about the sarcophagus. We had also brought with us an abundance of the crimson foam wine in leathern bottles, and dice of mammoth ivory with which to beguile the black nocturnal hours. And eyeing our charge with a casual but careful vigilance, we applied ourselves discreetly to the wine and began to play for small sums of no more than 5 peseaux, as is the wont of good gamblers till they have taken their opponent's measure. The darkness deepened apace, and in the square of sapphire overhead, to which the illumination of our torches had given a jetty tinge, we saw Polaris and the red planets that looked down for the last time upon Comorium in her glory. But we dreamed not of the nearness of disaster, but jested bravely and drank in ribald mockery to the monstrous head that was now so securely coffined and so remotely sundered from its odious body. The wine passed and repassed among us, and its rosy spirit mounted in our brains, and we played for bolder stakes, and the game quickened to a goodly frenzy. I know not how many stars had gone over us in the smoky heavens, nor how many times I had availed myself of the ever-circling bottles. But I remember well that I had won no less than 90 peseaux from the trident-bearers, who were all swearing lustily and loudly as they strove in vain to stem the tide of my victory. I, as well as the others, had wholly forgotten the object of our vigil. The sarcophagus containing the head was one that had been primarily designed for the reception of a small child. Its present use, one might have argued, was a sinful and sacrilegious waste of fine bronze, but nothing else of proper size and adequate strength was available at the time. In the mounting fervor of the game, as I have hinted, we had all ceased to watch this receptacle, and I shudder to think how long there may have been something visibly or even audibly amiss before the unwanted and terrifying behavior of the sarcophagus was forced upon our attention. It was the sudden, loud, metallic clangor, like that of a smitten gong or shield, which made us realize that all things were not as they should have been. And turning unanimously in the direction of the sound, we saw that the sarcophagus was heaving and pitching in a most unseemly fashion amid its ring of flaring torches. First on one end or corner, then on another, it danced and pirouetted, clanging resonantly all the while on the granite pavement. The true horror of the situation had scarcely seeped into our brains ere a new and even more ghastly development occurred. We saw that the casket was bulging ominously at top and sides and bottom, and was rapidly losing all similitude to its rightful form. Its rectangular outlines swelled and curved, and were horribly erased, as in the changes of a nightmare, till the thing became a slightly oblong sphere, and then, with a most appalling noise, it began to split at the welded edges of the lid and burst violently asunder. Through the long, ragged rift there poured in hellish ebullition a dark, ever-swelling mass of incognizable matter, frothing as with the venomous foam of a million serpents, hissing as with the yeast of fermenting wine, and putting forth here and there great sooty-looking bubbles that were large as pig bladders. Overturning several of the torches, it rolled in an inundating wave across the flagstones, and we all sprang back in the most abominable fright and stupefaction to avoid it. Cowering against the rear wall of the courtyard, while the overthrown torches flickered wildly and smokily, we watched the remarkable actions of the mass, which had paused as if to collect itself, and was now subsiding like a sort of infernal dough. It shrank, it fell in, till after a while its dimensions began to reapproach those of the encoffined head, though they still lacked any true semblance of its shape. The thing became a round, blackish ball, on whose palpitating surface the nascent outlines of random features were limned with the flatness of a drawing. There was one lidless eye, tawny, pupilless and phosphoric, that stared upon us from the center of the ball, while the thing appeared to be making up its mind. It lay still for more than a minute. Then, with a catapulting bound, it sprang past us toward the open entrance of the courtyard and disappeared from our ken on the midnight streets. Despite our amazement and disconcertion, we were able to note the general direction in which it had gone. This, to our further terror and confoundment, was toward the portion of Comorium in which the body of Cnigathin Zam had been entombed. We dared not conjecture the meaning of it all, and the probable outcome. But, though there were a million fears and apprehensions to deter us, we seized our weapons and followed on the path of that unholy head with all the immediacy and all the forthrightness of motion which a goodly cargo of whom wine would permit. No one other than ourselves was abroad at an hour when even the most dissolute revellers had either gone home or had succumbed to their potations under tavern tables. The streets were dark and were somehow drear and cheerless, and the stars above them were half stifled as by the invading mist of a pestilential miasma. We went on, following a main street, and the pavements echoed to our tread in the stillness with a hollow sound, as if the solid stone beneath them had been honeycombed with mausolean vaults in the interim of our weird vigil. In all our wanderings, we found no sign of that supremely noxious and execrable thing which had issued from the riven sarcophagus. Nor, to our relief, and contrary to all our fears, did we encounter anything of an allied or analogous nature, such as might be abroad if our surmises were correct. But, near the central square of Comorium, we met with a number of men, carrying bills and tridents and torches, who proved to be the guards I had posted that evening above the tomb of Cnigathin Zam's body. These men were in a state of pitiable agitation, and they told us a fearsome tale of how the deep-hewn tomb and the monumental blocks of stone that were piled within it had heaved as with the throes of earthquake, and of how a python-shapen mass of frothing and hissing matter had poured forth from amid the blocks and had vanished into the darkness toward Comorium. In return, we told them of that which had happened during our vigil in the courtyard, and we all agreed that a great foulness, a thing more baneful than beast or serpent, was again loose and ravening in the night, and we spoke only in shocked whispers of what the morrow might declare. Uniting our forces, we searched the city, combing cautiously its alleys and its thoroughfares, and dreading with the dread of brave men the dark, iniquitous spawn on which the light of our torches might fail at any turn or in any nook or portal. But the search was vain, and the stars grew faint above us in a livid sky, and the dawn came in among the marble spires with a glimmering of ghostly silver, and a thin phantasmal amber was sifted on walls and pavements. Soon there were footsteps other than ours that echoed through the town, and one by one the familiar clangors and clamors of life awoke. Early passers appeared, and the sellers of fruits and milk and legumes came in from the countryside. But of that which we sought there was still no trace. We went on, while the city continued to resume its matutinal activities around us. Then, abruptly, with no warning, and under circumstances that would have startled the most robust and afraid the most valorous, we came upon our quarry. We were entering the square in which was Theon Block, whereon so many thousand miscreants had laid their piacular necks, when we heard an outcry of mortal dread and agony, such as only one thing in the world could have occasioned. Hurrying on, we saw that two wayfarers, who had been crossing the square near the block of Justice, were struggling and writhing in the clutch of an unequalled monster which both natural history and fable would have repudiated. In spite of the baffling, ambiguous oddities which the thing displayed, we identified it as Cnigathin Zam when we drew closer. The head, in its third reunion with that detestable torso, had attached itself in a semi-flattened manner to the region of the lower chest and diaphragm, and during the process of this novel coalescence, one eye had slipped away from all relation with its fellow or the head, and was now occupying the navel, just below the embossment of the chin. Other, and even more shocking alterations had occurred. The arms had lengthened into tentacles, with fingers that were like knots of writhing vipers, and where the head would normally have been, The shoulders had reared themselves to a cone-shaped eminence that ended in a cup-like mouth. Most fabulous and impossible of all, however, were the changes in the nether limbs. At each knee and hip, they had rebifurcated into long, lithe proboscides that were lined with throated suckers. By making a combined use of its various mouths and members, the abnormality was devouring both of the hapless persons whom it had seized. Drawn by the outcries, a crowd gathered behind us as we neared this atrocious tableau. The whole city seemed to fill with a well-nigh instantaneous clamor, an ever-swelling hubbub, in which the dominant note was one of supreme, all-devastating terror. I shall not speak of our feelings as officers and men. It was plain to us that the ultra-mundane factors in Cnaigathin Jam's ancestry had asserted themselves with a hideously accelerative ratio, following his latest resurrection. But, maugre this, and the wholly stupendous enormity of the miscreation before us, we were still prepared to fulfill our duty and defend as best we could the helpless populace. I boast not of the heroism required. We were simple men, and should have done only that which we were visibly called upon to do. We surrounded the monster, and would have assailed it immediately with our bills and tridents. But here an embarrassing difficulty disclosed itself. The creature before us had entwined itself so tortuously and inextricably with its prey, and the whole group was writhing and tossing so violently, that we could not use our weapons without grave danger of impaling or otherwise injuring our two fellow citizens. At length, however, the strugglings and heavings grew less vehement as the substance and lifeblood of the men was consumed, and the loathsome mass of devourer and devoured became gradually quiescent. Now, if ever, was our opportunity, and I am sure we should all have rallied to the attack, useless and vain as it would certainly have been. But plainly the monster had grown weary of all such trifling, and would no longer submit himself to the petty annoyance of human molestation. As we raised our weapons and made ready to strike, the thing drew back, still carrying its vain-drawn, flaccid victims, and climbed upon the unblock. Here, before the eyes of all assembled, it began to swell in every part, in every member, as if it were inflating itself with a superhuman rancor and malignity. The rate at which the swelling progressed, and the proportions which the thing attained as it covered the block from sight, and lapsed down on every side with undulating, inundating folds, would have been enough to daunt the heroes of remotest myth. The bloating of the main torso, I might add, was more lateral than vertical. When the abnormality began to present dimensions that were beyond those of any creature of this world, and to bulge aggressively toward us with a slow, interminable stretching of boa-like arms, my valiant and redoubtable companions were scarcely to be censured for retreating, and even less can I blame the general population, who were now evacuating Comorium in torrential multitudes, with shrill cries and wailings. Their flight was no doubt accelerated by the vocal sounds, which for the first time during our observation were being emitted by the monster. These sounds partook of the character of hissings more than anything else, but their volume was overpowering, their timbre was a torment and a nausea to the ear, and, worst of all, they were issuing not only from the diaphragmic mouth, but from each of the various other oral openings or suckers which the horror had developed. Even I, Athamas, drew back from those hissings and stood well beyond reach of the coiling serpentine fingers. I am proud to say, however, that I lingered on the edge of the empty square for some time, with more than one backward and regretful glance. The thing that had been Cnaigathin Zam was seemingly content with its triumph, and it brooded supine and mountainous above the Vanquishedagian block. Its myriad hisses sank to a slow minor sibilation such as might issue from a family of somnolent pythons, and it made no overt attempt to assail or even approach me. But seeing at last that the professional problem which it offered was quite insoluble, and divining moreover that Comorium was by now entirely without a king, a judicial system, a constabulary or a people, I finally abandoned the doomed city and followed the others. End of the Testament. The City Under the Sea. by Duane W. Rimmel. Two men of the modern world are cast into a strange undersea kingdom. Belton, traitor to the surface world, who plans to conspire with the rulers of the lost city to use their super science against the nations of the upper world. And Huffman, who fights a hopeless battle to save his world from ruin. I know that my story of the lost race will sound incredible, but you must believe it. I have waited many years to tell this, waited so that I could present a picture undistorted by imagination and nightmare. Waited and hoped that time would dim that horror and the exquisite memory of a love forever lost. No balm will heal that wound. No drug nor bottle can ever let me forget Allah, the wondrous Allah, the beautiful creature from the city beneath the sea. And sometimes I am glad that I can remember. The curious wine-colored diving soothings in my study today, and locked within my safe is the slip of vellum covered with odd hieroglyphics that no etymologist can decipher. It is best, perhaps, that they cannot, for the world is yet too savage and warlike to use such knowledge wisely. Scientists who have examined the diving suit admit that it is decades ahead of anything on the market today, but they think some crank invented it. Let them laugh. Someday that race of supermen beneath Cursinus will arise and astound the world. The episode began on the floor of the Black Sea, 2 miles from Sebastopol. I was a diver with the Greenwich expedition, tabulating certain information concerning the ancient Greek city of Cursinus, which sank beneath the sea 2,000 years ago. We were sending information by phones in our helmets to technicians and draftsmen on the mother ship who were drawing maps of the place. While the dredging and exploration were underway, you may have read consolidated press items regarding 2 divers who were lost and reported dead, their cables and air hoses mysteriously slashed on the ocean bottom. These men were Kurt Belton and John Huffman, an American. Then 3 days later you doubtless read about the man picked up on a desert isle near Sebastopol, a man carrying a strange diving suit and professing to be one John Huffman. You may have joined the press in smiling at his wild tales of a vast undersea city, where he had lived, he said, the whole time since his disappearance. The world would not believe that this man was Huffman, although his resemblance to photographs of the original John was striking. And then the world sighed and forgot the raving lunatic. I was that man. Our work was slow and tedious. I had bluffed my way into the service through the influence of my friend, Kurt Belton, a Baravian and an experienced diver. Later, I regretted my boldness. I knew little about undersea operations, but Belton and I usually worked together, and he knew enough to keep me on for 3 weeks, until the curious accident occurred. That day, we were assigned to a deeper and unexplored area where visibility was poor and verbal description difficult. We moved slowly through deep silt, seeing, amidst fantastic clumps of vegetation, great lichen-covered pillars, dating unmistakably from the Hellenistic period, yet so obscured by debris that accurate observation was almost impossible. The ocean floor was unusually rough. Suddenly, Belton lifted his arm, a danger signal. I waded toward him. He pointed down, close to his metal-shod feet. The beam from my torch lit his helmet. His round face beyond the barred glass seemed excited. I looked. His light revealed a wide stairway slanting downward into the watery gloom of a large cavern. Over 20 feet below the steps ended, and the passage turned at right angles. A stair so remarkably preserved and so free of rubble was amazing, uncanny. No current swirled from this puzzling shaft. Belton touched my arm, motioned that he would descend. I started to give an account over the phone, but he halted me with a familiar gesture. This was against regulations, but why not? My friend called for more cable and started down, his torch gleaming weirdly on the steps, which I noticed were rounded and worn, as if from centuries of use. What kept the tunnel so clean? I followed, telling Orof we were entering a deep ravine. We went downward slowly, came to the bottom of the stair and turned. No debris blocked our way. Incredible. Our light stabbed ahead, revealing a side stone corridor. Dark, unfamiliar fish darted past. The passage continued for perhaps 30 feet and ended at a door. At least it appeared to be a door. We advanced cautiously, keeping our cables and air lines free. Belton touched the smooth stone obstruction, flashed his torch over it. Then I saw a handle, a curious protuberance that did not resemble any we had seen in the sunken city above. Belton reached for it. I had a sudden impulse to stay his hand, and later I cursed myself for not doing so. I felt that we were entering a forbidden place, but I was eager as he to explore the mystery. Belton tugged. The door moved, outward. I helped, and the crack widened. Our torches lit another passage, like the first. Its walls, too, were polished clean. We moved slowly. Our cables were getting heavy. We couldn't go much further. Something in front of us moved. We halted. At the end of the corridor, a stone slab was opening. Then we saw the impossible. 2 red-helmeted figures appeared as if by magic from behind the massive portal, human figures. They held strange weapons. Pink lights on top of their shiny helmets illuminated the entire tunnel, dwarfing our yellow beams. Only their eyes were visible. They indicated, by odd motions, that we surrender. I was so dumbfounded I could not move or think. Belton's hand started toward the metal hook at his belt. From the weapons flashed 2 bright blue rays. They struck his helmet, and he slumped, his face twisted with pain. Slowly he fell to the stone floor. Damn them! Had they killed him? I moved toward him, but the figure ahead waved its gun. I decided to stand still. They came forward cautiously. The leader motioned at the door behind him. I walked. The second creature seized Belton and dragged him like a sack of grain. Suddenly I came to my senses. I shouted into my phone. I waited. No reply. I tried again, but no welcome voice rang in my ears. The line was dead, shorted perhaps by the strange blue ray, which seemed to be some kind of electrical impulse. I was guided to the stone door whence they had emerged. Intelligent beings here beneath the Black Sea? Weird beams of light that killed at a distance. Had they killed? Poor Belton lay face downward, limp, unmoving. I cursed and prayed for a chance to strike back. The door opened. Beyond it, I glimpsed other red-suited figures. Madness to turn on my guard. I was outnumbered, and the men were swift and sure in their movements, as if they had lived in water all their lives. Bewildered and amazed, I was pushed through the doorway. We entered a square room lighted by red nodes on the ceiling. The 2 men who captured us moved toward the door, began closing it. My airline would be smashed. Belton's too. If he still lived. These red suits had no attachments. The door closed. At that instant, the leader raised his arm and a ray of blue stabbed me. My brain turned to ice. I slipped and fell into a great abyss. I awoke slowly, painfully. My ears roared. My head seemed to be sheathed in snow, which melted drop by drop to release my jangled thoughts. I was lying on my back, breathing air. No helmet, no diving suit. Where in hell? I opened my eyes and sat up. Weird, red light slanted through barred windows in the ceiling. 4 stone walls surrounded me. I was alone. The blue ray must have had a paralyzing effect only. If so, was Belton alive? Soft padding sounded overhead. Strange, inaudible voices. A section of the ceiling moved. I scrambled to my feet, swaying drunkenly. My head sang, and I fought nausea. A narrow ladder was lowered, and a face bulked into that square of red light. An angular, evil face, white as alabaster. The man held a weapon. Another blue ray gun? "Come up," said the creature in English, my native tongue. "Here." I shook my head dazedly and climbed the ladder, stepping upon the smooth floor of a slender corridor. The man held my attention instantly. He was about 5'8", frail of body, and had the whitest skin I ever saw. A black, square-cut beard jutted from his chin. His prominent cheekbones, long thin nose and lean face reminded me of pictures of ancient Greeks or Egyptians. He wore a loose yellow cap over raven locks that hung to his shoulders, a yellow jacket and shorts that ended above his knees. His broad forehead and deep-set piercing eyes denoted intelligence. I rubbed my chin, a 3-day growth of beard. Had I lain in that hole all the time? The stranger smiled wryly. "Walk, Mr. Huffman," he said in clipped, precise English. "Who in blazes are you?" I snarled. "Where am I?" "Proceed," he said stonily. I watched for a chance to dig my thumbs in his lean neck, but the gun was on me. I walked down the corridor. We passed many branching avenues and curtained doorways. Bright red lights were everywhere. Finally, we came to an ornately carved panel that reminded me of certain Egyptian bas-reliefs. Yet these were different, almost alien, a departure from all orthodox or worldly designs. Armed guards beside the door stared at me curiously and sneered. The jailer opened the carved rectangle. I faced a great assembly room. Several natives stood beside a raised platform, which was draped beautifully with purple satin. In a chair on the rostrum sat a middle-aged man whose distinguished look and bearing set him head and shoulders above the men around him. And beside that man was Belton, traitor to the surface world. I ran forward. "Belton, you old son of a gun! Where—" "Halt!" the guard shouted, leaping in front of me. "You will say nothing until King Cthulhu asks you a question." Belton did not smile or raise a hand. He was garbed in their hateful yellow. What ailed him? The guard ushered me nearer the throne, but the Baravanian would not look at me. "You are here to be sentenced for trespassing on the kingdom of Altair," Cthulhu said sternly. His pale, thin lips writhed into a grin. His bleak eyes blazed fiercely. "Wait," I cried. "What about Kurt?" "Silence," roared the guard. "You heard. Bellow again, and I will blast off your ears." Pent-up rage stormed my brain. The throne room wavered and seemed to dance. I was weak. I staggered, righted myself before I fell. The gravity seemed tremendous. How deep in the earth were we? The king's voice came faintly. "Put in a suit and given 1 hour's supply of oxygen. If you find the land of the sun, you may live. Guard, take him away. His ignorant rage no longer amuses me." I retreated, shaking my fist. "Curse Belton!" The black-hearted traitor smiled as the jailer dragged me away. How had he squirmed into the king's confidence? Hours later, in my cell, I was awakened by a light tapping overhead. I crawled from the cold stone floor, weak and dizzy. Food and drink had been given me, but I was still ravenous. The tapping came again. "Who's there?" I growled. "Quiet," said a soft voice. I peered upward. Beyond the bars I saw a small, delicate face. A woman. She held her finger to her lips. I could see little more than a dim silhouette, but her manner gave me hope. "Mr. Huffman?" Her voice was rich, vibrant. "Yes. What do you want?" "I saw you today, in the throne room. I think I can help." "Listen," I snapped. "If this is a trick, get out." "Hush," she whispered, patiently. "Someone will hear you. I sent the guard on an errand to the laboratories. He won't be gone long." She pressed a package through the bars. "Here is more food. I know what they give prisoners." The fragrant odor of cooked meat tempted me to wolf it on the spot. Maybe she was telling the truth. "How can I get out of here?" I inquired. She sighed. "That is difficult, but I think I know a way. Here is a red ray gun. It should melt the bars. You will have to be very careful." She passed the strange pistol to me. I seized it, gloating. Far from freedom, but a fighting chance. "You are my savior," I choked. "What is your name?" "Allah of the First." She paused as if afraid to finish. Call me John if you wish, I said. I like that, she said simply. Now listen closely while I tell you where to go and how to reach the airlocks if you get out. I wish I could go with you, but that is impossible. I listened. My life depended on it. I have a paid assistant at the gates, she continued. He has a suit hidden there for you, with enough oxygen for many days. You can surely reach the island above Altair. It isn't far, and our suits are light. How will I recognize this? Paid man. Don't worry. He will recognize you and show you where the equipment is. After that, you take your own chances. Wait, I said. What about Belton? Is he crazy? He and Cthulhu have large plans. Plans? Yes, they are going to conquer Russia. Her simple statement floored me. Then I laughed. She shook her head. You make fun of me. I mean what I say. My people are very wise. They know things about the sea that your races never suspect. They know how to control it, make it live and work. Water, alive, I snorted. You're crazy. Water has no body. No, it is true, I tell you, she flared. Long ago, my people discovered the secret of the atom's power and the formula that molds water and makes it alive. The guardian of the secret can make water monsters, and my people command them, as you did your Negroes before the Civil War. You know American history? We learn many things here, John. So Belton and Cthulhu are going to conquer Russia with water. It can be done, she said emphatically. There are no size limitations. Cold water seemed to trickle down my back. Great God! The entire world would be thrown into a panic. Monstrous columns of water sweeping over cities, killing, crushing. I can't leave now, I groaned. Not with all that. No, she cried. You must do as I say. Go to the gates as quickly as you can. This is the sleeping period. The time for your banishment is not far off. 2 hours by your count. Promise me you will go. I will take care of Belton. How? I demanded. If what you say is true, what can you do against a king and a madman? Never mind, she said. I know a way. Will you promise? All right, I said reluctantly. If you kill that traitor, it's okay with me. Wait, why are you so kind to me, an outsider? That is a mystery, perhaps, she said, looking away. The scarlet light made her dark hair a halo of lambent flame. An intoxicating perfume stole into my cell. How long has your race lived here? I inquired. For ages and ages, John. They came to Crimea from ancient Egypt, a small band of adventurers who foresaw the decay of their civilization in Africa. They established a city where Chersonesus once stood. Then the Greeks filtered in and began driving them out. Zando, a great leader of ours, conceived the fantastic plan of living under the sea. He was very wise and worked half his life on the idea. At last, he and his followers had a small retreat built, which he called Altair. Some of my ancestors had mingled with the Greeks and would not go, but a handful of the faithful retreated from the land of the sun, and we, their ancestors, are here today. Later the Greeks became very powerful, and my people heard that they were planning to destroy us, because we had grown and flourished, and they were afraid of us. Meanwhile, my people had discovered the secret of the water. Before the Greeks could strike, exactly how they were going to destroy us I have never learned. Our scientists sent great water things to the city. They undermined it, and Chersonesus sank beneath the waves. No nation has troubled us since that day. By the Great Father, I swore. I wish Grinovich knew about that. Listen, she hissed. The guard is coming. I must go. Goodbye, John. Her voice sounded queer. So long, Allah, I said. You're a peach. Then she was gone, swiftly as a shadow. Strange girl. I heard the guard's footsteps. I crouched on the floor, the queer weapon in my hand. Melt the bars? Why not kill the guard and snatch the keys? I waited tensely, but the man did not come near the barred windows. The footfalls retreated, and a tomb-like silence shrouded my cell. I gulped the food and the flagon of sweet wine. Hope surged like fire in my veins. Seizing the weapon, I held it close to the center bar and squeezed the trigger. A piercing red beam shot from the black muzzle. I focused the ray at one end of the bar. The metal smoked and turned crimson. White drops splashed on the stone floor, and I had to step lively. The bar came in two. Then I melted the other end, and the red-hot rod fell to the floor with a clatter. I eased up on the trigger. How long would this flame ray work? I shuddered when I realized what it could do to flesh and bone. Had the guard heard the commotion? I stuffed the gun into my overalls and leaped at the two remaining bars. There was room to squeeze between them. I hoisted my legs through and squirmed out upon the floor. No one was in sight. I sneaked along the dim, red corridor, found the door Allah had indicated. It was unlocked. I threw it open. A curtained room, low divans against the frescoed walls. Empty. I strode across the deep carpet, ray gun held ready. Cautiously, I parted the curtain that led to the next corridor. I saw two armed guards walking toward me. They would pass the aperture. I slipped the curtain into place and backed against the wall. My leg struck something. A stool. I tottered and fell into the curtain. The men shouted. I leaped backward and crouched. They smashed into the veil. I ripped the cloth away and fired. The first man screamed and crumpled. Caught off balance, the second guard released a blast. The gauze near my neck flamed, and I returned his fire. His white face contorted, and he slid to the floor, a great hole scorched in his chest. Blood gushed on the purple carpet. I shuddered. Killing wasn't my game, but, along the brilliant corridor, I ran. So far, I had found the place as Allah had described it. Every second counted now. Soon the dead men would be found, and an alarm sounded. I raced on. Suddenly I heard a familiar voice, and I halted, breathing deeply. Red anger engulfed me. That voice was Belton's. Beyond a curtained doorway, the traitor was speaking in Baravanian. I moved toward the sound and listened. Ready in 24 hours. I'll return and direct the land and air forces. Our armies are ready to seize the Yukon. You advance from the sea. We'll attack together. Once Russia falls, we'll go on. Nothing can stop us. The man was mad. That is fine, came another voice. Cthulhu, but you cannot have the secret. Why not? Belton demanded. Your scientists can make a copy. I promise that Baravania will not use it, but our military authorities should know what you are going to do, and how. No. Years ago, Lennox the Great discovered the secret of the power over water, but he did not write the formula. He knew it was a dangerous thing. Instead, he told it to two men, who were sworn to silence save at the nation's peril. These men are permitted, by law, to create small water slaves for our own use. We have made no giant ones for ages. However, since Russia is planning to blow us to bits, I think it wise to attack first. You can do what you like with the land. We don't want it. That's great, Belton grunted. Who are those two men that possess the knowledge? Cthulhu laughed, a thin, mocking laugh. That, too, is a mystery. But never fear. The monsters will be made, and we shall conquer the Yukon. They will frighten the enemy so badly you can march in without firing a shot. You have strange customs, Cthulhu. Strange to you, perhaps, but just. I pressed closer to the curtain. None of your people know who the Guardians are? Belton inquired, his voice somewhat thick. Only a chosen few, and those who know it not are silent about it. Naturally, I know. Why are you so interested? I've told you I will never part with that information. You never will, Belton snarled. So, I thought as much. Back against that wall. Quick, now tell me, or I'll blast you to hell. Curse you, Cthulhu screamed. You sneaking skunk. Shut up. Tell me, and hurry. Better yet, write it on a piece of paper. Here. At this desk. Now damn you, write what to do. Enter now? Belton's gun must be out. I crouched and listened. The scratch of a pen. Cthulhu was writing the secret that would give Baravania a weapon against the world. I parted the curtain, slowly. Cthulhu was poised over a small desk, writing furiously. His captor's back was turned. "Drop that gun," I barked. Belton spun. I fired at his hand. The metal weapon burst. He staggered backward. I should have killed him then, but memories of our friendship stabbed me, made me falter. Cthulhu bounded to his feet. "Hold!" I snapped, as his hand snaked toward the slip of paper. "I'll take that," I said, walking to the desk. I folded the thick vellum and put it in my shirt pocket. The king trembled, his pale face knotted with rage. Struggle in the underworld, a clamor sounded in the hall behind me. Guards had found the bodies. Feet raced along the corridor. Cthulhu smiled. Belton's face was ashen. He nursed his bleeding hand and swore. The curtain ripped. I wheeled as Cthulhu laughed. I wanted to blast him, but the doorway belched 3 armed men. I burned the foremost. The second guard blazed at the light node on the ceiling. Darkness. I leaped and slid behind a couch. Red beams seared the floor where I had stood an instant before. Bodies thudded about the room. Hoarse screams rattled on my eardrums. I saw the doorway, barely visible in the murky darkness, and lunged for it. I caromed into a man. We locked arms and went down, pounding and threshing. My gun was booted from my hand. "Here he is," the man cried. I fought like a demon, but clawed fingers and writhing bodies hammered me to the floor. A spiked boot crushed my right hand. Something struck my head and I went limp. I was conscious but couldn't move a finger. Deft hands bound my wrists and ankles. Hope dashed. I had the secret, but for how long? My head whirled. My body ached from the terrific mauling. I was dragged across the floor. The lights were on, but I couldn't open my eyes. Someone cried, "Where is Cthulhu? Where is Belton?" "Look!" shouted another. "There on the floor is the king's cape. He is being carried off. Belton, take this prisoner, lock him up. I'll sweat that guard later." "We go to search for Cthulhu," I fainted. Awareness returned. 2 guards were hustling me along the dim, red corridor that led to the prison. I was weak and dazed. My mangled hand bled and throbbed savagely. One man held me while the other opened a door in the floor. I was pushed to the edge of the pit, hurled downward. The floor crashed into me. My bruised body screamed as I tried to crawl. I lay still, sick with nausea. The guards tramped away. Silence. Where had Cthulhu gone? Had Belton seized him? I had the secret. The guards hadn't known about that. Perhaps it wasn't the secret. Cthulhu was tricky. Belton was desperate. No telling what he'd do. Russia planning to attack Altair? They didn't know the place existed, didn't care. Another lie of Belton's. A tapping on the bars above startled me. I rolled over and groaned as my broken hand slapped the cold stone. "John, John," said a soft voice. "Are you there?" I grunted. "Oh, I stole the keys. You must come, quickly." I heard a faint click. The grate rattled and raised. She lowered the ladder. I wobbled to my knees, giddy and exhausted. My throat burned. I seized the ladder and climbed, using my left hand. "Allah, you have saved me again." She gripped my hand, pulled me out on the floor. "You are hurt, John, but you must hurry. Guards are running everywhere. Cthulhu is missing. How did you know I was here?" I took a chance. "You never came to the gates." She pressed a ray gun into my left hand. "Follow me, John. I think we can reach the airlocks." She crossed the hall, touched a spot in the queer, decorated wall. A whirring noise, and a small door appeared. Taking my arm, she led me into a wall of blackness. Her flashlight gleamed on a steep, winding stair. We sneaked aloft swiftly. My head cleared as new hope burned within me. She led on. I thought the steps would never end. I gasped and panted as strength ebbed in a flood. At last, We stood before a door. Alla put her ear to it. Her pale, lovely face was drawn with... Poor kid. Her curved lips trembled. There is a great commotion at the locks. We cannot go now. Cthulhu must be missing still. Why didn't you tell me about this stair? I inquired, admiring her slim, voluptuous figure beneath the gauzy robe. You couldn't have opened the secret door. We've got to go, I said, if you want to save Cthulhu. I think Belton abducted him. Oh no, she cried, her dark eyes flashing. That would be sacrilege. Belton is mad, I snapped. He'd do anything to get the secret. When he found out Cthulhu knew, he seized him. I didn't think it wise to mention the slip of paper. How did you know this, John? I told her about the wild episode in Cthulhu's chambers. That is awful, she said. Perhaps I should have let you know before. Cthulhu is my father. For an instant I was stunned. Great Lord, now we've got to find him. Listen, hear the men? They are organizing an expedition out into the sea to look for my father. He is not in Altair. That is what they say. I was afraid of that, I said. But how am I going to get a diving suit with all that going on? We shall have to wait until the men are gone. They will leave a guard. But I think I can go out and get a suit without arousing suspicion. That will work, I replied. If they don't discover you're helping their prisoner escape. She stood rigidly beside the door, listening. The noises and voices subsided. She turned and clutched my arm. I will try, she whispered. I started to grab her, but she opened the door and went through. I waited uneasily. No sounds beyond the panels. If they knew, the awful quiet jangled my nerves. I reached for the door. Suddenly it burst open. Alla staggered through under the weight of 2 suits. I slammed the door and bolted it. All is clear so far, she panted, dropping the gear. Swiftly we donned the suits. They were light but durable, more seaworthy than any diving suits I had ever seen. No cables or air hoses, condensed oxygen, unique sponges to absorb waste gases. Ingenious. Once the helmets were screwed in place, I was startled by Alla's voice. The suits had radio hookups. Follow me, John, and do what I do. We are joining the expedition to search for Cthulhu. Only your eyes are visible. You should not be recognized. When we get beyond the gates, watch your chance and head for the surface. Remember the small island. You can make that easily. Alla, I stammered. I hate to leave you like this. Let me help search for your father. If they find out you helped me, you'll be killed for treason. Perhaps, her soft voice replied. I won't leave you, John, if you don't want me to. Alla, darling. I gripped her shoulders and wished I'd come to my senses sooner. Now we were in suits. I opened the door. We walked boldly into a wide, familiar corridor. 2 helmeted guards eyed us suspiciously. I tried to move without limping. My gun was back there, behind that door. Having it might spoil our chances of escape. And the red ray guns were useless in water. Alla crossed the floor, approached the airlocks, and pressed a button that sprouted from a decorated switchboard. The huge, transparent door lifted. We slipped into the narrow compartment between it and the gate that held back the sea. The panel behind us lowered, operated, I guessed, by a timed automatic device. Would the guards get wise? I dared not look at them. I adjusted my gear as water gushed from vents in the floor. Soon it covered us. Alla looked at me, and her dark eyes seemed to smile. I glanced at the suited guards beyond the door. They had come very near, but the churning water made them mere blurred shadows. The chamber filled, and the water quieted. The guards watched me closely. One of them leaped forward and pointed at my right arm. I looked down, a red stain on the rubber suit. I'd been careless putting it on. Alla, too, had seen. One man sprang to the controls. The second gate lifted 2 feet and stopped. Alla touched my arm, and we dove at the crack. I pushed her through, but not all the way. She wouldn't budge from beneath the heavy jam. Hurry, John! Her strained voice rang in my earphones. The gate inched downward, stopped again. They saw her lying under the gate. Would they lower it? On the princess? I snatched her hand, but the obstinate little fool wouldn't budge, risking her life to save me. I crawled under the portal. Suddenly it moved. Down. They were going to do it. I seized her arms and dragged her through. Her right foot caught. Barely 6 inches left. I gave a mighty tug. Her metal-shod foot came free, but a small rip appeared in the rubber at her ankle. Allah gripped her leg, tried to hold back the water. I found a small rope at my belt and swiftly tied it below her knee, above the break. It might hold. Her eyes seemed to mirror fear and pain. She stood slowly, raised her arms and made strange motions in the water. The guards were emptying the lock. They were following. I seized her arm and pulled her along the corridor. Suddenly the water near me moved, as if alive. No currents here. We had not passed the second door. A mighty, invisible claw gripped me, lifted Allah from the floor. We were hurled along the sea-green tunnel. The huge door ahead opened as if a great hand had struck it. We flew on into blackness. The dark stair swirled beneath us. The ocean floor. What dark power was this? We swept upward in the clutch of that monster. Water monster? Great God! Was this the thing Belton sought? Allah the other guardian? No time to marvel or speculate further. It happened too quickly. We were thrown on a sandy beach. I gasped. Coming upward so swiftly we'd have the bends for certain. But I was able to move. Allah! Are you all right? No answer in my phones. I clambered to my feet. She lay very still, eyes closed. I unscrewed her helmet, ripped away the suit. I lifted her and carried her to dry sand. She was soaked. Water ran from her nose and mouth. Her pale, lovely face was blue. I turned her over gently and gave her artificial respiration. I worked for long, agonizing moments. She quivered and coughed, spat pink water. She gulped air. The poor girl was suffering terribly. Allah, I cried. Are you better? Are you? Her eyelids fluttered and opened. She tried to smile. Brave darling. I held her hands and realized suddenly that my suit was still on. I scrambled out of it, and the cold struck me like a knife. No wonder her face was blue. 3 days in that heated madland had made me soft. The sun was setting. On the tiny island grew shrubs and stunted trees. I must build a fire. Above the wash of the surf, a voice cracked. "Hold it, Huffman! You're covered." I turned. Belton, his round, sallow face puckered into a grin. "Damn your black heart," I screamed. "If it hadn't been for you," he laughed. "Take it easy, John. All I want is that slip of paper. Then I can turn old Corlew loose, if he ever wakes up." I got him back on the island. "To hell with you," I snarled. His ray gun came nearer, as a sneer twisted his whiskered face. "Listen, Huff, I want that paper, and I don't care how I get it. Hand it over." I prayed for a chance to fight. Allah had fallen unconscious again. Belton advanced, smiling. I lunged. His gun jerked up, but no blast scorched me. A click. The thing was dead. I smashed a left to his jaw that sent him spinning. He crouched and tackled. I ducked and caught his wrist. I knew I had to use a trick. My right hand was useless. We went down, and I twisted his arm as we rolled in the sand. He wrenched free and smashed me in the mouth. I was weak, couldn't last long. He held me down, his fists jabbing my jaw. I twisted and seized his arm. He broke the hold and hammered me again. I was sinking. Suddenly Allah screamed. Belton quit pounding as the roar of water seemed to bear down upon us. He cursed and jumped away. I rolled and opened my eyes. A great wave cascaded around me, washing over Belton and Allah. It was more than a wave, a monstrous column of pale sea green that rippled across the sand like a huge snake. It writhed near me, but did not touch me. Then it slithered toward the pounding surf. In that mountain of water were Allah, Cthulhu, and Allah! Allah! I screamed as the tentacle parted the waves. I had a last glimpse of the curious trio before the sea claimed them, and I thought I saw Allah lift her hand. Then they were gone. The ocean near the beach heaved and whirled strangely, and the green waves rolled across the sand as they had rolled for ages. Cthulhu had awakened on the island and had returned for revenge. The following day, a whaling ship out of Sebastopol sighted my crude flag and took me aboard. Later, I made my way to America on a tramp steamer. As I said at the beginning, no one will believe my story. Not that it matters, really, for Belton's mad dreams of empire are vanished, and the world is safe from that watery horror and the kingdom of Altair. Is Allah dead, or still living in that lost empire beneath Chersonesus? Someday perhaps I shall try to return, but deep in my heart I know that I shall never see her again. End of The City Under the Sea by Duane W. Rimmel. The Horror in the Burying Ground by H.P. Lovecraft and Hazel Heald. Weird Tales, 1937. When the state highway to Rutland is closed, travelers are forced to take the Stillwater Road past Swamp Hollow. The scenery is superb in places, yet somehow the route has been unpopular for years. There is something depressing about it, especially near Stillwater itself. Motorists feel subtly uncomfortable about the tightly shuttered farmhouse on the knoll just north of the village, and about the white-bearded half-wit who haunts the old burying ground on the south, apparently talking to the occupants of some of the graves. Not much is left of Stillwater now. The soil is played out, and most of the people have drifted to the towns across the distant river or to the city beyond the distant hills. The steeple of the old white church has fallen down, and half of the 20-odd straggling houses are empty and in various stages of decay. Normal life is found only around Peck's General Store and filling station, and it is here that the curious stop now and then to ask about the shuttered house and the idiot who mutters to the dead. Most of the questioners come away with a touch of distaste and disquiet. They find the shabby loungers oddly unpleasant and full of unnamed hints in speaking of the long past events brought up. There is a menacing, portentous quality in the tones which they use to describe very ordinary events, a seemingly unjustified tendency to assume a furtive, suggestive, confidential air and to fall into awesome whispers at certain points, which insidiously disturbs the listener. Old Yankees often talk like that, but in this case the melancholy aspect of the half-mouldering village and the dismal nature of the story unfolded give these gloomy, secretive mannerisms an added significance. One feels profoundly the quintessential horror that lurks behind the isolated Puritan and his strange repressions, feels it, and longs to escape precipitately into clearer air. The loungers whisper impressively that the shuttered house is that of old Miss Sprague, Sophie Sprague, whose brother Tom was buried on the 17th of June back in '86. Sophie was never the same after that funeral. That and the other thing which happened the same day. And in the end she took to staying in all the time. Won't even be seen now, but leaves notes under the back door mat, and has her things brought from the store by Ned Peck's boy. Afraid of something. The old Swamp Hollow burying ground most of all. Never could be dragged near there since her brother, and the other one, were laid away. Not much wonder, though, seeing the way crazy Johnny Dow rants. He hangs around the burying ground all day and sometimes at night, and claims he talks with Tom and the other. Then he marches by Sophie's house and shouts things at her. That's why she began to keep the shutters closed. He says things are coming from somewhere to get her sometime. Ought to be stopped, but one can't be too hard on poor Johnny. Besides, Steve Barber always had his opinions. Johnny does his talking to two of the graves. One of them is Tom Sprague's. The other, at the opposite end of the graveyard, is that of Henry Thorndyke, who was buried on the same day. Henry was the village undertaker, the only one in miles, and never liked around Stillwater, a city fellow from Rutland, been to college and full of book learning, read queer things nobody else ever heard of, and mixed chemicals for no good purpose, always trying to invent something new, some newfangled embalming fluid, or some foolish kind of medicine. Some folks said he had tried to be a doctor, but failed in his studies and took to the next best profession. Of course, there wasn't much undertaking to do in a place like Stillwater, but Henry farmed on the side. Mean, morbid disposition, and a secret drinker if you could judge by the empty bottles in his rubbish heap. No wonder Tom Sprague hated him and blackballed him from the Masonic Lodge and warned him off when he tried to make up to Sophie. The way he experimented on animals was against nature and scripture. Who could forget the state that Collie Dog was found in, or what happened to old Mrs. Akeley's cat? Then there was the matter of Deacon Levitt's calf, when Tom had led a band of the village boys to demand an accounting. The curious thing was that the calf came alive after all in the end, though Tom had found it as stiff as a poker. Some said the joke was on Tom, but Thorndyke probably thought otherwise, since he had gone down under his enemy's fist before the mistake was discovered. Tom, of course, was half drunk at the time. He was a vicious brute at best, and kept his poor sister half cowed with threats. That's probably why she is such a fear-racked creature still. There were only the two of them, and Tom would never let her leave because that meant splitting the property. Most of the fellows were too afraid of him to shine up to Sophie. He stood 6'1" in his stockings. But Henry Thorndyke was a sly cuss who had ways of doing things behind folks' backs. He wasn't much to look at, but Sophie never discouraged him any. Mean and ugly as he was, she'd have been glad if anybody could have freed her from her brother. She may not have stopped to wonder how she could get clear of him after he got her clear of Tom. Well, that was the way things stood in June of '86. Up to this point, the whispers of the loungers at Peck's store are not so unbearably portentous, but as they continue, the element of secretiveness and malign tension grows. Tom Sprague, it appears, used to go to Rutland on periodic sprees, his absences being Henry Thorndyke's great opportunities. He was always in bad shape when he got back, and old Dr. Pratt, deaf and half-blind though he was, used to warn him about his heart, and about the danger of delirium tremens. Folks could always tell by the shouting and cursing when he was home again. It was on the 9th of June, on a Wednesday, the day after young Joshua Goodenough finished building his newfangled silo, that Tom started out on his last and longest spree. He came back the next Tuesday morning, and folks at the store saw him lashing his bay stallion the way he did when whiskey had a hold of him. Then there came shouts and shrieks and oaths from the Sprague house, and the first thing anybody knew, Sophie was running over to old Dr. Pratt's at top speed. The doctor found Thorndyke at Sprague's when he got there, and Tom was on the bed in his room, with eyes staring and foam around his mouth. Old Pratt fumbled around and gave the usual tests, then shook his head solemnly and told Sophie she had suffered a great bereavement, that her nearest and dearest had passed through the pearly gates to a better land, just as everybody knew he would if he didn't let up on his drinking. Sophie kind of sniffled, the lounger's whisper, but didn't seem to take on much. Thorndyke didn't do anything but smile, perhaps at the ironic fact that he, always an enemy, was now the only person who could be of any use to Thomas Sprague. He shouted something in old Dr. Pratt's half-good ear about the need of having the funeral early on account of Tom's condition. Drunks like that were always doubtful subjects, and any extra delay, with merely rural facilities, would entail consequences, visual and otherwise, hardly acceptable to the deceased's loving mourners. The doctor had muttered that Tom's alcoholic career ought to have embalmed him pretty well in advance, but Thorndyke assured him to the contrary, at the same time boasting of his own skill, and of the superior methods he had devised through his experiments. It is here that the whispers of the loungers grow acutely disturbing. Up to this point, the story is usually told by Ezra Davenport or Luther Fry, if Ezra is laid up with chilblains, as he is apt to be in winter, but from there on old Calvin Wheeler takes up the thread, and his voice has a damnably insidious way of suggesting hidden horror. If Johnny Dow happens to be passing by, there is always a pause, for Stillwater does not like to have Johnny talk too much with strangers. Calvin edges close to the traveler, and sometimes seizes a coat lapel with his gnarled, mottled hand, while he half shuts his watery blue eyes. "Well, sir," he whispers, "Henry he went home, and got his undertaker's fixins. Crazy Johnny Dow lugged most of 'em, for he was always doing chores for Henry, and says as Doc Pratt and Crazy Johnny should help lay out the body. Doc always did say as how he thought Henry talked too much, a boastin' what a fine workman he was, and how lucky it was that Stillwater had a regular undertaker instead of buryin' folks jest as they was, like they do over to Whitby. Suppose, says he, some fellow was to be took with some of them paralyzing cramps like you read about. How'd a body like it when they lowered him down and begun shovelin' the dirt back? How'd he like it when he was choking down there under the new headstone, scratchin' and tearin', if he chanced to get back the power, but all the time knowin' it wasn't no use? No, sir. I tell you, it's a blessin' Stillwater's got a smart doctor as knows when a man's dead and when he ain't, and a trained undertaker who can fix a corpse so he'll stay put without no trouble." That was the way Henry went on talkin', most like he was talkin' to poor Tom's remains, and old Doc Pratt he didn't like what he was able to catch of it, even though Henry did call him a smart doctor. Crazy Johnny kept watchin' of the corpse, and it didn't make it none too pleasant the way he'd slobber about things like, "He ain't cold, Doc," or "I see his eyelids move," or "There's a hole in his arm jest like the ones I get when Henry gives me a syringe full of what makes me feel good." Thorndyke shut him up on that, though we all knowed he'd been giving poor Johnny drugs. It's a wonder the poor fellow ever got clear of the habit. But the worst thing, according to the doctor, was the way the body jerked up when Henry begun to shoot it full of embalming fluid. He'd been boasting about what a fine new formula he'd got practicing on cats and dogs, when all of a sudden Tom's corpse began to double up like it was alive and fixin' to wrastle. Land of Goshen, but Doc says he was scared stiff, though he knowed the way corpses act when the muscles begin to stiffen. Well, sir, the long and short of it is that the corpse sat up and grabbed a holt of Thorndyke's syringe so that it got stuck in Henry hisself and give him as neat a dose of his own embalming fluid as you'd wish to see. That got Henry pretty scared, though he yanked the point out and managed to get the body down again and shot full of the fluid. He kept measuring more of the stuff out as though he wanted to be sure there was enough, and kept reassuring himself as not much had got into him, but Crazy Johnny begun singing out. "That's what you give Lige Hopkins' dog when it got all dead and stiff and then waked up again. Now you're a-going to get dead and stiff like Tom Sprague be. Remember, it don't set to work till after a long spell if you don't get much." Sophie, she was downstairs with some of the neighbours. My wife Matildy, she that's dead and gone this 30 year, was one of them. They were all trying to find out whether Thorndyke was over when Tom came home, and whether finding him there was what set poor Tom off. I may as well say as some folks thought it mighty funny that Sophie didn't carry on more, nor mind the way Thorndyke had smiled. Not as anybody was hinting that Henry helped Tom off with some of his queer cooked-up fluids and syringes, or that Sophie would keep still if she thought so. But you know how folks will guess behind a body's back. We all knowed the nigh crazy way Thorndyke had hated Tom, not without reason, at that. And Emily Barber says to my Matilde as how Henry was lucky to have old Doc Pratt right on the spot with a death certificate, as didn't leave no doubt for nobody. When old Calvin gets to this point, he usually begins to mumble indistinguishably in his straggling, dirty white beard. Most listeners try to edge away from him, and he seldom appears to heed the gesture. It is generally Fred Peck, who was a very small boy at the time of the events, who continues the tale. Thomas Sprague's funeral was held on Thursday, June 17th, only 2 days after his death. Such haste was thought almost indecent in remote and inaccessible Stillwater, where long distances had to be covered by those who came. But Thorndyke had insisted that the peculiar condition of the deceased demanded it. The undertaker had seemed rather nervous since preparing the body, and could be seen frequently feeling his pulse. Old Dr. Pratt thought he must be worrying about the accidental dose of embalming fluid. Naturally, the story of the laying out had spread, so that a double zest animated the mourners who assembled to glut their curiosity and morbid interest. Thorndyke, though he was obviously upset, seemed intent on doing his professional duty in magnificent style. Sophie and others who saw the body were most startled by its utter lifelikeness, and the mortuary virtuoso made doubly sure of his job by repeating certain injections at stated intervals. He almost wrung a sort of reluctant admiration from the townsfolk and visitors, though he tended to spoil that impression by his boastful and tasteless talk. Whenever he administered to his silent charge, he would repeat that eternal rambling about the good luck of having a first-class undertaker. "What?" he would say, as if directly addressing the body. If Tom had had one of those careless fellows who bury their subjects alive, the way he harped on the horrors of premature burial was truly barbarous and sickening. Services were held in the stuffy best room, opened for the first time since Mrs. Sprague died. The tuneless little parlor organ groaned disconsolately, and the coffin, supported on trestles near the hall door, was covered with sickly-smelling flowers. It was obvious that a record-breaking crowd was assembling from far and near, and Sophie endeavored to look properly grief-stricken for their benefit. At unguarded moments she seemed both puzzled and uneasy, dividing her scrutiny between the feverish-looking undertaker and the lifelike body of her brother. A slow disgust at Thorndyke seemed to be brewing within her, and neighbors whispered freely that she would soon send him about his business now that Tom was out of the way. That is, if she could, for such a slick customer was sometimes hard to deal with. But with her money and remaining looks, she might be able to get another fellow, and he'd probably take care of Henry well enough. As the organ wheezed into Beautiful Isle of Somewhere, the Methodist church choir added their lugubrious voices to the gruesome cacophony, and everyone looked piously at Deacon Levitt. Everyone, that is, except crazy Johnny Dow, who kept his eyes glued to the still form beneath the glass of the coffin. He was muttering softly to himself. Stephen Barber, from the next farm, was the only one who noticed Johnny. He shivered as he saw that the idiot was talking directly to the corpse, and even making foolish signs with his fingers as if to taunt the sleeper beneath the plate glass. Tom, he reflected, had kicked poor Johnny around on more than one occasion, though probably not without provocation. Something about this whole event was getting on Stephen's nerves. There was a suppressed tension and brooding abnormality in the air for which he could not account. Johnny ought not to have been allowed in the house, and it was curious what an effort Thorndyke seemed to be making not to look at the body. Every now and then the undertaker would feel his pulse with an odd air. The Reverend Silas Atwood droned on in a plaintive monotone about the deceased, about the striking of death's sword in the midst of this little family, breaking the earthly tie between this loving brother and sister. Several of the neighbors looked furtively at one another from beneath lowered eyelids, while Sophie actually began to sob nervously. Thorndyke moved to her side and tried to reassure her, but she seemed to shrink curiously away from him. His motions were distinctly uneasy, and he seemed to feel acutely the abnormal tension permeating the air. Finally, conscious of his duty as master of ceremonies, he stepped forward and announced in a sepulchral voice that the body might be viewed for the last time. Slowly the friends and neighbors filed past the bier, from which Thorndyke roughly dragged crazy Johnny away. Tom seemed to be resting peacefully. That devil had been handsome in his day. A few genuine sobs, and many feigned ones, were heard, though most of the crowd were content to stare curiously and whisper afterward. Steve Barber lingered long and attentively over the still face and moved away shaking his head. His wife, Emily, following after him, whispered that Henry Thorndyke had better not boast so much about his work, for Tom's eyes had come open. They had been shut when the services began, for she had been up and looked, but they certainly looked natural, not the way one would expect after 2 days. When Fred Peck gets this far, he usually pauses, as if he did not like to continue. The listener, too, tends to feel that something unpleasant is ahead. But Peck reassures his audience with the statement that what happened isn't as bad as folks like to hint. Even Steve never put into words what he may have thought, and Crazy Johnny, of course, can't be counted at all. It was Luella Morse, the nervous old maid who sang in the choir, who seems to have touched things off. She was filing past the coffin like the rest, but stopped to peer a little closer than anyone else, except the Barbers had peered. And then, without warning, she gave a shrill scream and fell in a dead faint. Naturally, the room was at once a chaos of confusion. Old Dr. Pratt elbowed his way to Luella and called for some water to throw in her face, and others surged up to look at her and at the coffin. Johnny Dow began chanting to himself, he knows, he kin hear all we're a-sayin' and see all we're a-doin', and they'll bury him that way." But no one stopped to decipher his mumbling except Steve Barber. In a very few moments, Luella began to come out of her faint, and could not tell exactly what had startled her. All she could whisper was, "The way he looked, the way he looked." But to other eyes the body seemed exactly the same. It was a gruesome sight, though, with those open eyes and that high coloring. And then the bewildered crowd noticed something which put both Luella and the body out of their minds for a moment. It was Thorndyke, on whom the sudden excitement and jostling crowd seemed to be having a curiously bad effect. He had evidently been knocked down in the general bustle, and was on the floor trying to drag himself to a sitting posture. The expression on his face was terrifying in the extreme, and his eyes were beginning to take on a glazed, fishy expression. He could scarcely speak aloud, but the husky rattle of his throat held an ineffable desperation which was obvious to all. "Get me home, quick, and let me be. That fluid I got in my arm by mistake. Heart action. This damned excitement. Too much. Wait. Wait. Don't think I'm dead if I seem to. Only the fluid. Just get me home and wait. I'll come to later, don't know how long. All the time I'll be conscious and know what's going on. Don't be deceived." As his words trailed off into nothingness, old Dr. Pratt reached him and felt his pulse, watching a long time and finally shaking his head. "No use doing anything. He's gone. Heart no good. And that fluid he got in his arm must have been bad stuff. I don't know what it is." A kind of numbness seemed to fall on all the company. New death in the chamber of death. Only Steve Barber thought to bring up Thorndyke's last choking words. Was he surely dead, when he himself had said he might falsely seem so? Wouldn't it be better to wait a while and see what would happen? And for that matter, what harm would it do if Doc Pratt were to give Tom Sprague another looking over before burial? Crazy Johnny was moaning, and had flung himself on Thorndyke's body like a faithful dog. "Don't ye bury him, don't ye bury him. He ain't dead no more, nor Lige Hopkins' dog, nor Deacon Levitt's calf was when he shot 'em full. He's got some stuff he puts into ye to make ye seem like dead when ye ain't. Ye seem like dead, but ye know everything what's a-goin' on, and the next day ye come to as good as ever. Don't ye bury him. He'll come to under the earth and he can't scratch up. He's a good man, and not like Tom Sprague. Hope to God Tom scratches and chokes for hours and hours." But no one save Barber was paying any attention to poor Johnny. Indeed, what Steve himself had said had evidently fallen on deaf ears. Uncertainty was everywhere. Old Doc Pratt was applying final tests and mumbling about death certificate blanks, and unctuous Elder Atwood was suggesting that something be done about a double interment. With Thorndyke dead, there was no undertaker this side of Rutland, and it would mean a terrible expense if one were to be brought from there. And if Thorndyke were not embalmed in this hot June weather, well, one couldn't tell. And there were no relatives or friends to be critical, unless Sophie chose to be. But Sophie was on the other side of the room, staring silently, fixedly, and almost morbidly into her brother's coffin. Deacon Levitt tried to restore a semblance of decorum, and had poor Thorndyke carried across the hall to the sitting room. Meanwhile, sending Zenas Wells and Walter Perkins over to the undertaker's house for a coffin of the right size. The key was in Henry's trousers pocket. Johnny continued to whine and paw at the body, and Elder Atwood busied himself with inquiring about Thorndyke's denomination. For Henry had not attended local services. When it was decided that his folks in Rutland, all dead now, had been Baptists, the Reverend Silas decided that Deacon Levitt had better offer the brief prayer. It was a gala day for the funeral fanciers of Stillwater and vicinity. Even Luella had recovered enough to stay. Gossip, murmured and whispered, buzzed busily while a few composing touches were given to Thorndyke's cooling, stiffening form. Johnny had been cuffed out of the house, as most agreed he should have been in the first place, but his distant howls were now and then wafted gruesomely in. When the body was encoffined and laid out beside that of Thomas Sprague, the silent, almost frightening-looking Sophie gazed intently at it, as she had gazed at her brother's. She had not uttered a word for a dangerously long time, and the mixed expression on her face was past all describing or interpreting. As the others withdrew to leave her alone with the dead, she managed to find a sort of mechanical speech, but no one could make out the words, and she seemed to be talking first to one body and then the other. And now, with what would seem to an outsider the acme of gruesome unconscious comedy, the whole funeral mummery of the afternoon was listlessly repeated. Again the organ wheezed, again the choir screeched and scraped, again a droning incantation arose, and again the morbidly curious spectators filed past a macabre object. This time, a dual array of mortuary repose. Some of the more sensitive people shivered at the whole proceeding, and again Stephen Barber felt an underlying note of eldritch horror and demoniac abnormality. God, how lifelike both of those corpses were, and how in earnest poor Thorndyke had been about not wanting to be judged dead, and how he hated Tom Sprague. But what could one do in the face of common sense? A dead man was a dead man, and there was old Doc Pratt with his years of experience. If nobody else bothered, why should one bother oneself? Whatever Tom had got, he had probably deserved. And if Henry had done anything to him, the score was even now. Well, Sophie was free at last. As the peering procession moved at last toward the hall and the outer door, Sophie was alone with the dead once more. Elder Atwood was out in the road talking to the hearse driver from Lee's livery stable, and Deacon Levitt was arranging for a double quota of pallbearers. Luckily, the hearse would hold 2 coffins. No hurry. Ed Plummer and Ethan Stone were going ahead with shovels to dig the second grave. There would be 3 livery hacks and any number of private rigs in the cavalcade. No use trying to keep the crowd away from the graves. Then came that frantic scream from the parlor where Sophie and the bodies were. Its suddenness almost paralyzed the crowd and brought back the same sensation which had surged up when Luella had screamed and fainted. Steve Barber and Deacon Levitt started to go in, but before they could enter the house, Sophie was bursting forth, sobbing and gasping about, "That face at the window! That face at the window!" At the same time, a wild-eyed figure rounded the corner of the house, removing all mystery from Sophie's dramatic cry. It was, very obviously, the face's owner, poor crazy Johnny, who began to leap up and down, pointing at Sophie and shrieking, "She knows!" She knows. I seen it in her face when she looked at 'em and talked to 'em. She knows, and she's a-letting 'em go down in the earth to scratch and claw for air. But they'll talk to her so she can hear 'em. They'll talk to her and appear to her, and someday they'll come back and get her. Zenas Wells dragged the shrieking half-wit to a woodshed behind the house and bolted him in, as best he could. His screams and poundings could be heard at a distance, but nobody paid him any further attention. The procession was made up. And with Sophie in the first hack, it slowly covered the short distance past the village to the swamp hollow burying ground. Elder Atwood made appropriate remarks as Thomas Sprague was laid to rest, and by the time he was through, Ed and Ethan had finished Thorndyke's grave on the other side of the cemetery, to which the crowd presently shifted. Deacon Levitt then spoke ornamentally, and the lowering process was repeated. People had begun to drift off in knots, and the clatter of receding buggies and carryalls was quite universal when the shovels began to fly again. As the earth thudded down on the coffin lids, Thorndyke's first, Steve Barbour noticed the queer expressions flitting over Sophie Sprague's face. He couldn't keep track of them all, but behind the rest there seemed to lurk a sort of wry, perverse, half-suppressed look of vague triumph. He shook his head. Zenas had run back and let Crazy Johnny out of the woodshed before Sophie got home, and the poor fellow at once made frantically for the graveyard. He arrived before the shovelmen were through, and while many of the curious mourners were still lingering about. What he shouted into Tom Sprague's partly filled grave, and how he clawed at the loose earth of Thorndyke's freshly finished mound across the cemetery, surviving spectators still shudder to recall. Jotham Blake, the constable, had to take him back to the town farm by force, and his screams waked dreadful echoes. This is where Fred Peck usually leaves off the story. What more, he asks, is there to tell? It was a gloomy tragedy, and one can scarcely wonder that Sophie grew queer after that. That is all one hears if the hour is so late that old Calvin Wheeler has tottered home. But when he is still around, he breaks in again with that damnably suggestive and insidious whisper. Sometimes those who hear him dread to pass either the shuttered house or the graveyard afterward, especially after dark. Here. Fred was only a little shaver then, and don't remember no more than half of what was going on. You want to know why Sophie keeps her house shuttered, and why Crazy Johnny still keeps her talking to the dead and a-shouting at Sophie's windows? Well, sir, I don't know's I know all there is to know, but I hear what I hear. Here the old man ejects his cud of tobacco and leans forward to buttonhole the listener. It was that same night, mind ye, toward morning, and just 8 hours after them burials, when we heard the first scream from Sophie's house. Woke us all up. Steve and Emily Barber and me and Matilda goes over hot footing, all in night gear, and finds Sophie all dressed and dead fainted on the setting-room floor. Lucky she hadn't locked the door. When we got her to, she was shaking like a leaf and wouldn't let on by so much as a word what was ailing her. Matilda and Emily done what they could to quiet her down, but Steve whispered things to me as didn't make me none too easy. Come about an hour when we allowed we'd be going home soon. That Sophie, she begun to tip her head on one side like she was a-listening to something. Then on a sudden she screamed again and keeled over in another faint. Well, sir, I'm telling what I'm telling, and won't do no guessing like Steve Barber would have done if he dared. He always was the greatest hand for hinting things. Died 10 years ago of pneumonia. What we heard so faint-like was just poor Crazy Johnny, of course. 'Tain't more than a mile to the burying ground, and he must have got out of the window where they'd locked him up at the town farm. Even if Constable Blake says he didn't get out that night, from that day to this he hangs around them graves a-talking to the both of them, cussing and kicking at Tom's mound, and putting posies and things on Henry's. And when he ain't a-doing that, he's hanging around Sophie's shuttered windows, howling about what's a-coming soon to get her. She wouldn't never go near the burying ground, and now she won't come out of the house at all nor see nobody. Got to saying there was a curse on Stillwater, and I'm dinged if she ain't half right, the way things is a-going to pieces these days. There certainly was something queer about Sophie right along, once when Sally Hopkins was a call-in on her. In 97 or 98, I think it was. There was an awful rattling at her winders, and Johnny was safe locked up at the time. At least, so Constable Dodge swore up and down. But I ain't taking no stock in their stories about noises every 17th of June, or about faint shining figures a-trying Sophie's door and winders every black morning about 2 o'clock. You see, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning that Sophie heard the sounds and keeled over twice that first night after the burying. Steve and me, and Matilda and Emily, heard the second lot, faint as it was, just like I told you. And I'm a-telling you again as how it must have been crazy Johnny over to the burying ground. Let Jotham Blake claim what he will. There ain't no telling the sound of a man's voice so far off, and with our heads full of nonsense it ain't no wonder we thought there was 2 voices. And voices that hadn't ought to be speaking at all. Steve, he claimed to have heard more than I did. I verily believe he took some stock in ghosts. Matilda and Emily were so scared they didn't remember what they heard. And curious enough, nobody else in town, if anybody was awake at the ungodly hour, never said nothing about hearing no sounds at all. Whatever it was so faint it might have been the wind if there hadn't been words. I made out a few, but don't want to say as I'd back up all Steve claimed to have caught. She-devil, all the time. Henry, and alive, was plain, and so was you know. Said you'd stand by, get rid of him and bury me, in a kind of changed voice. Then there was that awful coming again some day, in a death-like squawk. But you can't tell me Johnny couldn't have made those sounds. Hey you, what's taking you off in such a hurry? Maybe, there's more I could tell you if I had a mind. End of the Horror in the Burying Ground by H.P. Lovecraft and Hazel Heald.
Cult of the Ghoul. Fate plays strange tricks on one, doesn't it? 6 months ago, I was a well-known and moderately successful practicing psychiatrist. Today, I am an inmate of a sanatorium for mental cases. In my capacity of alienist and physician, I have often committed patients to the selfsame institution in which I myself am now confined. And today, irony of ironies, I find myself their brother in misfortune, and yet I am not really mad. They sent me here because I chose to tell the truth, and it was not the kind of truth men dare to reveal or recognize. Of course, I really have no substantial proof to offer. I have never seen Professor Chopin since that eventful night last August, and my subsequent investigations failed to substantiate his claim to a post at Newbury College. This, however, only testifies to the validity of my statement, a statement which sent me to shameful confinement, to a living death which I abhor. There is one other concrete proof which I could give if I dared, but that would be too terrible. I must not lead them to the exact spot in that nameless cemetery, and point out the passage that yawns beneath that tomb. It is better that I should suffer alone, that the world at large be spared the knowledge that destroys sanity. Yet it is hard for me to live like this, and to the drabness of my days my nighted dreams add endless torment. That is why I choose to set down this account. Perhaps the unfolding of my story will serve somehow to ease the painful burden of my memory. The affair began one day last August at my downtown office. It had been a dull vigil that morning, and the long, hot afternoon was nearly over when the nurse ushered in the first patient. It was a gentleman who had never consulted me heretofore, a man who gave his name as Professor Alexander Chopin, of Newbury College. He spoke sibilantly, with a peculiar foreign intonation which led me to assume that he was not a native of this country. I requested him to be seated, and tried to appraise him quickly as he complied with my invitation. He was tall and thin. His hair was startlingly white, almost platinum, yet his general physique and appearance were that of a man of 40. His green, unwavering eyes were deeply set in a pale, protruding forehead and were surmounted by long, jet-black brows. The nose was large, with sensual nostrils, but his lips were thin, a physical contradiction which I immediately noticed. The lean hands resting on the table were exceedingly small, with long, tapering fingers terminating in lengthy nails, probably cultivated for use in reading and reference work, I decided. His supple posture was akin to that of a panther in repose. He had the foreigner's ease and graceful manner. In the sunlight I was able to observe his face, and I discovered his entire countenance to be covered with a network of tiny wrinkles. I noted, too, the peculiar pallor of his skin, which indicated some dermatological disturbance. But by far the queerest thing about him was his unusual mode of dress. His clothes, while obviously new, were incongruous in two respects. They were formal attire in midday, and they did not seem to fit him. They were curiously large. His striped gray trousers sagged, and his coat bulged strangely. There was dried mud on his patent leather pumps, and he carried no hat. Obviously he was an eccentric type, a schizophrenic, perhaps with tendencies toward hypochondria. I prepared to ask him the routine questions, but he intervened. He was a busy man, he told me, and he would inform me at once of his difficulty, without unnecessary preliminaries or introductions. He settled himself back in his chair, where the sunlight faded into shadow, cleared his throat nervously, and began. He was troubled, he said, because of certain things he had heard and read of. They sent him queer dreams, and often caused him spells of uncontrollable melancholia. This was interfering with his work, and yet he could do nothing, for his obsessions were founded on reality. Finally, he had decided to come to me for an analysis of his difficulties. I asked him for an account of his dreams and fancies, half expecting to hear one of the usual image patterns of the dyspeptic. My assumption, however, proved to be woefully incorrect. The most commonplace dream revolved around what I shall call the Misericord Cemetery, for reasons soon to be apparent. This is a large, ancient, half-abandoned tract in the oldest section of the city, which flourished in the latter part of the past century. The exact location of his nocturnal vision was in and around a certain secluded vault, situated in the most dilapidated and archaic portion of the graveyard. The incidents of the dream always occurred at nightfall, beneath a waning and sepulchral moon. Fantastic visions seemed to brood somberly over the midnight landscape, and he spoke vaguely of half-heard voices that seemed to urge him onward as he found himself on the gravel walk that led to the doors of the tomb. His dreams usually began in this fashion, in the midst of a sound slumber. He would suddenly be walking up a tree-shaded pathway in the night, and enter this tomb by unfastening the rusted chains that barred its portal. Once inside, he seemed to experience no difficulty in guiding his footsteps through the darkness, but with uncanny familiarity would go at once to a certain niche among the biers. He then knelt and pressed a tiny, concealed spring or lever set in the crumbling stones of the floor. A pivot would revolve at the base of the niche and reveal to him a small opening, leading to a moldering cavern below. He spoke here of the nitrous dampness that emanated from this passageway, and the peculiarly nauseous odors of the denser darkness that rose from below. Nevertheless, in his dream he was not repelled, but would immediately enter the chasm and subsequently descend a succession of interminably long staircases cut in stone and earth. Abruptly he would find himself at the bottom. Then began another lengthy journey through endless labyrinthine caverns and charnel vaults. On and on he wandered, through cave and crypt, tunnel and abyss-burrowed pit, all cloaked in the blackness of immemorial night. Here he paused in his narrative, and his voice shrank to a shrill, excited whisper. The horror always came next. He would suddenly emerge into a series of dimly lighted chambers, and as he stood undetected in the shadows, he would see things. These were the dwellers that laired beneath, the ghastly spawn that ravened on the dead. They dwelt in nighted caverns lined with human bones, and adored the primal gods before altars shaped of skulls. They had tunnels leading to the graves, and burrows still farther below in which they stalked a living prey. These were the grisly night gaunts that he beheld in dreams. These were ghouls. He must have seen the look in my face, but he did not falter. His voice, as he continued, became very tense. He would not attempt to describe these creatures save to say that they were very horrible to look upon, in ways peculiarly obscene. It was easy for him to recognize them for what they were because of certain significant acts they always performed. It was the sight of these acts, more than anything else, which made him afraid. There are some things that should not even be hinted at to sane minds, and the things that haunted him nightly were among them. In his visions these beings did not accost him, and were seemingly unmindful of his presence. They continued to indulge in eldritch feastings in the charnel chambers, or join in orgies without a name. But of this he would say no more. His nocturnal flights always ended with the passage of a vast procession of these monstrosities through a cavern still farther beneath, a journey which he would view from a ledge above. Shuddery glimpses into the realms below led him to recall tales of the inferno, and he would cry out in his sleep. As he watched that demon procession from the brink, he would suddenly lose his footing and be precipitated into the charnel swarm below. Here his dream would mercifully end, and he would awake, bathed in icy sweat. Night after night the visions had come, but this was not the worst of his troubles. His real and besetting fear lay in his knowledge that the visions were true. Here I impatiently interrupted, but he insisted upon continuing. Had he not visited the cemetery after the first few dreams, and did he not actually find the very vault he had learned to recognize through his dreams? And what about the books? He had been led to institute some extensive research among the private volumes of the college anthropological library. Surely I, as an enlightened and educated man, must admit the veiled and subtle truths so furtively revealed in such tomes as Ludwig Prin's Mysteries of the Worm, or the grotesque black rites of mystic Louvet Caraf, the priest of cryptic Bast. He had made some studies recently of the mad and legendary Necronomicon of Abdul-Alhazred. I could not refute the arcana behind such things as the banned and infamous fable of Nyarlathotep, or the legend of the Elder Saboth. Here he broke off into a rambling discourse of obscure secret myths, with frequent allusions to such shadows of antique lore as fabled Leng, lightless Nikon, and demon-haunted Nis. Spoke too of such blasphemies as the moon of Yigurath and the secret parable of Baiguna, the Faceless One. Obviously these incoherent ravings provided the key to his difficulty, and with some argument I succeeded in calming him sufficiently to tell him so. His readings and research had brought on this attack, I explained. He must not tax his brain with such speculations. These things are dangerous to normal minds. I had read and learned enough of such things to know that such ideas were not meant for men to seek or understand. Besides, he must not take these thoughts too seriously, for after all, these tales were merely allegorical. There are no such things as ghouls and demons. He must see that his dreams could be symbolically interpreted. He sat in silence for a moment after I concluded. He sighed, then spoke very deliberately. These things were all very well for me to say, but he knew differently. Had he not recognized the place of his dreams? I interjected a remark about the influence of the subconscious mind, but he disregarded my assertion and continued. Then he informed me, in a voice that quavered with almost hysterical excitement, he would tell me the worst. He had not yet told me all there was to know about what had occurred when he discovered the vault of his dreams in the cemetery. He had not stopped at this corroboration of his visions. Some nights ago he had gone farther. He had entered the necropolis and found the niche in the wall, descended the stairs and come upon the rest. How he managed to return he never knew, but on all three of these excursions to the scene he had come back and apparently gone to sleep. The following morning he always was in bed. It was the truth he told me he had seen the things. Now I must help him at once, before he did something rash. I calmed him with difficulty, meanwhile trying to hit upon a logical and effective method of treatment. He was obviously near to a dangerous mental lesion. There would be no use trying to persuade or convince him that he had dreamed the latter incidents as he had the former. that his nervous system had subjected him to sympathetic hallucinations. I could not hope to make him realize in his present state that the books responsible for his affliction were merely the mad ravings of disordered minds. Obviously, the only course remaining open was to humor him, and then concretely demonstrate the utter fallacy of his beliefs. Therefore, in response to his reiterated pleas, we struck a bargain. He was to undertake to guide me to the place where he claimed his journeys and his dreams had been located, and then prove to me the truth of what he stated. In short, at 10 o'clock upon the following evening I agreed to meet him at the graveyard. His pleasure at this arrangement was almost pathetic to see. He smiled upon me like a fond child with a newly bestowed plaything. Obviously he was glad of my decision. I prescribed a mild sedative to be taken by him that evening, arranged the minor details of our forthcoming tryst and undertaking, then dismissed him until the following night. His departure left me in a state of great excitement. Here at last was a case worthy of study, a well-educated, seemingly intelligent college professor subject to the ogreish nightmares of a 3-year-old infant. I forthwith determined to write a monograph upon the subsequent proceedings. I felt sure that upon the following evening I could conclusively demonstrate the fallacy of his aberration and effect an immediate cure. The night was spent in a frenzy of research and calculated speculation. The following morning in a hasty perusal of the expurgated edition of Comte d'Urlet's Cultes des Ghouls. Nightfall found me ready for the business at hand. At 10 o'clock, clad in hip boots, rough woolen jacket, miner's cap with candle in its brim, I was standing at the cemetery entrance. I felt fully prepared for the coming of Professor Alexander Chopin. Still, I must confess to an uneasy and inexplicable nyctophobia. I did not relish the unpleasant task to follow. Suddenly I found myself anxiously awaiting the arrival of my patient, if only for the sake of companionship. He came at last, similarly attired, and seemingly in better spirits. Together we scaled the low stone wall surrounding the necropolis. Then he led me across the moonlit garden of graves and into the creeping shadows of a silent grove in the heart of the cemetery. Here the tombstones leered crazily amid the darkness, and the rays of the moon fell not. Some atavistic dread caused me to repress an involuntary shudder as my mind dwelt unbidden upon the fearful trafficking of the worms below. I did not care to let my thoughts rest upon the grave earth, or the diabolic density of the encircling shadows. I was relieved when Chopin, unperturbed, led me at last up a long avenue of towering trees to the forbidding portals of the tomb he claimed to have profaned. Chapter 2. I cannot bear to dwell in detail upon that which followed. I shall not tell you of how we unfastened the chains that barred the tomb, or describe the grim interior of the mausoleum. It is enough for me to state that Chopin's promise was fulfilled, for he found the niche by the light of the candles we wore upon our miners' caps, found the niche and pressed the secret spot, so that the tunnel from below was revealed. I stood aghast at this unexpected revelation, and a sudden blast of fear stabbed my senses into unnatural tenseness. I must have stood gazing into that sable orifice for many minutes. Neither of us spoke. For the first time I hesitated. No longer did I have any doubts concerning the validity of the professor's statements. He had proven them beyond the shadow of a doubt. Still, this did not mean that he was wholly sane. It did not cure him of his obsession. I realized, with a repulsion I could not then explain, that my task was far from ended, that we must descend into those nether depths and settle once, and for all the questions yet unanswered. I was not prepared to believe Chopin's incoherent rigmarole about imaginary ghouls. The mere existence of a tomb passage did not necessarily tend to substantiate his other claim. Perhaps if I went with him to the termination of the pit, his mind could be put at rest regarding his singular suspicions. But, and I dreaded to acknowledge the possibility, just supposing there really was some malign, distorted truth in his story of what lurked and bided there below. Some band of refugees, fugitives from the law perchance, who might actually denizen the pit. Perhaps accident had led them to stumble upon this unusual hiding place. If so, what then? Still, in this event, Something told me that we would have to go on and see for ourselves. To this inward prompting, Chopin added his vocal pleas. Let him show me the truth, he said, and I could no longer doubt. After that I would believe, and with belief alone could I help. He was begging me to go on, but if I refused he would have to take recourse in a police investigation of the place. It was this last point that determined me. I could not afford to see my name mixed up in a mess that involved such spectacular opportunities for scandal. If the man were mad, I could take care of myself. If not, well, we would soon see. Accordingly, I gave reluctant consent to proceeding, then stepped aside for him to lead the way. The opening gaped like the mouth of a mythic monster. Down we went, down a serpentine, slanting stairway in the damp stone passage that was chiseled out of solid rock. The tunnel was hot and humid, and upon the air was the odor of putrefying life. It was like a journey through the most fantastic realms of nightmare, a journey that led to unknown crypts beneath the corpse earth. Here were things secret to all but the worms, and as we continued I began to wish that they might remain so. I was actually becoming panicky, though Chopin seemed oddly calm. Several factors contributed to my growing unease. I did not like the stealthy rats that chittered ceaselessly from countless tiny burrows that lined the second spiral of the passage. An army of them swarmed the stairs, all sleek and fat and bloated. I began to conceive some peculiar notions as to the cause of that bloating, and the probable sources of their nocturnal nourishment. Then, too, I noticed that Chopin seemed to know the way quite well, and if it were true that he had been here before, then what about the rest of his story? My eyes, glancing down the stairs, received still another shock. There was no dust on the steps. They looked as if they were constantly in use. For a moment my mind refused to comprehend the import of this discovery. But when at last it burst full-blown upon my brain, I felt suddenly stunned. I did not dare to look again, lest my ready imagination conjure up the probably image of what might ascend that stairway from below. Hastily dissembling my childish dread, I hurried on after my silent conductor, whose candle threw strange shadows on the pitted walls. I realized that I was beginning to be nervous about this whole affair, and I vainly tried to reason myself out of my by concentrating on some definite object. There certainly was nothing reassuring about our surroundings as we proceeded. The leering, crazily burrowed walls of the tunnel looked ghastly in the torchlight. I suddenly felt that this ancient pathway had not been built by anything normal or akin to sanity, and I dared not let my thoughts impinge on the ultimate revelations which might lie ahead. For a long time we crept on in stark silence. Down, 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 our way ever narrowed into a deeper, damper darkness. Then the staircase abruptly terminated in a cave. There was a bluish light, phosphorescent as ultraviolet, and I wondered as to its source. It revealed a small, smooth-surfaced, open area, overhung with rows of colossal stalactites and vast basic pylons of massive breadth. Beyond, in the denser dark, were openings to other burrows, leading to seemingly endless vistas of forgotten night. An air of creeping horror froze my heart. We seemed to have profaned in our intrusion some mysteries better left unsought. I began to tremble, but Chopin gripped me roughly and dug his thin fingers into my shoulders as he told me to keep silent. He whispered as we huddled side by side in that dim and twilit cavern under the earth, whispered awesomely of what he said lurked and shambled in the darkness just beyond. He would prove now that his words were true. I must wait here while he ventured into the black beyond. When he returned he would bring me proof. So saying, he rose and walked swiftly forward, disappearing almost immediately into one of the burrows just ahead. He left me so suddenly that I did not even have time to voice my objections to his proposal. I sat there in the darkness and waited, I dared not guess for what. Would Chopin return? Was it all a monstrous hoax? Was Chopin mad, or was it all true? If so, what might not happen to him in that labyrinth beyond, and what might happen to me? I had been a fool ever to think of coming. The whole thing was insane. Perhaps those books were not so absurd as I had thought. The earth may nurse hideous secrets in its ageless breast. The blue light cast screening shadows on the stalactitic walls and crowded closely around the dim circle of luminance afforded by my tiny torch. I did not like those shadows. They were distorted, unhealthy, disconcertingly deep. The silence was even more potent. It seemed to hint of nameless things yet to come. It mocked unbearably my growing fear and loneliness. The minutes crawled like maggots on their way, and nothing broke that deadly silence. Then came the cry. A sudden crescendo of indescribable madness welled upon the entombed air, and my soul cleaved, for I knew what that cry meant. I knew now, when it was too late, that Chopin's words were true. But I dared not pause or ponder, for presently there came a soft padding from the far-off darkness, the rustling scrape of frantic movement. I turned and raced up the subterranean staircase with the speed of utter desperation. No need for me to look back. My horrified ears clearly caught the cadence of running feet. I heard nothing but the clamor of those feet or pause until my own breath rasped in my ears as I rounded the first spiral of those interminable stairs. I stumbled upward, gasping and choking, a realization in my soul that ate away every thought save one of deathly fear and grinning horror. Poor Chopin! It seemed to me that the sounds were drawing nearer and nearer. Then came a horse barking on the stairs directly below, a bestial growling that sickened me with its semi-human tones, and an accompanying laughter that was loathly with horror. They were coming. I ran on, to the rhythmic thundering of the footfalls below. I dared not glance behind me, but I knew that they were closing the gap. The hairs rose upon my neck as I sped up endless flights that writhed and twisted like a serpent in the earth. I toiled and shrieked aloud, but the baying horrors were at my very heels. On, closer and closer and closer, while my body burned with pain and agony. The stairs ended at last, and I squirmed madly through the narrow opening, while the creatures raced through the darkness barely 10 yards behind. I made it just as the candle in my cap flickered out. Then I jammed the stone back into place, full in the faces of the foremost oncoming horrors. But as I did so, my dying candle flared up for a single moment, so that I saw the first of my pursuers in the glaring light. Then it went out. I slammed the portal into place and somehow staggered back to the world of men. I shall never forget that night. Whatever I do to erase those hideous memories, never shall I find the sleep I crave. I dare not even kill myself for fear of being buried instead of cremated, though death would be welcome to such as I have become. I shall never forget, for now I know the whole truth of the affair. But there is one memory I would give my soul to blot forever from my brain, that mad moment when I saw the monsters in the torchlight, the horrors from below. For the first and foremost of them all was the monster known to men as Professor Chopin. End of Cult of the Ghoul.
The Shadow on the Screen by Henry Kuttner. Weird Tales, March 1938. A weird story of Hollywood, and the grisly horror that cast its dreadful shadow across the Stiver screen as an incredible motion picture, was run off. Torture Master was being given a sneak preview at a Beverly Hills theater. Somehow, when my credit line, directed by Peter Haviland, was flashed on the screen, a little chill of apprehension shook me, despite the applause that came from a receptive audience. When you've been in the picture game for a long time, you get these hunches. I've often spotted a dud flicker before 100 feet had been reeled off. Yet, Torture Master was no worse than a dozen similar films I'd handled in the past few years. But it was formula, box office formula. One could see that. The star was all right, the makeup department had done a good job, the dialogue was unusually smooth. Yet the film was obviously box office, and not the sort of film I'd have liked to direct. After watching a reel unwind amid an encouraging scattering of applause, I got up and went to the lobby. Some of the gang from Summit Pictures were lounging there, smoking and commenting on the picture. Anne Howard, who played the heroine in Torture Master, noticed my scowl and pulled me into a corner. She was that rare type, A girl who will screen well without a lot of the yellow grease paint that makes you look like an animated corpse. She was small, and her ear and eyes and skin were brown. I'd like to have seen her play Peter Pan. That type, you know. I had occasionally proposed to her, but she never took me seriously. As a matter of fact, I myself didn't know how serious I was about it. Now she led me into the bar and ordered sidecars. "Don't look so miserable, Pete," she said over the rim of her glass. "The picture's going over. It'll gross enough to suit the boss, and it won't hurt my reputation." Well, that was right. Anne had a fat part, and she'd made the most of it. And the picture would be good box office. Universal's Night Key with Karloff had been released a few months ago, and the audiences were ripe for another horror picture. "I know," I told her, signaling the bartender to refill my glass. "But I get tired of these damn Hokumi pics. Lord, how I'd like to do another cabinet of Dr. Caligari." "Or another Ape of God," Anne suggested. I shrugged. "Even that, maybe. There's so much chance for development of the weird on the screen, Anne, and no producer will stand for a genuinely good picture of that type. They call it arty, and say it'll flop. If I branched out on my own, well, Hecht and MacArthur tried it, and they're back on the Hollywood payroll now." Someone Anne knew came up and engaged her in conversation. I saw a man beckoning, and with a hasty apology left Anne to join him. It was Andy Worth, Hollywood's dirtiest columnist. I knew him for a double-crosser and a skunk, but I also knew that he could get more inside information than a brace of Winchells. He was a short, fat chap with a meticulously cultivated mustache and sleeky, pomaded black hair. Worth fancied himself as a ladies' man, and spent a great deal of his time trying to blackmail actresses into having affairs with him. That didn't make him a villain, of course. I like anybody who can carry on an intelligent conversation for 10 minutes, and Worth could do that. He fingered his mustache and said, "I heard you talking about Ape of God. A coincidence, Pete?" "Yeah?" I was cautious. I had to be, with this walking scandal sheet. "How's that?" He took a deep breath. "Well, you understand that I haven't got the real lowdown. And it's all hearsay, but I found a picture that'll make the weirdest flicker ever canned look side." I suspected a gag. "Okay. What is it? Torture Master?" Black and white drawing of a man grappling a humanoid figure half in shadow. The left tentacle from the figure holds his right arm, and another tentacle extends his left-hand side. "Eh?" "No, though Blake's yarn deserved better adaptation than your boys gave it. No, Pete. The one I'm talking about isn't for general release. Isn't completed, in fact. I saw a few rushes of it. A one-man affair. Title's The Nameless. Arnold Keen's doing it." Worth sat back and watched how I took that, and I must have shown my amazement. For it was Arnold Keen who had directed the notorious Ape of God, which had wrecked his promising career in films. The public doesn't know that picture. It never was released. Summit junked it. And they had good cause, although it was one of the most amazingly effective weird films I've ever seen. Keen had shot most of it down in Mexico, and he'd been able to assume virtual dictatorship of the location troupe. Several Mexicans had died at the time, and there had been some ugly rumors, but it had all been hushed up. I'd talked with several people who'd been down near Taxco with Keen, and they spoke of the man with peculiar horror. He had been willing to sacrifice almost anything to make Ape of God a masterpiece of its type. It was an unusual picture, there was no question about that. There's only one master print of the film, and it's kept in a locked vault at Summit. Very few have seen it. For what Machen had done in weird literature, Keen had done on the screen, and it was literally amazing. I said to Worth, "Arnold Keen, eh? I've always had a sneaking sympathy for the man, but I thought he'd died long ago." "Oh no. He bought a place near Tuhunga and went into hiding. He didn't have much dough after the blow-up, you know, and it took him about 5 years to get together enough dinero to start his Nameless. He always said Ape of God was a failure, and that he intended to do a film that would be a masterpiece of weirdness. Well, he's done it. He's canned a film that's unearthly. I tell you, it made my flesh creep. Who's the star? I asked. Unknowns. Russian trick, you know. The real star is a shadow. I stared at him. That's right, Pete. The shadow of something that's never shown on the screen. Doesn't sound like much, eh? But you ought to see it. I'd like to, I told him. In fact, I'll do just that. Maybe he'll release it through Summit. Worth chuckled. No chance. No studio would release that flicker. I'm not even going to play it up in my dirt sheet. This is the real McCoy, Pete. What's Keen's address? I asked. Worth gave it to me. But don't go out till Wednesday night, he said. The rough prints will be ready then, or most of them. And keep it under your hat, of course. A group of autograph hunters came up just then, and Worth and I were separated. It didn't matter. I'd got all the information I needed. My mind was seething with fantastic surmises. Keen was one of the great geniuses of the screen, and his talent lay in the direction of the macabre. Unlike book publishers, the studios catered to no small, discriminating audiences. A film must suit everybody. Finally, I broke away and took Anne to a dance at Bel Air. But I hadn't forgotten Keen, and the next night I was too impatient to wait. I telephoned Worth, but he was out. Oddly enough, I was unable to get in touch with him during the next few days. Even his paper couldn't help me. A furious editor told me the Associated Press had been sending him hourly telegrams asking for Worth's copy, but the man had vanished completely. I had a hunch. It was Tuesday night when I drove out of the studio and took a short cut through Griffith Park, past the planetarium, to Glendale. From there I went on to Tujunga, to the address Worth had given me. Once or twice I had an uneasy suspicion that a black coupe was trailing me, but I couldn't be sure. Arnold Keen's house was in a little canyon hidden back in the Tujunga Mountains. I had to follow a winding dirt road for several miles and ford a stream or two before I reached it. The place was built against the side of the canyon, and a man stood on the porch and watched me as I braked my car to a stop. It was Arnold Keen. I recognized him immediately. He was a slender man under middle height, with a closely cropped bristle of grey hair. His face was coldly austere. There had been a rumor that Keen had at one time been an officer in Prussia before he came to Hollywood and Americanized his name, and, scrutinizing him, I could well believe it. His eyes were like pale blue marble, curiously shallow. He said, "Peter Haviland, I did not expect you until tomorrow night." I shook hands. "Sorry if I intrude," I apologized. "The fact is, I got impatient after what Worth told me about your film. He isn't here by any chance?" The shallow eyes were unreadable. "No, but come in." Luckily, the developing took less time than I had anticipated. I need only a few more shots to complete my task. He ushered me into the house, which was thoroughly modern and comfortably furnished. Under the influence of good cognac, my suspicions began to dissolve. I told Keen I had always admired his Ape of God. He made a wry grimace. "Amateurish, Haviland. I depended too much on hokum in that film. Merely devil worship, a reincarnated Gilles de Rais, and sadism. That isn't true weirdness." I was interested. "That's correct. But the film had genuine power. Man has nothing of the weird in him intrinsically. It is only the hints of the utterly abnormal and unhuman that give one the true feeling of weirdness. That, and human reactions to such supernatural phenomena. Look at any great weird work, The Hauler, which tells of a man's reaction to a creature utterly alien, Blackwood's Willows, Machin's Black Seal. Lovecraft's Color Out of Space. All these deal with the absolutely alien influencing normal lives. Sadism and death may contribute, but alone they cannot produce the true intangible atmosphere of weirdness. I had read all these tales. But you can't film the indescribable. How could you show the invisible beings of the willows? Keen hesitated. I think I'll let my film answer that. I have a projection room downstairs. The bell rang sharply. I could not help noticing the quick glance Keen darted at me. With an apologetic gesture he went out and presently returned with Anne Howard at his side. She was smiling rather shakily. "Did you forget our date, Pete?" she asked me. I blinked and suddenly remembered. 2 weeks ago I had promised to take Anne to an affair in Laguna Beach this evening, but in my preoccupation with Keen's picture the date had slipped my mind. I stammered apologies. "Oh, that's all right," she broke in. "I'd much rather stay here, that is, if Mr. Keen doesn't mind. His picture, you know about it." I told her, Keen said. When she explained why she had come, I took the liberty of inviting her to stay to watch the film. "I did not want her to drag you away, you see," he finished, smiling. "Some cognac for Miss, eh?" I introduced them. "For Miss Howard, and then the nameless." At his words, a tiny warning note seemed to throb in my brain. I had been fingering a heavy metal paperweight, and now, as Keen's attention was momentarily diverted to the sideboard, I slipped it, on a sudden impulse, into my pocket. It would be no defense, though, against a gun. What was wrong with me, I wondered? An atmosphere of distrust and suspicion seemed to have sprung out of nothing. As Keen ushered us down into his projection room, the skin of my back seemed to crawl with the expectation of attack. It was inexplicable, but definitely unpleasant. Keen was busy for a time in the projection booth, and then he joined us. "Modern machinery is a blessing," he said with heavy jocularity. "I can be as lazy as I wish. I needed no help with the shooting once the automatic cameras were installed. The projector, too, is automatic." I felt Anne move closer to me in the gloom. I put my arm around her and said, "It helps, yes. What about releasing the picture, Mr. Keen?" There was a harsh note in his voice. "It will not be released. The world is uneducated, not ready for it. In 100 years, perhaps, it will achieve the fame it deserves. I am doing it for posterity, and for the sake of creating a weird masterpiece on the screen." With a muffled click, the projector began to operate, and a title flashed on the screen, The Nameless. Keen's voice came out of the darkness. "It's a silent film, except for one sequence at the start. Sound adds nothing to weirdness, and it helps to destroy the illusion of reality. Later, suitable music will be dubbed in." I did not answer, for a book had flashed on the grey oblong before us, that amazing tour de force, The Circus of Dr. Lau. A hand opened it, and a long finger followed the lines as a toneless voice read, "These are the sports, the off-throws of the universe instead of the species. These are the weird children of the lust of the spheres. Mysticism explains them where science cannot. Listen, when that great mysterious fecundity that peopled the worlds at the command of the gods had done with its birth-giving, when the celestial midwives all had left. When life had begun in the universe, the primal womb thing found itself still unexhausted, its loins style potent. So that awful fertility tossed on its couch in a final fierce outbreak of life-giving, and gave birth to these nightmare beings, these abortions of the world." The voice ceased. The book faded, and there swam into view a mass of tumbled ruins. The ages had pitted the man-carved rocks with cracks and scars. The BAS relief figures were scarcely recognizable. I was reminded of certain ruins I had seen in Yucatan. The camera swung down. The ruins seemed to grow larger. A yawning hole gaped in the earth. Beside me, Keen said, "The site of a ruined temple. Watch now." The effect was that of moving forward into the depths of a subterranean pit. For a moment the screen was in darkness. Then a stray beam of sunlight rested on an idol that stood in what was apparently an underground cavern. A narrow crack of light showed in the roof. The idol was starkly hideous. I got only a flashing glimpse, but the impression on my mind was that of a bulky, ovoid shape like a pineapple or a pine cone. The thing had certain doubtful features, which lent it a definitely unpleasant appearance, but it was gone in a flash, dissolving into a brightly lighted drawing room, thronged with gay couples. The story proper began at that point. None of the actors or actresses was known to me. Keane must have hired them and worked secretly in his house. Most of the interiors and a few of the exteriors seemed to have been taken in this very canyon. The director had used the parallel trick, which saves so much money for studios yearly. I'd often done it myself. It simply means that the story is tied in with real life as closely as possible. That is, when I had a troupe working up at Lake Arrowhead last winter, and an unexpected snowfall changed the scene. I had the continuity rewritten, so that the necessary scenes could take place in snow. Similarly, Keane had paralleled his own experiences, sometimes almost too closely. The Nameless told of a man, ostracized by his fellows because of his fanatical passion for the morbid and bizarre, who determined to create a work of art, a living masterpiece of sheer weirdness. He had experimented before by directing films that were sufficiently unusual to stir up considerable comment. But this did not satisfy him. It was acting, and he wanted something more than that. No one can convincingly fake reaction to horror, not even the most talented actor, he contended. The genuine emotion must be felt in order to be transferred to the screen. It was here that the Nameless ceased to parallel Keane's own experiences and branched out into sheer fantasy. The protagonist in the film was Keane himself, but this was not unusual, as directors often act in their own productions. And, by deft montage shots, the audience learned that Keane, in his search for authenticity, had gone down into Mexico, and had, with the aid of an ancient scroll, found the site of a ruined Aztec temple. And here, as I say, reality was left behind, as the film entered a morbid and extraordinary phase. There was a god hidden beneath this ruined temple, a long-forgotten god, which had been worshipped even before the Aztecs had sprung from the womb of the centuries. At least, the natives had considered it a god and had erected a temple in its honor, but Keane hinted that the thing was actually a survival, one of the off-throws of the universe, unique and baroque, which had come down through the eons in existence totally alien to mankind. The creature was never actually seen on the screen, save for a few brief glimpses in the shadowed underground temple. It was roughly barrel-shaped, and perhaps 10 feet high, studded with odd spiky projections. The chief feature was a gem set in the thing's rounded apex, a smoothly polished jewel as large as a child's. It was in this gem that the being's life was supposed to have its focus. It was not dead, but neither was it alive, in the accepted sense of that term. When the Aztecs had filled the temple with the hot stench of blood, the thing had lived, and the jewel had flamed with unearthly radiance. But with the passage of time, the sacrifices had ceased, and the being had sunk into a state of coma, akin to hibernation. In the picture, Keane brought it to life. He transported it secretly to his home, and there, in an underground room hollowed beneath the house, he placed the monster god. The room was built with an eye for the purpose for which Keane intended it. Automatic cameras and clever lighting features were installed, so that pictures could be shot from several different angles at once, and pieced together later as Keane cut the film. And now there entered something of the touch of genius which had made Keane famous. He was clever, I had always realized that. Yet in the scenes that were next unfolded, I admired not so much the technical tricks, which were familiar enough to me, as the marvelously clever way in which Keane had managed to inject realism into the acting. His characters did not act, they lived, or rather, they died. For in the picture they were thrust into the underground room to die horribly as sacrifices to the monster god from the Aztec temple. Sacrifice was supposed to bring the thing to life, to cause the jewel in which its existence was bound to flare with fantastic splendor. The first sacrifice was, I think, the most effective. The underground room in which the god was hidden was large but quite vacant, save for a curtained alcove which held the idol. A barred doorway led to the upper room, and here Keen appeared on the screen, revolver in hand, herding before him a man, overall clad, with a stubble of black beard on his stolid face. Keen swung open the door, motioned his captive into the great room. He closed the barred door, and through the grating could be seen busy at a switchboard. Light flared. The man stood near the bars, and then, at Keen's gesture with his weapon, moved forward slowly to the far wall. He stood there, staring around vaguely, dull apprehension in his face. Light threw his shadow in bold relief on the wall. Then another shadow leaped into existence beside him. It was barrel-shaped, gigantic, studded with blunt spikes, and capped by a round dark blob, the life jewel. The shadow of the monster god. The man saw it. He turned. Stark horror sprang into his face, and at sight of that utterly ghastly and realistic expression a chill struck through me. This was almost too convincing. The man could not be merely acting. But, if he was, his acting was superb, and so was Keen's direction. The shadow on the wall stirred, and a thrill of movement shook it. It rocked and seemed to rise, supported by a dozen tentacular appendages that uncoiled from beneath its base. The spikes changed. They lengthened. They coiled and writhed, hideously worm-like. It wasn't the metamorphosis of the shadow that held me motionless in my chair. Rather, it was the appalling expression of sheer horror on the man's face. He stood gaping as the shadow toppled and swayed on the wall, growing larger and larger. Then he fled, his mouth an open square of terror. The shadow paused, with an odd air of indecision, and slipped slowly along the wall out of range of the camera. But there were other cameras, and Keen had used his cutting shears deftly. The movements of the man were mirrored on the screen, the glaring lights swung and flared, and ever the grim shadow crawled hideously across the wall. The thing that cast it was never shown, just the shadow, and it was a dramatically effective trick. Too many directors, I knew, could not have resisted the temptation to show the monster, thus destroying the illusion, for papier-mâché and rubber, no matter how cleverly constructed, cannot convincingly ape reality. At last the shadows merged, the gigantic swaying thing with its coiling tentacles, and the black shadow of the man that was caught and lifted, struggling and kicking frantically. The shadows merged, and the man did not reappear. Only the dark blob capping the great shadow faded and flickered, as though strange light was streaming from it, the light that was fed by sacrifice, the jewel that was life. Beside me there came a rustle. I felt Anne stir and move closer in the gloom. Keen's voice came from some distance away. There were several more sacrifice scenes, Haviland, but I haven't patched them in yet, except for the one you'll see in a moment now. As I said, the film isn't finished. I did not answer. My eyes were on the screen as the fantastic tale unfolded. The pictured Keen was bringing another victim to his cavern, a short, fat man with sleekly pomaded black hair. I did not see his face until he had been imprisoned in the cave, and then, abruptly, there came a close-up shot, probably done with a telescopic lens. His plump face, with its tiny mustache, leaped into gigantic visibility, and I recognized Andy Worth. It was the missing columnist, but for the first time I saw his veneer of sophistication lacking. Naked fear crawled in his eyes, and I leaned forward in my seat as the ghastly barrel-shaped shadow sprang out on the wall. Worth saw it, and the expression on his face was shocking. I pushed back my chair and got up as the lights came on. The screen went blank. Arnold Keen was standing by the door, erect and military as ever. He had a gun in his hand, and its muzzle was aimed at my stomach. "You had better sit down, Haviland," he said quietly. "You too, Miss Howard. I've something to tell you, and I don't wish to be melodramatic about it. This gun," he glanced at it wryly, "is necessary. There are a few things you must know, Haviland, for a reason you'll understand later." I said, "There'll be some visitors here for you soon, Keen. You don't think I'd neglect normal precautions?" He shrugged. "You're lying, of course. Also, you're unarmed, or you'd have had your gun out by now. I didn't expect you until tomorrow night, but I'm prepared. In a word, what I have to tell you is this. The film you just saw is a record of actual events." Anne's teeth sank into her lip, but I didn't say anything. I waited, and Keen resumed. "Whether you believe me or not doesn't matter, for you'll have to believe in a few minutes. I told you something of my motive, my desire to create a genuine masterpiece of weirdness. That's what I've done, or will have done before tomorrow. Quite a number of vagrants and laborers have disappeared, and the columnist's worth as well, but I took care to leave no clues. You'll be the last to vanish, you and this girl." "You'll never be able to show the film," I told him. "What of it? You're a hack, Haviland, and you can't understand what it means to create a masterpiece. Is a work of art any less beautiful because it's hidden? I'll see the picture, and after I'm dead the world will see it, and realize my genius even though they may fear and hate its expression. The reactions of my unwilling actors, that's the trick. As a director, you should know that there's no substitute for realism. The reactions were not faked, that was obvious enough. The first sacrifice was that of a clod, an unintelligent moron whose fears were largely superstitious. The next sacrifice was of a higher type, a vagrant who came begging to my door some months ago. You will complete the group, for you'll know just what you're facing. And your attempt to rationalize your fear will lend an interesting touch. Both of you will stand up, with your hands in the air, and precede me into this passage." All this came out tonelessly and swiftly, quite as though it were a rehearsed speech. His hand slid over the wall beside him, and a black oblong widened in the oak paneling. I stood up. "Do as he says, Anne," I said. "Maybe I can." "No, you can't," Keen interrupted, gesturing impatiently with his weapon. "You won't have the chance. Hurry up." We went through the opening in the wall, and Keen followed, touching a stud that flooded the passage with light. It was a narrow tunnel that slanted down through solid rock for perhaps 10 feet to a steep stairway. He herded us down this after sliding the panel shut. "It's well hidden," he said, indicating metal sheathing. Indeed, the entire corridor was lined with metal plates. "This lever opens it from within, but no one but me can find the spring which opens it from without. The police could wreck the house without discovering this passage." That seemed worth remembering, but of little practical value at the moment. Anne and I went down the stairway until it ended in another short passage. Our way was blocked by a door of steel bars, which Keen unlocked with a key he took from his pocket. The passage where we stood was dimly lighted. There were several chairs here, and the space beyond the barred door was not lighted at all. Keen opened the door and gestured me through it. He locked it behind me and turned to Anne. Her face, I saw, was paper white in the pale glow. What happened after that brought an angry curse to my lips. Without warning, Keen swung the automatic in a short, vicious arc, smashing it against Anne's head. She saw it coming too late, and her upflung hand failed to ward off the blow. She dropped without a sound, a little trickle of blood oozing from her temple. Keen stepped over her body to a switchboard set in the rock wall. Light lanced with intolerable brilliance into my eyes. I shut them tightly, opening them after a moment to stare around apprehensively. I recognized my surroundings. I was in the cave of sacrifice, the underground den I had seen on the screen. Cameras high up on the walls began to operate as I discovered them. From various points, blinding arc lights streamed down upon me. A grey curtain shielded a space on the far wall, but this was drawn upward to reveal a deep alcove. There was an object within that niche, a barrel-shaped thing 10 feet high, studded with spikes, and crowned with a jewel that pulsed and glittered with cold flame. It was grey and varnished-looking, and it was the original of Keen's Aztec god. Somehow, I felt oddly reassured as I examined the thing. It was a model, of course, inanimate and dead, for certainly no life of any kind could exist in such an abnormality. Keen might have installed machinery of some sort within it, however. "You see, Haviland," Keen said from beyond the bars, "the thing actually exists. I got on the trail of it in an old parchment I found in the Huntington Library. It had been considered merely an interesting bit of folklore, but I saw something else in it. When I was making Ape of God in Mexico, I discovered the ruined temple, and what lay forgotten behind the altar." He touched a switch, and light streamed out from the alcove behind the thing. Swiftly I turned. On the wall behind me was my own shadow, grotesquely elongated, and beside it was the squat, amorphous patch of blackness I had seen on the screen upstairs. My back was toward Keen, and my ringers crept into my pocket, touching the metal paperweight I had dropped there earlier that evening. Briefly I considered the possibility of hurling the thing at Keen, and then decided against it. The bars were too close together, and the man would shoot me at any sign of dangerous hostility. My eyes were drawn to the shadow on the wall. It was moving. It rocked slightly, and lifted. The spikes lengthened. The thing was no longer inanimate and dead, and as I swung about, stark amazement gripping me, I saw the incredible metamorphosis that had taken place in the thing that cast the shadow. It was no longer barrel-shaped. A dozen smooth, glistening appendages, ending in flat pads, supported the snake-thin body. And all over that greyish upright pole tentacles sprouted and lengthened, writhing into ghastly life as the horror awakened. Keen had not lied, and the monstrous survival he had brought from the Aztec temple was lumbering from the alcove, its myriad tentacles alive with frightful hunger. Keen saved me. He saw me standing motionless with abysmal fear in the path of that gigantic nightmare being, and realizing that he was being cheated of his picture, the man shouted at me to run. His hoarse voice broke the spell that held me unmoving, and I whirled and fled across the cave to the barred door. Skin ripped from my hands as I tore at the bars. "Run!" Keen yelled at me, his shallow eyes blazing. "It can't move fast. Look out!" A writhing snake-like thing lashed out, and a sickening musky stench filled my nostrils. I leaped away, racing across the cave again. The arc lights died and others flared into being as Keen manipulated the switchboard. He was adjusting the lights so that our shadows would not be lost, so that in the climax of the Nameless, the shadow of that ghastly horror would be thrown on the cave whale beside me. It was an infernal game of tag we played there, in those shifting lights that glared down while the camera lenses watched dispassionately. I fled and dodged with my pulses thundering and blood pounding in my temples, and ever the grim shadow moved slowly across the walls, while my legs began to ache with the strain. For hours, perhaps, or eons, I fled. There would come brief periods of respite when I would cling to the bars, cursing Keen, but he would not answer. His hands flickered over the switchboard as he adjusted the arc lights, and his eyes never paused in their roving examination of the cave. In the end, it was this that saved me. For Keen did not see Anne stir and open her eyes. He did not see the girl, after a swift glance around, get quietly to her feet. Luckily, she was behind Keen, and he did not turn. I tried to keep my eyes away from Anne, but I do not think I succeeded. At the last moment, I saw Keen's face change, and he started back, but the chair in Anne's hands crashed down and splintered on the man's head. He fell to his knees, clawing at the air, and then collapsed inertly. I was on the far side of the cave, and my attention was momentarily diverted from the monster. I had been watching it from the corner of my eye, expecting to be able to dodge and leap away before it came too close. but it lumbered forward with a sudden burst of speed. Although I tried to spring clear, I failed. A tentacle whipped about my legs and sent me sprawling. As I tried to roll away, another smooth grey coil got my left arm. Intolerable agony dug into my shoulder as I was lifted. I heard Anne scream, and a gun barked angrily. Bullets plopped into the smooth flesh of the monster, but it paid no attention. I was lifted through a welter of coiling, ropey tentacles, until just above me was the flaming jewel in which the creature's life was centered. Remembrance of Keen's words spurred me to action. This might be the monster's vulnerable point. The paperweight was still in my pocket, and I clawed it out desperately. I hurled it with all my strength at the shining gem, and the jewel shattered. There came a shrill vibration, like the tinkling of countless tiny crystalline bells. Piercingly sweet, it shrilled in my ears and died away quickly, and suddenly nothing existed but light. It was as though the shattering of the gem had released a sea of incandescent flame imprisoned within it. The glare of the arc lights faded beside this flood of silvery radiance that bathed me. The cold glory of Arcturus, the blaze of tropical moonlight, were in the light. Swiftly it faded and fled away. I felt myself dropping, and pain lanced into my wrenched shoulder as I struck the ground. I heard Anne's voice. Dazedly I got up, expecting to see the monster towering above me, but it was gone. In its place, a few feet away, was the barrel-shaped thing I had first seen in the alcove. There was a gaping cavity in the rounded apex where the jewel had been. And somehow, I sensed that the creature was no longer deadly, no longer a horror. I saw Anne. She was still holding Keen's gun, and in her other hand was the key with which she had unlocked the door. She came running toward me, and I went swiftly to meet her. I took the gun and made sure it was loaded. "Come on," I said curtly. "We're getting out of here." Anne's fingers were gripping my arm tightly as we went through the door, past the prone figure of Keen, and up the stairway. The lever behind the panel was not difficult to operate, and I followed Anne through the opening into the theater. Then I paused, listening. Anne turned, watching me, a question in her eyes. "What is it, Pete?" "Listen," I said. "Get the cans of film from the projection booth. We'll take them with us and burn them." "But you're not." "I'll be with you in a minute," I told her, and swung the panel shut. I went down the stairs swiftly and very quietly, my gun ready and my ears alert for the low muttering I had heard from below. Keen was no longer unconscious. He was standing beside the switchboard with his back to me, and over his shoulder I could see the shadow of the monster god sprawling on the wall, inert and lifeless. Keen was chanting something in a language I did not know, and his hands were moving in strange gestures. God knows what unearthly powers Keen had acquired in his search for horror. For as I stood there, watching the patch of blackness on the cave wall, I saw a little shudder rock that barrel-shaped shadow of horror, while a single spike abruptly lengthened into a tentacle that groped out furtively and drew back and vanished. Then I killed Arnold Keen. End of The Shadow on the Screen by Henry Kuttner. The Beast of Averwan by Clark Ashton Smith. First version, June 18, 1932. Rejected by Weird Tales. This story is set in Averwan. Chapter 1. The Deposition of Brother Jerome. I, a poor scrivener and the humblest monk of the Benedictine Abbey of Paragon, have been asked by our abbot Theophile to write down this record of a strange evil that is still rampant, still unquelled, and, ere I have done writing, it may be that the evil shall come forth again from its lurking place, and again be manifest. We, the friars of Paragon, and all others who have knowledge of this thing, agree that its advent was coeval with the first rising of the red comet, which still burns nightly, a flying balefire, above the moonless hills, like Satan's rutilant hair trailing on the wind of Gehenna as he hastens worldward. It rose below the dragon lion in early summer, and now it follows the scorpion toward the western woods. Some say that the horror came from the comet, flying without wings to earth across the stars. And truly, before this summer of 1369, and the lifting of that red, disastrous scourge upon the heavens, there was no rumor or legend of such a thing in all Averrine. As for me, I must deem that the beast is a spawn of the seventh hell, a foulness born of the bubbling, flame-blent ooze, for it has no likeness to the beasts of earth, to the creatures of air and water, and the comet may well have been the fiery vehicle of its coming. To me, for my sins and unworthiness, was it first given to behold the beast. Surely the sight thereof was a warning of those ways which lead to perdition, for on that occasion I had broken the rule of St. Benedict, which forbids eating during a one-day's errand away from the monastery. I had tarried late, after bearing a letter from Theophile to the good priest of Ste Zenobi, though I should have been back well before evensong. And also, apart from eating, I had drunk the mellow white wine of Ste Zenobi with its kindly people. Doubtless because I had done these things, I met the nameless, night-born terror in the woods behind the abbey when I returned. The day had vanished, fading unaware, and the long summer eve without moon had thickened to a still and eldritch darkness ere I approached the abbey postern. And hurrying along the forest path, I felt an eerie fear of the gnarled hunchback oaks and their pit-deep shadows. And when I saw between their antique boughs the vengefully streaming fire of the new comet, which seemed to pursue me as I went, the goodly warmth of the wine died out, and I began to regret my truancy. For I knew that the comet was a harbinger of ill, an omen of death and Satanry to come. Now, as I passed among the ancient trees that tower thickly, growing toward the postern, I thought that I beheld a light from one of the abbey windows, and was much cheered thereby. But, going on, I saw that the light was near at hand, beneath a lowering bough beside my path, and moreover, it moved as with the flitting of a restless fen fire, and was wholly dissimilar to the honest glow of a lamp, lantern, or taper. And the light was of changeable colour, being pale as a corpuscent, or ruddy as new-spilled blood, or green as the poisonous distillation that surrounds the moon. Then, with ineffable terror, I beheld the thing to which the light clung like a hellish nimbus, moving as it moved, and revealing dimly the black abomination of head and limbs that were not those of any creature wrought by God. The horror stood erect, rising to the height of a tall man, and it moved with the swaying of a great serpent, and its members undulated as if they were boneless. The round black head, having no visible ears or hair, was thrust forward on a neck of snakish length. Two eyes, small and lidless, glowing hotly as coals from a wizard's brazier, were set low and near together in the noseless, formless face above the serret gleaming of bat-like teeth. This much I saw, and no more, ere the thing went past me with a strange nimbus flaring from venomous green to a wrathful red. Of its actual shape, and the number of its limbs, I could form no just notion. It uttered no sound, and its motion was altogether silent. Running and slithering rapidly, it disappeared in the bow-black night among the antique oaks, and I saw the hellish light no more. I was nigh dead with fear when I reached the abbey and sought admittance at the postern, and the porter who came at last to admit me, after I had knocked many times, forbore to chide me for my tardiness when I told him of that which I had seen in the moonless wood. On the morrow I was called before Theophile, who rebuked me sternly for my breach of discipline and imposed a penance of day-long solitude. Being forbidden to hold speech with the others, I did not hear till the second morn of the thing that was found before Nons in the wood behind Perigon, where I had met the nameless beast. The thing was a great stag which had been slain in some ungodly fashion, not by wolf or hunter or poacher. It was unmarked by any wound, other than a wide gash that had laid bare the spine from neck to tail, and the spine itself had been shattered, and the white marrow sucked therefrom. But no other portion of the stag had been devoured. None could surmise the nature of the beast that slew and ravened in such a manner, but many for the first time began to credit my tale, which the abbot and the brothers had hitherto looked upon as a sort of drunken dream. Verily, they said, a creature from the pit was abroad, and this creature had killed the stag and had sucked the marrow from its broken spine. And I, aghast with a recollection of that loathly vision, marvelled at the mercy of God, which had permitted me to escape the doom of the stag. None other, it seemed, had beheld the monster on that occasion, for all the monks, save me, had been asleep in the dormitory, and Theophile had retired early to his cell. But during the nights that followed the slaying of the stag, the presence of this baleful thing was made manifest to all. Now, night by night, the comet greatened, burning like an evil mist of blood and fire, while the stars bleached before it, and terror shadowed the thoughts of men. And in our prayers, from prime to evensong, we sought to deprecate the unknown ills which the comet would bring in its train. And day by day, from peasants, priests, woodcutters, and others who came to visit the abbey, we heard the tale of fearsome and mysterious depredations similar in all ways to the killing of the stag. Dead wolves were found with their chines laid open and the spinal marrow gone, and an ox and a horse were treated in like fashion. Then, it would seem, the beast grew bolder, or else it wearied of such humble prey as deer and wolves, horses and oxen. At first, it did not strike at living men, but assailed the helpless dead like some foul eater of carrion. 2 freshly buried corpses were found lying in the cemetery at Stee, Xenobe, where the thing had dug them from their graves and had laid open their vertebrae. In each case, only a little of the marrow had been eaten, but as if in rage or disappointment, the cadavers had been torn into shreds from crown to heel, and the tatters of their flesh were mixed inextricably with the rags of their cerements. From this it would seem that only the spinal marrow of creatures newly killed was pleasing to the monster. Thereafter the dead were not molested, but a grievous toll was taken from the living. On the night following the desecration of the graves, 2 charcoal burners, who plied their trade in the forest at a distance of no more than a mile from Paragon, were slain foully in their hut. Other charcoal burners, dwelling nearby, heard the shrill screams that fell to sudden silence, and peering fearfully through the chinks of their bolted doors, they saw anon in the grey starlight the departure of a black, obscenely glowing shape that issued from the hut. Not till dawn did they dare to verify the fate of their hapless fellows, who, they then discovered, had been served in the same manner as the wolves and other victims of the beast. When the tale of this happening was brought to the abbey, Theophile called me before him, and questioned me closely anent the apparition which I had encountered. He, like the others, had doubted me first, deeming that I was frightened by a shadow or by some furtive creature of the wood. But after the series of atrocious maraudings, it was plain to all that a fiendish thing such as had never been fabled in Averoigne was abroad and ravening through the summer woods. And moreover, it was plain that this thing was the same which I had beheld on the eve of my return from Stee, Xenobe. Our good abbot was greatly exercised over this evil which had chosen to manifest itself in the neighbourhood of the abbey, and whose depredations were all committed within a 5 hours' journey of Paragon. Pale from his over-strict austerities and vigils, with hollow cheeks and burning eyes, Theophile called me before him, and made me tell my story over and over, listening as one who flagellates himself for a fancied sin. And though I, like all others, was deeply sensible of this hellish horror and the scandal of its presence, I marvelled somewhat at the godly wrath and indignation of our abbot, in whom blazed a martial ardour against the minions of Asmodai. Truly, he said, there is a great devil among us that has risen with the comet from Maelbolg. We, the monks of Paragon, must go forth with cross and holy water to hunt the devil in its hidden lair, which lies haply at our very portals. So, on the afternoon of that same day, Theophile, together with myself and 6 others chosen for their hardihood, sallied forth from the abbey and made search of the mighty forest for miles around, entering with lifted crosses, by torchlight, the deep caves to which we came, but finding no fiercer thing than wolf or badger. Also, we searched the vaults of the ruined castle of Farcis Flam, which is said to be haunted by vampires, but nowhere could we trace the sable monster, or find any sign of its lairing. Since then the middle summer has gone by with nightly deeds of terror beneath the blasting of the comet. Beasts, men, children, women have been done to death by the monster, which, though seeming to haunt mainly the environs of the abbey, has ranged afield even to the shores of the river Issoire and the gates of La Frenée and Symes. And some have beheld the monster at night, a black and slithering foulness clad in changeable luminescence, but no man has ever beheld it by day. Thrice has the horror been seen in the woods behind the abbey, and once, by full moonlight, a brother peering from his window descried it in the abbey garden as it glided between the rows of peas and turnips, going toward the forest, and all agree that the thing is silent, uttering no sound, and is swifter in its motion than the weaving viper. Much have these occurrences preyed on our abbot, who keeps to his cell in unremitting prayer and vigil, and comes forth no longer, as was his wont, to dine and hold converse with the guests of the abbey. Pale and meagre as a dying saint he grows, and a strange illness devours him as if with perpetual fever, and he mortifies the flesh till he totters with weakness. And we others, living in the fear of God, and abhorring the deeds of Satan, can only pray that the unknown scourge be lifted from the land, and pass with the passing of the comet. Note, soon after the above deposition, Brother Jerome was found dead in his cell. His body was in the same condition, had been served in the same manner as the other victims of the beast. Chapter 2. The Letter of Theophile to Sister Therese. To you, my sister in God, as well as by consanguinity, I must ease my mind, if this be possible, by writing again of the dread thing that harbours close to Perigon. For this thing has struck once more within the abbey walls, coming in darkness and without sound or other ostent than the phlegethonian lustre that surrounds its body and members. I have told you of the death of Brother Jerome, slain at evening, in his cell, while he was copying an Alexandrian manuscript. Now the fiend has become even bolder, for last night it entered the dormitory, where the brothers sleep in their robes, girded and ready to arise instantly. And without waking the others, on whom it must have cast a Lethian spell, it took Brother Augustine, slumbering on his pallet at the end of the row. And the fell deed was not discovered till daybreak, when the monk who slept nearest to Augustine awakened and saw his body, which lay face downward with the back of the robe and the flesh beneath a mass of bloody tatters. On this occasion, the beast was not beheld by anyone, but at other times, full often, it has been seen around the abbey, and its craftiness and hardihood are beyond belief, except as those of an arch-devil. And I know not where the horror will end. For exorcisms and the sprinkling of holy water at all doors and windows have failed to prevent the intrusion of the beast. And God and Christ and all the holy saints are deaf to our prayers. Of the terror laid upon Averoigne by this thing, and the bale and mischief it has wrought outside the abbey, I need not tell, since all this will have come to you as a matter of common report. But here, at Perigon, there is much that I would not have rumoured publicly, lest the good fame of the abbey should suffer. I deem it an humiliating thing, and a derogation and pollution of our sanctity, that a foul fiend should have ingress to our halls unhindered and at will. There are strange whispers among the brothers, who believe that Satan himself has risen to haunt us. Several have met the beast even in the chapel, where it has left an unspeakably blasphemous sign of its presence. Bolts and locks are vain against it, and vain is the lifted cross to drive it away. It comes and goes at its own choosing, and they who behold it flee in irrestrainable terror. None knows where it will strike next, and there are those among the brothers who believe it menaces me, the elected abbot of Perigon, since many have seen it gliding along the hall outside my cell, and Brother Constantine, the cellarer, who returned late from a visit to Viones not long ago, swears that he saw it by moonlight as it climbed the wall toward that window of my cell which faces the great forest. And seeing Constantine, the thing dropped to the ground like a huge ape and vanished among the trees. All, it would seem, save me, have beheld the monster. And now, my sister, I must confess a strange thing which above all else would attest the influential power of hell in this matter, and the hovering of the wings of Asmodai about Perigon. Each night, since the coming of the comet and the beast, I have retired early to my cell, with the intention of spending the nocturnal hours in vigil and prayer, as I am universally believed to do. And each night a stupor falls upon me as I kneel before Christ on the silver crucifix, and oblivion steeps my senses in its poppy, and I lie without dreams on the cold floor till dawn. Of that which goes on in the abbey I know nothing, and all the brothers might be done to death by the beast, and their spines broken and sucked, as is its invariable fashion, without my knowledge. Haircloth have I worn, and thorns and thistle burrs have I strewn on the floor, to awake me from this evil and ineluctable slumber that is like the working of some orient drug. But the thorns and thistles are as a couch of paradisal ease, and I feel them not till dawn, and dim and confused are my senses when I awaken, and deep languor thralls my limbs. And day by day a lethal weakness grows upon me, which all ascribe to saintly pernoctations of prayer and austerity. Surely I have become the victim of a spell, and am holden by a baleful enchantment, while the beast is abroad with its hellish doings. Heaven, in its inscrutable wisdom, punishing me for what sin I know not, has delivered me utterly to this bondage, and has thrust me down the sloughs of a Stygian despair. Ever I am haunted by an eerie notion that the beast comes nightly to earth from the red comet which passes like a fiery wane above Averoigne, and by day it returns to the comet, having eaten its fill of that provender for which it seeks. And only with the comet's fading will the horror cease to harry the land and infest Perigon. But I know not if this thought is madness or a whisper from the pit. Pray for me, Therese, in my bewitchment and my despair, for God has abandoned me, and the yoke of hell has somehow fallen upon me, and naught can I do to defend the abbey from this evil. And I, in turn, pray that such things may touch you not, nor approach you in the quiet cloisters of the convent at Zymes. Chapter 3. The Story of Luc le Chaudronnier. Old age, like a moth in some fading arras, will gnaw my memories over soon, as it gnaws the memories of all men. Therefore I write this record of the true origin and slaying of that creature known as the Beast of Averoigne, and when I have ended the writing, the record shall be sealed in a brazen box, and that box be set in a secret chamber of my house at Zymes, so that no man shall learn the dreadful verity of this matter till many years and decades have gone by. Indeed, it were not well for such evil prodigies to be divulged, while any who took part in the happening are still on the earthward side of purgatory, and at present the truth is known only to me, and to certain others who are sworn to maintain secrecy. The ravages of the beast, however, are common knowledge, and have become a tale with which to frighten children. Men say that it slew 50 people, night by night, in the summer of 1369, devouring in each case the spinal marrow. It ranged mostly about the abbey of Perigon, and to Zymes and Stee, Zenobie and La Fronnaie. Its nativity and lairing place were mysteries that none could unravel, and church and state were alike powerless to curb its maraudings, so that a dire terror fell upon the land, and people went to and fro as in the shadow of death. From the very beginning, because of my own commerce with occult things, and with the spirits of darkness, the baleful beast was the subject of my concern. I knew that it was no creature of earth or of the terrene hells, but had come with the flaming comet from ulterior space. But regarding its character and attributes and genesis, I could learn no more at first than any other. Vainly I consulted the stars and made use of geomancy and necromancy, and the familiars whom I interrogated professed themselves ignorant, saying that the beast was altogether alien and beyond the ken of sublunar devils. Then I bethought me of the ring of Eibon, which I had inherited from my fathers, who were also wizards. The ring had come down, it was said, from ancient Hyperborea, and it was made of a redder gold than any that the earth yields in latter cycles, and was set with a great purple gem, sombre and smouldering, whose like is no longer to be found. And in the gem an antique demon was held captive, a spirit from pre-human worlds and ages, which would answer the interrogation of sorcerers. So, from a rarely opened casket, I brought out the ring of Eibon and made such preparations as were needful for the questioning of the demon. And when the purple stone was held inverted above a small brazier filled with hotly burning amber, the demon made answer, speaking in a voice that was like the shrill singing of fire. It told me the origin of the beast, which belonged to a race of stellar devils that had not visited the earth since the foundering of Atlantis. And it told me the attributes of the beast, which, in its own proper form, was invisible and intangible to men, and could manifest itself only in a fashion supremely abominable. Moreover, it informed me of a method by which the beast could be banished, if overtaken in a tangible shape. And even to me, the student of darkness and evil, the revelations were a source of horror and surprise. Musing on these dark matters, I waited among my books and braziers and alembics, for the stars had warned me that my intervention would be required in good time. Toward the end of August, when the great comet was beginning to decline a little, there occurred the lamentable death of Sister Therese, killed by the beast in her cell at the Benedictine convent of Zymes. On this occasion, the beast was plainly seen by late passers as it ran down the convent wall by moonlight from a window, and others met it in the shadowy streets or watched it climb the city ramparts, running like a monstrous beetle or spider on the sheer stone as it fled from Zymes to regain its hidden lair. To me, following the death of Therese, there came privily the town marshal, together with a priest from the household of the Bishop of Zymes, and the two, albeit with palpable hesitation, begged my advice and assistance in the laying of the beast. "You, Monsieur le Chaudronnier," they said, "are reputed to know the arcanic arts of sorcery and the spells that summon or dismiss evil demons and other spirits. Therefore, in dealing with this devil, it may be that you shall succeed where all others have failed. Not willingly do we employ you in the matter, since it is not seemly for the Church and the law to ally themselves with wizardry. But the need is desperate, lest the demon should take other victims, and in return for your aid, we can promise you a goodly reward of gold and a guarantee of lifelong immunity from all inquisition and prosecution which your doings might otherwise invite. The Bishop of Zymes and the Archbishop of Viones are privy to this offer, which must remain secret." "I ask no reward," I replied, "if it be in my power to rid Averoigne of this scourge. But you have set me a difficult task, and I must prepare myself for the undertaking, in which I shall require certain aid. All assistance that we can give you shall be yours to command," they said. "Men-at-arms shall attend you if need be, and all doors shall be opened at your request. We have consulted Theophile, the abbot of Perigon, and the grief-smitten brother of the lately slain Therese, who is most zealous for the laying of the fiend, and will admit you to the abbey. The horror seems to centre thereabout, and 2 of the monks have been done to death, and the abbot himself, it is rumoured, has been haunted by the beast. Therefore it may be that you will wish to visit Perigon." I reflected briefly and said, "Go now, but send to me an hour before sunset 2 men-at-arms with horses and a 3rd steed, and let the men be chosen for their valour and discretion. For this very night I shall visit the abbey." Now, when the priest and the marshal had gone, I spent several hours in making ready for my journey. It was necessary, above all other things, to compound a certain rare powder that had been recommended by the demon in the purple gem, for only by the casting of this powder could the beast be driven away before its time. The ingredients of the powder were named in the Book of Abon, that manual written by an old Hyperborean wizard, who in his day had dealt with ultra-mundane spirits akin to the demon of the comet, and had also been the owner of the ring. Having compounded the powder, I stored it in a bag of viper skin, and soon after I had finished my preparations, the 2 men-at-arms and the horses came to my house. As had been stipulated, the men were stout and tested warriors, clad in chainmail and carrying spears and swords. I mounted the 3rd horse, a black and spirited mare, and we rode forth from Zymes toward Perigon, taking a direct and little-used way which ran for many miles through the werewolf-haunted forest. My companions were taciturn, speaking only in brief answer to some question, and this pleased me, for I knew that they would maintain a discreet silence regarding that which might occur before dawn. Swiftly we rode, while the sun sank in a redness as of welling blood among the tall trees, and the darkness wove its thickening webs from bough to bough, closing upon us like some inextricable net of death and evil. Deeper we went, into the brooding woods, and even I, the master of sorceries, trembled a little at the knowledge of all that was abroad in the darkness. Undelayed and unmolested, however, we came to the abbey at late moonrise, when all the monks, except the aged porter, had retired to their dormitory. The porter, who had received word of our coming, would have admitted us, but this, as it happened, was no part of my plan. Saying I had reason to believe that the beast would re-enter the abbey that very night, I told the porter my intention of waiting outside the walls to intercept it, and merely asked him to accompany us in a tour of the building's exterior, so that he could point out the various rooms. This he did, and during the course of the tour, he indicated a certain high window in the 2nd story as being that of the Abbot Theophile's chamber. The window faced the forest, and I remarked the abbot's rashness in leaving it open. This, the porter told me, was his invariable habit. Behind the window we could see the glimmering of a taper, as if the abbot were keeping late vigil. We had committed our horses to the porter's care. After he had conducted us around the abbey and had left us, we returned to the space beneath Theophile's window and began our long watch in silence. Pale and hollow as the face of a corpse, the moon rose higher, swimming above the sombre oaks and pines, and pouring a spectral silver on the grey stone of the abbey walls. In the west, the comet flared among the lustreless signs, veiling the lifted sting of the scorpion as it sank. We waited, hour by hour, in the shortening shadow of a high pine, where none could see us from the abbey. When the moon had passed over, falling westward, the shadow began to lengthen toward the wall. All was mortally still, and we saw no movement, apart from the slow changing of the light and shade. Halfway between midnight and dawn, the taper went out in Theophile's cell, as if it had burned to the socket, and thereafter the room remained dark. Unquestioning, with ready spears, the 2 men-at-arms companioned me in that vigil. Well, they knew the demonian terror which they might face before dawn, but there was no trace of trepidation in their bearing, and knowing much that they could not know, I held in my hands for instant use the bag of viper skin that contained the Hyperborean powder. The men stood nearer than I to the forest, facing it perpetually according to a strict order that I had given. But nothing stirred in the fretted gloom, and the skies grew paler, as if with morning twilight. Then, an hour before sunrise, when the shadow of the great pine had reached the wall and was climbing toward Theophile's window, there came the thing which I had anticipated. Very suddenly it came, and with no warning of its nearness, a horror of hellish red light, swift as a kindling, wind-blown flame. That leapt from the forest gloom and sprang upon us where we stood stiff and weary from our night-long vigil. One of the men-at-arms was borne to the ground, and I saw above him, in a floating redness as of blood, the black and serpentine form of the beast. A round and snakish head, without ears or nose, was tearing at the man's armor with sharp innumerable teeth. and I heard the teeth grate and clash on the linked iron as I stepped forward and flung the powder of Abon at the beast. The second man-at-arms, undaunted, would have assailed it with his spear, but this I forbade. The floating powder, fine as a dust of mumia, seemed to dim the bloody light as it fell, and the beast relinquished the fallen man, writhing away like a burnt serpent from the fire. Its members and body were loathfully convulsed, and the thing seemed to change horribly beneath our gaze, undergoing an incredible metamorphosis. Moment by moment, it took on the wavering similitude of man, like a werewolf that returns from his beasthood. And the red light grew dimmer, and the unclean blackness of its flesh appeared to flow and swirl, assuming the weft of cloth, and becoming the folds of a dark robe and cowl, such as are worn by the Benedictines. Then, from the cowl, a face began to peer, glimmering pale and thin in the shadow, and the thing covered its face with sooty claws that were turning into hands, and shrank away from me as I pressed upon it, sprinkling it with the remainder of the powder. Now I had driven it against the abbey wall, and there, with a wild, despairing cry that was half human, half demoniac, the thing turned from me and clawed frantically at the grey stone, as if it would climb toward the abbot's window in that monstrous fashion that had been its wont. Almost for a breath, it seemed to run upward, hanging to the wall like a bat or a great beetle. But the change had progressed too far, and it dropped back in the shadow of a pine, and tottering strangely as if with sudden mortal weakness, fell to the ground and lay huddled in its monkish garments like a black night bird with broken vans. The rays of the gibbous moon, sifting thinly through the boughs, lay cold and cadaverous on the dead face, though the body was immersed in shadow. And the face, even as I had expected, was that of the abbot Theophile, who had once been pointed out to me in Zymes. Already the peace of death was upon him, and horror had left no sign on the shut eyelids and the sealed lips, and there was no mark on the worn and haggard cheeks, other than that which might come from the saintly rigour of prolonged austerities. The man-at-arms who had been struck down by the beast was unharmed, though sorely bruised beneath his mail. He and his fellow stood beside me, saying naught, and I knew that they had recognized the dead abbot. So, while the moon grew grey with the nearness of dawn, I made them swear an awful oath of secrecy, and enjoined them to bear faithful witness to the statement I must make before the monks of Paragon. Then, having settled this matter so that the good renown of the holy Theophile should rest unharmed, we aroused the porter and acquainted him with the abbot's lamentable death. And we told this story, averring that the beast had come upon us unaware, and had gained the abbot's cell before we could prevent it, and had come forth again, carrying Theophile with its snakish members as if to bear him away to the sunken comet. Then, by means of a wizard powder, I had routed the unclean beast, compelling it to relinquish its prey, and the thing had vanished in a cloud of sulphurous fire and vapour, but Theophile had died from the horror of his plight, while the beast was descending the wall. His death, I said, was a true martyrdom, and would not be in vain. The beast would no longer plague the country or bedevil Paragon, since the use of Hyperborean powder was a sure exorcism. This tale was accepted by the brothers, who grieved mightily for their good abbot. Indeed, the tale was true enough in its fashion, for Theophile had been innocent and was wholly ignorant of the foul change that had come upon him nightly in his cell, and the deeds that were done by the beast through his loathfully transfigured body. Each night the thing had come from the comet to assuage its hellish hunger, and being otherwise impalpable and powerless, it had used the abbot for its energumen, moulding his flesh in the image of some obscene monster from beyond the stars. After Theophile's death, the beast was seen no more in Averwine, and the murderous deeds were not repeated, and in time the comet passed to other heavens, fading slowly, and the black terror it had wrought became a varying legend, even as all other bygone things. And they who read this record in future ages will believe it not, saying that no demon or malign spirit could ever have prevailed upon true holiness. Indeed, it were well that none should believe the story, for strange abominations pass evermore between earth and moon, and athwart the galaxies, and the gulf is haunted by that which it were madness for man to know. Unnameable things have come to us in alien horror, and shall come again, and the evil of the stars is not as the evil of earth. End of the beast.
When Old Gods Wake by Abraham Merritt, written 1940, this fragment is thought to be the beginning of a planned sequel to the novel The Face in the Abyss. 1. Altar of Kukulkan. The silence seemed to be focused within the temple, to have its heart there, a heart that did not need to beat since all the silence was alive. Outside the heat of the Yucatan midday held the ruins in breathless grip. Barry Manson, crouching at the base of the ancient altar, thought. The silence marched into the temple. The shrieks of the parrots were cut off first. Then the little blue and yellow birds stopped quarreling in the crimson-fruited tree at the base of the shattered stairway. And then the silence marched up the stairway and into this chamber and crowded against the seaward side, and that shut out the swish of the waves. He looked at Joan. She sat a few paces away, her back against the massive pedestal of a broken pillar. Her hands were clasped around her knees, her eyes were intent upon the wall behind the altar. A painting once had covered that wall. The fingers of time, working patiently through the centuries, had plucked away most of the stucco that had carried it. But above the altar, as though protected by its shadow, a large and irregular fragment remained. Upon it, colors still vivid, were the head and shoulders of Kukulkan, god of the air of the ancient Mayans, and much more than that. The feathered serpent, his symbol and his avatar, floated over him, fanged jaws agape, plumed wings spread wide. The face of Kukulkan was the conventionalized one of the new empire, the nose grotesquely lengthened like that of a tapir, lips thick and protruding, prognathous-jawed, bat-eared, the ears ringed and elaborate through the nostrils, head plumed with the sacred panacho. The painted gaze of the god seemed fixed as intently upon the girl as hers upon him. The pedestal against which Joan leaned was covered with carved figures of priests of Kukulkan who had served him when ruined Cthulhu had been one of the great cities of the Mayans, and this its holiest temple. On these figures the colors were also bright. Into them Joan's copper hair melted, merged with their reds and ochres, so that for an instant Barry had the illusion that her face was all of her. A disembodied face peering out of the stone and holding communion with the god like a summoned priestess. Impatiently Barry arose and walked over to her. She didst not look up. She whispered, eyes still absorbed by the painted god, "Don't break the silence, Barry. It's like—" "Look up," she whispered, eyes still absorbed by the painted god. "Don't break the silence, Barry. It's like the silence that wraps the city of jade, where the thousand sages of Tees sit holding fast to the thought that created the world, and that the ghost of a sound would destroy, and with it the world." He felt increase of revolt against the fantasies gathering about him. He shook his shoulders and laughed. He said loudly, "The silence is broken, Joan, and the world still spins." It was true, the silence was broken. Loudly, "The silence is broken, Joan, and the world still spins." It was true, the silence was broken. It was retreating from the chamber slowly, marching away as it had marched in. Faintly came the swish of the waves, growing ever stronger. The silence was marching out of the chamber toward the shattered stairway up which it had come. Joan arose slowly. It was odd, Barry thought, how every movement of hers in rising kept to the rhythm, kept to the beat of the unseen and unheard feet of the retreating silence. The silence marched down the stairway. He heard again the quarreling of the little blue and yellow birds, then the shrieks of the parrots. Joan said unsteadily, "It was time you did that, Barry. It was doing things to me. Look, Barry, look." He followed her finger, pointing to the painted face of Kukulkan. For a breath he saw it.
Another face looking out from the wall, an ageless face, the nose long and curved and delicate, the lips full but sharply cut, archaically sensuous, hair as red as his own and eyes as blue as Joan's, a face as devoid of human equivalence as it was timeless, yet human, as though the seed from which it had sprung into godhood had been human, incalculable, unreadable, but still within it something that could be read up to that point where the humanness of it merged into the God, might be read more plainly if the God would within it merge more fully into the humanness, nothing of benevolence in it, but neither was there shade of malevolence, cruelty, humanless in human mask. Barry thought, it is like that mountain peak in the city of jade of which Joan spoke. The peak shaped like the head of a man and all of clearest crystal to which the thoughts of men are drawn, all their thoughts, and pass from its eyes and mouth cleansed of falsehood and of error, prejudice and hatred and love, standing naked and stark before teas, and too to be judged. Power was in the face, immense power, and something of wildness, of freedom, the freedom of primeval things, like the wind, the waves, the sun, and then the face was gone. Upon the wall was the tapir snout of Cuchulainn, the protruding lips, the fanged and feathered serpent. His hand was clenching Joan's wrist. She whispered, "You saw it, you're hurting me." He dropped her wrist. He said, "It is another painting beneath this one, an older painting. Some trick of the light brought it out." She said, doubtful, "Maybe, but an older painting, some trick of the light brought it out." She said, doubtful, "Maybe, but I think it was Cuchulainn as the first Mayans knew him. Cuchulainn who came to them from still an older race. Cuchulainn when he was worshipped with flowers and fruits and incense and prayer, before his worship was debased and the cruel human sacrifices began. That was when and why he turned from the Mayans, and so their doom came swiftly upon them, for it was never he who came to them thereafter, Barry. It was an evil god hiding behind his mask and name. She hesitated, seemed listening, but yes, he did come. Came even to the Aztecs, who steeped his rites in even greater cruelties and renamed him Quetzalcoatl. Came again and again to thwart that other god when his evil grew too strong. The Lord of Darkness, the Lord of the Dead. Her voice died. She stood with eyes rapt, face colorless, bent as though listening. He took her by the shoulders, shook her. "Snap out of it, Joan. What's the matter with you? You're talking nonsense." "Am I, Barry?" It was what Cuchulainn was. "Joan, what's the matter with you? You're talking nonsense." "Am I, Barry?" It was what Cuchulainn was telling me. She dropped her head on his shoulder, clung to him, trembling. His hands slipped from her shoulders, drew her to him. He said huskily, "Coming any closer to loving me, Joan?" She raised her eyes to his frankly. "Him?" he said huskily, "Coming any closer to loving me, Joan?" She raised her eyes to his frankly, yet with something of regret lurking in them. "Sorry, Barry dear, but it's still the same. He interrupted her, speaking monotonously. "Like you better than any other man I know, except Bill, of course, and I wish I could love you the way you want, but—" "Yes, Joan, I know all that by heart now." She flushed and said, "That's not fair. The way you want, but—" "Yes, Joan, I know all that by heart now." She flushed and said, "That's not fair. After all, Bill's my brother, and why shouldn't I love him? And I do like you better than anyone else." So much so that at times she stopped. He repeated eagerly, that at times— "Never mind, Barry." So much so that at times she stopped. He repeated eagerly, that at times— "Never mind, Barry, why do you want me? There are plenty of nice girls who like just the things you do. I know a dozen who would love you, and any one of them would make you a perfect wife. I don't like the things you do, or if I do, to me they're only brief amusements. Why, I'd rather help Bill dig up a cup from some ruin that spans the gap of knowledge between its maker and us than win 1,000 sporting trophies." He said, "If you loved me that wouldn't—" "Between its maker and us than win 1,000 sporting trophies." He said, "If you loved me that wouldn't make any difference." She shook her head. "We've been brought up differently, Barry, and we're both too set in our ways to change. I am anyway." Suddenly she laughed. And you haven't fooled me by this trip, Barry Manson. I know damned well that it wasn't any abrupt interest in the Mayans that prompted it. I'm mighty grateful to you for giving Bill the chance he's always wanted. But I wouldn't marry you out of gratitude, and I don't think you'd want me to. Would you, Barry? His gray eyes narrowed. He said, brutally, gratitude, and I don't think you'd want me to, would you, Barry? His gray eyes narrowed. He said brutally, listen, redhead, you don't fool me any either. It's damned little of highbrow or blue stocking you'd be if you fell in love with a man. Nature didn't build you that way, and it would be damned little you'd be thinking of fossils if that happened. You'd be too busy having babies. She said coldly, I think that's rather beastly. He said hotly, is that so? What's beastly about babies? Said coldly, I think that's rather beastly. He said hotly, is that so? What's beastly about babies? You'd be getting a slant on the present day with some outlook on the future, instead of burying your red head in the past. What I'm afraid of is that you'll marry some dusty, dry, mummy-minded, scientific grave robber, and spend the rest of your life nursing fossils instead of what you are obviously designed for. She interrupted furiously, eyes snapping. Nursing fossils instead of what you are obviously designed for. She interrupted furiously, eyes snapping blue sparks. I'll let nobody pick my husband, least of all you. Won't you? Barry's too quick anger flared. Blue sparks. I'll let nobody pick my husband, least of all you. Won't you? Barry's too quick anger flared. It seems to me you were ready enough to pick wives for me just now. Not one but a dozen. He gripped her arms and swung her to him. You. The highbrow scientist, like hell you are. Look at that mop of red hair. Those eyes of yours with the devil's twist to the ends of them, that mouth of yours. And I've seen you in your rag of a bathing suit. I tell you again, by God, that once you're awake it's not fossils you'll be thinking of, and maybe this will help wake you. He held her close, kissed eyes and throat. Fossils you'll be thinking of, and maybe this will help wake you. He held her close, kissed eyes and throat, pressed his lips to hers. She lay in his arms, passive, unresisting. She said at last, indifferently, caveman stuff, Barry, too crude. It doesn't interest me at all. He released her, stepping back as the man stuff, Barry, too crude. It doesn't interest me at all. He released her, stepping back as though out of a dash of cold water. She raised her arms and began to coil her disordered hair. She laughed at him a little too sweetly, though he did not know it. You see, Barry dear, we're as far apart as the poles. You make love to me by enumerating my charms is the cliché for it, I think. You are an anatomical lover. It is a viewpoint, certainly, a sultan's viewpoint, but I do not care for sultans. Nor, went on Joan, still far too sweetly and reasonably, do I think that my worthinesses are wholly anatomical. But then, you've always been rich. End of When Old Gods Wake by Abraham Merritt.
Forbidden Filter. Mark Thornwold had an obsession. Now there is nothing wrong with having an obsession in our society, provided one chooses it wisely. The man who is obsessed with the desire to make money often becomes wealthy. Those who dedicate an entire existence to the pursuit of fame frequently are rewarded, and can deduct the clipping bureau's fee from their income tax. Men who devote a lifetime to excel in athletic pursuits often wind up with a sizable collection of trophies, plus an occasional hernia. But Mark Thornwold chose the wrong obsession. Her name was Adrian. It is easy to deal with this particular obsession in terms of labels, mother fixation, chemical attraction, love object, and the like. Unfortunately, Thornwold wasn't satisfied with labeling his obsession. He had other plans for Adrian, with the sorry result that he wasn't satisfied, period. The first time he attempted to put his plans into action, Adrian laughed at him. The second time, she slapped his face. The third time she threatened to call her husband and have Thornwold thrown out of the house. Thornwold elected to leave quietly, hugging his obsession to his breast, nursing it on the juices of hatred and frustration. As a result, it grew enormously. Since Adrian's husband, Charles, happened to be an associate professor of medieval history, and since Thornwold was one of the regents of the university, it was no great trick to see that his contract was not renewed. After assuring himself that attrition had set in, Thornwold again approached Adrian and made what he considered a handsome offer. Adrian thought both the offer and Thornwold quite ugly, and told him so. Again he retired to defeat, comforted only by the knowledge that she would never stoop to telling her husband. Thornwold took stock of the situation. Of course, being obsessed, he did not consider matters realistically. When one is obsessed with avarice, one does not reflect upon the widows and orphans who may purchase the phony uranium stock. The seeker of fame at any price is quite willing to propel his pelvis in public or even run for Congress if needs be. And the man whose obsession takes a delectable, feminine form is equally lacking in ethics and scruples. To him, love laughs at locksmiths and goes into positive hysteria over the spectacle of a faithful wife. The end justifies the means. Thornwold told himself, and when he spoke of the end, in connection with Adrian, it is to be feared he had a very tangible image in mind. But there were no means available until Adrian's husband provided them. They came to Thornwold in the shape of a bulky manuscript, delivered by Charles himself. Aphrodisia, Thornwold murmured, a study of erotic stimuli through the ages. Don't let the title deceive you. Charles told him, it's a scholarly work. I've been doing research on it now for almost a year, ever since I lost my position at the university. See what you think. Maybe it could stand a chance with Harker House. Ah yes, Harker House. Thornwold happened to be on the board of editors of the publishing firm. Read it as a professional, Charles urged, not as a friend. This wasn't difficult for Thornwold, since by no stretch of the imagination did he consider himself to be Charles' friend. Rival, or deadly enemy, that was much more to Thornwold's taste, and the nourishment of his obsession. Still, after Charles went away, he did read it professionally, and found the answer. Why did you cross out this formula for a love philter? He asked Charles upon a subsequent visit. Thornwold indicated the page. Here, the one from Ludwig Prin's grimoire in the English edition. He read the ingredients listed and the description of effects. The merest drop, if placed in a posset of wine or sack, will transform ye beloved into a veritable bitch in heat. Charles smiled and shrugged. You've just answered your own question. He said, most of the spells and incantations I've set down are mere curiosa. I doubt if there's any amorous incitement in owl dung, and calling a tomato a love apple is just sympathetic magic. But a few items come from sources I respect. Ludwig Prin, for example, was a considerable sorcerer in his day. Thornwold elevated his eyebrows. In other words, you decided to omit this particular formula because you're afraid it might work. Charles nodded. Look at the ingredients, he said. Some of them I never heard of, and heaven only knows what their reaction might be in combination. The ones I do know, yohimbine and cantharidin, for example, are in themselves powerful aphrodisiacs. Added to this other stuff, the result could be trouble. Just what I was thinking, Thornwold said, and made a mental note, which he at once underlined in big black encephalographs. Interesting material. He told Charles, let me pop this into the editorial staff and we'll see what we can do. He took the manuscript away and 3 weeks later called Charles. It's practically set. He said, you've an after-dinner appointment with the board tonight. Get into town and come back with a contract. That part was easy. The difficult matter had been to trace down all of the obscure ingredients for the love philter. Some of them were only approximated in the pharmacopoeia, and others had to be illegally obtained. But Thornwold's obsession brooked no obstacles, and now he was ready. As soon as he made certain that Charles had indeed departed for the city, he made his final preparations. Promptly at 8 he knocked on the door of Charles' flat, and Adrian admitted him. Charles isn't here. She said, I know, but he'll be back before midnight, and then we'll celebrate his new book contract. Thornwold waved the 2 bottles. Champagne, my dear, and already iced. 1 bottle for when Charles returns. one to share between us while we're waiting." Adrian eyed the bottles dubiously, but before she could object, Thornwold took over. "Glasses," he demanded, "and a corkscrew, if you please." "But it's to be a surprise," Thornwold assured her, and he meant it. Adrian, he knew, could never resist surprises, and this particular one she could resist least of all. He didn't tell her about the third bottle, the tiny one, which he carried concealed in his pocket. He waited until she brought in the glasses and the corkscrew and an ice bucket. "I'll open the bottle," he said, "man's work." He winked at her. "Meanwhile, why don't you slip into that party dress of yours, so that we can give Charles a proper welcome?" Adrian nodded and left the room. It was then that Thornwold opened the champagne, poured it, and added just the merest drop of the love philtre to the contents of her glass. He finished just in time, dropping the little vial back into his pocket just as Adrian blossomed into the room. His hand trembled, not with apprehension but with anticipation. Obsession or no, Adrian was a beautiful woman in her own right, slim, shapely, and quite probably a natural redhead. Thornwold determined to satisfy himself on this latter point the moment Adrian downed her drink. She swept over to him, proffering his glass and raising her own as he turned away until he could control his shaking fingers. Now was the time for self-control. In a moment he felt certain it could be abandoned. Thornwold raised his champagne glass. "To tonight," he said, and sipped tentatively. Adrian nodded, bent her shapely wrist, brought the edge of the glass to her lips, and hesitated. "Now that we seem to be friends again," she murmured, "suppose we seal our relationship in a friendly gesture, such as, 'Let us take each other's glasses.'" Thornwold gulped on no. He exclaimed, "Believe it or not, I have a cold." "Very well." Again Adrian paused. "Drink up, my dear," Thornwold urged. "Here's to surprises." "Surprises," Adrian echoed, and drank. Thornwold tossed off the champagne. His hands were trembling again. How long would he have to wait? Not very long, apparently, for it seemed but a moment before the change came. Adrian moved quite close, and her voice, like her smile, was soft and caressing. "I don't know what you put in my drink," she murmured, "but you did put something in. That's why you wouldn't switch glasses with me, isn't it?" Thornwold noted the warmth in her voice and felt it was now safe to nod. "Good," Adrian said. "I thought as much, which is why I switched glasses before I made the suggestion, when I handed you your drink." Thornwold blinked, and then the philtre took effect, and he knew it worked. Knew that if the merest drop would transform a woman into a bitch in heat, it was equally potent when administered to a male. All he could do was tremble and watch the room swirl and listen to Adrian's laughter. If only she could understand his motivations, if only she realized he'd acted out of genuine affection. Thornwold knew he had to tell her, so he took a deep breath and opened his mouth. "I love you," he barked. End of Forbidden Philtre.
Mother of Toads by Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales. July 1938. This story is Say in Averroine. Why must you always hurry away, my little one? The voice of Mere Antoinette, the witch, was an amorous croaking. She ogled Pierre, the apothecary's young apprentice, with eyes full-orbed and unblinking as those of a toad. The folds beneath her chin swelled like the throat of some great batrachian. Her huge breasts, pale as frog bellies, bulged from her torn gown as she leaned toward him. He gave no answer, and she came closer, till he saw in the hollow of those breasts a moisture glistening like the dew of marshes, like the slime of some amphibian, a moisture that seemed always to linger there. Her voice, raucously coaxing, persisted. "Stay a while tonight, my pretty orphan. No one will miss you in the village, and your master will not mind." She pressed against him with shuddering folds of fat. With her short, flat fingers, which gave almost the appearance of being webbed, she seized his hand and drew it to her bosom. Pierre wrenched the hand away and drew back discreetly. Repelled, rather than abashed, he averted his eyes. The witch was more than twice his age, and her charms were too uncouth and unsavory to tempt him for an instant. Also, her repute was such as to have nullified the attractions of a younger and fairer sorceress. Her witchcraft had made her feared among the peasantry of that remote province, where belief in spells and philters was still common. The people of Avoine called her La Mère des Crapauds, Mother of Toads, a name given for more than one reason. Toads swarmed innumerably about her hut. They were said to be her familiars, and dark tales were told concerning their relationship to the sorceress and the duties they performed at her bidding. Such tales were all the more readily believed because of those batrachian features that had always been remarked in her aspect. The youth disliked her, even as he disliked the sluggish, abnormally large toads on which he had sometimes trodden in the dusk, upon the path between her hut and the village of Les Cibous. He could hear some of these creatures croaking now, and it seemed weirdly that they uttered half-articulate echoes of the witch's words. It would be dark soon, he reflected. The path along the marshes was not pleasant by night, and he felt doubly anxious to depart. Still without replying to Mère Antoinette's invitation, he reached for the black triangular vial she had set before him on her greasy table. The vial contained a philter of curious potency which his master, Alain Le Dindon, had sent him to procure. Le Dindon, the village apothecary, was wont to deal surreptitiously in certain dubious medicaments supplied by the witch, and Pierre had often gone on such errands to her osier hidden hut. The old apothecary, whose humour was rough and ribald, had sometimes rallied Pierre concerning Mère Antoinette's preference for him. "Some night, my lad, you will remain with her," he had said. "Be careful, or the big toad will crush you." Remembering this gibe, the boy flushed angrily as he turned to go. "Stay," insisted Mère Antoinette. "The fog is cold on the marshes, and it thickens apace. I knew that you were coming, and I have mulled for you a goodly measure of the red wine of Zymes." She removed the lid from an earthen pitcher and poured its steaming contents into a large cup. The purplish red wine creamed delectably, and an odor of hot, delicious spices filled the hut, overpowering the less agreeable odors from the simmering cauldron, the half-dried newts, vipers, bat-wings, and evil. Nauseous herbs hanging on the walls, and the reek of the black candles of pitch and corpse tallow that burned always by noon or night in that murky interior. "I'll drink it," said Pierre, a little grudgingly. "That is, if it contains nothing of your own concoction. 'Tis naught but sound wine 4 seasons old, with spices of Arabia," the sorceress croaked ingratiatingly. "'Twill warm your stomach. And—" She added something inaudible as Pierre accepted the cup. Before drinking, he inhaled the fumes of the beverage with some caution, but was reassured by its pleasant smell. Surely it was innocent of any drug, any philter brewed by the witch, for, to his knowledge, her preparations were all evil-smelling. Still, as if warned by some premonition, he hesitated. Then he remembered that the sunset air was indeed chill, that mists had gathered furtively behind him as he came to Mère Antoinette's dwelling. The wine would fortify him for the dismal return walk to Les Cibous. He quaffed it quickly and set down the cup. "Truly it is good wine," he declared, "but I must go now." Even as he spoke, he felt in his stomach and veins the spreading warmth of the alcohol, of the spices, of something more ardent than these. It seemed that his voice was unreal and strange, falling as if from a height above him. The warmth grew, mounting within him like a golden flame fed by magic oils. His blood, a seething torrent, poured tumultuously and more tumultuously through his members. There was a deep, soft thundering in his ears, a rosy dazzlement in his eyes. Somehow the hut appeared to expand, to change luminously about him. He hardly recognized its squalid furnishings, its litter of baleful oddments, on which a torrid splendor was shed by the black candles, tipped with ruddy fire. That towered and swelled gigantically into the soft gloom his blood burned as with the throbbing flame of the candles. It came to him, for an instant, that all this was a questionable enchantment, a glamour wrought by the witch's wine. Fear was upon him, and he wished to flee. Then, close beside him, he saw Mère Antoinette. Briefly he marveled at the change that had befallen her. Then fear and wonder were alike forgotten, together with his old repulsion. He knew why the magic warmth mounted ever higher and hotter within him, why his flesh glowed like the ruddy tapers. The soiled skirt she had worn lay at her feet, and she stood naked as Lilith, the first witch. The lumpish limbs and body had grown voluptuous. The pale, thick-lipped mouth enticed him with a promise of ampler kisses than other mouths could yield. The pits of her short round arms, the concave of her ponderously drooping breasts, the heavy creases and swollen rondures of flanks and thighs, all were fraught with luxurious allurement. "Do you like me now, my little one?" she questioned. This time he did not draw away, but met her with hot, questing hands when she pressed heavily against him. Her limbs were cool and moist. Her breasts yielded like the turf mounds above a bog. Her body was white and wholly hairless, but here and there he found curious roughnesses, like those on the skin of a toad, that somehow sharpened his desire instead of repelling it. She was so huge that his fingers barely joined behind her, his two hands together were equal only to the cupping of a single breast, but the wine had filled his blood with a philtrous ardor. She led him to her couch beside the hearth, where a great cauldron boiled mysteriously, sending up its fumes in strange twining coils that suggested vague and obscene figures. The couch was rude and bare, but the flesh of the sorceress was like deep, luxurious cushions. Pierre awoke in the ashy dawn, when the tall black tapers had dwindled down and had melted limply in their sockets. Sick and confused, he sought vainly to remember where he was or what he had done. Then, turning a little, he saw beside him on the couch a thing that was like some impossible monster of ill dreams, a toad-like form, large as a fat woman. Its limbs were somehow like a woman's arms and legs. Its pale, warty body pressed and bulged against him, and he felt the rounded softness of something that resembled a breast. Nausea rose within him as memory of that delirious night returned. Most foully he had been beguiled by the witch, and had succumbed to her evil enchantments. It seemed that an incubus smothered him, weighing upon all his limbs and body. He shut his eyes, that he might no longer behold the loathsome thing that was Mère Antoinette in her true semblance. Slowly, with prodigious effort, he drew himself away from the crushing nightmare shape. It did not stir or appear to waken, and he slid quickly from the couch. Again, compelled by a noisome fascination, he peered at the thing on the couch, and saw only the gross form of Mère Antoinette. Perhaps his impression of a great toad beside him had been but an illusion, a half-dream that lingered after slumber. He lost something of his nightmarish horror, but his gorge still rose in a sick disgust, remembering the lewdness to which he had yielded. Fearing that the witch might awaken at any moment and seek to detain him, he stole noiselessly from the hut. It was broad daylight, but a cold, hueless mist lay everywhere, shrouding the reedy marshes, and hanging like a ghostly curtain on the path he must follow to Les Éboues. Moving and seething always, the mist seemed to reach toward him with intercepting fingers as he started homeward. He shivered at its touch. He bowed his head and drew his cloak closer around him. Thicker and thicker, the mist swirled, coiling, writhing endlessly, as if to bar Pierre's progress. He could discern the twisting, narrow path for only a few paces in advance. It was hard to find the familiar landmarks, hard to recognize the osiers and willows that loomed suddenly before him like grey phantoms, and faded again into the white nothingness as he went onward. Never had he seen such fog. It was like the blinding, stifling fumes of 1,000 witch-stirred cauldrons. Though he was not altogether sure of his surroundings, Pierre thought that he had covered half the distance to the village. Then, all at once, he began to meet the toads. They were hidden by the mist till he came close upon them. Misshapen, unnaturally big and bloated, They squatted in his way on the little footpath, or hopped sluggishly before him from the pallid gloom on either hand. Several struck against his feet with a horrible and heavy flopping. He stepped unaware upon one of them, and slipped in the squashy noisomeness it had made, barely saving himself from a headlong fall on the bog's rim. Black, mirry water gloomed close beside him as he staggered there. Turning to regain his path, he crushed others of the toads to an abhorrent pulp under his feet. The marshy soil was alive with them. They flopped against him from the mist, striking his legs, his bosom, his very face with their clammy bodies. They rose up by scores like a devil-driven legion. It seemed that there was a malignance, an evil purpose in their movements, in the buffeting of their violent impact. He could make no progress on the swarming path, but lurched to and fro, slipping blindly and shielding his face with lifted hands. He felt an eerie consternation, an eldritch horror. It was as if the nightmare of his awakening in the witch's hut had somehow returned upon him. The toads came always from the direction of Les Éboues, as if to drive him back toward Mère Antoinette's dwelling. They bounded against him like a monstrous hail, like missiles flung by unseen demons. The ground was covered by them. The air was filled with their hurtling bodies. Once he nearly went down beneath them. Their number seemed to increase. They pelted him in a noxious storm. He gave way before them, his courage broke, and he started to run at random, without knowing that he had left the safe path. Losing all thought of direction in his frantic desire to escape from those impossible myriads, he plunged on amid the dim reeds and sedges, over ground that quivered gelatinously beneath him. Always at his heels he heard the soft, heavy flopping of the toads, and sometimes they rose up like a sudden wall to bar his way and turn him aside. More than once, they drove him back from the verge of hidden quagmires into which he would otherwise have gallon. It was as if they were herding him deliberately and concertedly to a destined goal. Now, like the lifting of a dense curtain, the mist rolled away, and Pierre saw before him in a golden dazzle of morning sunshine the green, thick-growing osiers that surrounded Mère Antoinette's hut. The toads had all disappeared, though he could have sworn that hundreds of them were hopping close about him an instant previously. With a feeling of helpless fright and panic, he knew that he was still within the witch's toils, that the toads were indeed her familiars, as so many people believed them to be. They had prevented his escape, and had brought him back to the foul creature, whether woman, batrachian, or both, who was known as the mother of toads. Pierre's sensations were those of one who sinks momently deeper into some black and bottomless quicksand. He saw the witch emerge from the hut and come toward him. Her thick fingers, with pale folds of skin between them, like the beginnings of a web, were stretched and flattened on the steaming cup that she carried. A sudden gust of wind arose as if from nowhere, lifting the scanty skirts of Mère Antoinette about her fat thighs, and bearing to Pierre's nostrils the hot, familiar spices of the drugged wine. "Why did you leave so hastily, my little one?" There was an amorous wheedling in the very tone of the witch's question. "I should not have let you go without another cup of the good red wine, mulled and spiced for the warming of your stomach. See, I have prepared it for you, knowing that you would return." She came very close to him as she spoke, leering and sidling, and held the cup toward his lips. Pierre grew dizzy with the strange fumes and turned his head away. It seemed that a paralyzing spell had seized his muscles, for the simple movement required an immense effort. His mind, however, was still clear, and the sick revulsion of that nightmare dawn returned upon him. He saw again the great toad that had lain at his side when he awakened. "I will not drink your wine," he said firmly. "You are a foul witch, and I loathe you. Let me go." "Why do you loathe me?" croaked Mère Antoinette. "You loved me yesternight. I can give you all that other women give, and more." "You are not a woman," said Pierre. "You are a big toad. I saw you in your true shape this morning. I'd rather drown in the marsh waters than sleep with you again." An indescribable change came upon the sorceress before Pierre had finished speaking. The leer slid from her thick and pallid features, leaving them blankly inhuman for an instant. Then her eyes bulged and goggled horribly, and her whole body appeared to swell as if inflated with venom. "Go then," she spat with a guttural virulence. "But you will soon wish that you had stayed." The queer paralysis had lifted from Pierre's muscles. It was as if the injunction of the angry witch had served to revoke an insidious, half-woven spell. With no parting glance or word, Pierre turned from her and fled with long, hasty steps, almost running, on the path to Les Chibouts. He had gone little more than 100 paces when the fog began to return. It coiled shoreward in vast volumes from the marshes. It poured like smoke from the very ground at his feet. Almost instantly the sun dimmed to a wan silver disk and disappeared. The blue heavens were lost in the pale and seething voidness overhead. The path before Pierre was blotted out till he seemed to walk on the sheer rim of a white abyss that moved with him as he went, like the clammy arms of spectres with death-chill fingers that clutched and caressed. The weird mists drew closer still about Pierre. They thickened in his nostrils and throat. They dripped in a heavy dew from his garments. They choked him with the foetor of rank waters and putrescent ooze, and a stench as of liquefying corpses that had risen somewhere to the surface amid the fen. Then, from the blank whiteness, the toads assailed Pierre in a surging, solid wave that towered above his head and swept him from the dim path with the force of falling seas as it descended. He went down, splashing and floundering, into water that swarmed with the numberless batrachians. Thick slime was in his mouth and nose as he struggled to regain his footing. The water, however, was only knee-deep, and the bottom, though slippery and oozy, supported him with little yielding when he stood erect. He discerned indistinctly through the mist the nearby margin from which he had fallen, but his steps were weirdly and horribly hampered by the toad-seething waters when he strove to reach it. Inch by inch, with a hopeless panic deepening upon him, he fought toward the solid shore. The toads leaped and tumbled about him with a dizzying, eddy-like motion. They swirled like a viscid undertow around his feet and shins. They swept and swelled in great loathsome undulations against his retarded knees. However, he made slow and painful progress, till his outstretched fingers could almost grasp the wiry sedges that trailed from the low bank len, from that mist-bound shore. There fell and broke upon him a second deluge of those demoniac toads, and Pierre was bowed helplessly backward into the filthy waters. Held down by the piling and crawling masses, and drowning in nauseous darkness at the thick oozed bottom, he clawed feebly at his assailants. For a moment, ere oblivion came, his fingers found among them the outlines of a monstrous form that was somehow toad-like, but large and heavy as a fat woman. At the last, it seemed to him that two enormous breasts were crushed closely down upon his face. End of Mother of Toads by Dimensional horrors are large aquatic predators, similar to a mosasaur or other Mesozoic reptile, but with 8 spider-like hairy legs, black hyaluscent eyes, and skin covered in slime. They make hissing noises. They can be killed by fire. They are a predatory species originating from another dimension. The people of the ancient city of Dras in Borneo created a mausoleum that acted as a dimensional gateway to allow these creatures to pass through. The Tomb from Beyond by Carl Jacobi, first published 1933. The present story should satisfy the craving of those of our readers who occasionally like to read a weird scientific tale. It is indeed a rare story that can interweave a theme of growing horror with plausible science. The ancient, forgotten races of Earth may have had strange powers that are beyond our conception, powers that would make our science seem insignificant in comparison, powers that may someday be rediscovered by chance or otherwise. And whether these powers would be a blessing or a curse is a matter for conjecture. Here we present a tale that is not technically cold-blooded. The story interest is highly developed, and you are sure to enjoy it. It was in late September, while in the employ of Payne, Largarten and Company, land agents Boston, that I first came into that district known as the Opal Lake country. The 35 miles from Pine Island to Flume I had found necessary to travel by car, no trains making the run on the inland spur for the past 6 years, or since the cessation of the lumbering industry. I was dead tired from a 2-day trip and 6-hour ride on the jerking, creeping local, and my spirits fell even lower as I sat hunched back in the rear seat of the old Ford and surveyed the forlorn aspect of the region that stretched away on all sides. Flume, my destination, I was aware, of course, was one of those depressing oddities that one finds occasionally in the wake of American enthusiasm, a deserted town. But if the conclusion to my trip was to be an inglorious one, the approach was no less depressing. The spent day was chilly and gloomy, a raw wind whining past the windshield from the north, and the tortuous road, unrepaired since its years of unuse, wound in and out through a gaunt graveyard of second growth. To the side, fallen in various angles of despair, stumbled the rotting poles of the abandoned telegraph line, the wires dangling in ensnared coils like some gigantic grapevine withered in decay. Nor was the somberness of my trip made any more pleasant by the personality of my driver. A stolid and taciturn Finn, he answered my questions with nods or unintelligible gutturals around the stem of his pipe and confined his entire attention to the uneven way ahead. It was when we had reached a higher eminence, a point where the road mounted an old terminal moraine, that I, sweeping my gaze below me, remarked to the driver, "Opal Lake, eh?" He grunted in agreement, and I stared down upon that perfect circle embedded there in the growth. Farther on, near the point where I judged the abandoned town of Flume to be, was a much smaller lake, this one curiously in the shape of a half-moon. "And the other?" I asked, looking up once more. "The little Jake off to the right, what is it called?" The driver drew on his pipe, and a cloud of blue smoke, strong with perique, swirled back into my face. Somehow I got the impression that my question had disturbed him. He turned, glanced down at the crescent-shaped strip of water, and his BPS tightened. "That isn't a lake," he said shortly. The man wasn't joking. As I reached for a cigarette and cupped my hands around the match, I was about to reply that my vision, in spite of a need for reading glasses, was still unimpaired. But at that moment, the car struck a deep gash in the road, tilted sharply, and I was forced to clutch hard to keep from being thrown from the seat. When the road had resumed a comparatively even plane again, the thought had passed on. Nightfall had gathered upon us, when half an hour later we swept around a curve and drove into the empty street of Flume. It was here, according to our correspondence arrangement, that I was to meet my client, Julian Trenard. For a moment, as we drove slowly forward, I thought he had forgotten about it. Then we came abreast of the boarded-up building that had once housed the town's furniture store, and I saw him. In the gloom, he seemed at first only a blacker shadow standing there motionless, hands hanging at his sides. He was tall, and his height was even more accentuated by the long black rain poncho that draped loosely from his shoulders. He gave no sign of recognition as we clattered to a halt before him, until I climbed out of the car and stepped forward. "Are you Mr. Trenard?" I asked hesitatingly. My voice sent a visible shock through him, and he started to attention abruptly as though he had been immersed in his thoughts. "I'm Arnold," I continued. "John Arnold of Payne, Largarten Company. You received my letter?" "Yes." He nodded slowly and after a moment extended his hand. "You may dismiss your driver, Arnold. It is only a short distance to my place, and we can talk as we walk." The fact that he neither wished me welcome nor expressed a thankfulness that I had come, even as a matter of courtesy, took me back a bit. And I stood studying the man in silence. In the gathering darkness, the evidences of years spent under a tropical sun were clearly apparent. He stood noticeably erect, shoulders wide and square, marking, it seemed, a man of determination and strength. Yet the left side of his lips twitched constantly, and there was a furtive stare in his eyes that suggested fear. I paid the driver, who, still in silence, handed out my gripsack, then whirled the car around in the center of the street and raced off in the direction from which he had come. "There are two roads," Trinard said abruptly, after the driver had gone, "one skirting the lake and a shorter one through the woods. Which do you prefer?" "There is a lake, then?" I asked, remembering the queer remark of the driver. For a moment, Trinard made no answer. He stared straight ahead of him and walked forward a couple of paces. "A lakeys," he said slowly. "A lake of hell." Needless to say, this Kabbalistic statement set my brain in turmoil again, and I could find no words for reply. We reached the edge of town and entered the remnants of an old logging road, merely 2 ruts in most places, necessitating my walking on one side and Trinard 4 feet away on the other. The man gave no indication of commencing that conversation which he had declared the march to his house would permit, and we paced along in silence. It was quite dark now, the way before us walled in by 2 lines of towering trees. Up above, thick velvet clouds swept across the low-hanging sky, but off to the east, a growing circle of radiance showed where the moon was trying to break through. As the man continued to say nothing, and I could think of nothing worthy of disturbing his study, I fell into a deep thought myself, musing on all his colourful history which had so intrigued the world a year before. Here, then, was the leader of that epoch-making Trenard-fielding expedition, which, in the face of all scientific ridicule, had discovered off the coast of British North Borneo the remnants of a hitherto unknown civilization, the unchronicled, unfabled city of Dras. I remembered the lengthy newspaper accounts that had been devoted to the finding of the submerged titty and the queer artifacts brought back to New York. Down there on the sea floor, Trinard had walked the streets of a city buried under water for centuries. He had found marble buildings, architecture unaffected by Roman or Arab invasion, statues of deities of a distinct and separate religion, and carven hieroglyphics that were as yet undecipherable. It was indeed a success. But Fielding had not fared so well. His sudden death had been a shock to the entire country, and especially to his colleagues back in the University of Virginia. There were queer rumors about his being killed by some unseen sea monster which lurked there in the depths, rumors that had been partially verified by other members of the expedition, but in all cases stoutly denied by Trinard. In the exact center of the water-covered city, according to Trinard's popular book, The Mysteries of Sunken Dras, which I had browsed through, he had found a large mausoleum where apparently were entombed the 5 kings of the last dynasty. And for some reason, Trinard had been so taken up by either the architectural beauty or the regal associations of this edifice that he had raised it to the surface, segment by segment, and shipped it back to the United States. It was a tremendous undertaking, involving the use of costly derricks and equipment and endangering the lives of the men. Why Trinard should have chosen this one building to raise rather than the many others, and why indeed he should have sacrificed further exploration and the removal of other objects to raise any at all, was, to the popular mind, a mystery. It was said, of course, that the touch of fever, which had delayed him for 3 weeks at Kuching on the west coast of Borneo, had left his mind unbalanced. It was also said that the radiogram which had come to him out there in the Java Sea, telling of the sudden death of his sister Sylvia, had left him half-mad and brought about a strange obsession. At any rate, Trinard had taken the mausoleum back with him to New York. Then, at further expense, he had conveyed it by train and motor truck to his wilderness home near the town of Flume. That was a year ago. Flume at that time was only a monument of past industry. Only some 75 persons remained in the village. But I had heard or read somewhere that 3 months after the mausoleum had been set up in the town cemetery and the body of his deceased sister Sylvia, entombed in it, every one of those 75 had packed up and left en masse. Chapter 2. The Mysteries of Sunken Dras. My reverie suddenly came to an end when Trinard, grasping my arm and speaking for the first time in many moments, said, "The road forks here. Let us take the wood path. The lake road is considerably longer." I nodded in agreement and increased my pace to keep up with him. Abruptly, the way before us opened upon a large glade, and there, 50 yards ahead, loomed the walls of a huge oblong house. I stared at it coldly. Even in the half-darkness, the severe style of its architecture was apparent. The building, though framed, had not the slightest suggestion of gable or ornamentation, and rose straight up and across like an enormous packing case. Trinard led the way to a small door, unlatched it with a key, and ushered me inside. To an interior decorator, I presume, that chamber would have appealed as being furnished in good taste. But to me, depressed already by the somberness of my passage through the September woods, it seemed even more austere than the buildings outside. The white walls ran up 2 stories to an arched ceiling of a sickly-hued blue. On the side opposite me, halfway up, extended a small gallery swerving out over the room in a wide curve and terminating in a steep staircase, the balustrade fashioned of polished silver. There was a white porcelain bookcase in one corner, and on its top stood 2 curious ebony figures. One was in the likeness of a large deep-sea fish, with huge scales and a bloated middle portion. The other, complete in every detail, was a carving of a diver with helmet and full equipment all in all. The room gave the impression of utter coldness, and my eyes moved from side to side, searching for a bit of red or brown to break the frigid monotony. Trinard had removed his hat and coat now. He moved toward a connecting door, saying, "Make yourself comfortable for a few moments, Arnold. I'll get you a little refreshment. I have no servants. I've lived here alone since the death of my sister, you know." Before I could explain that I had eaten heartily in Pine Island, he had gone, and I was left to my thoughts. I stood there a moment musing over the strange ways a man's ornamental fancies will manifest themselves. Then, lighting a cigarette, I tossed my hat and coat to a chair and strolled over to the bookcase. There were the volumes I had expected to find: atlases, travel accounts, texts on deep-sea diving, Wallace's Malay Archipelago, and 1 or 2 technical works on ancient civilizations. But my attention was attracted abruptly from the bookshelves to a large framed picture hanging on the white wall. It was an enlarged photograph, a scene taken underwater by a submerged camera. It presented, I realized instantly, a street view of the sunken city of Dross. Vaguely, through the blur of the water and under the glare of what apparently was the submarine's beam light, had been snapped a formless mass of ornate buildings, shadowy columns and capitals. It was indistinct, yet that very lack of line and boundary increased its mystery and appeal. In the foreground could be distinguished a school of fish, and at a point in the rear, above the city, hung a black shapeless mass, which apparently had failed to register in the lens of the camera. Toward this latter object I suddenly found my gaze attracted. For an instant I stood there wondering what could have caused this blotch on an otherwise almost incredibly perfect photograph. Then slowly there came a singular sensation that my eyes were being held in focus, that another will stronger than my own would not permit them to turn away. It was inexplicable, that feeling. It seemed as though some hidden eye were looking from beneath that discoloration on the print, gazing at me with the controlling stare of a hypnotist. A moment later, I thought that formless shadow had begun to move, to creep slowly toward me with the sluggish wavering movement of a heavy body in deep water. Heavy steps and a slamming door broke the spell abruptly, and I turned to meet Trinard approaching with a tray of china. He sat across from me, lit an old meerschaum pipe, and proceeded to lose himself amid clouds of tobacco smoke. "Mr. Trinard," I said at length, my repast finished, "if we can agree on one subject, that of price, I believe my business may be concluded here with as little trouble and as quickly as possible. We have found a potential purchaser of your property. You must realize, however, that inconveniences caused by the abandonment of the town of Flume, you cannot command a very high price." He seemed noticeably relieved at this information, and eyeing aside his pipe, replied quickly, "Then I will accept the offer, whatever it is. I've got to get away from here, and I can't do it until I've realized the money invested on the property." I nodded, puzzled at his marked vehemence. "My company will live up to its reputation of fairness," I assured him. "As your agent, we will ask only the customary commission for finding a purchaser and completing the transaction." "Shall we draw up the papers now, then, and I will leave in the morning?" "The papers can wait," Trinard replied. "It will be easier to write by daylight, and if you will pardon me, I am in the custom of retiring early. You may stay here and read if you like. Your room is readied by the staircase and is the second door to the right." I nodded silently and watched him as he climbed the staircase with my gripsack and disappeared somewhere in the darkness of the gallery above. Again he was either thoughtless, disturbed, or characteristically impolite, for he made no offer to bid me good night. After my refreshment, the profound weariness which had so dulled me since my arrival in Pine Island had gradually left, and I now experienced no desire for sleep. I picked up a leather-bound copy of Trenard's book, The Mysteries of Sunken Dras, and absently opened it. A clock ticked slowly, steadily, somewhere, as I glanced at random through the pages. Presently I came to several passages which had been underlined with pencil, and before them my eyes hesitated long enough to read. A careful study of the hieroglyphics on the tomb has led me to the belief that the inhabitants of Dras had reached an intelligence considerably higher than the average observer would gather by merely examining the artifacts brought to the surface. I am of the opinion that the scholars and wise men at the courts of the 5 kings of the last dynasty had probed to a remarkable degree the most profound depths of abstract mathematical calculation and theoretical physics. And again, the Drasian theology seems to have been an unexplainable combination of the vilest forms of demonology and a scientific concept of the relation between time and space, or to be exact, a religious intellection based on the belief that the 4-dimensional continuum, as we would term it today, is teeming with gargoyle horrors, difoulness of which the finite mind cannot even conceive. In this respect, I'm almost led to believe that Einstein was crudely antedated thousands of years. Dry and bookish as these statements were, I gave them considerable thought. Toward the end of the volume, thrust in the pages, I came upon a scrap of paper covered with penciled writing. Let me say that ordinarily I am not addicted to reading other people's personal notations, but almost before I realized it, I was staring at the following. Can it be possible that the mausoleum's space interior itself constitutes a disruption of the space-time coordinates, a channel, so to speak, an opening formed in some unknown way by the priests of Dras, which leads from our own 3-dimensional world into the 4th dimension? It is a thought which seems unbelievable, yet the strange tales the villagers told and their frantic exodus from Flume would confirm it. Surely Fielding's story, which he told before he went down the last time, was untrue. But even if true, it would be mad to think it has followed me, and is out there now, out there, God forbid, with poor Sylvia. What does it all mean? Today, one of the forest rangers from the district north of here passed through and confirmed what I had already guessed to be true. The government-made dike constructed to keep Opal Lake at its level on the north shore has been wearing away, and there is danger of inundation. How high the water will rise if it breaks through, I can't imagine. But I must get away from here. I shall go mad if I stay. Chapter 3. Into the Swamp. I sat back and stared at these enigmatic lines, frowning. Undoubtedly it was Trenard's handwriting, but what, in the note's own words, did it all mean? At length, shrugging, I closed the book, tossed it to the table, and rose to my feet. There was a small half-sized door just before me, and if nothing else, it offered a way out of my thoughts. I longed to get out of the room. Its cold, white walls, blue ceiling, and bleak furnishings produced in me that same sense of cheerlessness one finds in the interior of a hospital. I opened the door and stepped out under the night sky. It was a small balcony that extended over the rear of the house. Even as I walked to the edge of the railing, the moon suddenly broke through a last rift of clouds, and I saw below me, like a sheath of ribbed silver, a long and narrow lake, the water swashing against the bushes almost at the building's foundation, the farther shores hidden by an intervening fringe of trees. Straight ahead, the gently rising surface was unbroken, but off to the left, toward the abandoned town of Flume, tile water was dotted with orderly rows of white objects, which at that distance appeared to be pieces of anchored chalk. Farther on huddled a heavy shadow, the outlines of some huge building. For a moment I stood there musing. Then, as my eyes were drawn once again to those rows of white things, a little thrill of understanding swept through me. The driver who had brought me from Pine Island had been right. This wasn't a lake. Those even files of white blocks were tombstones, and the expanse of water before me must and be a development of recent months. An inundated graveyard. The dike on Opal Lake's northern shore had finally worn away, and the water, seeking its own level, had flowed here, flooding without respect the last resting place of Flume's dead. Looking directly below me now, I saw half in the moonlight, half in the shadow, a small flat-bottomed duckboat drawn up on the bush-lined shore. Why indeed? My host should have wished to row out on such a body of water struck me as most singular. And yet, as I gazed at the little craft and the short, stubby oars thrown carelessly beside it, there came a distinct impulse that I myself go out on the moonlit water. I debated a moment, then lifting myself over the railing, dropping the short distance to the ground below. There was a certain macabre attraction to the scene before me. 5 seconds later I had adjusted the oars in the locks and shoved the boat gently into the lapping waves. Without knowing why, I headed due east, following the line of the shore. The moon, though high in the indigo heavens, seemed strangely bloated and out of proportion. As I rowed farther and farther, the white blank wall that marked Trenard's house fell back deeper into the gloom of foliage and looked out at me like an eyeless face swathed in a cowl. At intervals, I rested my oars across the thwart and sat surveying the scene. Presently I was in that part of the lake that was directly over the old graveyard, and looking over my shoulder I could see, some distance ahead, Trenard's mausoleum. There, within its ancient walls, was entombed the man's sister Sylvia, buried in a monument that had once held the 5 kings of Dras. I pulled Lyada on my left oar and headed toward it. The lake was even narrower here, the banks close, and I could see row on row of white tombstones and tilting crosses rising above the water. Waves squashed against them in a low, liquid dirge. The water, too, seemed clearer than that fronting Trenard's house. Looking down over the boat's gunwales, I thought I saw more gravestones and crosses far below in the dark depths, gleaming white like scattered mounds of bleached bones. Then the shadowy mass of the mausoleum rose like a curtain before me. To a general appearance, the architecture might be classed as oriental, the domed roof rising gracefully like a Mohammedan mosque. Above the doorway, a hideous gargoyle perched on a block of stone. I dipped my oars and brought the boat around to the other side, dark there with the shadow of the hidden moonlight, but still revealing a small iron-barred window that had been cut through the wall. With the boat bobbing close to the stone side, I steadied myself, reached up and strove to see into the interior. My curiosity was disappointed. I saw nothing. Only a well of blackness met my eyes. For a moment I remained in that perilous position, staring between the bars. And then, my head jerked back with revulsion. Sweeping to my nostrils from the inner recesses of that vault had come a horrible fetid smell, a loathsome odor of unutterable filth. It surged out upon me like a putrescent blanket of green mold, gagging my throat and larynx. I clung there, retching and gasping. For an instant, there was only silence and that festering breath. Then, without warning, there came from within those walls a prolonged hiss like escaping steam and a heavy sluggish splashing in the interior water. Something cold and clammy slid across my hands clenched there on the iron bars, and I whipped them away dripping with blood, gashed to the bone. I did not cry out, only dropped back into the boat and began to row furiously for the shore. I worked the paddles with might and main until my shoulders ached in their sockets. My heart pounded like a runner's. Back in my own room in Trenard's house, I sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at my hands. Both were marked with deep, ragged gashes between the wrist and first knuckle. Blood gushed from the wounds, dyed the fingers crimson. Confused, bewildered, I poured a quantity of water and carefully bathed the injured members. Then, utilizing the little first aid kit I always carry in my grip sack, I carefully bathed the gashes in iodine, then applied gauze and adhesive tape. How long I lay there awake, I cannot tell. My brain was whirling round and round, seeking an answer to it all. But at length I lapsed into a fitful slumber. The rumble of thunder was in my ears when I awoke. Rain was slashing the pane of my bedroom window, and in the early morning gloom, a wall of trees, just beyond, were bending double in the face of a raging wind. I jumped to my feet with an exclamation. Bad weather meant bad roads, and considering the disrepair of the Flumpine Island Trail, this unexpected storm might cause an enforced stay in Trenard's house. An outlook which, as I considered it, rose to appalling proportions. Dressed, I made my way downstairs to find my worst fears realized. The rain was slanting down in torrents, and the path that led across the glade into the woods was a swirling river of mud and water. The little door leading to the balcony that faced the lake was open, and stepping to the sill I paused and looked out. Julian Trenard was standing at the railing, staring out ahead of him at the foaming lake. He was drenched to the skin, and the water was running down his face in tiny rivulets. Suddenly he became aware of my presence, whirled around and stepped back into the room. I watched him as he moved to a chair and sank into it with a low moan. "Arnold," he said, "have you ever gone into the theory of relativity? Do you know anything of the principles of space-time, of the fourth dimension? Do you believe there are other worlds around us, worlds which, because of our limited three-dimensional senses, we cannot see or understand?" I took out a cigarette, lit it twice before I made my reply. "Yes, of course," I said. "I'm not so strong on my science, but I've read the usual articles." "Why?" The nerve near Trenard's mouth was twitching violently now. He got up, paced to the farther wall and back again, then hesitated before me, leaning hard on the tabletop. "And do you believe it to be true that in that other fourth-dimensional world there exist forms of life entirely removed from our own evolutionary scale? Creatures horrible beyond the farthest reaches of our imagination? Do you believe that?" "Who knows?" I replied. "It's logical, I suppose, but the unknown is always popularly embodied with strange terrors. So far, we have only a tangle of mathematical calculations to go by." He turned away without listening, and as I looked after him curiously, I thought I saw his lips form the words over and over again. "Oh, Sylvia, Sylvia." Both breakfast and the subsequent business formalities were dismal affairs. The storm, instead of dying down, grew steadily in fury, and we sat in that cheerless room with the thunder hammering overhead, and the wind rushing by the outer walls with the screams of a frightened child. Noon came and passed, with Trenard making no suggestion of a lunch. Curiously enough, the man had not seemed to notice the fact that both my hands were thickly bound in bandages. Or if he did, he asked no questions about them. The wounds, incidentally, were causing me constant worry. Though I had not inspected them since the night before, they felt hot and feverish, and an unpleasant sensation of a pulse beating deep in the gashes made me resolve to visit a doctor immediately upon my return to Boston. But the unexplainable events, of which those hurts were a climax, I deliberately thrust from my mind. That was something I could not think of without trembling in horror. Abruptly at 5 o'clock the rain and the wind came to an end, and there was left only an occasional sullen, delayed burst of thunder. The storm had passed on. With the quieting of the elements, Trenard suddenly roused himself into action. A tremor seemed to pass through him from head to foot, and he called softly, "I'm coming, Sylvia. I'll take you away." Yue ran madly across the room, flung open the outer door and disappeared. Moments dragged by as I stood looking after him. Had the man reached the climax of some mental malady? Were his queer actions, his apparent obsession, the result of a diseased brain? An instant I waited in indecision. Then, as the cold gloominess of that room slowly gathered around me, I strode to the door and followed him. His footprints were embedded there in the wet loam, and slowly, half held back by some inner dread, I traced them around the outer wall of the house. At first I thought he was making for the little duck boat I had used the night before, but the trail led farther on, through a dense thicket, down into a low marshy section of land, and finally to the edge of the lake. I drew up behind the bole of a tree and peered ahead of me. Trenard was there, up to his knees in water, dragging a huge flat-bottomed barge to the shore from its anchoring buoy. Along the strip of beach stood 7 steel drums, black barrels of apparently 50-gallon capacity. I could not even guess at their contents. As I watched, Trenard began to roll the barrels one by one onto the barge. They were terrifically heavy, it seemed, the man apparently using every ounce of his strength in the task. The barge itself was a strange affair. Half raft, half boat, it was made of untrimmed logs, bound together with wire and rope of every size and description. Puzzled, unable to understand his actions, I kept in the protective shadow of the tree and watched tile work slowly being completed. Trenard was laboring like a madman now. Sweat was streaming from his forehead. He had thrown off his coat, and hatless, his hair hung wildly over his eyes. At length, the last barrel was moved from the beach to the barge. Without a glance behind, Trenard leaped aboard, seized a long wooden staff, and began poling out into the lake. 50 feet from the shore, the depth became too great for the use of the pole, and he discarded it for a crude, square-bladed paddle arrangement which he operated from a socket in the bow. For a long while, I watched him as he worked the clumsy craft slowly into the upper reaches of the lake. Then, when an intervening fringe of trees hid him from sight, I turned, ran back to the little duckboat, threw in the oars, and shoved off in pursuit. Curiosity once more had gotten the better of me. Chapter 4. Encounter with the Dimensional Horror. The lake lay as flat and motionless as a great mirror, and the tombstones ahead seemed only lighter reflections of the leaden sky. Ahead, the domed mausoleum reared itself above the colorless water like some ugly sprawling beetle, but Trenard did not steer directly for the tomb. Carefully, as one proceeding under a long premeditated plan, he maneuvered the barge to a point some 40 or 50 feet from the vault's entrance, and the tomb from beyond 363 there. Halting his paddling, seized one of the steel barrels and rolled it to the boat's edge. Gradually lessening the intervening space, I rowed my own craft parallel to the bank, watching him. He had resumed his paddling again now, moving slowly forward with that one barrel still lying at the edge of the barge, almost touching the water. From that barrel, a dark, heavy liquid was pouring onto the lake, coloring the surface with a gleaming purple-black, thickening in an ever-widening circle. It was oil. No other fluid would act in like manner when in contact with water. Round and round the mausoleum Trenard directed the barge. I was quite near now, and I could see the mingled expression of fear and determination in the man's face, the wild stare in his black eyes. Back and forth he worked the enormous socket paddle, and in his wake grew a steadily widening trail of oil. When the steel drum was emptied, Trenard shoved it into the water and rolled another into position. And thus he repeated the process, circumnavigating the tomb again and again until the surface of the lake was black with petroleum. At length, the contents of the 7 barrels were emptied, and Trenard headed for the vault entrance. He lashed the mooring rope around one of the narrow stone columns, leaped out, and waded over the water-covered stairs to the door. A moment later, I heard the iron barrier clang open and saw him disappear into the interior. 5 minutes passed, an eternity with only the gentle lapping of the water on the surrounding masonry. Then, as I leaned over the gunwale watching, Trenard reappeared, and I started as if struck by a blow. From the entrance of the vault, he was dragging a heavy, oblong shape, struggling to slide it onto the barge. A black wooden box it was, a coffin, the carved and ornamented casket of his sister Sylvia, but something was wrong. The man was making frantic efforts to close the iron door behind him. He was straining backward, arms bent double, exerting all his strength to force it into position. There was but a foot separating it from the latch, yet some interior force seemed holding it open. Suddenly Trenard threw back his hands and uttered a shriek of horror. He released the door and with one wild lunge threw himself onto the barge, unfastened the mooring rope, and seized the paddle arm. Back and forth he shot the blade, churning through the thick water. The clumsy craft began to move slowly away from the tomb, and then I can only chronicle the events that followed from the nightmare train of horror images that remain engraved on my mind. From the entrance of the domed mausoleum there emerged a thing which sent a wave of terror streaking down my spine. It was utterly bestial. It was a sight so indescribably loathsome and repulsive that it held me there in the boat, rigid and unable to believe my eyes, doubting my very sanity. Creeping over the water-covered steps, past the carved columns, came a huge, bloated, semi-saurian monster, a giant sea serpent, an enormous water reptile, and yet a creature with 8 jointed, hairy spider legs like some hybrid insect from the canvas of the mad August Schlegel. The body, sliding endlessly from the inner recesses of the vault, was a gleaming, lubricous black, the head, a flat, pointed, featureless mass. As I stared out upon it and a great nausea rose up within me, I subconsciously catalogued it, in spite of those hairy spider-like appendages, as something akin to a mosasaur, the giant sea snake that infested the prehistoric seas of the later Mesozoic. And yet, though I am neither biologist nor student of paleontology, though I have never, beyond casual browsing, delved into the little-known subject of deep-pressure marine life, I knew it to be no naturally evolved form of life of my own mundane world. Head and 3 long undulations above the surface, jaws dripping slaver, it poised there, then suddenly lunged straight at Trinard. Again the man screamed, and the cry shot over the lake, wailing to the farthest shore. He was working like a madman at the socket oar now, churning the oily water in great foaming waves, and the barge, with the coffin in its center, moved sluggishly forward. And as I sat, transfixed, in the boat, I thought I understood. The interior of that mausoleum, where once had been entombed the 5 kings of Dras, constituted a channel, an opening in space, formed in some strange way by the priests of that ancient city, leading from our own 3-dimensional world to that of the 4th dimension. When Trinard had raised the tomb to the surface from the seafloor, transported it here to the Flume Cemetery, the passage through space-time had not disturbed that opening. It still existed in the vault's interior, a door to the world beyond. Good God! Now I saw the reason for Trinard's actions. He had guessed all this too, long before. He had lived a life of constant growing dread in his lonely home, and had gradually become obsessed with the horrible thought that the body of his sister Sylvia was out there with the monster, that her unprotected coffin was within the thing's reach. Was not death in our plane but a process of transmutation, of metempsychosis into another world? And would not that ghastly creature drag her into a pit of deepest corruption where she would be imprisoned forever? The huge thing, body glistening with slime, hairy appendages slowly treading water, was moving forward in pursuit of the barge, and Trinard was struggling at the socket oar, casting frantic glances behind him. It was a death race, an impossible combat between a supernormal entity from another plane and a man crazed with fear. On swept the barge, the square prow turning the oily surface of the lake into a river of creaming ink. Behind, and scattered at intervals near the mausoleum, floated the 7 empty steel drums, half submerged, like so many black porpoises drifting in uninterested sleep. Off on the southern shore, a blue jay sent its sharp cry of reality into the heavy air. For a moment I closed my eyes, telling myself that when I opened them again, I would find it had all been some horrible dream. So much, and no more will the human brain receive that is utterly alien. But when I again looked upon that monstrosity coiling through the water before me, a wave of terror swept through me from head to foot. Scarcely 10 yards apart, they were now, and even from where I sat in the duckboat, I could see the veins on Trinard's brow extend as he worked the huge paddle, like taut wire. Mercifully, perhaps, the occurrences of the next few instants have been blurred in my memory in a hideous maelstrom of confusion. I have, however, a nightmare recollection of leaping to my feet, the impact almost swamping the duckboat, and screaming one wild scream. "Trinard! Trinard!" Oh my God! There it was, poised on the surface of the lake, a thing to be compared with no mundane standards, a creation from the inner reaches of a geometric hell. Python body stretched flat downward now, hairy spider legs motionless. Then, with a hiss, it closed in on him. Trinard had only an instant, a single split fraction of time. With a leap, he whirled away from the arm of the socket paddle and clawed madly at his pockets. His hands brought forth something I could not recognize. I saw him fumble with it, open it, and extract something from its interior. Once, twice, he moved his fingers in frantic jerks. Then a pinpoint of orange flame flared up, and with a start I understood. Matches! Trinard meant to ignite the heavy film of oil that covered the surface of the water. He had planned this carefully as the one and only means of self-preservation. Now he turned the flame of the match to the box itself and flung the flaming missile out before him. Then with a scream he looked over his shoulder. The thing was upon him, foul head lunging over the edge of the barge, hissing in diabolical fury. By sheer force, Trinard seemed to wrench himself from the hypnotic stare of those black, hyalescent eyes. He lurched to the opposite end of the barge and flung himself wide and clear into the thick water. Even as his body momentarily disappeared beneath the surface, a wall of flame shot up over the spot, raced toward the monster and the barge, mounting with the rapidity of an inferno. I can tell little more. Stricken dumb, held motionless there, amid the swooshing tombstones, I saw the whole tableau before me transform on the instant into a roaring cauldron of madness. There came a violent lashing and floundering as the monster found itself caught in the center of it. One after another, 7 times in succession, I saw the spider legs burst into flame, curl and shrivel like burning rope, and finally drop off. Up from the cremating body rose a thick greenish miasma, sickening with a stench of burning putrefaction. The lake was singing with flame now. Red reflections stabbed deep into the water depths. The barge and its coffin cargo were a raging holocaust, a floating funeral pyre swiftly being consumed. Of Trenard there was no sign, only flaming oil leaping higher and higher, swirled over the spot where he had disappeared. Abruptly, a dense billow of black smoke, heavy as felt, belched upward and hid it all in a thick, pungent curtain. But I had no wish to see more. I seized the oars of the duck-boat and rowed madly to the beach. 5 feet from the shore I leaped into the water and ran wildly old, through logging road dripping and into woods, the abandoned down the town of Flume. To this day, my passage from the lake across the long tortuous miles to Pine Island remains a blank spot in the record of my memory. There is but a single instant during the endless hours of that advance which I can recall with any degree of clarity, a moment when I reached a higher, open point on the old road and looked out upon a scene that probed its gloom into the lowest reaches of my soul. The lowering sky was deepening into dusk, and the wilderness stretched below me, a dark carpet of undulating green. In its center, like a leaden wedge, lay the elliptical expanse of that lake. Off to the side brooded a heavier shadow, which I knew to be the Dras mausoleum, and over all, from shore to shore, hung a slowly diminishing cloud of smoke. End of The Tomb from Beyond by Carl Jacobi. The Empire of the Necromancers by Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales. September 1932. The legend of Matmur and Sodosma shall arise only in the latter cycles of earth, when the glad legends of the prime have been forgotten. Before the time of its telling, many epochs shall have passed away, and the seas shall have fallen in their beds, and new continents shall have come to birth. Perhaps in that day it will serve to beguile for a little the black weariness of a dying race, grown hopeless of all but oblivion. I tell the tale as men shall tell it in Zothique, the last continent, beneath a dim sun and sad heavens where the stars come out in terrible brightness before eventide. Chapter 1. Matmur and Sodosma were necromancers who came from the dark isle of Nat to practice their baleful arts in Tinarath beyond the shrunken seas. But they did not prosper in Tinarath, for death was deemed a holy thing by the people of that grey country, and the nothingness of the tomb was not lightly to be desecrated, and the raising up of the dead by necromancy was held in abomination. So, after a short interval, Matmur and Sodosma were driven forth by the anger of the inhabitants and were compelled to flee towards Sincor, a desert of the south, which was peopled only by the bones and mummies of a race that the pestilence had slain in former time. The land into which they went lay drear and leprous and ashen below the huge ember-coloured sun. Its crumbling rocks and deathly solitudes of sand would have struck terror to the hearts of common men. And since they had been thrust out in that barren place without food or sustenance, the plight of the sorcerers might well have seemed a desperate one. But, smiling secretly, with the air of conquerors who tread the approaches of a long-coveted realm, Sodosma and Matmur walked steadily on into Sincor, unbroken before them, through fields devoid of trees and grass, and across the channels of dried-up rivers. There ran the great highway by which travellers had gone formerly between Sincor and Tinarath. Here they met no living thing, but soon they came to the skeletons of a horse and its rider, lying full in the road, and wearing still the sumptuous harness and raiment which they had worn in the flesh. And Matmur and Sodosma paused before the piteous bones, on which no shred of corruption remained, and they smiled evilly at each other. "The steed shall be yours," said Matmur, "since you are a little the elder of us two, and are thus entitled to precedence. And the rider shall serve us both, and be the first to acknowledge fealty to us in Sincor." Then, in the ashy sand by the wayside, they drew a threefold circle, and standing together at its center, they performed the abominable rites that compel the dead to arise from tranquil nothingness, and obey henceforward, in all things, the dark will of the necromancer. Afterward they sprinkled a pinch of magic powder on the nostril holes of the man and the horse, and the white bones, creaking mournfully, rose up from where they had lain and stood in readiness to serve their masters. So, as had been agreed between them, Sodosma mounted the skeleton steed and took up the jewelled reins, and rode in an evil mockery of death on his pale horse, while Mat Muir trudged on beside him, leaning lightly on an ebon staff, and the skeleton of the man, with its rich raiment flapping loosely, followed behind the two like a servitor. After a while, in the grey waste, they found the remnant of another horse and rider, which the jackals had spared, and the sun had dried to the leanness of old mummies. These also they raised up from death, and Mat Muir bestrode the withered charger, and the two magicians rode on in state like errant emperors with a lich and a skeleton to attend them. Other bones and charnel remnants of men and beasts, to which they came anon, were duly resurrected in like fashion, so that they gathered to themselves an ever-swelling train in their progress through Sincor. Along the way, as they neared Yethliriom, which had been the capital, they found numerous tombs and necropoli, inviolate still after many ages, and containing swathed mummies that had scarcely withered in death. All these they raised up and called from sepulchral night to do their bidding. Some they commanded to sow and till the desert fields and hoist water from the sunken wells. Others they left at diverse tasks, such as the mummies had performed in life. The century-long silence was broken by the noise and tumult of myriad activities, and the lank liches of weavers toiled at their shuttles, and the corpses of ploughmen followed their furrows behind carrion oxen. Weary with their strange journey and their oft-repeated incantations, Mat Muir and Sodosma saw before them at last, from a desert hill, the lofty spires and fair, unbroken domes of Yethliriom. Steeped in the darkening, stagnant blood of ominous sunset, "It is a goodly land," said Mat Muir, "and you and I will share it between us, and hold dominion over all its dead, and be crowned as emperors on the morrow in Yethliriom." "Aye," replied Sodosma, "for there is none living to dispute us here, and those that we have summoned from the tomb shall move and breathe only at our dictation, and may not rebel against us." So, in the blood-red twilight that thickened with purple, they entered Yethliriom and rode on among the lofty lampless mansions, and installed themselves with their grisly retinue in that stately and abandoned palace, where the dynasty of Nimboth emperors had reigned for 2,000 years with dominion over Sincor. In the dusty golden halls they lit the empty lamps of onyx by means of their cunning sorcery, and supped on royal viands, provided from past years, which they evoked in like manner. Ancient and imperial wines were poured for them in moonstone cups by the fleshless hands of their servitors, and they drank and feasted and revelled in phantasmagoric pomp, deferring till the morrow the resurrectium of those who lay dead in Yethliriom. They rose betimes, in the dark crimson dawn, from the opulent palace beds in which they had slept, for much remained to be done. Everywhere in that forgotten city they went busily to and fro, working their spells on the people that had died in the last year of the pest, and had lain unburied. And having accomplished this, they passed beyond Yethliriom into that other city of high tombs and mighty mausoleums, in which lay the Nimboth emperors and the more consequential citizens and nobles of Sincor. Here they bade their skeleton slaves to break in the sealed doors with hammers, and then, with their sinful, tyrannous incantations, they called forth the imperial mummies, even to the eldest of the dynasty, all of whom came walking stiffly, with lightless eyes, in rich swathings sewn with flame-bright jewels. And also, later, they brought forth to a semblance of life many generations of courtiers and dignitaries. Moving in solemn pageant, with dark and haughty and hollow faces, the dead emperors and empresses of Sincor made obeisance to Mat Muir and Sodosma, and attended them like a train of captives through all the streets of Yethliriom. Afterward, In the immense throne room of the palace, the necromancers mounted the high double throne, where the rightful rulers had sat with their consorts. Amid the assembled emperors, in gorgeous and funereal state, they were invested with sovereignty by the sear hands of the mummy of Hestion, earliest of the Nimboth line, who had ruled in half-mythic years. Then all the descendants of Hestion, crowding the room in a great throng, acclaimed with toneless, echo-like voices the dominion of Matmor and Sodosma. Thus did the outcast necromancers find for themselves an empire and a subject people in the desolate, barren land where the men of Tinnerath had driven them forth to perish. Rhine H.G. Supreme over all the dead of Sincor, by virtue of their malign magic, they exercised a baleful despotism. Tribute was borne to them by fleshless porters from outlying realms, and plague-eaten corpses, and tall mummies scented with mortuary balsams, went to and fro upon their errands in Yethlirium, or heaped before their greedy eyes. FMM, inexhaustible vaults, the cobweb-blackened gold and dusty gems of antique time. Dead labourers made their palace gardens to bloom with long-perished flowers. Leashes and skeletons toiled for them in the mines, or reared superb, fantastic towers to the dying sun. Chamberlains and princes of old time were their cupbearers, and stringed instruments were plucked for their delight by the slim hands of empresses with golden hair that had come forth untarnished from the night of the tomb. Those that were fairest, whom the plague and the worm had not ravaged overmuch, they took for their lamens, and made to serve their necrophilic lust. Chapter 2. In all things, the people of Sincor performed the actions of life at the will of a Matmor and Sodosma. They spoke, they moved, they ate and drank as in life. They heard and saw and felt with a similitude of the senses that had been theirs before death, but their brains were enthralled by a dreadful necromancy. They recalled but dimly their former existence, and the state to which they had been summoned was empty and troublous and shadow-like. Their blood ran chill and sluggish, mingled with water of Lethe, and the vapours of Lethe clouded their eyes. Dumbly they obeyed the dictates of their tyrannous lords, without rebellion or protest, but filled with a vague, illimitable weariness, such as the dead must know, when having drunk of eternal sleep. They are called back once more to the bitterness of mortal being. They knew no passion or desire, or delight, only the black languor of their awakening from Lethe, and a grey, ceaseless longing to return to that interrupted slumber. Youngest and last of the Nimboth emperors was Ilero, who had died in the first month of the plague, and had lain in his high-built mausoleum for 200 years before the coming of the necromancers. Raised up with his people and his fathers to attend the tyrants, Ilero had resumed the emptiness of existence without question, and had felt no surprise. He had accepted his own resurrection, and that of his ancestors, as one accepts the indignities and marvels of a dream. He knew that he had come back to a faded sun, to a hollow and spectral world, to an order of things in which his place was merely that of an obedient shadow. But at first he was troubled only, like the others, by a dim weariness and pale hunger for the lost oblivion. Drugged by the magic of his overlords, weak from the age-long nullity of death, he beheld like a somnambulist the enormities to which his fathers were subjected. Yet, somehow, after many days, a feeble spark awoke in the sodden twilight of his mind. Like something lost and irretrievable, beyond prodigious gulfs, he recalled the pomp of his reign in Yethlirium, and the golden pride and exultation that had been his in youth. And recalling it, he felt a vague stirring of revolt, a ghostly resentment against the magicians who had haled him forth to this calamitous mockery of life. Darkly he began to grieve for his fallen state, and the mournful plight of his ancestors and his people. Day by day, as a cupbearer in the halls where he had ruled aforetime, Ilero saw the doings of Imatmor and Sodosma. He saw their caprices of cruelty and lust, their growing drunkenness and gluttony. He watched them wallow in their necromantic luxury and become lax with indolence, gross with indulgence. They neglected the study of their art. They forgot many of their spells. But still they ruled, mighty and formidable, and lolling on couches of purple and rose, they planned to lead an army of the dead against Tinarath. Dreaming of conquest and of vaster necromancies, they grew fat and slothful as worms that have installed themselves in a charnel rich with corruption, and pace by pace with their laxness and tyranny, the fire of rebellion mounted in the shadowy heart of Ilero, like a flame that struggles with Lethean damps, and slowly, with the waxing of his wrath, there returned to him something of the strength and firmness that had been his in life. Seeing the turpitude of the oppressors, and knowing the wrong that had been done to the helpless dead, he heard in his brain the clamor of stifled voices demanding vengeance. Among his fathers, through the palace halls of Yethlirium, Ilero moved silently at the bidding of the masters, or stood awaiting their command. He poured in their cups of onyx the amber vintages brought by wizardry from hills beneath a younger sun. He submitted to their contumelies and insults, and night by night he watched them nod in their drunkenness, till they fell asleep, flushed and gross, amid their arrogated splendor. There was little speech among the living dead, and son and father, daughter and mother, lover and beloved, went to and fro without sign of recognition, making no comment on their evil lot. But at last, one midnight, when the tyrants lay in slumber and the flames wavered in the necromantic lamps, Ilero took counsel with Hestaion, his eldest ancestor, who had been famed as a great wizard in fable and was reputed to have known the secret lore of antiquity. Hestaion stood apart from the others in a corner of the shadowy hall. He was brown and withered in his crumbling mummy cloths, and his lightless obsidian eyes appeared to gaze still upon nothingness. He seemed not to have heard the questions of Ilero, but at length, in a dry, rustling whisper, he responded, "I am old, and the night of the sepulchre was long, and I have forgotten much. Yet, groping backward across the void of death, it may be that I shall retrieve something of my former wisdom, and between us we shall devise a mode of deliverance." And Hestaion searched among the shreds of memory, as one who reaches into a place where the worm has been, and the hidden archives of old time have rotted in their covers, till at last he remembered and said, "I recall that I was once a mighty wizard, and among other things I knew the spells of necromancy, but employed them not, deeming their use and the raising up of the dead an abhorrent act. Also, I possessed other knowledge, and perhaps among the remnants of that ancient lore there is something which may serve to guide us now. For I recall a dim, dubitable prophecy made in the primal years, at the founding of Yethlirium and the empire of Sincor. The prophecy was that an evil greater than death would befall the emperors and the people of Sincor in future times, and that the first and the last of the Nimboth dynasty, conferring together, would effect a mode of release and the lifting of the doom. The evil was not named in the prophecy, but it was said that the two emperors would learn the solution of their problem by the breaking of an ancient clay image that guards the nethermost vault below the imperial palace in Yethlirium. Then, having heard this prophecy from the faded lips of his forefather, Ilero mused a while and said, "I remember now an afternoon in early youth, when searching idly through the unused vaults of our palace, as a boy might do, I came to the last vault, and found therein a dusty, uncouth image of clay, whose form and countenance were strange to me, and, knowing not the prophecy, I turned away in disappointment and went back as idly as I had come to seek the moted sunlight. Then, stealing away from their heedless kinfolk, and carrying jeweled lamps they had taken from the hall, Hestaion and Ilero went downward by subterranean stairs beneath the palace, and threading like implacable furtive shadows the maze of nighted corridors, they came at last to the lowest crypt. Here, in the black dust and clotted cobwebs of an immemorial past, they found, as had been decreed, the clay image, whose rude features were those of a forgotten earthly god. and Ilero shattered the image with a fragment of stone, and he and Hestion took from its hollow center a great sword of unrusted steel, and a heavy key of untarnished bronze, and tablets of bright brass on which were inscribed the various things to be done, so that Sincor should be rid of the dark reign of the necromancers, and the people should win back to oblivious death. So, with the key of untarnished bronze, Ilero unlocked, as the tablets had instructed him to do, a low and narrow door at the end of the nethermost vault, beyond the broken image, and he and Hestion saw, as had been prophesied, the coiling steps of sombre stone that led downward to an undiscovered abyss where the sunken fires of earth still burned. And leaving Ilero toward the open door, Hestion took up the sword of unrusted steel in his thin hand, and went back to the hall where the necromancers slept, lying asprawl on their couches of rose and purple, with the wan, bloodless dead about them in patient ranks. Upheld by the ancient prophecy and the lore of the bright tablets, Hestion lifted the great sword and struck off the head of Ematmur and the head of Sodosma, each with a single blow. Then, as had been directed, he quartered the remains with mighty strokes. And the necromancers gave up their unclean lives, and lay supine without movement, adding a deeper red to the rose and a brighter hue to the sad purple of their couches. Then, to his kin who stood silent and listless, hardly knowing their liberation, the venerable mummy of Hestion spoke in seer murmur, but authoritatively, as a king who issues commands to his children. The dead emperors and empresses stirred, like autumn leaves in a sudden wind, and a whisper passed among them, and went forth from the palace, to be communicated at length, by devious ways, to all the dead of Sincor. All that night, and during the blood-dark day that followed, by wavering torches or the light of the failing sun, an endless army of plague-eaten liches, of tattered skeletons, poured in a ghastly torrent through the streets of Yethlerium and along the palace hall where Hestion stood guard above the slain necromancers. Unpausing, with vague fixed eyes, they went on like driven shadows, to seek the subterranean vaults below the palace, to pass through the open door where Ilero waited in the last vault, and then to wend downward by 1,000 steps to the verge of that gulf in which boiled the ebbing fires of earth. There, from the verge, they flung themselves to a second death, and the clean annihilation of the bottomless flames. But after all had gone to their release, Hestion still remained, alone in the fading sunset, beside the cloven corpses of Ematmur and Sodosma. There, as the tablets had directed him to do, he made trial of those spells of elder necromancy, which he had known in his former wisdom, and cursed the dismembered bodies with that perpetual life in death which Matmur and Sodosma had sought to inflict upon the people of Sincor. And maledictions came from the pale lips, and the heads rolled horribly with glaring eyes, and the limbs and torsos writhed on their imperial couches amid clotted blood. Then, with no backward look, knowing that all was done as had been ordained and predicted from the first, the mummy of Hestion left the necromancers to their doom, and went wearily through the nighted labyrinth of vaults to rejoin Ilero. So, in tranquil silence, with no further need of words, Ilero and Hestion passed through the open door of the nether vault, and Ilero locked the door behind them with its key of untarnished bronze. And thence, by the coiling stairs, they wended their way to the verge of the sunken flames, and were one with their kinfolk and their people in the last alternate nothingness. But of Ematmur and Sodosma, men say that their quartered bodies crawl to and fro to this day in Yethlerium, finding no peace or respite from their doom of life in death, and seeking vainly through the black maze of nether vaults the door that was locked by Ilero. End of the Empire of the Necromancers by Clark The Colossus of Elorn by Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales, June 1934. This story is set in Avaroin. Chapter 1. The Flight of the Necromancer. The thrice infamous Nether, alchemist, astrologer, and necromancer, with his 10 devil-given pupils, had departed very suddenly and under circumstances of strict secrecy from the town of Viones. It was widely thought, among the people of that vicinage, that his departure had been prompted by a salutary fear of ecclesiastical thumbscrews and faggots. Other wizards, less notorious than he, had already gone to the stake during a year of unusual inquisitory zeal, and it was well known that Nether had incurred the reprobation of the Church. Few, therefore, considered the reason of his going a mystery, but the means of transit which he had employed, as well as the destination of the sorcerer and his pupils, were regarded as more than problematic. 1,000 dark and superstitious rumors were abroad, and passers made the sign of the cross when they neared the tall, gloomy house which Nether had built in blasphemous proximity to the great cathedral, and had filled with a furniture of satanic luxury and strangeness. 2 daring thieves who had entered the mansion when the fact of its desertion became well established reported that much of this furniture, as well as the books and other paraphernalia of Nether, had seemingly departed with its owner, doubtless to the same fiery bourne. This served to augment the unholy mystery, for it was patently impossible that Nether and his 10 apprentices, with several cartloads of household belongings, could have passed the ever-guarded city gates in any legitimate manner without the knowledge of the custodians. It was said by the more devout and religious moiety that the archfiend, with a legion of bat-winged assistants, had borne them away bodily at moonless midnight. There were clerics, and also reputable burghers, who professed to have seen the flight of man-like shapes upon the blotted stars together with others that were not men, and to have heard the wailing cries of the hell-bound crew as they passed in an evil cloud over the roofs and city walls. Others believed that the sorcerers had transported themselves from Viones through their own diabolic arts, and had withdrawn to some unfrequented fastness where Nether, who had long been in feeble health, could hope to die in such peace and serenity as might be enjoyed by one who stood between the flames of the Auto da Fe and those of Abaddon. It was thought that he had lately cast his own horoscope, for the first time in his 50-odd years, and had read therein an impending conjunction of disastrous planets, signifying early death. Others still, among whom were certain rival astrologers and enchanters, said that Nether had retired from the public view merely that he might commune without interruption with various coadjutive demons, and thus might weave, unmolested, the black spells of a supreme and lycanthropic malice. These spells, they hinted, would in due time be visited upon Viones and perhaps upon the entire region of Avaroin, and would no doubt take the form of a fearsome pestilence, or a wholesale involtuation, or a realm-wide incursion of succubi and incubi. Amid the seething of strange rumors, many half-forgotten tales were recalled, and new legends were created overnight. Much was made of the obscure nativity of Nether and his dubitable wanderings before he had settled, 6 years previous, in Viones. People said that he was fiend-begotten, like the fabled Merlin, his father being no less a personage than Alastor, demon of revenge, and his mother a deformed and dwarfish sorceress. From the former he had taken his spitefulness and malignity, from the latter his squat, puny physique. He had travelled in Orient lands, and had learned from Egyptian or Saracenic masters the unhallowed art of necromancy, in whose practice he was unrivalled. There were black whispers anent the use he had made of long dead bodies, of fleshless bones, and the service he had wrung from buried men that the angel of doom alone could lawfully raise up. He had never been popular, though many had sought his advice and assistance in the furthering of their own more or less dubious affairs. Once, in the 3rd year after his coming to Viones, he had been stoned in public because of his bruited necromancies, and had been permanently lamed by a well-directed cobble. This injury, it was thought, he had never forgiven, and he was said to return the antagonism of the clergy with the hellish hatred of an antichrist. Apart from the sorcerous evils and abuses of which he was commonly suspected, he had long been looked upon as a corrupter of youth. Despite his minikin stature, his deformity and ugliness, he possessed a remarkable power, a mesmeric persuasion, and his pupils, whom he was said to have plunged into bottomless and ghoulish iniquities, were young men of the most brilliant promise. On the whole, his vanishment was regarded as a quite providential riddance. Among the people of the city, there was one man who took no part in the sombre gossip and lurid speculation. This man was Gaspard du Nord, himself a student of the prescribed sciences, who had been numbered for a year among the pupils of Nether, but had chosen to withdraw quietly from the master's household after learning the enormities that would attend his further initiation. He had, however, taken with him much rare and peculiar knowledge, together with a certain insight into the baleful powers and night-dark motives of the necromancer. Because of this knowledge and insight, Gaspard preferred to remain silent when he heard of Nether's departure. Also, he did not think it well to revive the memory of his own past pupilage. Alone with his books, in a sparsely furnished attic, he frowned above a small oblong mirror framed with an arabesque of golden vipers. That had once been the property of Nether. It was not the reflection of his own comely and youthful, though subtly lined face, that caused him to frown. Indeed, the mirror was of another kind than that which reflects the features of the gazer. In its depths, for a few instants, he had beheld a strange and ominous-looking scene, whose participants were known to him, but whose location he could not recognize or orientate. Before he could study it closely, the mirror had clouded as if with the rising of alchemic fumes, and he had seen no more. This clouding, he reflected, could mean only one thing. Nether had known himself watched, and had put forth a counterspell that rendered the clairvoyant mirror useless. It was the realization of this fact, together with the brief, sinister glimpse of Nether's present activities, that troubled Gaspard and caused a chill horror to mount slowly in his mind, a horror that had not yet found a palpable form or a name. Chapter 2. The Gathering of the Dead. The departure of Nether and his pupils occurred in the late spring of 1281, during the interlunar dark. Afterwards a new moon waxed above the flowery fields and bright-leafed woods and waned in ghostly silver. With its waning, people began to talk of other magicians and fresher mysteries. Then, in the moon-deserted nights of early summer, there came a series of disappearances far more unnatural and inexplicable than that of the dwarfish, malignant sorcerer. It was found one day by grave diggers who had gone early to their toil in a cemetery outside the walls of Viones, that no less than 6 newly occupied graves had been opened, and the bodies, which were those of reputable citizens, removed. On closer examination, it became all too evident that this removal had not been effected by robbers. The coffins, which lay aslant or stood protruding upright from the mould, offered all the appearance of having been shattered from within, as if by the use of extra-human strength, and the fresh earth itself was upheaved, as if the dead men, in some awful, untimely resurrection, had actually dug their way to the surface. The corpses had vanished utterly, as if hell had swallowed them, and as far as could be learned, there were no eyewitnesses of their fate. In those devil-ridden times, only one explanation of the happening seemed credible. Demons had entered the graves and had taken bodily possession of the dead, compelling them to arise and go forth. To the dismay and horror of all Averoigne, the strange vanishment was followed with appalling promptness by many others of a like sort. It seemed as if an occult, resistless summons had been laid upon the dead. Nightly, for a period of 2 weeks, the cemeteries of Viones and also those of other towns, of villages and hamlets, gave up a ghastly quota of their tenants. From brazen-bolted tombs, from common charnels, from shallow, unconsecrated from the marble-lidded vaults of churches and cathedrals, the weird exodus went on without cessation. Worse than this, if possible, There were newly ceramented corpses that leapt from their biers or catafalques, and disregarding the horrified watchers, ran with great bounds of automatic frenzy into the night, never to be seen again by those who lamented them. In every case, the missing bodies were those of young, stalwart men who had died but recently and had met their death through violence or accident rather than wasting illness. Some were criminals who had paid the penalty of their misdeeds. Others were men-at-arms or constables slain in the execution of their duty. Knights who had died in tourney or personal combat were numbered among them, and many were the victims of the robber bands who infested Averoigne at that time. There were monks, merchants, nobles, yeomen, pages, priests, but none, in any case, who had passed the prime of life. The old and infirm, it seemed, were safe from the animating demons. The situation was looked upon by the more superstitious as a veritable omening of the world's end. Satan was making war with his cohorts and was carrying the bodies of the holy dead into hellish captivity. The consternation increased 100-fold when it became plain that even the most liberal sprinkling of holy water, the performance of the most awful and cogent exorcisms, failed utterly to give protection against this diabolic ravishment. The Church owned itself powerless to cope with the strange evil, and the forces of secular law could do nothing to arraign or punish the intangible agency. Because of the universal fear that prevailed, no effort was made to follow the missing cadavers. Ghastly tales, however, were told by late wayfarers who had met certain of these liches, striding alone or in companies along the roads of Averoigne. They gave the appearance of being deaf, dumb, totally insensate, and of hurrying with horrible speed and sureness towards a remote, predestined goal. The general direction of their flight, it seemed, was eastward, but only with the cessation of the exodus, which had numbered several hundred people, did anyone begin to suspect the actual destination of the dead. This destination, it somehow became rumored, was the ruinous castle of Ilorn, beyond the werewolf-haunted forest, in the outlying semi-mountainous hills of Averoigne. Ilorn, a great craggy pile that had been built by a line of evil and marauding barons now extinct, was a place that even the Gothards preferred to shun. The wrathful spectres of its bloody lords were said to move turbulently in its crumbling halls, and its chatelaines were the undead. No one cared to dwell in the shadow of its cliff-founded walls, and the nearest abode of living men was a small Cistercian monastery, more than a mile away on the opposite slope of the valley. The monks of this austere brotherhood held little commerce with the world beyond the hills, and few were the visitors who sought admission at their high-perched portals. But during that dreadful summer, following the disappearances of the dead, a weird and disquieting tale went forth from the monastery throughout Averoigne. Beginning with late spring, the Cistercian monks were compelled to take cognizance of sundry odd phenomena in the old, long-deserted ruins of Ilorn, which were visible from their windows. They had beheld flaring lights, where lights should not have been, flames of uncanny blue and crimson that shuddered behind the broken, weed-grown embrasures or rose starwards above the jagged crenellations. Hideous noises had issued from the ruin by night, together with the flames, and the monks had heard a clangor, as of hellish anvils and hammers, a ringing of gigantic armor and maces, and had deemed that Ilorn was become a mustering ground of devils. Mephitic odors as of brimstone and burning flesh had floated across the valley, and even by day, when the noises were silent and the lights no longer flared, a thin haze of hell-blue vapor hung upon the battlements. It was plain, the monks thought, that the place had been occupied from beneath by subterrestrial beings, for no one was seen to approach it by way of the bare, open slopes and crags. Observing these signs of the archfoes' activity in their neighborhood, they crossed themselves with new fervor and frequency, and said their paters and aves more interminably than before. Their toil and austerities also they redoubled. Otherwise, since the old castle was a place abandoned by men, they took no heed of the supposed occupation, deeming it well to mind their own affairs unless in case of overt satanic hostility. They kept a careful watch, but for several weeks they saw no one who actually entered Elorn or emerged therefrom. Except for the nocturnal lights and noises, and the hovering vapor by day, there was no proof of tenantry either human or diabolic. Then, one morning, in the valley below the terraced gardens of the monastery, two brothers, hoeing weeds in a carrot patch, beheld the passing of a singular train of people who came from the direction of the great forest of Averroine, and went upwards climbing the steep, chasmy slope towards Elorn. These people, the monks averred, were striding along in great haste, with stiff but flying steps, and all were strangely pale of feature, and were habited in the garments of the grave. The shrouds of some were torn and ragged, and all were dusty with travel, or grimed with the mould of interment. The people numbered a dozen or more, and after them, at intervals, there came several stragglers, attired like the rest. With marvellous agility and speed, they mounted the hill and disappeared at length amid the lowering walls of Elorn. At this time, no rumour of the ravished graves and biers had reached the Cistercians. The tale was brought to them later, after they had beheld, on many successive mornings, the passing of small or great companies of the dead towards the devil-taken castle. Hundreds of these liches, they swore, had filed by beneath the monastery, and doubtless many others had gone past unnoted in the dark. None, however, were seen to come forth from Elorn, which had swallowed them up like the undisgorging pit. Though direly frightened and sorely scandalized, the brothers still thought it well to refrain from action. Some, the hardiest, irked by all these flagrant signs of evil, had desired to visit the ruins with holy water and lifted crucifixes, but their abbot, in his wisdom, enjoined them to wait. In the meanwhile, the nocturnal flames grew brighter, the noises louder. Also, in the course of this waiting, while incessant prayers went up from the little monastery, a frightful thing occurred. One of the brothers, a stout fellow named Theophile, in violation of the rigorous discipline, had made over-frequent visits to the wine casks. No doubt he had tried to drown his pious horror at these untoward happenings. At any rate, after his potations, he had the ill luck to wander out among the precipices and break his neck. Sorrowing for his death and dereliction, the brothers laid Theophile in the chapel and chanted their masses for his soul. These masses, in the dark hours before morning, were interrupted by the untimely resurrection of the dead monk, who, with his head lolling horribly on his broken neck, rushed as if fiend-ridden from the chapel, and ran down the hill towards the demon flames and clamours of Elorn. Chapter 3. The Testimony of the Monks. Following the above-related occurrence, two of the brothers who had previously desired to visit the haunted castle again applied to the abbot for this permission, saying that God would surely aid them in avenging the abduction of Theophile's body, as well as the taking of many others from consecrated ground. Marvelling at the hardihood of these lusty monks who proposed to beard the arch-enemy in his lair, the abbot permitted them to go forth, furnished with aspergilluses and flasks of holy water, and bearing great crosses of hornbeam, such as would have served for maces with which to brain an armoured knight. The monks, whose names were Bernard and Stephan, went boldly up at middle forenoon to assail the evil stronghold. It was an arduous climb, among overhanging boulders and along slippery scarps, but both were stout and agile, and moreover, well accustomed to such climbing. Since the day was sultry and airless, their white robes were soon stained with sweat, but pausing only for brief prayer, they pressed on, and in good season they neared the castle, upon whose grey, time-eroded ramparts they could still descry no evidence of occupation or activity. The deep moat that had once surrounded the place was now dry, and had been partly filled by crumbling earth and detritus from the walls. The drawbridge had rotted away, but the blocks of the barbican, collapsing into the moat, had made a sort of rough causey on which it was possible to cross. Not without trepidation, and lifting their crucifixes as warriors lift their weapons in the escalade of an armed fortress, the brothers climbed over the ruin of the barbican into the courtyard. This too, like the battlements, was seemingly deserted. Overgrown nettles, rank grasses and sapling trees were rooted between its paving stones. The high, massive donjon, the chapel, and that portion of the castellated structure containing the great hall had preserved their main outlines after centuries of dilapidation. To the left of the broad bailey, a doorway yawned like the mouth of a dark cavern in the cliffy mass of the hall building. And from this doorway there issued a thin, bluish vapor, writhing in phantom coils towards the unclouded heavens. Approaching the doorway, the brothers beheld a gleaming of red fires within, like the eyes of dragons blinking through infernal murk. They felt sure that the place was an outpost of Erebus, an antechamber of the pit, but nevertheless they entered bravely, chanting loud exorcisms and brandishing their mighty crosses of hornbeam. Passing through the cavernous doorway, they could see but indistinctly in the gloom, being somewhat blinded by the summer sunlight they had left. Then, with the gradual clearing of their vision, a monstrous scene was limned before them, with ever-growing details of crowding horror and grotesquerie. Some of the details were obscure and mysteriously terrifying. Others, all too plain, were branded as if with sudden, ineffaceable hellfire on the minds of the monks. They stood on the threshold of a colossal chamber, which seemed to have been made by the tearing down of upper floors and inner partitions adjacent to the castle hall, itself a room of huge extent. The chamber seemed to recede through interminable shadow, shafted with sunlight falling through the rents of ruin, sunlight that was powerless to dissipate the infernal gloom and mystery. The monks averred later that they saw many people moving about the place, together with sundry demons, some of whom were shadowy and gigantic, and others barely to be distinguished from the men. These people, as well as their familiars, were occupied with the tending of reverberatory furnaces and immense pear-shaped and gourd-shaped vessels, such as were used in alchemy. Some, also, were stooping above great fuming cauldrons, like sorcerers, busy with the brewing of terrible drugs. Against the opposite wall there were two enormous vats, built of stone and mortar, whose circular sides rose higher than a man's head, so that Bernard and Stefan were unable to determine their contents. One of the vats gave forth a whitish glimmering, the other a ruddy luminosity. Near the vats, and somewhat between them, there stood a sort of low couch or litter, made of luxurious, weirdly figured fabrics such as the Saracens weave. On this the monks discerned a dwarfish being, pale and wizened, with eyes of chill flame that shone like evil beryls through the dusk. The dwarf, who had all the air of a feeble moribund, was supervising the toils of the men and their familiars. The dazed eyes of the brothers began to comprehend other details. They saw that several corpses, among which they recognized that of Theophile, were lying on the middle floor, together with a heap of human bones that had been wrenched asunder at the joints, and great lumps of flesh piled like the carvings of butchers. One of the men was lifting the bones and dropping them into a cauldron beneath which there glowed a ruby-colored fire, and another was flinging the lumps of flesh into a tub filled with some hueless liquid that gave forth an evil hissing as of 1,000 serpents. Others had stripped the grave clothes from one of the cadavers and were starting to assail it with long knives. Others still were mounting rude flights of stone stairs along the walls of the immense vats, carrying vessels filled with semi-liquescent matters which they emptied over the high rims. Appalled at this vision of human and satanic turpitude, and feeling a more than righteous indignation, the monks resumed their chanting of sonorous exorcisms and rushed forward. Their entrance, it appeared, was not perceived by the heinously occupied crew of sorcerers and devils. Bernard and Stefan, filled with an ardor of godly wrath, were about to fling themselves upon the butchers who had started to assail the dead body. This corpse they recognized as being that of a notorious outlaw named Jacques le Loup-Garou, who had been slain a few days previous in combat with the officers of the state. Le Loup-Garou, noted for his brawn, his cunning and his ferocity, had long terrorized the woods and highways of Auvergne. His great body had been half eviscerated by the swords of the constabulary, and his beard was stiff and purple with the dried blood of a ghastly wound that had cloven his face from temple to mouth. He had died unshriven, but nevertheless the monks were unwilling to see his helpless cadaver put to some unhallowed use beyond the surmise of Christians. The pale, malignant-looking dwarf had now perceived the brothers. They heard him cry out in a shrill, imperatory tone that rose above the ominous hiss of the cauldrons and the hoarse mutter of men and demons. They knew not his words, which were those of some outlandish tongue and sounded like an incantation. Instantly, as if in response to an order, two of the men turned from their unholy chemistry, and lifting copper basins filled with an unknown fetid liquor, hurled the contents of these vessels in the faces of Bernard and Stefan. The brothers were blinded by the stinging fluid, which bit their flesh as with many serpents' teeth, and they were overcome by the noxious fumes, so that their great crosses dropped from their hands, and they both fell unconscious on the castle floor. Recovering anon their sight and their other senses, they found that their hands had been tied with heavy thongs of gut, so that they were now helpless, and could no longer wield their crucifixes or the sprinklers of holy water which they carried. In this ignominious condition, they heard the voice of the evil dwarf, commanding them to arise. They obeyed, though clumsily and with difficulty, being denied the assistance of their hands. Bernard, who was still sick with the poisonous vapor he had inhaled, fell twice before he succeeded in standing erect, and his discomfiture was greeted with a cachinnation of foul, obscene laughter from the assembled sorcerers. Now, standing, the monks were taunted by the dwarf, who mocked and reviled them, with appalling blasphemies such as could be uttered only by a bondservant of Satan. At last, according to their sworn testimony, he said to them, "Return to your kennel, ye whelps of Yaldabaoth, and take with you this message, they that came here as many shall go forth as one." Then, in obedience to a dreadful formula spoken by the dwarf, two of the familiars, who had the shape of enormous and shadowy beasts, approached the body of Lalupgaru and that of Brother Theophile. One of the foul demons, like a vapor that sinks into a marsh, entered the bloody nostrils of Lalupgaru, disappearing inch by inch, till its horned and bestial head was withdrawn from sight. The other, in like manner, went in through the nostrils of Brother Theophile, whose head lay weird athwart his shoulder on the broken neck. Then, when the demons had completed their possession, the bodies, in a fashion horrible to behold, were raised up from the castle floor, the one with ravelled entrails hanging from its wide wounds, the other with a head that dropped forward loosely on its bosom. Then, animated by their devils, the cadavers took up the crosses of hornbeam that had been dropped by Stefan and Bernard, and using the crosses for bludgeons, they drove the monks in ignominious flight from the castle, amid a loud, tempestuous howling of infernal laughter from the dwarf and his necromantic crew, and the nude corpse of Lalupgaru and the robed cadaver of Theophile followed them far on the chasm-riven slopes below Elorn, striking great blows with the crosses, so that the backs of the two Cistercians were become a mass of bloody bruises. After a defeat so signal and crushing, no more of the monks were emboldened to go up against Elorn. The whole monastery thereafter devoted itself to triple austerities, to quadrupled prayers, and awaiting the unknown will of God and the equally obscure machinations of the devil, maintained a pious faith that was somewhat tempered with trepidation. In time, through goatherds who visited the monks, the tale of Stefan and Bernard went forth throughout Averoigne, adding to the grievous alarm that had been caused by the wholesale disappearance of the dead. No one knew what was really going on in the haunted castle, or what disposition had been made of the hundreds of migratory corpses. For the light thrown on their fate by the monk's story, though lurid and frightful, was all too inconclusive, and the message sent by the dwarf was somewhat cabalistic. Everyone felt, however, that some gigantic menace, some black, infernal enchantment was being brewed within the ruinous walls. The malign, moribund dwarf was all too readily identified with the missing sorcerer, Nathaire, and his underlings, it was plain, were Nathaire's pupils. Chapter 4. The Going Forth of Gaspard du Nord. Alone in his attic chamber, Gaspard du Nord, student of alchemy and sorcery and quondam pupil of Nathaire, sought repeatedly, but always in vain, to consult the viper-circled mirror. The glass remained obscure and cloudy, as with the risen fumes of satanical alembics or baleful necromantic braziers. Haggard and weary with long nights of watching, Gaspard knew that Nathaire was even more vigilant than he. Reading with anxious care the general configuration of the stars, he found the foretokening of a great evil that was to come upon Averroine. But the nature of the evil was not clearly shown. In the meanwhile, the hideous resurrection and migration of the dead was taking place. All Averroine shuddered at the manifold enormity. Like the timeless night of a Memphian plague, terror settled everywhere, and people spoke of each new atrocity in bated whispers without daring to voice the execrable tale aloud. To Gaspard, as to everyone, the whispers came, and likewise, after the horror had apparently ceased in early midsummer, there came the appalling story of the Cistercian monks. Now, at last, the long-baffled watcher found an inkling of that which he sought. The hiding place of the fugitive necromancer and his apprentices, at least, had been uncovered, and the disappearing dead were clearly traced to their bourne. But still, even for the percipient Gaspard, there remained an undeclared enigma, the exact nature of the abominable brew, the hell-dark sorcery that Nathaire was concocting in his remote den. Gaspard felt sure of one thing only, the dying, splenetic dwarf, knowing that his allotted time was short, and hating the people of Averroine with a bottomless rancor, would prepare an enormous and maleficent magic without parallel. Even with his knowledge of Nathaire's proclivities, and his awareness of the well-nigh inexhaustible arcanic science, the reserves of pit-deep wizardry possessed by the dwarf, he could form only vague, terrifical conjectures anent the incubated evil. But as time went on, he felt an ever-deepening oppression, the adumbration of a monstrous menace crawling from the dark rim of the world. He could not shake off his disquietude, and finally he resolved, despite the obvious perils of such an excursion, to pay a secret visit to the neighborhood of Ilorn. Gaspard, though he came of a well-to-do family, was at that time in straitened circumstances, for his devotion to a somewhat doubtful science had been disapproved by his father. His sole income was a small pittance, purveyed secretly to the youth by his mother and sister. This sufficed for his meagre food, the rent of his room, and a few books and instruments and chemicals, but it would not permit the purchase of a horse, or even a humble mule for the proposed journey of more than 40 miles. Undaunted, he set forth on foot, carrying only a dagger and a wallet of food. He timed his wanderings so that he would reach Ilorn at nightfall in the rising of a full moon. Much of his journey lay through the great lowering forest, which approached the very walls of Yons on the eastern side, and ran in a sombre arc through Averroine to the mouth of the rocky valley below Ilorn. After a few miles he emerged from the mighty wood of pines and oaks and larches, and thenceforward for the first day followed the river Issoile through an open, well-peopled plain. He spent the warm summer night beneath a beech tree, in the vicinity of a small village, not caring to sleep in the lonely woods where robbers and wolves, and creatures of a more baleful repute, were commonly supposed to dwell. At evening of the second day, after passing through the wildest and oldest portion of the immemorial wood, he came to the steep, stony valley that led to his destination. This valley was the fountainhead of the Issoile, which had dwindled to a mere rivulet. In the brown twilight, between sunset and moonrise, he saw the lights of the Cistercian monastery. And opposite, on the piled, forbidding scarps, the grim and rugged mass of the ruinous stronghold of Ilorn, with wan and wizard fires flickering behind its high embrasures. Apart from these fires, there was no sign of occupation, and he did not hear at any time the dismal noises reported by the monks. Gaspard waited till the round moon, yellow as the eye of some immense nocturnal bird, had begun to peer above the darkling valley. Then, very cautiously, since the neighborhood was strange to him, he started to make his way towards the somber, brooding castle. Even for one well used to such climbing, the escalade would have offered enough difficulty and danger by moonlight. Several times, finding himself at the bottom of a sheer cliff, he was compelled to retrace his hard-won progress, and often he was saved from falling only by stunted shrubs and briars that had taken root in the niggard soil. Breathless, with torn raiment and scored and bleeding hands, he gained at length the shoulder of the craggy height below the walls. Here he paused to recover breath and recuperate his flagging strength. He could see from his vantage the pale reflection as of hidden flames that beat upwards on the inner walls of the high-built donjon. He heard a low hum of confused noises, whose distance and direction were alike baffling. Sometimes they seemed to float downwards from the black battlements, sometimes to issue from subterranean depths far in the hill. Apart from this remote, ambiguous hum, the night was locked in a mortal stillness. The very winds appeared to shun the vicinity of the dread castle. An unseen, clammy cloud of paralyzing evil hung removeless upon all things, and the pale, swollen moon, the patroness of witches and sorcerers, distilled her green poison above the crumbling towers in a silence older than time. Gaspard felt the obscenely clinging weight of a more burdenous thing than his own fatigue when he resumed his progress towards the barbican. Invisible webs of the waiting, ever-gathering evil seemed to impede him. The slow, noisome flapping of intangible wings was heavy in his face. He seemed to breathe a surging wind from unfathomable vaults and caverns of corruption. Inaudible howlings, derisive or minatory, thronged in his ears, and foul hands appeared to thrust him back. But bowing his head as if against a blowing gale, he went on and climbed the mounded ruin of the barbican, into the weedy courtyard. The place was deserted, to all seeming, and much of it was still deep in the shadows of the walls and turrets. Nearby, in the black silver crenellated pile, Gaspard saw the open, cavernous doorway described by the monks. It was lit from within by a lurid glare, wannish and eerie as marsh fires. The humming noise, now audible as a muttering of voices, issued from the doorway, and Gaspard thought that he could see dark, sooty figures moving rapidly in the lit interior. Keeping in the farther shadows, he stole along the courtyard, making a sort of circuit amid the ruins. He did not dare to approach the open entrance for fear of being seen, though, as far as he could tell, the place was unguarded. He came to the donjon, on whose upper wall the wan light flickered obliquely through a sort of rift in the long building adjacent. This opening was at some distance from the ground, and Gaspard saw that it had been formerly the door to a stony balcony. A flight of broken steps led upwards along the wall to the half-crumbled remnant of this balcony, and it occurred to the youth that he might climb the steps and peer, unobserved, into the interior of Elorn. Some of the stairs were missing, and all were in heavy shadow. Gaspard found his way precariously to the balcony, pausing once in considerable alarm when a fragment of the worn stone, loosened by his footfall, dropped with a loud clattering on the courtyard flags below. Apparently it was unheard by the occupants of the castle, and after a little he resumed his climbing. Cautiously he neared the large, ragged opening through which the light poured upwards. Crouching on a narrow ledge, which was all that remained of the balcony, he peered in on a most astounding and terrific spectacle, whose details were so bewildering that he could barely comprehend their import till after many minutes. It was plain that the story told by the monks, allowing for their religious bias, had been far from extravagant. Almost the whole interior of the half-ruined pile had been torn down and dismantled to afford room for the activities of Nether. This demolition in itself was a superhuman task, for whose execution the sorcerer must have employed a legion of familiars as well as his 10 pupils. The vast chamber was fitfully illumined by the glare of athanors and braziers, and above all by the weird glimmering from the huge stone vats. Even from his high vantage, the watcher could not see the contents of these vats, but a white luminosity poured upwards from the rim of one of them, and a flesh-tinted phosphorescence from the other. Gaspar had seen certain of the experiments and evocations of Nether, and was all too familiar with the appurtenances of the dark arts. Within certain limits he was not squeamish, nor was it likely that he would have been terrified overmuch by the shadowy, uncouth shapes of demons who toiled in the pit below him side by side with the black-clad pupils of the sorcerer. But a cold horror clutched his heart when he saw the incredible, enormous thing that occupied the central floor, the colossal human skeleton 100 feet in length, stretching for more than the extent of the old castle hall. The skeleton, whose bony right foot the group of men and devils, to all appearance, were busily clothing with human flesh, the prodigious and macabre framework, complete in every part, with ribs like arches of some satanic nave, shone as if it were still heated by the fires of an infernal welding. It seemed to shimmer and burn with unnatural life, to quiver with malign disquietude in the flickering glare and gloom. The great finger bones, curving claw-like on the floor, appeared as if they were about to close upon some helpless prey. The tremendous teeth were set in an everlasting grin of sardonic cruelty and malice. The hollow eye sockets, deep as Tartarian wells, appeared to seethe with myriad mocking lights, like the eyes of elementals swimming upwards in obscene shadow. Gaspard was stunned by the shocking and stupendous phantasmagoria that yawned before him like a peopled hell. Afterwards, he was never wholly sure of certain things, and could remember very little of the actual manner in which the work of the men and their assistants was being carried on. Dim, dubious bat-like creatures seemed to be flitting to and fro between one of the stone vats and the group that toiled like sculptors, clothing the bony foot with a reddish plasm which they applied and moulded like so much clay. Gaspar thought, but was not certain later, that this plasm, which gleamed as if with mingled blood and fire, was being brought from the rosy-litten vat in vessels borne by the claws of the shadowy flying creatures. None of them, however, approached the other vat, whose wannish light was momently enfeebled, as if it were dying down. He looked for the minikin figure of Nether, whom he could not distinguish in the crowded scene. The sick necromancer, if he had not already succumbed to the little-known disease that had long wasted him like an inward flame, was no doubt hidden from view by the colossal skeleton, and was perhaps directing the labors of the men and demons from his couch. Spellbound on that precarious ledge, the watcher failed to hear the furtive cat-like feet that were climbing behind him on the ruinous stairs. Too late he heard the clink of a loose fragment close upon his heels, and turning in startlement, he toppled into sheer oblivion beneath the impact of a cudgel-like blow, and did not even know that the beginning fall of his body towards the courtyard had been arrested by his assailant's arms. Chapter 5. The Horror of Elorn. Gaspar, returning from his dark plunge into Lethian emptiness, found himself gazing into the eyes of Nether, those eyes of liquid night and ebony, in which swam the chill, malignant fires of stars that had gone down to irremeable perdition. For some time, in the confusion of his senses, he could see nothing but the eyes, which seemed to have drawn him forth like baleful magnets from his swoon. Apparently disembodied, or set in a face too vast for human cognizance, they burned before him in chaotic murk. Then, by degrees, he saw the other features of the sorcerer, and the details of a lurid scene, and became aware of his own situation. Trying to lift his hands to his aching head, he found that they were bound tightly together at the wrists. He was half lying, half leaning against an object with hard planes and edges that irked his back. This object he discovered to be a sort of alchemic furnace or athanor, part of a litter of disused apparatus that stood or lay on the castle floor. Coupelles, aludels, cucurbits, like enormous gourds and globes, were mingled in strange confusion with the piled iron-clasped books and the sooty cauldrons and braziers of a darker science. Nether, propped among Saracenic cushions with arabesques of sullen gold and fulgurant scarlet, was peering upon him from a kind of improvised couch made with bales of Orient rugs and erases, to whose luxury the rude walls of the castle, stained with mould and mottled with dead fungi, offered a grotesque foil. Dim lights and evilly swooping shadows flickered across the scene, and Gaspard could hear a guttural hum of voices behind him. Twisting his head a little, he saw one of the stone vats, whose rosy luminosity was blurred and blotted by vampire wings that went to and fro. "Welcome," said Nether, after an interval in which the student began to perceive the fatal progress of illness in the pain-pinched features before him. "So Gaspard du Nord has come to see his former master." The harsh, imperatory voice, with demoniac volume, issued appallingly from the wizened frame. "I have come," said Gaspard in laconic echo. "Tell me, what devil's work is this in which I find you engaged? And what have you done with the dead bodies that were stolen by your accursed familiars?" The frail, dying body of Nether, as if possessed by some sardonic fiend, rocked to and fro on the luxurious couch in a long, violent gust of laughter, without other reply. "If your looks bear creditable witness," said Gaspard, when the baleful laughter had ceased, "you are mortally ill, and the time is short in which you can hope to atone for your deeds of malice and make your peace with God, if indeed it still be possible for you to make peace. What foul and monstrous brew are you preparing to ensure the ultimate perdition of your soul?" The dwarf was again seized by a spasm of diabolic mirth. "Nay, nay, my good Gaspard," he said finally, "I have made another bond than the one with which puling cowards try to purchase the goodwill and forgiveness of the heavenly tyrant. Hell may take me in the end, if it will, but hell has paid, and will still pay, an ample and goodly price. I must die soon, it is true, for my doom is written in the stars, but in death, by the grace of Satan, I live again, and shall go forth endowed with the mighty thews of the Anakim, to visit vengeance on the people of Averroine, who have long hated me for my necromantic wisdom and have held me in derision for my dwarf stature." "What madness is this whereof you dream?" asked the youth, appalled by the more than human frenzy and malignity that seemed to dilate the shrunken frame of Nether and stream in Tartarian lustre from his eyes. "It is no madness, but a veritable thing, a miracle, mayhap, as life itself is a miracle, from the fresh bodies of the dead which otherwise would have rotted away in charnel foulness. My pupils and familiars are making for me, beneath my instruction, the giant form whose skeleton you have beheld. My soul, at the death of its present body, will pass into this colossal tenement through the working of certain spells of transmigration, in which my faithful assistants have also been carefully instructed. If you had remained with me, Gaspard, and had not drawn back in your petty pious squeamishness from the marvels and profundities that I should have unveiled for you, it would now be your privilege to share in the creation of this prodigy. And if you had come to Ilorni a little sooner in your presumptuous prying, I might have made a certain use of your stout bones and muscles, the same use I have made of other young men who died through accident or violence. But it is too late even for this, since the building of the bones has been completed, and it remains only to invest them with human flesh. My good Gaspard, there is nothing whatever to be done with you, except to put you safely out of the way. Providentially, for this purpose, there is an oubliette beneath the castle, a somewhat dismal lodging place, no doubt, but one that was made strong and deep by the grim lords of Ilorn." Gaspard was unable to frame any reply to this sinister and extraordinary speech. Searching his horror-frozen brain for words, he felt himself seized from behind by the hands of unseen beings who had come, no doubt. In answer to some gesture of Nether, a gesture which the captive had not perceived, he was blindfolded with some heavy fabric, mouldy and musty as a gravecloth, and was led stumbling through the litter of strange apparatus, and down a winding flight of ruinous, narrow stairs from which the noisome breath of stagnating water, mingled with the oily muskiness of serpents, arose to meet him, He appeared to descend for a distance that would admit of no return. Slowly the stench grew stronger, more insupportable. The stairs ended. A door clanged sullenly on rusty hinges, and Gaspard was thrust forward on a damp, uneven floor that seemed to have been worn away by myriad feet. He heard the grating of a ponderous slab of stone. His wrists were untied, the bandage was removed from his eyes, and he saw by the light of flickering torches a round hole that yawned in the oozing floor at his feet. Beside it was the lifted slab that had formed its lid. Before he could turn to see the faces of his captors, to learn if they were men or devils, he was seized rudely and thrust into the gaping hole. He fell through Erebus like darkness, for what seemed an immense distance. Before he struck bottom, lying half-stunned in a shallow, fetid pool, he heard the funereal thud of the heavy slab as it slid back into place far above him. Chapter 6. The Vaults of Elorn. Gaspard was revived after a while by the chillness of the water in which he lay. His garments were half soaked, and the slimy mephitic pool, as he discovered by his first movement, was within an inch of his mouth. He could hear a steady, monotonous dripping somewhere in the rayless night of his dungeon. He staggered to his feet, finding that his bones were still intact, and began a cautious exploration. Foul drops fell upon his hair and lifted face as he moved. His feet slipped and splashed in the rotten water. There were angry, vehement hissings, and serpentine coils slithered coldly across his ankles. He soon came to a rough wall of stone, and following the wall with his fingertips, he tried to determine the extent of the oubliette. The place was more or less circular, without corners, and he failed to form any just idea of its circuit. Somewhere in his wanderings, he found a shelving pile of rubble that rose above the water against the wall. And here, for the sake of comparative dryness and comfort, he ensconced himself, after dispossessing a number of outraged reptiles. These creatures, it seemed, were inoffensive, and probably belonged to some species of water snake, but he shivered at the touch of their clammy scales. Sitting on the rubble heap, Gaspard reviewed in his mind the various horrors of a situation that was infinitely dismal and desperate. He had learned the incredible, soul-shaking secret of Elorn, the unimaginably monstrous and blasphemous project of Nether. But now, immured in this noisome hole, as in a subterranean tomb, in depths beneath the devil-haunted pile, he could not even warn the world of imminent menace. The wallet of food, now more than half empty, with which he had started from Vion's, was still hanging at his back, and he assured himself by investigation that his captors had not troubled to deprive him of his dagger. Gnawing a crust of stale bread in the darkness, and caressing with his hand the hilt of the precious weapon, he sought for some rift in the all-environing despair. He had no means of measuring the black hours that went over him with the slowness of a slime-clogged river, crawling in blind silence to a subterrene sea. The ceaseless drip of water, probably from sunken hill springs that had supplied the castle in former years alone, broke the stillness. But the sound became in time an equivocal monotone that suggested to his half-delirious mind the mirthless and perpetual chuckling of unseen imps. At last, from sheer bodily exhaustion, he fell into troubled, nightmare-ridden chamber. He could not tell if it were night or noon in the world without when he awakened, for the same stagnant darkness, unrelieved by ray or glimmer, brimmed the oubliette. Shivering, he became aware of a steady draught that blew upon him, a dank, unwholesome air, like the breath of unsunned vaults that had wakened into cryptic Ife and activity during his sleep. He had not noticed the draught heretofore, and his numb brain was startled into sudden hope by the intimation which it conveyed. Obviously there was some underground rift or channel through which the air entered, and this rift might somehow prove to be a place of egress from the oubliette. Getting to his feet, he groped uncertainly forward in the direction of the draught. He stumbled over something that cracked and broke beneath his heels, and narrowly checked himself from falling on his face in TBE slimy, serpent-haunted pool. Before he could investigate the obstruction or resume his blind groping, he heard a harsh, grating noise above, and a wavering shaft of yellow light came down through the oubliette's opened mouth. Dazzled, he looked up and saw the round hole 10 or 12 feet overhead, through which a dark hand had reached down with a flaring torch. A small basket, containing a loaf of coarse bread and a bottle of wine, was being lowered at the end of a cord. Gaspard took the bread and wine, and the basket was drawn up. Before the withdrawal of the torch and the redepositing of the slab, he contrived to make a hasty survey of his dungeon. The place was roughly circular, as he had surmised, and was perhaps 15 feet in diameter. The thing over which he had stumbled was a human skeleton, lying half on the rubble heap, half in the filthy water. It was brown and rotten with age, and its garments had long melted away in patches of liquid mould. The walls were guttered and runneled by centuries of ooze, and their very stone, it seemed, was rotting slowly to decay. In the opposite side, at the bottom, he saw the opening he had suspected, a low mouth, not much bigger than a fox's hole, into which the sluggish water filed. His heart sank at the sight, for even if the water were deeper than it seemed, the hole was far too straight for the passage of a man's body. In a state of hopelessness that was like a veritable suffocation, he found his way back to the rubble pile when the light had been withdrawn. The loaf of bread and the bottle of wine were still in his hands. Mechanically, with dull, sodden hunger, he munched and drank. Afterwards he felt stronger, and the sour common wine served to warm him, and perhaps helped to inspire him with the idea which he presently conceived. Finishing the bottle, he found his way across the dungeon to the low, burrow-like hole. The entering air current had strengthened, and this he took for a good omen, drawing his dagger. He started to pick with the point at the half-rotten, decomposing wall, in an effort to enlarge the opening. He was forced to kneel in noisome silt, and the writhing coils of water snakes, hissing frightfully, crawled across his legs as he worked. Evidently the hole was their means of ingress and egress, to and from the oubliette. The stone crumbled readily beneath his dagger, and Gaspard forgot the horror and ghastliness of his situation in the hope of escape. He had no means of knowing the thickness of the wall or the nature and extent of the subterranes that lay beyond, but he felt sure that there was some channel of connection with the outer air. For hours or days, it seemed, he toiled with his dagger, digging blindly at the soft wall and removing the debris that splashed in the water beside him. After a while, prone on his belly, he crept into the hole he had enlarged, and burrowing like some laborious mole, he made his way onwards inch by inch. At last, to his prodigious relief, the dagger point went through into empty space. He broke away with his hands the thin shell of obstructing stone that remained. Then, crawling on in the darkness, he found that he could stand upright on a sort of shelving floor. Straightening his cramped limbs, he moved on very cautiously. He was in a narrow vault or tunnel, whose sides he could touch simultaneously with his outstretched fingertips. The floor was a downwards incline, and the water deepened, rising to his knees and then to his waist. Probably the place had once been used as an underground exit from the castle, and the roof, falling in, had dammed the water. More than a little dismayed, Gaspard began to wonder if he had exchanged the foul, skeleton-haunted oubliette for something even worse. The night around and before him was still untouched by any ray, and the air current, though strong, was laden with dankness and mouldiness as of interminable vaults. Touching the tunnel sides at intervals as he plunged hesitantly into the deepening water, he found a sharp angle, giving upon free space at his right. The space proved to be the mouth of an intersecting passage, whose flooded bottom was at least level and went no deeper into the stagnant foulness. Exploring it, he stumbled over the beginning of a flight of upward steps. Mounting these through the shoaling water, he soon found himself on dry stone. The stairs, narrow, broken, irregular, without landings, appeared to wind in some eternal spiral that was coiled lightlessly about the bowels of Elorn. They were close and stifling as a tomb, and plainly they were not the source of the air current which Gaspard had started to follow. Whither they would lead he knew not, nor could he tell if they were the same stairs by which he had been conducted to his dungeon. But he climbed steadily, pausing only at long intervals to regain his breath as best he could in the dead, mephitis-burdened air. At length, in the solid darkness far above, he began to hear a mysterious, muffled sound, a dull but recurrent crash as of mighty blocks and masses of falling stone. The sound was unspeakably ominous and dismal, and it seemed to shake the unfathomable walls around Gaspard and to thrill with a sinister vibration in the steps on which he trod. He climbed now with redoubled caution and alertness, stopping ever and anon to listen. The recurrent crashing noise grew louder, more ominous, as if it were immediately above, and the listener crouched on the dark stairs for a time that might have been many minutes, without daring to go farther. At last, with disconcerting suddenness, the sound came to an end, leaving a strained and fearful stillness. With many baleful conjectures, not knowing what fresh enormity he should find, Gaspard ventured to resume his climbing. Again, in the blank and solid stillness, he was met by a sound, the dim, reverberant chanting of voices, as in some satanic mass or liturgy with dirge-like cadences that turned to intolerably soaring paeans of evil triumph. Long before he could recognize the words, he shivered at the strong, malefic throbbing of the measured rhythm, whose fall and rise appeared somehow to correspond to the heartbeats of some colossal demon. The stairs turned, for the 100th time in their tortuous spiral, and coming forth from that long midnight, Gaspard blinked in the wan glimmering that streamed towards him from above. The choral voices met him in a more sonorous burst of infernal sound, and he knew the words for those of a rare and potent incantation used by sorcerers for a supremely foul, supremely maleficent purpose. Affrightedly, as he climbed the last steps, he knew the thing that was taking place amid the ruins of Elorn. Lifting his head warily above the castle floor, he saw that the stairs ended in a far corner of the vast room in which he had beheld Nether's unthinkable creation. The whole extent of the internally dismantled building lay before him, filled with a weird glare in which the beams of the slightly gibbous moon were mingled with the ruddy flames of dying Athanors and the coiling, multicolored tongues that rose from necromantic braziers. Gaspard, for an instant, was puzzled by the flood of full moonlight amid the ruins. Then he saw that almost the whole inner wall of the castle, giving on the courtyard, had been removed. It was the tearing down of the prodigious blocks, no doubt through an extra-human labor levied by sorcery, that he had heard during his ascent from the subterrene vaults. His blood curdled, he felt an actual horripilation, as he realized the purpose for which the wall had been demolished. It was evident that a whole day and part of another night had gone by since his immurement, for the moon rode high in the pale sapphire welkin. Bathed in its chilly glare, the huge vats no longer emitted their eerie and electric phosphorescence. The couch of Saracen fabrics, on which Gaspard had beheld the dying dwarf, was now half hidden from view by the mounting fumes of braziers and thuribles, amid which the sorcerer's 10 pupils, clad in sable and scarlet, were performing their hideous and repugnant rite with its malefically measured litany. Fearfully, as one who confronts an apparition reared up from nether hell, Gaspard beheld the colossus that lay inert as if in cyclopean sleep on the castle flags. The thing was no longer a skeleton. The limbs were rounded into bossed, enormous thews, like the limbs of biblical giants. The flanks were like an insuperable wall. The deltoids of the mighty chest were broad as platform. The hands could have crushed the bodies of men like millstones. But the face of the stupendous monster, seen in profile athwart the pouring moon, was the face of the satanic dwarf, Nether, remagnified 100 times, but the same in its implacable madness and malevolence. The vast bosom seemed to rise and fall, and during a pause of the necromantic ritual, Gaspard heard the unmistakable sound of a mighty respiration. The eye in the profile was closed, but its lid appeared to tremble like a great curtain, as if the monster were about to wake, and the outflung hand, with fingers pale and bluish as a row of corpses, twitched unquietly on the castle flags. An insupportable terror seized the watcher, but even this terror could not induce him to return to the noisome vaults he had left. With infinite hesitation and trepidation, he stole forth from the corner, keeping in a zone of ebon shadow that flanked the castle wall. As he went, he saw for a moment, through bellying folds of vapour, the couch on which the shrunken form of Nether was lying pallid and motionless. It seemed that the dwarf was dead, or had fallen into a stupor preceding death. Then the choral voices, crying their dreadful incantation, rose higher in satanic triumph. The vapours eddied like a hell-born cloud, coiling about the sorcerers in python-shaped volumes, and hiding again the orient couch and its corpse-like occupant. A thraldom of measureless evil oppressed the air. Gaspard felt that the awful transmigration, evoked and implored with ever-swelling liturgic blasphemies, was about to take place, had perhaps already occurred. He thought that the breathing giant stirred, like one who tosses in light slumber. Soon the towering, massively recumbent hulk was interposed between Gaspard and the chanting necromancers. They had not seen him, and he now dared to run swiftly, and gained the courtyard unpursued and unchallenged. Thence, without looking back, he fled like a devil-hunted thing upon the steep and chasm-riven slopes below Ilorn. Chapter 7. The Coming of the Colossus. After the cessation of the exodus of leashes, a universal terror still prevailed. A wide-flung shadow of apprehension, infernal and funereal, lay stagnantly on Averwine. There were strange and disastrous portents in the aspect of the skies. Flame-bearded meteors had been seen to fall beyond the eastern hills. A comet far in the south had swept the stars with its luminous bosom for a few nights, and had then faded, leaving among men the prophecy of bale and pestilence to come. By day the air was oppressed and sultry, and the blue heavens were heated as if by whitish fires. Clouds of thunder, darkling and withdrawn, shook their fulgurant lances on the far horizons, like some beleaguering Titan army. A murrain, such as would come from the working of wizard spells, was abroad among the cattle. All these signs and prodigies were an added heaviness on the burdened spirits of men, who went to and fro in daily fear of the hidden preparations and machinations of hell. But until the actual breaking forth of the incubated menace, there was no one, save Gaspard du Nord, who had knowledge of its veritable form. And Gaspard, fleeing headlong beneath the gibbous moon towards Vion, and fearing to hear the tread of a colossal pursuer at any moment, had thought it more than useless to give warning in such towns and villages as lay upon his line of sight, where, indeed, even if warned, could men hope to hide themselves from the awful thing, begotten by hell on the ravished charnel, that would walk forth like the Anakim to visit its roaring wrath on a trampled world. So, all that night, and throughout the day that followed, Gaspard du Nord, with the dried slime of the oubliette on his briar-shredded raiment, plunged like a madman through the towering woods that were haunted by robbers and were wolves. The westward falling moon flickered in his eyes betwixt the gnarled sombre boles as he ran, and the dawn overtook him with the pale shafts of its searching arrows. The noon poured over him its white sultriness, like furnace-heated metal sublimed into light, and the clotted filth that clung to his tatters was again turned into slime by his own sweat. But still he pursued his nightmare-harried way, while a vague, seemingly hopeless plan took form in his mind. In the interim, several monks of the Cistercian Brotherhood, watching the grey wall of Ilorn at early dawn with their habitual vigilance, were the first, after Gaspard, to behold the monstrous horror created by the necromancers. Their account may have been somewhat tinged by a pious exaggeration, but they swore that the giant rose abruptly, standing more than waist-high above the ruins of the Barbican. Amid a sudden leaping of long-tongued fires and a swirling of pitchy fumes erupted from Malbolge. The giant's head was level with the high top of the donjon, and his right arm, outthrust, lay like a bar of stormy cloud athwart the new risen sun. The monks fell grovelling to their knees, thinking that the archfoe himself had come forth, using Elorn for his gateway from the pit. Then, across the mile-wide valley, they heard a thunderous peal of demoniac laughter, and the giant, climbing over the mounded Barbican at a single step, began to descend the scarped and craggy hill. When he drew nearer, bounding from slope to slope, his features were manifestly those of some great devil animated with ire and malice towards the sons of Adam. His hair, in matted locks, streamed behind him like a mass of black pythons. His naked skin was livid and pale and cadaverous, with the skin of the dead, but beneath it, the stupendous thews of a titan swelled and rippled. The eyes, wide and glaring, flamed like lidless cauldrons heated by the fires of the unplumbed pit. The rumor of his coming passed like a gale of terror through the monastery. Many of the brothers, deeming discretion the better part of religious fervor, hid themselves in the stone-hewn cellars and vaults. Others crouched in their cells, mumbling and shrieking incoherent pleas to all the saints. Still others, the most courageous, repaired in a body to the chapel and knelt in solemn prayer before the wooden Christ on the great crucifix. Bernard and Stephan, now somewhat recovered from their grievous beating, alone dared to watch the advance of the giant. Their horror was inexpressibly increased when they began to recognize in the colossal features a magnified likeness to the lineaments of that evil dwarf who had presided over the dark, unhallowed activities of Elorn, and the laughter of the Colossus, as he came down the valley, was like a tempest-born echo of the damnable cachinnation that had followed their ignominious flight from the haunted stronghold. To Bernard and Stephan, however, it seemed merely that the dwarf, who was no doubt an actual demon, had chosen to appear in his natural form. Pausing in the valley bottom, the giant stood opposite the monastery with his flame-filled eyes on a level with the window from which Bernard and Stephan were peering. He laughed again, an awful laugh, like a subterranean rurnbling, and then, stooping, he picked up a handful of boulders as if they had been pebbles, and proceeded to pelt the monastery. The boulders crashed against the walls as if hurled from great catapults or mangonels of war, but the stout building held, though shaken grievously. Then, with both hands, the Colossus tore loose an immense rock that was deeply embedded in the hillside, and lifting this rock, he flung it at the stubborn walls. The tremendous mass broke in an entire side of the chapel, and those who had gathered therein were found later, crushed into bloody pulp amid the splinters of their carven Christ. After that, as if disdaining to palter any further with a prey so insignificant, the Colossus turned his back on the little monastery and, like some fiend-born Goliath, went roaring down the valley into Averwine. As he departed, Bernard and Stephan, still watching from their window, saw a thing they had not perceived heretofore, a huge basket made of planking, that hung suspended by ropes between the giant's shoulders. In the basket, 10 men, the pupils and assistants of Nether, were being carried like so many dolls or puppets in a peddler's pack. Of the subsequent wanderings and depredations of the Colossus, 100 legends were long current throughout Averwine, tales of an unexampled ghastliness, a wanton diabolism, without parallel in all the histories of that demon-pestered land. The goatherds of the hills below Elorn saw him coming, and fled with their nimble-footed flocks to the highest ridges. To these he paid little heed, merely trampling them down like beetles when they could not escape from his path. Following the hill stream that was the source of the river Iswael, he came to the verge of the great forest, and here, it is related, he tore up a towering ancient pine by the roots, and snapping off the mighty boughs with his hands, shaped it into a cudgel which he carried henceforward. With this cudgel, heavier than a battering ram, He pounded into shapeless ruin a wayside shrine in the outer woods. A hamlet fell in his way, and he strode through it, beating in the roofs, toppling the walls and crushing the inhabitants beneath his feet. To and fro in a mad frenzy of destruction, like a death-drunken cyclops, he wandered all that day. Even the fierce beasts of the woodland ran from him in fear. The wolves, in mid-hunt, abandoned their quarry and retired, howling dismally with terror to their rocky dens. The black, savage hunting dogs of the forest barrens would not face him, and hid whimpering in their kennels. Men heard his mighty laughter, his stormy bellowing. They saw his approach from a distance of many leagues, and fled or concealed themselves as best they could. The lords of moated castles called in their men at arms, drew up their drawbridges, and prepared as if for the siege of an army. The peasants hid themselves in caverns, in cellars, in old wells, and even beneath haymounds, hoping that he would pass them by unnoticed. The churches were crammed with refugees who sought protection of the cross, deeming that Satan himself, or one of his chief lieutenants, had risen to harry and lay waste the land. In a voice like summer thunder, mad maledictions, unthinkable obscenities and blasphemies were uttered ceaselessly by the giant as he went to and fro. Men heard him address the litter of black-clad figures that he carried on his back, in tones of admonishment or demonstration such as a master would use to his pupils. People who had known Nether recognized the incredible likeness of the huge features, the similarity of the swollen voice to his. A rumor went abroad that the dwarf sorcerer, through his loathly bond with the adversary, had been permitted to transfer his hateful soul into this titanic form, and, bearing his pupils with him, had returned to vent an insatiable ire, a bottomless rancor, on the world that had mocked him for his puny physique and reviled him for his sorcery. The charnel genesis of the monstrous avatar was also rumored, and indeed it was said that the Colossus had openly proclaimed his identity. It would be tedious to make explicit mention of all the enormities, all the atrocities that were ascribed to the marauding giant. There were people, mostly priests and women, it is told, whom he picked up as they fled and pulled limb from limb as a child might quarter an insect. And there were worse things, not to be named in this record. Many eyewitnesses told how he hunted Pierre, the lord of La Frenais, who had gone forth with his dogs and men to chase a noble stag in the nearby forest, overtaking horse and rider. He caught them with one hand, and bearing them aloft as he strode over the treetops. He hurled them later against the granite walls of the chateau of La Frenais in passing. Then, catching the red stag that Pierre had hunted, he flung it after them, and the huge bloody blotches made by the impact of the bashed bodies remained long on the castle stone, and were never wholly washed away by the autumn rains and the winter snows. Countless tales were told, also, of the deeds of obscene sacrilege and profanation committed by the Colossus, of the wooden virgin that he flung into the ice soil above Zymes, lashed with human gut to the rotting, mail-clad body of an infamous outlaw, of the wormy corpses that he dug with his hands from unconsecrated graves and hurled into the courtyard of the Benedictine Abbey of Perigon, of the Church of Stee, Zenobi, which he buried with its priests and congregation beneath a mountain of ordure made by the gathering of all the dung-heaps from neighboring farms. Chapter 8. The Laying of the Colossus. Back and forth, in an irregular, drunken, zigzag course, from end to end and side to side of the harried realm, the giant strode without pause, like an energumen possessed by some implacable fiend of mischief and murder, leaving behind him, as a reaper leaves his swath, an ever-lengthening zone of havoc, of rapine and carnage. And when the sun, blackened by the smoke of burning villages, had set luridly beyond the forest, men still saw him moving in the dusk, and heard still the portentous rumbling of his mad, stormy cachinnation. Nearing the gates of Vions at sunset, Gaspard du Nord saw behind him, through gaps in the ancient wood, the far-off head and shoulders of the terrible colossus who moved along the soil, stooping from sight at intervals in some horrid deed. Though numb with weariness and exhaustion, Gaspard quickened his flight. He did not believe, however, that the monster would try to invade Viones, the especial object of Nether's hatred and malice, before the following day. The evil soul of the sorcerous dwarf, exulting in its almost infinite capacity for harm and destruction, would defer the crowning act of vengeance and would continue to terrorize during the night the outlying villages and rural districts. In spite of his rags and filth, which rendered him practically unrecognizable and gave him a most disreputable air, Gaspard was admitted without question by the guards at the city gate. Viones was already thronged with people who had fled to the sanctuary of its stout walls from the adjacent countryside, and no one, not even of the most dubious character, was denied admittance. The walls were lined with archers and pike-bearers, gathered in readiness to dispute the entrance of the giant. Crossbowmen were stationed above the gates, and mangonels were mounted at short intervals along the entire circuit of the ramparts. The city seethed and hummed like an agitated hive. Hysteria and pandemonium prevailed in the streets. Pale, panic-stricken faces milled everywhere in an aimless stream. Hurrying torches flared dolorously in the twilight that deepened as if with the shadow of impending wings arisen from Erebus. The gloom was clogged with intangible fear, with webs of stifling oppression. Through all this rout of wild disorder and frenzy, Gaspard, like a spent but indomitable swimmer breasting some tide of eternal viscid nightmare, made his way slowly to his attic lodgings. Afterwards, he could scarcely remember eating and drinking. Overworn beyond the limit of bodily and spiritual endurance, he threw himself down on his pallet without removing his ooze-stiffened tatters, and slept soddenly till an hour halfway between midnight and dawn. He awoke with the death-pale beams of the gibbous moon shining upon him through his window, and rising, spent the balance of the night in making certain occult preparations which, he felt, offered the only possibility of coping with the fiendish monster that had been created and animated by Nether. Working feverishly by the light of the westering moon and a single dim taper, Gaspard assembled various ingredients of familiar alchemic use which he possessed, and compounded from these, through a long and somewhat cabalistic process, a dark grey powder which he had seen employed by Nether on numerous occasions. He had reasoned that the Colossus, being formed from the bones and flesh of dead men unlawfully raised up, and energized only by the soul of a dead sorcerer, would be subject to the influence of this powder, which Nether had used for the laying of resurrected liches. The powder, if cast in the nostrils of such cadavers, would cause them to return peacefully to their tombs and lie down in a renewed slumber of death. Gaspard made a considerable quantity of the mixture, arguing that no mere finger pinch would suffice for the lulling of the gigantic charnel monstrosity. His guttering yellow candle was dimmed by the white dawn as he ended the Latin formula of fearsome verbal invocation from which the compound would derive much of its efficacy. The formula, which called for the cooperation of Alastor and other evil spirits, he used with unwillingness. But he knew that there was no alternative. Sorcery could be fought only with sorcery. Morning came with new terrors to Viones. Gaspard had felt, through a sort of intuition, that the vengeful Colossus, who was said to have wandered with unhuman tirelessness and diabolic energy all night through Avawine, would approach the hated city early in the day. His intuition was confirmed, for scarcely had he finished his occult labors when he heard a mounting hubbub in the streets, and above the shrill, dismal clamor of frightened voices, the far-off roaring of the giant. Gaspard knew that he must lose no time if he were to post himself in a place of vantage from which he could throw his powder into the nostrils of the 100-foot Colossus. The city walls and even most of the church spires were not lofty enough for this purpose, and a brief reflection told him that the great cathedral standing at the core of Viones was the one place from whose roof he could front the invader with success. He felt sure that the men-at-arms on the walls could do little to prevent the monster from entering and wreaking his malevolent will. No earthly weapon could injure a being of such bulk and nature, for even a cadaver of normal size, reared up in this fashion, could be shot full of arrows or transfixed by a dozen pikes without retarding its progress. Hastily he filled a huge leathern pouch with the powder, and carrying the pouch at his belt, he joined the agitated press of Popple in the street. Many were fleeing towards the cathedral to seek the shelter of its august sanctity, and he had only to let himself be borne along by the frenzy-driven stream. The cathedral nave was packed with worshippers, and solemn masses were being said by priests whose voices faltered at times with inward panic. Unheeded by the wan, despairing throng, Gaspard found a flight of coiling stairs that led tortuously to the gargoyle-warded roof of the high tower. Here he posted himself, crouching behind the stone figure of a cat-headed griffin. From his vantage he could see, beyond the crowded spires and gables, the approaching giant, whose head and torso loomed above the city walls. A cloud of arrows, visible even at that distance, rose to meet the monster, who apparently did not even pause to pluck them from his hide. Great boulders, hurled from mangonels, were no more to him than a pelting of gravel. The heavy bolts of arbalests, embedded in his flesh, were mere slivers. Nothing could stay his advance. The tiny figures of a company of pikemen, who opposed him with outthrust weapons, swept from the wall above the eastern gate by a single sidelong blow of the 70-foot pine that he bore for a cudgel. Then, having cleared the wall, the colossus climbed over it into Viones. Roaring, chuckling, laughing like a maniacal cyclops, he strode along the narrow streets between houses that rose only to his waist, trampling without mercy everyone who could not escape in time, and smashing in the roofs with stupendous blows of his bludgeon. With a push of his left hand he broke off the protruding gables, and overturned the church steeples with their bells clanging in dolorous alarm as they went down. A woeful shrieking and wailing of hysteria-laden voices accompanied his passing. Straight towards the cathedral he came, as Gaspard had calculated, feeling that the high edifice would be made the special butt of his malevolence. The streets were now emptied of people, but, as if to hunt them out and crush them in their hiding places, the giant thrust his cudgel like a battering ram through walls and windows and roofs as he went by. The ruin and havoc that he left was indescribable. Soon he loomed opposite the cathedral tower, on which Gaspard waited behind the gargoyle. His head was level with the tower, and his eyes flamed like wells of burning brimstone as he drew near. His lips were parted over stalactitic fangs in a hateful snarl, and he cried out in a voice like the rumbling of articulate thunder, "Ho, ye puling priests and devotees of a powerless god! Come forth and bow to Nether the Master, before he sweeps you into limbo." It was then that Gaspard, with a hardihood beyond comparison, rose from his hiding place and stood in full view of the raging colossus. "Draw nearer, Nether, if indeed it be you, foul robber of tombs and charnels," he taunted. "Come close, for I would hold speech with you." A monstrous look of astonishment dimmed the diabolic rage on the colossal features. Peering at Gaspard as if in doubt or incredulity, the giant lowered his lifted cudgel and stepped close to the tower, till his face was only a few feet from the intrepid student. Then, when he had apparently convinced himself of Gaspard's identity, the look of maniacal wrath returned, flooding his eyes with Tartarian fire and twisting his lineaments into a mask of Apollyon-like malignity. His left arm came up in a prodigious arc, with twitching fingers that poised horribly above the head of the youth, casting upon him a vulture-black shadow in the full-risen sun. Gaspard saw the white, startled faces of the necromancer's pupils, peering over his shoulder from their plank-built basket. "Is it you, Gaspard, my recreant pupil?" The colossus roared stormily. "I thought you were rotting in the oubliette beneath Elorn, and now I find you perched atop of this accursed cathedral which I am about to demolish. You had been far wiser to remain where I left you, my good Gaspard." His breath, as he spoke, blew like a charnel-polluted gale on the student. His vast fingers, with blackened nails like shovel blades, hovered in ogreish menace. Gaspar had furtively loosened his leathern pouch that hung at his belt and had untied its mouth. Now, as the twitching fingers descended towards him, he emptied the contents of the pouch in the giant's face, and the fine powder, mounting in a dark grey cloud, obscured the snarling lips and palpitating nostrils from his view. Anxiously he watched the effect, fearing that the powder might be useless after all, against the superior arts and satanical resources of Nether. But miraculously, as it seemed, the evil lambents died in the pit-deep eyes as the monster inhaled the flying cloud. His lifted hand, narrowly missing the crouching youth in its sweep, fell lifelessly at his side. The anger was erased from the mighty, contorted mask. As if from the face of a dead man, the great cudgel fell with a crash to the empty street, and with drowsy, lurching steps and listless, hanging arms, the giant turned his back to the cathedral and retraced his way through the devastated city. He muttered dreamily to himself as he went, and people who heard him swore that the voice was no longer the awful, thunder-swollen voice of Nether, but the tones and accents of a multitude of men, amid which the voices of certain of the ravished dead were recognizable. And the voice of Nether himself, no louder now than in life, was heard at intervals through the manifold mutterings, as if protesting angrily. Climbing the eastern wall as it had come, the colossus went to and fro for many hours, no longer wreaking a hellish wrath and rancor, but searching, as people thought, for the various tombs and graves from which the hundreds of bodies that composed it had been so foully reft. From charnel to charnel, from cemetery to cemetery it went, through all the land, but there was no grave anywhere in which the dead colossus could lie down. Then, towards evening, men saw it from afar on the red rim of the sky, digging with its hands in the soft, loamy plain beside the river Issoile. There, in a monstrous and self-made grave, the colossus laid itself down and did not rise again. The 10 pupils of Nether, it was believed, unable to descend from their basket, were crushed beneath the mighty body, for none of them was ever seen thereafter. For many days no one dared to approach the place where the corpse lay uncovered in its self-dug grave, and so the thing rotted prodigiously beneath the summer sun, breeding a mighty stench that wrought pestilence in that portion of Averwine. And they who ventured to go near in the following autumn, when the stench had lessened greatly, swore that the voice of Nether, still protesting angrily, was heard by them to issue from the enormous, rook-haunted bulk. Of Gaspar du Nord, who had been the saviour of the province, it was related that he lived in much honour to a ripe age, being the one sorcerer of that region who had no. The Ancestor, by August Derleth. Chapter 1. When my cousin, Ambrose Perry, retired from the active practice of medicine, he was still a comparatively young man, ruddy and vigorous and in his 50s. He'd had a very lucrative practice in Boston, and though he was fond of his work, he was somewhat more given to the development of certain of his theories, which, and he was an individualist in this, he did not inflict upon his colleagues, whom, truth to tell, he was inclined to look down upon as too bound by the most orthodox methods, and too timid to venture forth upon experiments of their own without the sanction of the American Medical Association. He was a cosmopolitan in every sense of the word, for he had studied extensively in Europe, in Vienna, at the Sorbonne, at Heidelberg, and he had travelled widely. But for all that he was content to lose himself in wild country in Vermont, when at last he chose retirement to climax his brilliant career. He went into virtual seclusion at his home, which he had built in the middle of a dense wood, and outfitted with as complete a laboratory as money could buy. No one heard from him, and for 3 years not a word of his activities reached the public prints or the private correspondence of his relatives and friends. It was thus with considerable surprise that I received a letter from him. I found it waiting on my return from a sojourn in Europe, asking me to come and spend some time with him, if possible. I replied regretfully that I had now to set about finding a position for myself, and expressed my pleasure at hearing from him and the hope that someday I might be able to avail myself of his invitation, which was as kind as it was unexpected. His answer came by return mail, offering me a handsome emolument if I would accept the position of secretary, by which, I was certain, he meant me to do everything about the house, as well as take notes. Perhaps my motivation was as much curiosity as the attractiveness of the remuneration, which was generous. I accepted as quickly, almost fearful lest he withdraw his offer, and within a week I presented myself at my cousin's rambling house, built in the Pennsylvania Dutch farm manner, though of but one story with sharply pointed gables and deeply pitched roofs. I had had some difficulty finding it, even after receiving my cousin's explicit instructions, for he was at least 10 miles from the nearest village, which was a hamlet called Tyburn, and his house was set so far back from the little-travelled road, and had so slight a lane leading up to it, that I was constrained to believe for some time that I had travelled past it in my eagerness to arrive at the hour I had promised. An alert German shepherd dog guarded the premises, but though he was chained, he was not at all vicious, for apart from watching me intently, he neither growled nor made any move in my direction when I went up to the door and rang the bell. My cousin's appearance, however, shocked me, for he was thin and gaunt. The hale, ruddy man I had last seen almost 4 years ago had vanished, and in his place stood a mere travesty of his former self. His hearty vigour, too, seemed sadly diminished, though his handshake was firm and strong, and his eyes no less keen. "Welcome, Henry," he cried at sight of me. "Even Ginger seems to have accepted you without so much as a bark." At the mention of his name, the dog came bounding forward as far as his long chain would reach, tail wagging. "But come in. You can always put your car up later on." I did as I was bidden, and found the interior of his house very masculine, almost severe in its appointments. A meal was on the table, and I learned that, far from expecting me to do other than serve as his secretary, my cousin had a cook and a handyman who lived above his garage, and had no intention whatsoever that I should do more than take down such notes as he intended to give me, and to file the results of his experiments. For he was experimenting. He made so much clear at once, though he said nothing of the nature of his experiments, and all during our meal, in the course of which I met both Edward and Meta Reed. The couple who took care of the house and grounds, he asked only about myself, what I had been doing, what I hoped to do. At 30, he reminded me. There was considerably less time to dawdle about deciding on one's future, and occasionally, though only as my own answers to his questions brought up their names, about other members of the family, who were, as always, widely scattered. Yet I felt that he asked about me only to satisfy the amenities of the situation, and without any real interest, though he did once hint that if only I could turn to medicine for a career, he might be persuaded to see me through college in pursuit of my degree. But all this, I felt sure, was only the superficiality, the politeness of the moment, representing those aspects of our first meeting in some years which were to be got over with at the earliest opportunity. There was, moreover, that in his manner which suggested a suppressed impatience at this subject he himself had initiated, an impatience with me for my preoccupation with his questions, and at himself for having so far yielded to the conventionalities of the situation as to have asked questions about matters in which he was plainly not interested at all. The Reeds, man and wife, who were both in their 60s, were subdued. They made little conversation, not only because Mrs. Reed both cooked and served her dinner, but because they were plainly accustomed to carrying on an existence apart from their employers for all that they ate at his table. They were both greying, yet they managed to look far more youthful than Ambrose, and they showed none of the signs of the physical deterioration which had come upon my cousin. The meal went on with only the dialogue between Ambrose and myself to break the silence. The Reeds partook of the meal not in subservience, but with a mask of indifference, though I did notice 2 or 3 times that quick, sharp glances passed from one to the other of them at something my cousin said, but that was all. It was not until we had retired to Ambrose's study that he touched upon that subject closest to his thoughts. My cousin's study adjoined his laboratory, which was at the rear of the house. The kitchen and large dining and living room combination came next, and the bedrooms, curiously, were at the front of the house. Once in the cosy study, Ambrose relaxed, his voice filled with the tremor of excitement. "You will never guess the direction my experiments have taken since I left practice, Henry," he began, "and I dare to wonder at my temerity in telling you, were it not, indeed, that I need someone to set down these amazing facts. I would not do so. But now that I am on the road to success, I must think of posterity. I have, in short, made successful efforts to recapture all my past, down to the most minute nooks and crannies of human memory, and I am now further convinced that, by the same methods, I can extend this perceptive process to hereditary memory and recreate the events of man's heredity. I see your expression. You doubt me. On the contrary, I am astounded at the possibilities in it, I answered. Quite truthfully, though I failed to admit that a sharp stab of alarm possessed me simultaneously. Ah, good. I sometimes think that, because of the means I must use to induce the state of mind necessary to this ceaseless probing of past time, I have gravely disappointed the Reeds. For they look upon all experimentation on human beings as fundamentally UN Christian and treading upon forbidden ground. I wanted to ask what means he had reference to, but I knew that in good time he would tell me if he had a mind to. If he had not, no question of mine would bring the answer. And presently he came to it. I have found that a combination of drugs and music, taken at a time when the body is half-starved, induces the mood and makes it possible to cast back in time and sharpen all the faculties to such a degree that memory is regained. I can tell you, Henry, I have achieved the most singular and remarkable results. I have actually gone back to memory of the womb, incredible as it may seem. He spoke with great intensity. His eyes shone, his voice trembled. Plainly, he was exhilarated beyond ordinary stimulation by his dreams of success. This had been one of his goals when he was still in practice. Now he had used his considerable means to further his ambition to achieve success in this, and he seemed to have accomplished something. So much I was ready to admit, however cautiously, for his experiments explained his appearance. Drugs and starvation could easily account for his gauntness, which was in fact a kind of emaciation. He had starved himself so frequently and so steadily that he had not only lost his excess weight, but had reduced beyond the point of wisdom and health. Furthermore, as I sat listening to him, I could not help observing that he had all the aspects of fanaticism, and I knew that no demur I could offer would affect him in the slightest, or bring about any deviation whatsoever in his direction. He had his eyes fixed on this strange goal, and he would permit nothing and no one to deflect him from it. "But you will have the task of transcribing my shorthand notes, Henry," he went on, less intensely, "for of course, I have kept them, some of them written in a trance-like state, quite as if I were possessed by some spirit guide, which is an absurdity naturally. They range backward in time to just before my birth, and I am now engaged in probing ancestral memory. You shall see how far I have got when you have had time to examine and transcribe such data as I have set down." With that, my cousin turned to other matters and soon excused himself, vanishing into his laboratory. Chapter 2. It took me fully a fortnight to assimilate and copy Ambrose's notes, which were more extensive than he had led me to believe, and also disturbingly I had already come to look upon Ambrose as extremely quixotic, but now I was convinced that a strong vein of aberration was manifest in his make-up as well. For the relentless driving of himself to achieve an end which was incapable of proof, for the most part, and promised no boon to mankind even if his goal were reached, seemed to me to border on irrational fanaticism. He was not interested so much for the information he might obtain in this incessant probing of memory as he was in the experiment for its sake alone. And what was most disturbing about it was the patent evidence that his experiment, which might at first have had only the proportions of a hobby, was becoming obsessive, to such an extent that all other matters were relegated to second place, not excluding his health. At the same time, I was forced to admit that the material the notes contained was often deeply surprising. There was no question but that my cousin had found some way to tap the stream of memory. He had established beyond doubt that everything that happened to a human being was registered in some compartment of the brain, and that it needed but the proper bridge to its place of storage in memory to bring it to consciousness once more. By recourse to drugs and music, he had gone back into the past to such a degree that his notes, as finally put together, constituted an exact biography which was in no way complicated by the glossing over of wish-fulfillment dreams, the enchantment of distance, or the ego gratifications which always play a part in adjustment of the individual personality to life's disappointments which have dealt blows to the ego. My cousin's course so far was undeniably fascinating. For the immediately past years, his notes mention many people we knew in common, but soon the 2 decades between us began to become obvious, and his memory concerned strangers to me and events in which I had no part, even indirectly. The notes were especially revealing in what they conveyed of my cousin's dominant thoughts during his youth and early manhood, in their cryptic references to the themes which were constantly uppermost in his thoughts. Argued vehemently with de Lesseps about the primal source, the chimpanzee linkage too recent. Primal fish? So he wrote of his days at the Sorbonne. And, at Vienna, man did not always live in trees. So says von Wiedersehen. Agreed. Presumably he swam. What role, if any, did man's ancestors have in the age of the Brontosaur? Such notes as these, including many far more detailed, were interspersed with the daily record of his years, mingling with accounts of parties, romances, an adolescent duel, differences with his parents, and the like, all the assorted trivia of one man's life. This subject appeared to hold my cousin's interest with an astonishing consistency. His more recent years, of course, were filled with it, but it recurred all the way through his life, from the age of 9 onward, when on one occasion he had asked our grandfather to explain the family tree and demanded to know what was beyond the registered beginnings of the line. There was, too, in these notes, certain evidence of how much he was taxing himself in this obsessive experiment, for his handwriting had undergone a marked decrease in legibility from the time he had first begun to chronicle his memories to the present. That is, as he went backward through time to his earliest years, and indeed into the place of darkness which was the womb, for he had accomplished this return. If his notes were not a skillful fabrication, his script grew steadily more illegible, quite as if there were a change in degrees with the change in the age of his memories, which was as fantastic a concept as, I felt then, my cousin's belief that he could reach back into ancestral and hereditary memory, both involving the memory of his forebears for many generations, and presumably transmitted in the genes and chromosomes from which he had sprung. To a very large extent, however, I suspended judgment while I was putting his notes in order, and there was no mention of the notes, except for the help I asked once or twice when I could not decipher a word in Ambrose's script. Read over, when at last it was completed, the transcript was impressive and cogent, and I handed it to my cousin at last with mixed feelings, and not without some suspension of belief. "Are you convinced?" he asked me. "As far as you've gone, yes," I admitted. "You shall see," he replied imperturbably. I undertook to remonstrate with him about the diligence with which he pursued this dream of his. In the 2 weeks it had taken me to assimilate and copy his notes, he had plainly driven himself beyond the bounds of reason. He had taken so little food and had slept so little that he had grown noticeably thinner and more haggard than he had been on the day of my arrival. He had been secluded in his laboratory day and night, for long hours at a time. Indeed, on many occasions in that fortnight there were but 3 of us at the table for meals. Ambrose had not come out of the laboratory. His hands had a tendency to tremble, and there was a hint of palsy too about his mouth, while his eyes burned with the fire of the fanatic, to whom all else but the goal of his fanaticism had ceased to exist. The laboratory was out of bounds for me. Though my cousin had no objection to showing me about the extensive laboratory, he required the utmost solitude when he was conducting his experiments. Nor had he any intention of setting down exactly what drugs he had recourse to, though I had reason to believe that cannabis indica, or Indian hemp, commonly known as hashish, was one of them. In the punishment he inflicted on his body in pursuit of his wild dream to recapture his ancestral and hereditary memory, a goal he sought daily and often nightly as well, without surcease. So much so that I saw him with increasing rarity. Though he sat for a long time with me on the night, I finally gave him the transcript of his notes tracing the course of his life through his recaptured memory. Going over each page with me, making certain small corrections and additions, striking out a few passages here and there, and, in general, improving the narrative as I had transcribed it. A retyping was obviously necessary, but what then, if I were not to attend him in the actual course of his experiments? But my cousin had yet another sheaf of notes ready for me when the retyping was finished. And this time, the notes were not of his own memories, but ranged back through time. They were the memories of his parents, his grandparents, of his forebears even before them, not specific, as were his own. but only general, yet enough to convey an amazing picture of the family before his own generation. They were memories of great cataclysms, of major events of history, of the earth in its youth. They were such recreations of time past as I would have thought impossible for one man to set down. Yet here they were, undeniably, impressive and unforgettable, an accomplishment by any standard. I was convinced that they were a skillful fabrication, yet I dared not pass judgment on Ambrose, whose fanatical belief brooked no doubt. I copied them as carefully as I had copied his earlier notes, and in but a few days I finished and handed the new transcript to him. "You need not doubt me, Henry," he said, smiling grimly. "I see it in your eyes. What would I have to gain by making a false record? I am not prone to self-deception. I am not qualified to judge Ambrose, perhaps not even to believe or disbelieve. That is well enough put," agreed my cousin. I pressed him to tell me what I must do next, but he suggested that I wait on his pleasure. I might take the time to explore the woods or roam the fields on the far side of the road until he had more work ready for me. I planned to take his suggestion and explore the adjoining woods, but this was never to be done, for other events intervened. That very night I was set in a different direction, providing a decided change from the routine of my cousin's increasingly difficult notes. For in the middle of the night Reed came to awaken me and tell me that Ambrose wanted me in his laboratory. I dressed and went down at once. I found Ambrose stretched out on an operating table, clad in the worn mouse-colored dressing gown he usually wore. He was in a semi-stuporous state, yet not so far gone that he failed to recognize me. "Something's happened to my hands," he said with effort. "I'm going under. Will you take down anything I may say?" "What is it?" I asked. "A temporary nerve block, perhaps. A muscular cramp." "I don't know. They'll be all right tomorrow." "All right," I said. "I'll take down anything you may say." I took his pad and pencil and sat waiting. The atmosphere of the laboratory, ill-lit with but one low red light near to the operating table, was eerie. My cousin looked far more like a corpse than a man under the influence of drugs. Moreover, there was playing in one corner an electric phonograph, so that the low, discordant strains of Stravinsky's Le Sacre du Printemps flowed through the room and took possession of it. My cousin lay perfectly still, and for a long time not a sound escaped him. He had sunk into the deep drugged sleep in which he carried on his experiment, and I could not have awakened him had I tried. Perhaps an hour elapsed before he began to speak, and then he spoke so disjointedly that I was hard put to it to catch his words. "Forests sunk into earth," he said. "Great ones fighting, tearing. Run, run, and again. New trees for old. Footprint 10 feet across. We live in cave, cold, damp, fire." I put down everything he said insofar as I could catch his muttered words. Incredibly, he seemed to be dreaming of the Saurian age, for his hints were of great beasts that roamed the face of his land and fought and tore, walking through forests as were they of grass, seeking out and devouring mankind, the dwellers in caves and holes under the surface of the earth. But the effort of driving himself back so far into the past was a singular strain on my cousin Ambrose, and when at last he came back to consciousness that night, he shuddered, directing me to turn off the phonograph, and muttered something about degenerative tissues curiously allied to my dreams, my memories, and announced that we would all rest for a while before he resumed his experiments. Chapter 3. It is possible that if my cousin could have been persuaded to rest his experiment on the admitted probability of ultimate success, and taken care of himself, he might have avoided the consequences of pushing himself beyond the boundaries mortal man was meant to go. But he did not do so. Indeed, he scorned my every suggestion, and reminded me that he was the doctor, not I. My retort that, like all doctors, he was more careless of himself as patient than he would have been of anyone else fell on deaf ears. Yet even I could not have foreseen what was to take place, though Ambrose's vague hint about degenerative tissues ought to have lent direction to my contemplation of the harm he was doing to himself, by the addiction to drugs which had made him their victim. For a week he rested. Then he resumed his experiments, and soon I was once more putting his notes into typescript. But this time his notes were increasingly difficult to decipher. His script was indeed deteriorating, even as he had hinted, and moreover their subject was often very difficult to follow. Though it was evident that Ambrose had gone far back in time, the possibility remained, of course, and was strong, that my cousin had fallen victim to a kind of self-hypnosis, and that, far from experiencing any such memory as he chronicled. He was reproducing from the memory of books he had read the salient aspects of the lives of ancient cave and tree dwellers, yet there were disturbingly clear indications from time to time that the observations he made were not made from any printed text, or the memory of such a text, though I had no way of seeking out such possible sources for my cousin's bizarre chroniclings. I saw Ambrose increasingly seldom, but on the rare occasions when I did see him, I could not avoid noticing the alarming degree to which he had yielded to drugs and starvation. His emaciation was complicated by certain repellent signs of degeneration. He tended to slaver at his food, and his eating habits became so deplorable that Mrs. Reed was pointedly absent from the table at more than one occasion. Though, because of Ambrose's growing dislike of leaving his laboratory, we were not often more than 3 at table. I do not remember just when the drastic alteration in Ambrose's habits came about, but I believe I had been at the house just over 2 months. Now that I think back to it, it seems to me that events were signaled by Ginger, my cousin's dog, which began to act up most restlessly. Whereas hitherto he had been a singularly well-behaved dog, now he began to bark often at night, and by day he whined and moved about house and yard with an air of alarm. Mrs. Reed said of him, "That dog smells or hears something he don't like." Perhaps she spoke truly, for all that I paid little attention. It was at about this time that my cousin elected to remain in his laboratory altogether, instructing me to leave his food on a tray outside the laboratory door. I took issue with him, but he would neither open the door nor come out, and very often he left his food stand for some time before he took it in, so that Mrs. Reed made ever less attempts to serve him hot food. For most of the time, it had grown cold by the time he took it in. Curiously, none of us ever saw Ambrose take his food. The tray might stand there for an hour, 2 hours, even 3. Then suddenly, it would be gone, only to be replaced later by an empty tray. His eating habits also underwent a change. Though he had formerly been a heavy coffee drinker, he now spurned it, returning his cup untouched so many times that Mrs. Reed no longer troubled to serve it. He seemed to grow ever more partial to simpler foods, meat, potatoes, lettuce, bread, and was not attracted to salads or most casserole dishes. Sometimes his empty tray contained notes, but these were growing fewer and farther between, and such as there were I found almost impossible to transcribe, for in his handwriting now, as well as in the content of his notes, there was the same distressing deterioration. He seemed to have difficulty properly holding a pencil, and his lines were scrawled in large letters over all the sheets of paper without any sense of order. Though this was not entirely unexpected in one heavily dosed with drugs, the music which welled forth from the laboratory was even more primitive. Ambrose had obtained certain records of ethnic music, Polynesian, ancient Indian and the like, and it was these he now played to the exclusion of all else. These were weird sounds indeed, and peculiarly trying in endless repetition, however interesting they were at first hearing, and they prevailed with monotonous insistence, night and day, for over a week. When one night the phonograph began to manifest every indication of having run down or worn out, and then abruptly stopped, it was not thereafter heard again. It was at about this time that the notes ceased to appear, and, concomitant with this development, there were 2 others. The dog, Ginger, erupted into frantic barking during the night, at fairly regular intervals, as if someone were invading the property. I got up once or twice, and once I did think I saw some unpleasantly large animal scuttling into the woods, but nothing came of this. It was gone by the time I had got outside, and however wild this portion of Vermont was, it was not bare country, nor for that matter was there any likelihood of encountering in the woods anything larger or more dangerous than a deer. The other development was more disturbing. Mrs. Reed noticed it first and called my attention to it. A pervasive and highly repellent musk, clearly an animal odor, which seemed to emanate from the laboratory. Could my cousin somehow have brought an animal in from the woods, through the back door of the laboratory, which opened out upon the woods? This was always a possibility, but in truth, I knew of no animal which might give out so powerful a musk. Efforts to question Ambrose from this side of the door were of no avail. He resolutely refused to make any answer, and even the threat of the Reeds that they would leave, unable any longer to work in such a stench. did not move him. After 3 days of it, the Reeds departed with their belongings, and I was left alone to take care of Ambrose and his dog. In the shock of discovery, the exact sequence of events thereafter is no longer very clear. I know that I determined to reach my cousin by one way or other, though all my pleadings remained unanswered. I lightened my burdens as much as possible by unchaining the dog that morning and letting him roam. I made no attempt to undertake the various tasks Reed had performed, but spent my time going to and from the laboratory door. I had long ago given up trying to look into the laboratory from the outside, for its windows were high rectangles parallel to the roof, and, like the single window in the door, they were covered over so as to make it impossible to look in upon any experiment underway inside. Though my cajolery and pleadings had no effect on Ambrose, I knew that ultimately he must eat, and that, if I withheld food from him, he would finally be forced to come out of the laboratory. So for all of one day, I set no food before his door. I sat grimly watching for him to appear, despite the almost nauseating animal musk which invaded the house from behind the laboratory door, but he did not appear. Determinedly, I continued to keep my vigil at the door, fighting sleep, which was not difficult, for in the quiet of the night I was aware of peculiarly disturbing movements within the laboratory, awkward shuffling sounds, as if some large creature were crawling about, combined with a guttural mewing sound, as if some mute animal were trying to speak. Several times I called out, and as often I tried the laboratory door anew, but it still resisted my efforts, being not only locked, but also barred by some heavy object. I decided that, if this refusal to serve my cousin the food to which he had become accustomed did not bring him out, I would tackle the outer door of the laboratory in the morning, and force it by whatever means I could devise. I was now in a state of high alarm, since Ambrose's persistent silence seemed wholly unlike him. But this decision had hardly been made, when I was aware of the frantic excitement of the dog. This time, unhampered by the chain which had hitherto bound him, he streaked along one side of the house and made for the woods. And in a moment I heard the furious snarling and growling which always accompanied an attack. Momentarily forgetting my cousin, I made for the nearest door, snatching up my flashlight as I ran, and running outside, I was on my way to the woods when I stopped short. I had come around the corner of the house, in view of the back of the laboratory, and I saw that the door to the laboratory stood open. Instantly, I turned and ran into the laboratory. All was dark inside. I called my cousin's name. There was no response. With the flashlight, I found the switch and turned up the light. The sight that met my eyes startled me profoundly. When last I had been in the laboratory, it had been a conspicuously neat and trim room, yet now it was in a shocking state. Not only were the impedimenta of my cousin's experiments tipped over and broken, but there were scattered over instruments and floor fragments of partly decayed food, some that was clearly recognizable as having come prepared, but also a disturbing amount of wild food, remains of partially consumed rabbits, squirrels, skunks, woodchucks, and birds. Above all, the laboratory bore the nauseatingly repellent odor of a primal animal's abode. The scattered instruments bespoke civilization, but the smell and sight of the place were of subhuman life. Of my cousin Ambrose there was no sign. I recalled the large animal I had seen faintly in the woods, and the first thought that came to mind was that somehow the creature had broken into the laboratory and made off with Ambrose, the dog in pursuit. I acted on the thought, and ran from the laboratory to the place in the woods from which still came the throaty animal sounds of a lethal battle which ended only as I came running up. Ginger stepped back, panting, and my light fell upon the kill. I do not know how I managed to return to the house, to call the authorities, even to think coherently for 5 minutes at a time, so great was the shock of discovery. For in that one cataclysmic moment I understood everything that had taken place. I knew why the dog had barked so frantically in the night when the thing had gone to feed. I understood the source of that horrible animal musk. I realized that what had happened to my cousin was inevitable. For the thing that lay below Ginger's bloody jaws was a subhuman caricature of a man, a hellish parody of primal growth, with horrible malformations of face and body, giving off an all-pervasive and wholly charnel musk, but it was clad in the rags of my cousin's mouse-colored dressing gown, and it wore on its wrist my cousin's watch. By some unknown primal law of nature, in sending his memory back to that pre-human era, into man's hereditary past, Ambrose had been trapped in that period of evolution. and his body had retrograded to the level of man's pre-human existence on the earth. He had gone nightly to forage for food in the woods, maddening the already alarmed dog, and it was by my hand that he had come to this horrible end, for I had unchained Ginger and made it possible for Ambrose to come to his death at the jaws of his own dog. End of The Ancestor by August Derleth.
The Homunculus.
Mind you, I cannot swear that my story is true. It may have been a dream, or worse, a symptom of some severe mental disorder, but I believe it is true. After all, how are we to know what things there are on earth? Strange monstrosities still exist, and foul, incredible perversions. Every war, each new geographical or scientific discovery, brings to light some new bit of ghastly evidence that the world is not altogether the sane place we fondly imagine it to be. Sometimes peculiar incidents occur which hint of utter madness. How can we be sure that our smug conceptions of reality actually exist? To one man in a million dreadful knowledge is revealed, and the rest of us remain mercifully ignorant. There have been travelers who never came back and research workers who disappeared. Some of those who did return were deemed mad because of what they told, and others sensibly concealed the wisdom that had so horribly been revealed. Blind as we are, we know a little of what lurks beneath our normal life. There have been tales of sea serpents and creatures of the deep, legends of dwarfs and giants, records of queer medical horrors and unnatural births. Stunted nightmares of men's personalities have blossomed into being under the awful stimulus of war, or pestilence, or famine. There have been cannibals, necrophiles, and ghouls, loathsome rites of worship and sacrifice, maniacal murders and blasphemous crimes. When I think, then, of what I saw and heard, and compare it with certain other grotesque and unbelievable authenticities, I begin to fear for my reason. But if there is any sane explanation of this matter, I wish to God I may be told before it is too late. Dr. Pierce tells me that I must be calm. He advised me to write this account in order to allay my apprehension. But I am not calm, and I never can be calm until I know the truth, once and for all, until I am wholly convinced that my fears are not founded on a hideous reality. I was already a nervous man when I went to Bridgetown for a rest. It had been a hard grind that year at school, and I was very glad to get away from the tedious classroom routine. The success of my lecture courses assured my position on the faculty for the year to come, and consequently I dismissed all academic speculation from my mind when I decided to take a vacation. I chose to go to Bridgetown because of the excellent facilities the lake afforded for trout fishing. The resort I chose from the voluminous array of hotel literature was a quiet, peaceful place, according to the simple prospectus. It did not offer a golf course, a bridle path, or an indoor swimming pool. There was no mention made of a grand ballroom, an 18-piece orchestra, or formal dinner. Best of all, the advertisement in no way extolled the scenic grandeur of the lake and woods. It did not polysyllabically proclaim that Lake Cane was in nature's eternal paradise, where cerulean skies and verdant wilderness beckon the happy visitor to taste the joys of youth. For that reason I wired in a reservation. Wilderness beckoned the happy visitor to taste the joys of youth. For that reason I wired in a reservation, packed my bag, assembled my pipes, and left. I was more than satisfied with the place when I arrived. Bridgetown is a small, rustic village, a quaint survival of older and simpler days. Situated on Lake Cane itself, it is surrounded by rambling woods and sloping, sun-splashed meadows where the farm folk toil in serene content. The blight of modern civilization has but dimly fallen upon these people and their quiet ways. Automobiles, tractors, and the like are few. There are several telephones, and 5 miles away the state highway affords easy access to the city. That is all. The homes are old, the streets cobbled. Artists, suburban dilettantes, and professional aesthetes have not yet invaded the pastoral scene. The quota of summer guests is small and select. A few hunters and fishers come, but none of the ordinary pleasure-hunting crowd. The families thereabout do not cater to such tastes. Ignorant and unsophisticated as they are, they can recognize vulgarity. So my surroundings were ideal. The place I stayed at was a 3-story hostelry on the lake itself, the Cane House, run by Absalom Gates. He was a character of the old school, a grizzled, elderly veteran whose father had been in the fishery business back in the 60s. He, himself, was a devotee of things piscatorial, but only from the Waltonian view. His resort was a fisherman's Mecca. The rooms were large and airy, the food plentiful and excellently prepared by Gates' widowed sister. After my first inspection, I prepared to enjoy a remarkably pleasant stay. Then, upon my first visit to the village, I bumped into Simon Magloire on the street. I first met Simon Magloire during my second term as an instructor back at college. Even then, he had impressed me greatly. This was not due to his physical characteristics alone, though they were unusual enough. He was tall and thin, with massive, stooping shoulders and a crooked back. He was not a hunchback in the usual sense of the word, but was afflicted with a peculiar tumorous growth beneath his left shoulder blade. This growth he took some pains to conceal, but its prominence made such attempts unsuccessful. Outside of this unfortunate deformity, however, Magloire had been a very pleasant-looking fellow. Black-haired, grey-eyed, fair of skin, he seemed a fine specimen of intelligent manhood, and it was this intelligence that had so impressed me. His class-work was strikingly brilliant, and at times his theses attained heights of sheer genius. Despite the peculiarly morbid trend of his work in poetry and essays, it was impossible to ignore the power and imagination that could produce such wild imagery and eldritch color. One of his poems, The Witch is Hung, won for him the Edgeworth Memorial Prize for that year, and several of his major themes were republished in certain private anthologies. From the first, I had taken a great interest in the young man and his unusual talent. He had not responded to my advances at first. I gathered that he was a solitary soul. Whether this was due to his physical peculiarity or his mental trend, I cannot say. He had lived alone in town and was known to have ample means. He did not mingle with the other students, though they would have welcomed him for his ready wit, his charming disposition, and his vast knowledge of literature and art. Gradually, however, I managed to overcome his natural reticence and won his friendship. He invited me to his rooms and we talked. I had then learned of his earnest belief in the occult and esoteric. He had told me of his ancestors in Italy and their interest in sorcery. One of them had been an agent of the Medici. They had migrated to America in the early days because of certain charges made against them by the Holy Inquisition. He also spoke of his own studies in the realms of the unknown. His rooms were filled with strange drawings he had made from dreams, and still stranger images done in clay. The shelves of his bookcases held many odd and ancient books. I noted Ranf's De Mastication Mortuorum in Tumulis 1734, the almost priceless Kabbalah of Saboth Greek translation, circa 1686, Mycroft's commentaries on witchcraft, and Ludwig Prin's infamous Mysteries of the Worm. I made several visits to the apartments before Magloire left school so suddenly in the fall of '33. The death of his parents called him to the East, and he left without saying farewell. But in the interim I had learned to respect him a good deal, and had taken a keen interest in his future plans, which included a book on the history of witch cult survivals in America, and a novel dealing with the psychological effects of superstition on the mind. He had never written to me, and I heard no more about him until this chance meeting on the village street. He recognized me. I doubt if I should have been able to identify him. He had changed. As we shook hands, I noted his unkempt appearance and careless attire. He looked older. His face was thinner and much paler. There were shadows around his eyes and in them. His hands trembled, his face forced a lifeless smile. His voice was deeper when he spoke, but he inquired after my health in the same charming fashion he had always affected. Quickly I explained my presence and began to question him. He informed me that he lived here in town, had lived here ever since the death of his parents. He was working very hard just now on his books, but he felt that the result of his labors more than justified any physical inconveniences he might suffer. He apologized for his untidy apparel and his tired manner. He wanted to have a long talk with me sometime soon, but he would be very busy for the next few days. Possibly next week he would look me up at the hotel. Just now he must get some paper at the village store and go back to his home. With an abrupt farewell, he turned his back on me and departed. As he did so, I received another start. The hump on his back had grown. It was now virtually twice the size it had been when I first met him, and it was no longer possible to hide it in the least. Undoubtedly the hard work had taken severe toll of Maglor's energies. I thought of a sarcoma and shuddered. Walking back to the hotel, I did some thinking. Simon's haggardness appalled me. It was not healthful for him to work so hard, and his choice of subject was not any too wholesome. The constant isolation and the nervous strain were combining to undermine his constitution in an alarming way, and I determined to appoint myself a mentor over his course. I resolved to visit him at the earliest opportunity without waiting for a formal invitation. Something must be done. Upon my arrival at the hotel I got another idea. I would ask Gates what he knew about Simon and his work. Perhaps there was some interesting sidelight on his activity which might account for his curious transformation. I therefore sought out the worthy gentleman and broached the subject to him. What I learned from him startled me. It appears that the villagers did not like Master Simon or his family. The old folks had been wealthy enough, but their name had a dubious repute cast upon it ever since the early days. Witches and warlocks, one and all, made up the family line. Their dark deeds had been carefully hidden from the first, but the folk around them could tell. It appears that nearly all of the Maglors had possessed certain physical malformations that had made them conspicuous. Some had been born with veils, others with club feet. One or two were dwarfed, and all had at some time or another been accused of possessing the fabled evil eye. Several of them had been nyctalopes, or another been accused of possessing the fabled evil eye. Several of them had been nyctalopes, they could see in the dark. Simon was not the first crookback in the family by any means. His grandfather had it, and his grandsire before him. There was much talk of inbreeding and clan segregation too. That, in the opinion of Gates and his fellows, clearly pointed to one thing, wizardry. Nor was this their only evidence. Did not the Maglors shun the village and shut themselves away in the old house on the hill? None of them attended church either. Were they not known to take long walks after dark, on nights when all decent, self-respecting people were safe in bed? There were probably good reasons why they were unfriendly. Perhaps they had things they wished to hide in their old house, and maybe they were afraid of letting any talk get around. Folk had it that the place was full of wicked and heathenish books, and there was an old story that the whole family were fugitives from some foreign place or other because of what they had done. After all, who could say? They looked suspicious, they acted queerly, maybe they were. Of course, nobody could rightly tell. The mass hysteria of witch-burning and the herd mania of satanic possession had not penetrated to this part of the country. There was no talk of altars in the woods and the spectral forest presences of Indian myth. No disappearances, bovine or human, could be laid at the doors of the Maglor family. Legally, their record was clear, but folk feared them, and this new one, Simon, was the worst. He never had acted right. His mother died at his birth. Had to get a doctor from out of the city. No local man would handle such a case. The boy had nearly died too. For several years nobody had seen him. His father and his uncle had spent all their time taking care of him. When he was 7, the lad had been sent away to a private school. He came back once when he was about 12. That was when his uncle died. He went mad or something of the sort, At any rate, he had an attack which resulted in cerebral hemorrhage, as the doctor called it. Simon then was a nice-looking lad, except for the hump, of course, but it did not seem to bother him at the time. Indeed, it was quite small. He had stayed several weeks and then gone off to school again. He had not reappeared until his father's death 2 years ago. The old man died all alone in that great house, and the body was not discovered until several weeks later. A passing peddler had called, walked into the open parlor, and found old Geoffrey Magloire dead in his great chair. His eyes were open and filled with a look of frightful dread. Before him was a great iron book, filled with queer, undecipherable characters. A hurriedly summoned physician pronounced it death due to heart failure. But the peddler, after staring into those fear-filled eyes and glancing at the odd, disturbing figures in the book, was not so sure. He had no opportunity to look around any further, however, for that night the sun arrived. People looked at him very queerly when he came, for no notice had yet been sent to him of his father's death. They were very still indeed when he exhibited a 2-weeks-old letter in the old man's handwriting, which announced a premonition of imminent death, and advised the young man to come home. The carefully guarded phrases of this letter seemed to hold a secret meaning, for the youth never even bothered to ask the circumstances of his father's death. The funeral was private, the customary interment being held in the cellar vaults beneath the house. The gruesome and peculiar events of Simon Magliore's homecoming immediately put the country folk on their guard. Nor did anything occur to alter their original opinion of the boy. He stayed on all alone in the silent house. He had no servants and made no friends. His infrequent trips to the village were made only for the purpose of obtaining supplies. He took the purchases back himself in his car. He bought a good deal of meat and fish. Once in a while he stopped in at the drugstore where he purchased sedatives. He never appeared talkative and replied to questions in monosyllables. Still, he was obviously well educated. It was generally rumored that he was writing a book. Gradually his visits became more and more infrequent. People now began to comment on his changed appearance. Slowly but surely he was altering in an unpleasant way. First of all, it was noticed that his deformity was increasing. He was forced to wear a voluminous overcoat to hide its bulk. He walked with a slight stoop as though its weight troubled him. Still, he never went to a doctor, and none of the townsfolk had the courage to comment or question him on his condition. He was aging, too. He began to resemble his Uncle Richard, and his eyes had taken on that lambent cast which hinted of a nyctaloptic power. All this excited its share of comment among people to whom the Magloire family had been a matter of interesting conjecture for generations. Later this speculation had been based on more tangible developments, for recently Simon had made an appearance at various isolated farmhouses throughout the region on a furtive errand. He questioned the old folks mostly. He was writing a book, he told them, on folk lore. He wanted to ask them about the old legends of the neighborhood. Had any of them ever heard stories concerning local cults, or rumors about rites in the woods? Were there any haunted houses or shunned places in the forest? Had they ever heard the name Nyarlathotep, Hotep, or references to Shub-Niggurath and the Black Messenger? Could they recall anything of the old Pasquantog, or references to a Shub-Niggurath and the Black Messenger? Could they recall anything of the old Pasquantog Indian myths about the beast men, or remember stories of black covens that sacrificed cattle on the hills? These and similar questions put the naturally suspicious farmers on their guard. If they had any such knowledge, it was decidedly unwholesome in its nature, and they did not care to reveal it to this self-avowed outsider. Some of them knew of such things from old tales brought from the upper coast, and others had heard whispered nightmares from recluses in the eastern hills. There were a lot of things about these matters which they frankly did not know, and what they suspected was not for outside ears to hear. Everywhere he went, Magloire met with evasions or frank rebuffs, and he left behind a distinctly bad impression. The story of these visits spread. They became the topic for an elaborate discussion. One oldster in particular, a farmer named Thatcherton, who lived alone in a secluded stretch to the west of the lake, off the main highway, had a singularly arresting story to tell. Maglor had appeared one night around 8 o'clock and knocked on the door. He persuaded his host to admit him to the parlor, and then tried to cajole him into revealing certain information regarding the presence of an abandoned cemetery that was reputed to exist somewhere in the vicinity. The farmer said that his guest was in an almost hysterical state, that he rambled on and on in a most melodramatic fashion, and made frequent allusion to a lot of mythological gibberish about secrets of the grave, the 13th Covenant, the Feast of Ulder, and the Dole Chance. There was also talk of the ritual of 13th Covenant, the Feast of Ulder, and the Dole Chance. There was also talk of the ritual of Father Yig, and certain names were brought up in connection with queer forest ceremonies said to occur near this graveyard. Maglor asked if cattle ever disappeared, and if his host ever heard voices in the forest that made proposals. These things the man absolutely denied. His host ever heard voices in the forest that made proposals. These things the man absolutely denied, and he refused to allow his visitor to come back and inspect the premises by day. At this the unexpected guest became very angry, and was on the point of making a heated rejoinder when something strange occurred. Maglor suddenly turned very pale and asked to be excused. He seemed to have a severe attack of internal cramps, for he doubled up and staggered to the door. As he did so, Thatcherton received the shocking impression that the hump on his back was moving. It seemed to writhe and slither on Maglor's shoulders, as though he had an animal concealed beneath his coat. At this juncture Maglor turned around sharply and backed toward the exit, as if trying to conceal this unusual phenomenon. He went out hastily without another word and raced down the drive to the car. He ran like an ape, vaulted madly into the driver's seat, and sent the wheels spinning as he roared out of the yard. He disappeared into the night, leaving behind him a sadly puzzled man, who lost no time in spreading the tale of his fantastic visitor among his friends. Since then such incidents had abruptly ceased, and until this afternoon Maglor had not reappeared in the village. But people were still talking, and he was not welcome. It would be well to avoid the man, whatever he was. Such was the substance of my friend Gates' story. When he concluded, I retired to my room without comment to meditate upon the tale. I was not inclined to share the local superstitions. Long experience in such matters made me automatically discredit the bulk of its detail. I knew enough of rural psychology to realize that anything out of the ordinary is looked upon with suspicion. Suppose the Maglor family were reclusive, what then? Any group of foreign extraction would naturally be. Granted that they were racially deformed, that did not make them witches. Popular fancy has persecuted many people for sorcery whose only crime lay in some physical defect. Even inbreeding was naturally to be expected when social ostracism was inflicted. But what is there of magic in that? It's common enough in such rural backwaters, heaven knows, and not only among foreigners either. Queer books, likely, nyctalopes, common enough among all peoples, insanity, perhaps lonely minds often degenerate. Simon was brilliant, however. Unfortunately, his trend toward the mystical and the unknown was leading him astray. It had been poor judgment that led him to seek information for his book from the illiterate country people. Naturally, they were intolerant and distrustful, and his poor physical condition assumed exaggerated importance in the eyes of these credulous folk. Still, there was probably enough truth in these distorted accounts to make it imperative that I talk to Maglor at once. He must get out of this unhealthful atmosphere and see a reputable physician. His genius should not be wasted or destroyed through such an environmental obstacle. It would wreck him mentally and physically. I decided to visit him on the morrow. After this resolution, I went downstairs to supper, took a short stroll along the shores of the moonlit lake, and retired for the night. The following afternoon I carried out my intention. The Maglor mansion stood on a bluff about a half-mile out of Bridgetown and frowned dismally down upon the lake. It was not a cheerful place. It was too old and too neglected. I conjured up a mental image of what those gaping windows must look like on a moonless night and shuddered. Those empty openings reminded me of the eyes of a blind bat. The two gables resembled its hooded head, and the broad, peaked side chambers might serve as wings. When I realized the trend of my thought, I felt surprised and disturbed. As I walked up the long, tree-shadowed walk, I endeavored to gain a firm command over my imagination. I was here on a definite errand. I was almost composed when I rang the bell. Its ghostly tinkle echoed down the serpentine corridors within. Faint, shuffling footsteps sounded, and then, with a grating clang, the door opened. There, limned against the doorway, stood Simon Maglor. At the sight of him, my new-born composure gave way to a sudden dismay and an overpowering distaste. He looked sinister in that grey, wavering light. His thin, stooping body was hunched at a repellent angle, and his hands were clenched at his sides. His blurred outline reminded me of a crouching beast. Only his face was wholly visible. It was a waxen mask of death from which two eyes glared with a ghoulish light. That was it. Maglor looked like a crouching ghoul. A physical nausea welled up in my soul, and I longed to wind my hands around that withered neck, or batter my two fists into that leering face. A smile writhed its way over that twisted countenance, a smile of sly, lurking evil. The fretted lips curled back in a fanged grimace of idiotic mirth. "You see I am not myself today, you fool." Fretted lips curled back in a fanged grimace of idiotic mirth. "You see I am not myself today, you fool. Go away." The creature chuckled, as if in relish over some subtle jest known only to itself. Then its voice changed to a sudden shriek. "Go away, you fool, go away." The door slammed in my astounded face, and I found myself alone. But I was not alone on the walk home, for my thoughts were haunted by the presence of another, that ghastly, grisly creature that had once been my friend, Simon Maglor. Chapter 2. I was still dazed when I arrived back in the village, but after I had reached my room in the hotel, I began to reason with myself. That romantic imagination of mine had played me a sorry trick. Poor Maglor was ill, probably a victim of some severe nervous disorder. I recalled the report of his buying sedatives at the local pharmacy. In my foolish emotionalism, I had sadly misconstrued his unfortunate sickness. What a child I had been! I must go back tomorrow and apologize. After that, Maglor must be persuaded to go away and get himself back into proper shape once more. He had looked pretty bad, and his temper was getting the best of him, too. How the man had changed! That night I slept but little. Early the following morning I again set out. This time I carefully avoided the disquieting mental images that the old house suggested to my susceptible mind. I was all business when I rang that bell. It was a different Maglor who met me. He, too, had changed for the better. He looked ill and old, but there was a normal light in his eyes and a saner intonation in his voice as he courteously bade me enter, and apologized for his delirious spasm of the day before. He was subject to frequent attacks, he told me, and planned to get away very shortly and take a long rest. He was eager to complete his book. There was only a little to do now and go back to his work at college. From this statement he abruptly switched the conversation to a series of reminiscent interludes. He recalled our mutual association on the campus as we sat in the parlor, and seemed eager to hear about the affairs at school. For nearly an hour he virtually monopolized the conversation and steered it in such a manner as to preclude any direct inquiries or questions of a personal nature on my part. Nevertheless, it was easy for me to see that he was far from well. He sounded as though he were laboring under an intense strain. His words seemed forced, his statements stilted. Once again I noted how pale he was, how bloodless. His malformed back seemed immense, his body correspondingly shrunken. I recalled my fears of a cancerous tumor and wondered. Meanwhile he rambled on, obviously ill at ease. The parlor seemed almost bare. The bookcases were unlined and the empty spaces filled with dust. No papers or manuscripts were visible on the table. A spider had spun its web upon the ceiling. It hung down like the thin locks on the forehead of a corpse. During a pause in his conversation, I asked him about his work. He answered vaguely that it was very involved and was taking up most of his time. He had made some very interesting discoveries, however, which would amply repay him for his pains. It would excite him too much in his present condition if he went into detail about what he was doing, but he could tell me that his findings in the field of witchcraft alone would add new chapters to anthropological and metaphysical history. He was particularly interested in the old lore about familiars, the tiny creatures who were said to be emissaries of the devil, and were supposed to attend the witch or wizard in the form of a small animal, rat, cat, mole, or ousel. Sometimes they were represented as existing on the body of the warlock himself, or subsisting upon it for their nourishment. The idea of a devil's teat on the witches' bodies from which their familiar drew sustenance in blood was fully illuminated by Maglor's findings. His book had a medical aspect too. It really endeavored to put such statements on a scientific basis. The effects of glandular disorders in cases of so-called demonic possession were also treated. At this point, Maglor abruptly concluded. He felt very tired, he said, and must get some rest. But he hoped to be finished with his work very shortly, and then he wanted to get away for a long rest. It was not wholesome for him to live alone in this old house, and at times he was troubled with disturbing fancies and queer lapses of memory. He had no alternative, however, at present, because the nature of his investigations demanded both privacy and solitude. At times his experiments impinged on certain ways and courses best left undisturbed, and he was not sure just how much longer he would be able to stand the strain. It was in his blood, though. I probably was aware that he came from a necromantic line, but enough of such things. He requested that I go at once. I would hear from him again early next week. As I rose to my feet, I again noticed how weak and agitated Simon appeared. He walked with an exaggerated stoop now, and the pressure on his swollen back must be enormous. He conducted me down the long hall to the door, and as he led the way I noted the trembling of his body as it limned itself against the flaming dusk that licked against the window panes ahead. His shoulders heaved with a slow, steady undulation, as if the hump on his back was actually pulsing with life. I recalled the tale of Thatcherton, the old farmer, who claimed that he actually saw such a movement. For a moment I was assailed by a powerful nausea. Then I realized that the flickering light was creating a commonplace optical illusion. When we reached the door, Maglor endeavored to dismiss me very hastily. He did not even extend his hand for a parting clasp, but merely mumbled a curt good evening in a strained, hesitant voice. I gazed at him for a moment in silence, mentally noting how wan and emaciated his once handsome countenance appeared, even in the sunset's ruby light. Then, as I watched, a shadow crawled across his face. It seemed to purple and darken in a sudden eerie metamorphosis. The adumbration deepened, and I read stark panic in his eyes. Even as I forced myself to respond to his farewell, horror crept into his face. His body fell into that odd, shambling posture I had noted once before, and his lips leered in a ghastly grin. For a moment I actually thought the man was going to attack me. Instead he laughed, a shrill, tittering chuckle that peeled blackly in my brain. I opened my mouth to speak, but he scrambled back into the darkness of the hall and shut the door. Astonishment gripped me, not unmingled with fear. Was Maglor ill, or was he actually demented? Such grotesqueries did not seem possible in a normal man. I hastened on, stumbling through the glowing sunset. My bewildered mind was deep in ponderment, and the distant croaking of ravens blended in evil litany with my thoughts. Chapter 3. The next morning, after a night of troubled deliberation, I made my decision. Work or no work, Maglor must go away, and at once. He was on the verge of serious mental and physical collapse. Knowing how useless it would be for me to go back and argue with him, I decided that stronger methods must be employed to make him see the light. That afternoon, therefore, I sought out Dr. Carstairs, the local practitioner, and told him all I knew. I particularly emphasized the distressing occurrence of the evening before, and frankly told him what I already suspected. After a lengthy discussion, Carstairs agreed to accompany me to the Magloire house at once, and there take what steps were necessary in arranging for his removal. In response to my request, the doctor took along the materials necessary for a complete physical examination. Once I could persuade Simon to submit to a medical diagnosis, I felt sure he would see that the results made it necessary for him to place himself under treatment at once. The sun was sinking when we climbed into the front seat of Dr. Carstairs' battered Ford and drove out of Bridgetown along the south road where the ravens croaked. We drove slowly and in silence. Thus it was that we were able to hear clearly that single high-pitched shriek from the old house on the hill. I gripped the doctor's arm without a word, and a second later we were whizzing up the drive and into the frowning gateway. "Hurry," I muttered as I vaulted from. We were whizzing up the drive and into the frowning gateway. "Hurry," I muttered as I vaulted from the running board and dashed up the steps to the forbidding door. We battered upon the boards with futile fists, then dashed around to the left wing window. The sunset faded into tense, waiting darkness as we crawled hastily through the openings and dropped to the floor within. Dr. Carstairs produced a pocket flashlight, and we rose to our feet. My heart hammered in my breast, but no other sound broke the tomb-like silence as we threw open the door and advanced down the darkened hall to the study. All about us I sensed a gloating presence, a lurking demon who watched our progress with eyes of gleeful mirth, and whose sable soul shook with hell-born laughter as we opened the door of the study and stumbled across that which lay within. We both screamed then. Simon Magloire lay at our feet, his twisted head and straining shoulders resting in a little lake of fresh, warm blood. He was on his face, and his clothes had been torn off above his waist, so that his entire back was visible. When we saw what rested there, we became quite crazed, and then began to do what must be done, averting our gaze whenever possible from that utterly monstrous thing on the floor. Do not ask me to describe it to you in detail. I can't. There are some times when the senses are mercifully numbed because complete acuteness would be fatal. I do not know certain things about that abomination even now, and I dare not let myself recall them. I shall not tell you either of the books we found in that room, or of the terrible document on the table that was Simon Magloire's unfinished masterpiece. We burned them all in the fire before calling the city for a coroner, and if the doctor had had his way, we should have destroyed the thing too. As it was, when the coroner did arrive for his examination, the three of us swore an oath of silence concerning the exact way in which Simon Magloire met his death. Then we left, but not before I had burned the other document, the letter addressed to me, which Magloire was writing when he died. And so, you see, nobody ever knew. I later found that the property was left to me, and the house is being razed even as I pen these lines. But I must speak, if only to relieve my own torment. I dare not quote that letter in its entirety. I can but record a part of that stupendous blasphemy. And that, of course, is why I began entirety. I can but record a part of that stupendous blasphemy. And that, of course, is why I began to study witchcraft. It was forcing me to, God, if I can only make you feel the horror of it, to be born that way with that thing, that mannequin, that monster. At first it was small. The doctors all said it was an undeveloped twin. But it was alive. It had a face and 2 hands, but its legs ran off into the lumpy flesh that connected it to my body. For 3 years they had it under secret. Legs ran off into the lumpy flesh that connected it to my body. For 3 years they had it under secret study. It lay face downward on my back, and its hands were clasped around my shoulders. The men said that it had its own tiny set of lungs, but no stomach organs or digestive system. It apparently drew nourishment through the fleshy tube that bound it to my body. Yet it grew. Soon its eyes were open, and it began to develop tiny teeth. Once it nipped one of the doctors on the hand, so they decided to send me home. It was obvious that it could not be removed. I swore to keep the whole affair a secret, and not even my father knew until near the end. I wore the straps, and it never grew much until I came back. Then, that hellish change, it talked to me, I tell you it talked to me. That little wrinkled face like a monkey's, the way it rolled those tiny reddish eyes, that squeaking little voice calling more blood, Simon, I want more. And then it grew and grew. I had to feed it twice a day and cut the nails on its little black hands. But I never knew that. I never realized it twice a day and cut the nails on its little black hands. But I never knew that. I never realized how it was taking control. I would have killed myself first, I swear it. Last year it began to get hold of me for hours and give me those fits. It directed me to write the book, and sometimes it sent me out at night on queer errands. More and more blood it took, and I was getting weaker and weaker. When I was myself, I tried to combat it. I looked up that material on the familiar legend and cast around for some means of overcoming its mastery, but in vain, and all the while it was growing. It got stronger and bolder and wiser. It talked to me now, and sometimes it taunted me. I knew that it wanted me to listen and obey it all the time. The promises it made with that horrible little mouth. I should call upon the Black One and join a coven. Then we would have power to rule and admit new evil to the earth. I didn't want to obey, you know that. We would have power to rule and admit new evil to the earth. I didn't want to obey, you know that, but I was going mad and losing all that blood. It took control nearly all the time now, and it got so that I was afraid to go into town any more, because that devilish thing knew I was trying to escape, and it would move on my back and frighten folk. I wrote all the time I had those spells when it ruled my brain. Then you came. I know you want me to go away, but it won't let me. It's too cunning for that. Even as I try to write this, I can feel it boring its commands into my brain to stop, but I will not stop. I will tell you while I still have a chance, before it overcomes me forever and works its black will with my poor body and masters my helpless soul. I want you to know where my book is, so that you can destroy it should anything ever happen. I want to tell you how to dispose of those awful old volumes in the library. And above all, I want you to kill me if ever you see that the mannequin has gained complete control. God knows what it intends to do when it has me for certain. How hard it is for me to fight, while all the while it is commanding me to put down my pen and tear this up. But I will fight, I must, until I can tell you what the creature told me, what it plans to let loose on the world when it has me utterly enslaved. I will tell, I can't think. I will write it, damn you. Stop. No, don't do that, get your hands, that's all. Maglor stopped there because he died, because the thing did not want its secrets revealed. It is dreadful to think about that nightmare-nurtured horror, but that thought is not the worst. What troubles me is what I saw when we opened that door, the sight that explained how Maglor died. There was Maglor on the floor in all that blood. He was naked to the waist, as I have said, and he lay face downward, but on his back was the thing just as he had described it. And it was that little monster, afraid its secrets would be revealed, that had climbed a trifle higher on Simon Maglor's back, wound its tiny black paws around his unprotected neck, and bitten him to death.
It was endowed with a trunk and great, uneven ears, and 2 enormous tusks protruded from the corners of its mouth. But it was not an elephant. Indeed, its resemblance to an actual elephant was, at best, sporadic and superficial, despite certain unmistakable points of similarity. The ears were webbed and tentacled. The trunk terminated in a huge flaring disc at least a foot in diameter, and the tusks, which intertwined and interlocked at the base of the statue, were as translucent as rock crystal. The Horror from the Hills, by Frank Belknap Long. Weird Tales, January to March, 1931. This story features the elephant God Shongnao Fawn. 1. The Coming of the Stone Beast. In a long, low-ceilinged room, adorned with Egyptian, Greco-Roman, Minoan, and Assyrian antiquities, a thin, careless-seeming young man of 26 sat jubilantly humming. As nothing in his appearance or manner suggested the scholar, he wore grey tweeds of Ivy League cut, a pinstriped blue shirt with a button-down collar and a ridiculously brilliant necktie. The uninitiated were inclined to regard him as a mere supernumerary in his own office. Strangers entered unannounced and called him young man at least 20 times a week, and he was frequently asked to convey messages to a non-existent superior. No one suspected, no one dreamed, until he enlightened them, that he was the lawful custodian of the objects about him, and even when he revealed his identity, people surveyed him with distrust and were inclined to suspect that he was ironically pulling their legs. Algernon Harris was the young man's name, and postgraduate degrees from Yale and Oxford set him distinctly apart from the undistinguished majority. But it is to his credit that he never paraded his erudition, nor succumbed to the impulse, almost irresistible in a young man with academic affiliations, to put a PhD on the title page of his first book. It was this book which had endeared him to the directors of the Manhattan Museum of Fine Arts, and prompted their unanimous choice of him to succeed the late Halpin Chalmers as curator of archaeology when the latter retired in the fall of the previous year. In less than 6 months, young Harris had exhaustively familiarized himself with the duties and responsibilities of his office, and was becoming the most successful curator that the museum had ever employed. So boyishly ebullient was he, so consumed with investigative zeal, that his field workers contracted his enthusiasm as though it were a kind of fever, and sped from his presence to trust their scholarly and highly cultivated lives to the most primitive of native tribes in regions where an outsider was still looked upon with suspicion, and was always in danger of bringing down the thunder. And now they were coming back. For days now they had been coming back, occasionally with haggard faces, and once or twice, unfortunately, with something radically wrong with them. The Simons tragedy was a case in point. Simons was a Chang dynasty specialist, and he had been obliged to leave his left eye and a piece of his nose in a Buddhist temple near a place called Fen Chao Fu. But when Algernon questioned him, he could only mumble something about a small malignant face with corky eyes that had glared and glared at him out of a purple mist. And Francis Hogarth lost 80 pounds and a perfectly good right arm somewhere between Lake Rudolph and Naivasha in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. But a few inexplicable and hence, from a scientific point of view, unfortunate occurrences were more than compensated for by the archaeological treasures that the successful explorers brought back, and figuratively dumped at Algernon's feet. There were mirrors of Greco-Bactrian design and miniature tiger dragons or tutais from central China, dating from at least 200 BC, enormous diorite sphinxes from the valley of the Nile, geometric vases from Mycenaean Crete, incised pottery from Messina and Syracuse, linens and spindles from the Swiss lakes, sculptured lintels from Yucatan and Mexico, Mayan and Manabi monoliths 10 feet tall, Paleolithic Venuses from the rock caverns of the Pyrenees, and even a series of rare bilingual tablets in Hamitic and Latin from the site of Carthage. It is not surprising that so splendid a garnering should have elated Algernon immoderately, and impelled him to behave like a college junior at a fraternity house jamboree. He addressed the attendants by their names, slapped them boisterously upon their shoulders whenever they had occasion to approach him, and went roaming haphazardly about the building immersed in ecstatic reveries. So far, indeed, did he descend from his pedestal that even the directors were disturbed, and it is doubtful if anything short of the arrival of Clerk Ullman could have jolted him out of it. Ullman may have been aware of this, for he telephoned first to break the news mercifully. He had apparently heard of the success of the other expeditions, and hated infernally to intrude his skeleton at the banquet. Algernon, as we have seen, was humming, and the jingling of a phone bell at his elbow was the first intimation he had of Ullman's return. Hastily detaching the receiver, he pressed it against his ear and injected a staccato, "What is it?" into the mouthpiece. There ensued a silence. Then Ullman's voice, disconcertingly shrill, forced him to hold the receiver a little further from his ear. "I've got the god, Algernon, and I'll be over with it directly. I've 3 men helping me. It's 4 feet high and as heavy as granite. Oh, it's a strange, loathsome thing, Algernon. An unholy thing. I shall insist that you destroy it. What's that? Algernon raised his voice incredulously. You may photograph it and study it, but you've got to destroy it. You'll understand when you see what I have become. There came a hoarse sobbing, whilst Algernon struggled to comprehend what the other was driving at. It has wreaked its malice on me. With a frown, Algernon recradled the receiver and began agitatedly to pace the room. The elephant god of Tsang, he muttered to himself. The horror Richardson drew before they impaled him. It's unbelievable. Ullman has crossed the desert plateau on foot. He's crossed above the graves of Steelbrough, Talman, McWilliams, Henley and Holmes. Richardson swore the cave was guarded night and day by hideous yellow abnormalities. I'm sure that's the phrase he used. Abnormalities without faces. Subhuman worshippers only vaguely manlike, in thrall to some malign wizardry. He averred they moved in circles about the idol on their hands and knees, and participated in a rite so foul that he dared not describe it. His escape was a sheer miracle. He had displayed extraordinary courage and endurance when they had tortured him, and it was merely because they couldn't kill him that the priest was impressed. A man who can curse valiantly after 3 days of agonizing torture must of necessity be a great magician and wonder-worker. But it couldn't have happened twice. Ullman could never have achieved such a break. He is too frail. A day on their cross would have finished him. They would never have released him and decked him out with flowers and worshipped him as a sort of subsidiary elephant god. Richardson predicted that no other white man would ever get into the cave alive. And as for getting out, I can't imagine how Ullman did it. If he encountered even a few of Richardson's beast men, it isn't surprising he broke down on the phone. Destroy the statue. Imagine. Sheer insanity, that. Ullman is evidently in a highly nervous and excitable state, and we shall have to handle him with gloves. There came a knock at the door. I don't wish to be disturbed, shouted Algernon irritably. We've got a package for you, sir. The doorman said for us to bring it up here. Oh, all right. I'll sign for it. The door swung wide, and in walked 3 harshly breathing, shabbily dressed men staggering beneath a heavy burden. Put it down there, said Algernon, indicating a spot to the rear of his desk. The men complied with a celerity that amazed him. Did Mr. Ullman send you? He demanded curtly. Yes, sir. The spokesman's face had formed into a moulding of relief. The poor guy said he'd be here himself in half an hour. Algernon started. What kind of talk is that? He demanded. He doesn't happen to be a guy, but I'll pretend you didn't say it. Why the poor? That's what I'm curious about. The spokesman shuffled his feet. It's on account of his face. There's something wrong with it. He keeps it covered and won't let nobody look at it. Good God, murmured Algernon. They've mutilated him. What's that, sir? What did you say? Algernon collected himself with an effort. Nothing. You may go now. The doorman will give you $1. I'll phone down and tell him. Silently the men filed out. As soon as the door closed behind them, Algernon strode into the center of the room and began feverishly to strip the wrappings from the thing on the floor. He worked with manifest misgivings, the distaste in his eyes deepening to disgust and horror as the massive idol came into view. Words could not adequately convey the repulsiveness of the thing. It was endowed with a trunk and great, uneven ears, and 2 enormous tusks protruded from the corners of its mouth. But it was not an elephant. Indeed, its resemblance to an actual elephant was, at best, sporadic and superficial, despite certain unmistakable points of similarity. The ears were webbed and tentacled. The trunk terminated in a huge flaring disc at least a foot in diameter, and the tusks, which intertwined and interlocked at the base of the statue, were as translucent as rock crystal. The pedestal upon which it squatted was of black onyx. The statue itself, with the exception of the tusks, had apparently been chiseled from a single block of stone, and was so hideously mottled and eroded and discolored that it looked, in spots, as though it had been dipped in sanies. The thing sat bolt upright. Its forelimbs were bent stiffly at the elbow, and its hands, it had human hands, rested palms upward on its lap. Its shoulders were broad and square, and its breasts and enormous stomach sloped outward, cushioning the trunk. It was as quiescent as a Buddha, as enigmatical as a sphinx, and as malignantly poised as a gorgon or cockatrice. Algernon could not identify the stone out of which it had been hewn, and its greenish sheen disturbed and puzzled him. For a moment he stood staring uncomfortably into its little malign eyes. Then he shivered, and taking down a woolen scarf from the coat rack in the corner, he cloaked securely the features which repelled him. Ullman arrived unannounced. He advanced unobtrusively into the room and laid a tremulous hand on Algernon's shoulder. "Well, Algernon, how are you?" he murmured. I'm glad to get back. Just to see an old friend is a comfort, I thought. But, well, it doesn't matter. I was going to ask if you knew a good physician, but perhaps. Startled, Algernon glanced backward over his shoulder and straight into the other's eyes. He saw only the eyes, for the rest of Ullman's face was muffled by a black silk scarf. "Clark!" he exclaimed. "By God, but you gave me a start." Rising quickly, he sent his chair spinning against the wall and gripped his friend affectionately by the shoulders. "It's good to see you again, Clark," he said, with a warm cordiality in his voice. "It's good. Why, what's the matter?" Ullman had fallen upon his knees and was choking and gasping for breath. "I should have warned you not to touch me," he moaned. "I can't stand being touched." "But why?" "The wounds haven't healed," he sobbed. "It doesn't want them to heal. Every night it comes and lays the disc on them. I can't stand being touched." Algernon nodded sympathetically. "I can imagine what you've been through, Clark," he said. "You must take a vacation. I'll have a talk with the directors about you tomorrow. In view of what you've done for us, I'm sure I can get you at least 4 months. You can go to Spain and finish your glimpses into prehistory. Paleontological anthropology is a soothing science, Clark. You'll forget all about the perplexities of mere archaeological research when you start poking about among bones and artifacts that haven't been disturbed since the Pleistocene." Ullman had gotten to his feet and was staring at the opposite wall. "You think that I have become irresponsible?" A look of sadness crept into Algernon's eyes. "No, Clark. I think you're merely suffering from non-psychotic, very transitory visual hallucinations. An almost unbearable strain can sometimes produce hallucinations when one's sanity is in no way impaired, and considering what you've been through." "What I've been through?" Ullman caught at the phrase. "Would it interest you to know precisely what they did to me?" Algernon nodded, meeting the other's gaze steadily. "Yes, Clark. I wish to hear everything." "They said that I must accompany Shognar Fawn into the world." "Shognar Fawn?" "That is the name they worship it by. When I told them I had come from the United States, they said that Great Shognar had willed that I should be his companion. It must be carried, they explained, and it must be nursed. If it is nursed and carried safely beyond the rising sun, it will possess the world. And then all things that are now in the world, all creatures and plants and stones, will be devoured by Great Shognar. All things that are and have been will cease to be, and Great Shognar will fill all space with its oneness. Even its brothers it will devour, its brothers who will come down from the mountains ravening for ecstasy when it calls to them. They didn't use precisely that term, because ecstasy is a very sophisticated word, peculiar to our language. But that's the closest I can come to it. In their own aberrant way, they were the opposite of unsophisticated. I didn't protest when they explained this to me. It was precisely the kind of break I had been hoping for. I had studied Richardson's book, you see, and I had read enough between the lines to convince me that Shognar Fawn's devotees were growing a little weary of it. It isn't a very pleasant deity to have around. It has some regrettable and very nasty habits. A horror was taking shape in Ullman's eyes. "You must excuse my levity. When one is tottering on the edge of an abyss, it isn't always expedient to dispense with irony. Were I to become wholly serious for a moment, were I to let what I believe, what I know to be the truth behind all that I'm telling you coalesce into a definite construction in my mind, I should go quite mad. Let us call them merely regrettable habits. I guessed, as I say, that the guardians of the cave were not very enthusiastic about retaining Shognar Fawn indefinitely. It made depredations. The guardians would disappear in the night and leave their clothes behind them, and the clothes upon examination would yield something rather ghastly. But however much your savage may want to dispose of his god, the thing isn't always feasible. It would be the height of folly to attempt to send an omnipotent deity on a long journey without adequate justification. An angered god can take vengeance even when he is on the opposite side of the world. And that is why most barbarians who find themselves saddled with a deity they fear and hate are obliged to put up with it indefinitely. The only thing that can help them is a legend, some oral or written legend that will enable them to send their ogre packing without ruffling its temper. The devotees had such a legend. At a certain time, which the prophecy left gratifyingly indefinite, Chongya Fawn was to be sent out into the world. It was to be sent out to possess the world to its everlasting glory, and it was also written that those who sent it forth should be forever immune from its anger. I knew of the existence of this legend, and when I read Richardson and discovered what a vile and unpleasant customer the god was, I decided I'd risk a trip across the desert plateau of Tsang. "You crossed on foot?" interrupted Algernon with undisguised admiration. "There were no camels available," assented Ullman. "I made it on foot. On the 4th day my water ran short, and I was obliged to open a vein in my arm. On the 5th day I began to see mirages, probably of a purely hallucinatory nature. On the 7th day," he paused and stared hard at Algernon. "On the 7th day I consumed the excrements of wild dogs." Algernon shuddered. "But you reached the cave?" "I reached the cave. The faceless guardians whom Richardson described found me groveling on the sands in delirium a half-mile to the west of their sanctuary. They restored me by heating a flint until it was white-hot and laying it on my chest. If the high priest hadn't interfered, I should have shared Richardson's fate. Good God! The high priest was called Chong-Ga, and he was devilishly considerate. He took me into the cave and introduced me to Chongya Fon." "You've Chongya there," Ullman pointed to the enshrouded form on the floor, "and you can imagine what the sight of it squatting on its haunches at the back of an evil-smelling, atrociously lighted cave would do to a man who had not eaten for 3 days. I began to say very queer things to Chong-Jae. I confided to him that great Chongya Fon was not just a lifeless statue in a cave, but a great universal god filling all space, that it had created the world in a single instant by merely expelling its breath, and that when eventually it decided to inhale, the world would disappear. It also made this cave, I hastened to add, and you are its chosen prophet." The priest stared at me curiously for several moments without speaking. Then he approached the god and prostrated himself before it. "Chogna Fon," he intoned, "the white acolyte has confirmed that you are about to become a great universal god filling all space. He will carry you safely into the world and nurse you until you have no further need of him. The prophecy of Mu Sang has been most gloriously fulfilled." For several minutes he remained kneeling at the foot of the idol. Then he rose and approached me. "You shall depart with great Shongya tomorrow," he said. "You shall become great Shongna's companion and nurse." I felt a wave of gratitude for the man. Even in my befuddled state, I was sensible that I had achieved a magnificent break. "I will serve him gladly," I murmured, "if only I may have some food." Chongga nodded. "It is my wish that you eat heartily," he said. "If you are to nurse great Shongna, you must consume an infinite diversity of fruits and the flesh of animals. Red blood is Shongna's staff. Without it, my God would suffer tortures no man could endure. It is impossible for a man to know how great can be the suffering of a god." He tapped a drum, and immediately I was confronted with a wooden bowl filled to the brim with pomegranate. "Drink heartily," he urged. "I have reason to suspect that Chogna Fon will be ravenous tonight." I was so famished that I scarcely gave a thought to what he was saying, and for 15 minutes I consumed, without discrimination, everything that was set before me. Evil-smelling herbs, ewe's milk, eggs, peaches, and the fresh blood of antelopes. The priest watched me in silence. At last, when I could eat no more, he went into a corner of the cave and returned with a straw mattress. "You have supped most creditably," he murmured, "and I wish you pleasant dreams." With that he withdrew, and I crawled gratefully upon the mat. My strength was wholly spent, and the dangers I still must face, the loathsome proximity of great Shongya, and the possibility that the priest had been deliberately playing a part and would return to kill me were swallowed up in a physical urgency that bordered on delirium. Relaxing upon the straw, I shut my eyes and fell almost instantly into a deep sleep. I awoke with a start and a strange impression that I was not alone in the cave. Even before I opened my eyes, I knew that something unspeakably malign was crouching or squatting on the ground beside me. I could hear it breathing in the darkness, and the stench of it strangled the breath in my throat. Slowly, very slowly, I endeavored to rise. An unsurpassably ponderous weight descended upon my chest and hurled me to the ground. I stretched out my hand to disengage it and met with an iron resistance. A solid wall of something cold, slimy, and implacable rose up in the darkness to thwart me. In an instant, I was fully awake and calling frantically for assistance. But no one came to me, and even as I screamed, the wall descended perpendicularly upon me and lay clammily upon my chest. An odor of corruption surged from it, and when I tore at it with my fingers, it made a low, gurgling sound, which gradually increased in volume till it woke echoes in the low vaulted ceiling. The thing had pinioned my arms, and the more I twisted and squirmed, the more agonizingly it tightened about me. The constriction increased until breathing became a torture, until all my flesh palpitated with pain. I wriggled and twisted, and bit my lips through in an extremity of horror. Then, abruptly, the pressure ceased, and I became aware of two blinking fish-white eyes glaring truculently at me through the darkness. Agonizingly, I sat up and ran my hands over my chest and arms. My fingers encountered a warm wetness, and with a hideous clarity it was borne in on me that the thing had been feasting on my blood. The revelation was very close to mind-shattering. I was on my feet in an instant, trying desperately not to succumb to panic, but knowing, deep in my mind, that it would be a losing battle. A most awful terror was upon me, and so unreasoning became my desire to escape from that fearsome vampirish obscenity that I retreated straight toward the throne of Shongnyaphon. It loomed enormous in the darkness, a refuge and a sanctuary. The wild thought came to me that if I could scale the throne and climb upon the lap of the god, the horror might cease to molest me. Malignant beyond belief, it undoubtedly was. But I refused to credit it with more than animalistic intelligence, even in that moment of infinite peril, as I roped shakingly toward the rear of the cave. My mind was evolving a conceit to account for it. It was undoubtedly, I told myself, some cave-lurking survival from the age of reptiles, some atavistic and predatory abnormality that had experienced no necessity to advance on the course of evolution. It is more than probable that all backboned animals above the level of fishes and amphibians originated in Asia, and I had recklessly conveyed myself to the hoariest section of that primeval continent. Was it after all so amazing that I should have encountered, in a dark and inaccessible cave on a virtually uninhabited plateau, a reptilian predator endowed with the rapacity of that most hideous of blood-sucking animals, the vampire bat of the tropics? It was a just short of destructive conceit, and it sustained me and made my desperate groping for some kind of certainty seem the opposite of wasted until I reached the throne of great Shogna. I fear that up to that instant my failure to suspect the truth was downright idiotic. There was only one adequate explanation for what had occurred, but it wasn't until I actually ascended the throne and began to feel about in the darkness for the body of Shogna that the truth rushed in upon me. Great Shogna had forsaken its throne. It had descended into the cave and was roaming about in the darkness. In its vampirish explorations it had stumbled upon my sleeping form, and had felled me with its trunk so that it might satisfy its thirst for blood with quick and hideous ferocity. For an instant I crouched motionless upon the stone, screaming inwardly, feeling the darkness tightening about me like a shroud. Then, quickly I began to descend. But I had not lowered more than my right leg when something ponderous collided with the base of the throne. The entire structure shook, and I was almost hurled to the ground. I refused to dwell on what happened after that. There are experiences too revolting for sane description. Were I to tell how the horror began slowly to mount, to recount at length how it heaved its slabby and mucid vastness to the pinnacle of its throne, and began nauseatingly to breathe upon me. The slight uncertainty I now entertain as to my sanity would be dispelled in short order. Neither shall I describe how it picked me up in its corpse-cold hands and began detestably to maul me, and how I nearly fainted beneath the foulness which drooled from its mouth. Eventually it wearied of its malign sport, after sinking its slimy black nails into my throat and chest until the pain became almost unbearable. It experienced a sudden access of wrath and hurled me violently from the pedestal. The fall stunned me, and for many minutes I lay on my back on the stones, dimly conscious only of a furtive whispering in the darkness about me. Then, slowly, my vision cleared, and under the guidance of some nebulous and sinister influence, my eyes were drawn upward until they encountered the pedestal from which I had fallen and the enormous, ropey bulk of Shongnir Fawn loathsomely waving his great trunk in the dawn. It isn't surprising that when Chungar found me deliriously gibbering at the cavern's mouth, he was obliged to carry me into the sunlight and force great wooden spoonfuls of revivifying wine down my parched throat. If there was anything inexplicable in the sequel to that hideous nightmare, it was the matter-of-fact reception which he accorded my story. He nodded his head sympathetically when I recounted my experiences on the throne, and assured me that the incident accorded splendidly with the prophecies of Musang. "I was afraid," he said, "that great Shognar would not accept you as its companion and nurse, that it would destroy you as utterly as it has the Guardians, more of the Guardians than you might suppose. For a god is not motivated by our kind of expediency." He studied me for a moment intensely. "No doubt you think me a superstitious savage, a ridiculous barbarian. Would it surprise you very much if I should tell you that I have spent 8 years in England and that I am a graduate of the University of Oxford?" I could only stare at him in stunned disbelief for a moment, but so unbelievable and ghastly had been the coming to life of Shongnir Fawn that lesser wonders made little impression on me, and my incredulity passed quickly. Had he told me that he had an eye in the middle of his back, or a tail 20 feet long, which he kept continuously coiled about his body, I should have evinced little surprise. I doubt indeed if anything short of a universal cataclysm could have roused me from my dazed acceptance of revelations which, under ordinary circumstances, I should have dismissed as preposterous. It astonishes you perhaps that I should have cast my lot with filthy primitives in this loathsome place, and that I should have so uncompromisingly menaced your countrymen. A wistfulness crept into his eyes. Your Richardson was a brave man. Even Shongnir Fawn was moved to compassion by his valor. He gave no cry when we drove wooden stakes through his hands and impaled him. For 3 days he defied us. Then Chungar tramped toward him in the night and set him at liberty. You may be sure that from that instant we accorded him every consideration. But to return to what you would undoubtedly call my perverse and atavistic attitude, why do you suppose I chose to serve Chognar? His recapitulation of what he had done to Richardson had awakened in me a confused but violent resentment. "I don't know," I muttered. "There are degrees of human vileness." "Spare me your opprobrium, I beg of you," he exclaimed. It was great Shongnir speaking through me that dictated the fate of Richardson. I am merely Shongnar's interpreter and instrument. For generations my forebears have served Shongnar, and I have never attempted to evade the duties that were delegated to me when our world was merely a thought in the mind of my God. I went to England and acquired a little of the West's decadent culture merely that I might more worthily serve Shongnir. Don't imagine for a moment that Shongnir is a beneficent god. In the West you have evolved certain amiabilities of intercourse to which you presumptuously attach cosmic significance, such as truth, kindliness, generosity, forbearance and honor, and you quaintly imagine that a god who is beyond good and evil, and hence unamenable to your ethics, cannot be omnipotent. But how do you know that there are any beneficent laws in the universe, that the cosmos is friendly to man? Even in the mundane sphere of planetary life, there is nothing to sustain such an hypothesis. Great Shongnir is a terrible god, an utterly cosmic and unanthropomorphic god. It is akin to the fire mists and the primordial ooze, and before it incarned itself in time, it contained within itself the past, the present, and the future. Nothing was, and nothing will be, but all things are, and Shongnir Fawn was once the sum of all things that are. I remained silent, and a note of compassion crept into his voice. I think he perceived that I had no inclination to split hairs with him over the paradoxes of transcendental metaphysics. Xiongya Faon, he continued, did not always dwell in the East. Many thousands of years ago it abode with its brothers in a cave in Western Europe, and made from the flesh of toads a race of small dark shapes to serve it. In bodily contour these shapes resembled men, but they were incapable of speech, and their thoughts were the thoughts of Xiongya. The cave where Xiongya dwelt was never visited by men, for it wound its twisted length through a high and inaccessible crag of the mysterious Pyrenees, and all the regions beneath were rife with abominable hauntings. Twice a year Xiongya Faon sent its servants into the villages that dotted the foothills to bring it the sustenance its belly craved. The chosen youths and maidens were preserved with spices and stored in the cave till Xiongya had need of them. And in the villages men would hurl their firstborns into the flames and offer prayers to their futile little gods, hoping thereby to appease the wrath of Xiongya's mindless servants. But eventually there came into the foothills men like gods, stout, eagle-visaged men who carried on their shields the insignia of invincible Rome. They scaled the mountains in pursuit of the servants and awoke a cosmic foreboding in the mind of Xiongya. It is true that its brethren succeeded without difficulty in exterminating the impious cohorts, exterminating them unspeakably, before they reached the cave. But it feared that rumors of the attempted sacrilege would bring legions of the empire builders into the hills, and that eventually its sanctuary would be defiled. So in ominous conclave it debated with its brothers the advisability of flight. Rome was but a dream in the mind of Xiongya, and it could have destroyed her utterly in an instant. But having incarned itself in time, it did not wish to resort to violence until the prophecies were fulfilled. Xiongya and its brothers conversed by means of thought transference in an idiom incomprehensible to us, and it would be both dangerous and futile to attempt to repeat the exact substance of their discourse. But it is recorded in the prophecy of Mu Sang that great Xiongya spoke approximately as follows. Our servants shall carry us eastward to the primal continent, and there we shall await the arrival of the white acolyte. His brothers demurred. We are safe here, they affirmed. No one will scale the mountains again, for the doom that came to Pompello will reverberate in the dreams of prophets till Rome is less to be feared than moon-dim Nineveh or Medusa-girdled Ur. At that great Xiongya waxed ireful and affirmed that it would go alone to the primal continent, leaving its brothers to cope with the menace of Rome. When the time frames are dissolved, I alone shall ascend in glory, it told them. All of you I shall devour before I ascend to the dark altars. When the hour of my transfiguration approaches, you will come down from the mountains, cosmically athirst for that which is not to be spoken of. But even as your bodies raven for the time-dissolving sacrament, I shall consume them. Then it called for the servants, and had them carry it to this place. And it caused Mu Sang to be born from the womb of an ape, and the prophecies to be written on imperishable parchment. And into the care of my fathers it surrendered its body. I rose gropingly to my feet. Let me leave this place, I pleaded. I respect your beliefs, and I give you my solemn word, I will never attempt to return. Your secrets are safe with me. Only let me go. Xiongya's features were convulsed with pity. It is stated in the prophecy that you must be Xiongya's companion and accompany it to America. In a few days it will experience a desire to feed again. You must nurse it unceasingly. I am ill, I pleaded. I cannot carry Xiongya Faon across the desert plateau. I will have the guardians assist you, murmured Xiongya soothingly. You shall be conveyed in comfort to the gates of Lhasa, and from Lhasa to the coast it is less than a week's journey by caravan. I realized then how impossible it would be for me to depart without great Xiongya. Very well, Xiongya, I said. I submit to the prophecy. Xiongya shall be my companion, and I shall nurse it as diligently as it desires. There was a ring of insincerity in my speech which was not lost on Xiongya. He approached very close to me and peered into my eyes. If you attempt to dispose of my God, he warned, its brothers will come down from the mountains and tear you indescribably. He saw perhaps that I wasn't wholly convinced, for he added in an even more ominous tone, It has laid upon you the mark and seal of the flesh-dissolving sacrament. Destroy it, and the sacrament will be consummated in an instant. The flesh of your body will turn black and melt like tallow in the sun. You will become a seething mass of corruption. Ullman paused, a look of unutterable torment in his eyes. There isn't much more to my story, Algernon. The Guardians carried us safely to Lhasa, and a fortnight later I reached the Bay of Bengal, accompanied by 100 ragged, gaunt-visaged mendicants from the temples of obscure Indian villages. There was something about our caravan that had attracted them, and all during the voyage from Bengal to Hong Kong, the Indian and Tibetan members of our crew would steal stealthily to my cabin at night and look in on me, and I had never before seen human face quite so distorted with superstitious terror. Don't imagine for a moment that I didn't share their awe and fear of the thing I was compelled to companion. Continuously, I longed to carry it on deck and cast it into the sea. Only the memory of Chung gas warning and the thought of what might happen to me if I disregarded it kept me chained and submissive. It was not until weeks later, when I had left the Indian and most of the Pacific Ocean behind me, that I discovered how unwise I had been to heed his vile threats. If I had resolutely hurled Shognar into the sea, the shame and the horror might never have come upon me. Ullman's voice was rising, becoming shrill and hysterical. Shognar Fawn is an awful and mysterious being, a repellent and obscene and lethal being. But how do I know that it is omnipotent? Chang'ar may have maliciously lied to me. Shognar Fawn may be merely an extension or distortion of inanimate nature. Some hideous process, as yet unobserved and unexplained by the science of the West, may be noxiously at work in desert places all over our planet to produce such fiendish anomalies. Perhaps parallel to protoplasmic life on the Earth's crust is this other aberrant and hidden life, the revolting sentiency of stones that aspire, of earth shapes parasitic and bestial, that wax agile in the presence of man. Did not Cuvier believe that there had been not one but an infinite number of creations, and that as our Earth cooled after its departure from the Sun, a succession of vitalic phenomena appeared on its surface? Conceding as we must the orderly and continuous development of protoplasmic life from simple forms, which Cuvier stupidly and ridiculously denied. Is it not still conceivable that another evolutionary cycle may have preceded the one which has culminated in us? A non-protoplasmic cycle? Whether we accept the planetesimal or the 3 or 4 newer theories of planetary formation, it is permissible to believe that the Earth coalesced very swiftly into a compact mass after the segregation of its constituents in space, and that it achieved sufficient crustal stability to support animate entities 1 or 2 or perhaps even 5 billion years ago. I do not claim that life as we know it would be possible in the earliest phases of planetary consolidation, but is it possible to assert dogmatically that beings possessed of intelligence and volition could not have evolved in a direction merely parallel to the cellular? Life as we know it is complexly bound up with such substances as chlorophyll and protoplasm, but does that preclude that possibility of an evolved sentiency in other forms of matter? How do we know that stones cannot think, that the earth beneath our feet may not once have been endowed with a hideous intelligence? Entire cycles of animate evolution may have occurred on this planet before the most primitive of living cells were evolved from the slime of warm seas. There may have been eons of experiments. 3 billion years ago in the fiery radiance of the rapidly condensing earth, who knows what monstrous shapes crawled or shambled? And how do we know that there are not survivals, or that somewhere beneath the stars of heaven complex and hideous processes are not still at work, shaping the inorganic into forms of primal malevolence? And what more inevitable than that some such primiparous spawn should have become in my eyes the apotheosis of all that was fiendish and accursed and unclean, and that I should have ascribed to it the attributes of divinity, and imagined in a moment of madness that it was immune to destruction? I should have hurled it into the depths of the seas and risked boldly the fulfillment of Chang'as prophecy. For even had it proved itself omnipotent and omniscient by rising in fury from the waves or summoning its brothers to destroy me, I should have suffered indescribably for no more than a moment. Ullman's voice had risen to a shrill scream. I should have passed quickly enough into the darkness, had I encountered merely the wrath of Shognar Fawn. It was not the fury, but the forbearance of Shognar that has wrought an uncleanliness in my body's flesh, and blackened and shriveled my soul, till a furious hate has grown up in me for all that the world holds of serenity and joy. Ullman's voice broke, and for a moment there was silence in the room. Then, with a sudden convulsive movement of his right arm, he uncloaked the whole of his face. He was standing very nearly in the center of the office, and the light from its eastern window illumined with a hideous clarity all that remained of his features. But Algernon didn't utter a sound, for all that the sight was appalling enough to revolt a corpse. He simply clung shakingly to the desk and waited with ashen lips for Ullman to continue. It came to me again as I slept, drinking its fill, and in the morning I woke to find that the flesh of my body had grown fetid and loathsome, and that my face. Yes, Clark, I understand. Algernon's voice was vibrant with compassion. I'll get you some brandy. Ullman's eyes shone with an awful light. Do you believe me? He cried. Do you believe that Xiongya Fawn has wrought this uncleanliness? Slowly Algernon shook his head. No, Clark. Xiongya Fawn is nothing but a stone idol, sculptured by some Asian artist with quite exceptional talent, however primitive he may have been in other respects. I believe Chung Ga kept you under the influence of some potent drug until he had cut your face, and that he also hypnotized you and suggested every detail of the story you have just told me. I believe you are still actually under the spell of that hypnosis. When I boarded the ship at Calcutta, there was nothing wrong with my face, shrilled Ullman. Conceivably not, but some minion of the priest may have administered the drug and performed the operation on shipboard. I can only guess at what happened, of course, but it is obvious that you are the victim of some hideous charlatanry. I've visited India, Clark, and I have a very keen respect for the hypnotic endowments of the Oriental. It's ghastly and unbelievable how much a Hindu or a Tibetan can accomplish by simple suggestion. I feared that you would doubt. Ullman's voice had risen to a shriek. But I swear to you, the sentence was never finished. A hideous pallor overspread the archaeologist's face. His jaw sagged, and into his eyes there crept a look of panic fight. For a second he stood clawing at his throat, like a man in the throes of an epileptic fit. Then some invisible force, seemed to propel him backward. Choking and gasping, he staggered against the wall and threw out his arms in a gesture of frantic appeal. Keep it off, he sobbed. I can't breathe. I can't. With a cry, Algernon leapt forward, but before he reached the other side, the unfortunate man had sunk to the floor and was moaning and gibbering and rolling about in a most sickening way. 2. The atrocity at the museum. Algernon Harris emerged from the BM subway at the 59th Street and 5th Avenue entrance and began nervously to pace the sidewalk in front of a large yellow sign, which bore the discouraging caption, "Buses do not stop here." Harris was most eager to secure a bus, and it was obvious from the expectant manner in which he hailed the first one to pass that he hadn't the faintest notion he had taken up his post on the wrong side of the street. Indeed, it was not until 4 buses had passed him by that he awoke to the gravity of his predicament and began to propel his person in the direction of the legitimate stop zone. Algernon Harris was abnormally and tragically upset. But even a man trembling on the verge of a neuropathic collapse can remain superficially politic, and it isn't surprising that when he ascended into his bus and encountered on a conspicuous seat his official superior, Dr. George Francis Scollard, he should have nodded, smiled and responded with an unwavering amiability to the questions that were shot at him. "I got your telegram yesterday," murmured the president of the Manhattan Museum of Fine Arts, "and I caught the first train down. Am I too late for the inquest?" Algernon nodded. "The coroner, a chap named Henry Weigall, took my evidence and rendered a decision on the spot. The condition of Ullman's body would not have permitted of delay. I never before imagined that putrefaction could proceed with such incredible rapidity." Scollard frowned. "And the verdict? Heart failure." The coroner was very positive that anxiety and shock were the sole causes of Ullman's total collapse. "But you said something about his face being horribly disfigured." "Yes. It had been rendered loathsome by plastic surgery." Weigall was hideously agitated until I explained that Ullman had merely fallen into the hands of a skillful Oriental surgeon with sadistic inclination in the course of his archaeological explorations. I explained to him that many of our field workers returned slightly disfigured, and that Ullman had merely endured an exaggeration of the customary martyrdom. And you believe that plastic surgery could account for the repellent and gruesome changes you mentioned in your night letter? The shocking prolongation of the poor devil's nose, the flattening and broadening of his ears. Algernon winced. I must believe it, sir. It is impossible sanely to entertain any other explanation. The coroner's assistant was a little incredulous at first, until Weigall pointed out to him what an unwholesome precedent they would set by even so much as hinting that the phenomenon wasn't pathologically explicable. We would play right into the hands of the spiritualists, Weigall explained. An officer of the police isn't at liberty to adduce an hypothesis that the district attorney's office wouldn't approve of. The newspapers would pounce on a thing like that and play it up disgustingly. Mr. Harris has supplied us with an explanation which seems adequately to cover the facts. And with your permission, I shall file a verdict of natural death. The president coughed and shifted uneasily in his seat. I am glad that the coroner took such a sensible view of the matter. Had he been a recalcitrant individual and raised objections, we should have come in for considerable unpleasant publicity. I shudder whenever I see a reference to the museum in the popular press. It is always the morbid and sensational aspects of our work that they stress, and there is never the slightest attention paid to accuracy. For the moment, Dr. Scollard was silent. Then he cleared his throat and recapitulated, in a slightly more emphatic form, the question that he had to Algernon originally. But you said in your letter that Ullman's nose revolted and sickened you, that it had become a loathsome greenish trunk, almost a foot in length, which continued to move about for hours after Ullman's heart stopped beating. Could your operation hypothesis account for such an appalling anomaly? Algernon took a deep breath. I can't pretend that I wasn't astounded and appalled and frightened, and so lost to discretion that I made no attempt to conceal the way I felt from the coroner. I could not remain in the room while they were examining the body. And yet you succeeded in convincing the coroner that he could justifiably render a verdict of natural death. You misunderstood me, sir. The coroner wanted to render such a verdict. My explanation merely supplied him with a straw to clutch at. I was trembling in every limb when I made it, and it must have been obvious to him that we were in the presence of something unthinkable. But without the plastic surgery assumption, we should have had nothing whatever to cling to. And do you still give your reluctant assent to such an assumption? Now more than ever. And my assent is no longer reluctant, for I've succeeded in convincing myself that a surgeon endowed with miraculous skill could have effected the transformation I described in my letter. Miraculous skill? I use the word in a merely mundane sense. When one stops to consider what astounding advances plastic surgery has made in England and America during the past decade, it is impossible to disbelieve that the human frame will soon become more malleable than wax beneath the scalpels of our surgeons, and that beings will appear in our midst with bodies so grotesquely distorted that the superstitious will ascribe their advent to the supernatural. And we can adduce more than a surgical miracle to account for the horror that poor Ullman became without for a moment encroaching on the dubious domain of the superphysical. Everyone knows how extensively the ductless glands regulate the growth and shape of our bodies. A change in the quantity or quality of secretion in any one of the glands may throw the entire human mechanism out of gear. Terrible and unthinkable changes have been known to occur in the adult body during the course of diseases involving glandular instability. We once thought that human beings invariably ceased to grow at 21 or 22, but we now know that growth may continue till middle age, and even till the very onset of senility. And that frequently such growth does not culminate in a mere increase in stature or in girth. Doubtless you have heard of that rare and hideously deforming glandular malady acromegaly. It is characterized by an abnormal overgrowth of the skull and face and the small bones of the extremities, and its victims become in a short time tragic caricatures of humanity. The entire face assumes a more massive cast, but the overgrowth is most pronounced in the region of the jawbone. In exceptional cases, the face has been known to attain a length of nearly a foot. But it is not so much the size as the revolting primitiveness of the face which sets the victims of this hideous disease so tragically apart from their fellows. The features not only grow, but they take on an almost a pay-like aspect, and as the disease advances, even the skull becomes revoltingly simian in its conformation. In brief, the victims of acromegaly become in a short while almost indistinguishable from very primitive and brutish types of human ancestors, such as Homo neanderthalensis and the unmentionable enormous-browed caricature from Broken Hill, Rhodesia, which Sir Arthur Keith has called the most unqualifiedly repulsive physiognomy in the entire gallery of fossil men. The disease of acromegaly is perhaps a more certain indication of man's origin than all the missing links that anthropologists have exhumed. It proves incontestably that we still carry within our bodies the mechanism of evolutionary retrogression, and that when something interferes with the normal functioning of our glands, we are very apt to return, at least physically, to our aboriginal status. And since we know that a mere insufficiency or superabundance of glandular secretions can work such devastating changes, can turn men virtually into Neanderthalers or great apes, what is there really unaccountable in the alteration I witnessed in poor Ullman, some Oriental diabolist merely 10 years in advance of the West in the sphere of plastic surgery, and with a knowledge of glandular therapeutics no greater than that possessed by Doctors Noel Patton and Schaefer, might easily have wrought such an abomination? Or suppose, as I have hinted before, that no surgery was involved, suppose this fiend has learned so much about our glands that he can send men back and back through the mists of time, back past the great apes, and the primitive mammals, and the carnivorous dinosaurs to their primordial sires. Suppose, it is an awful thought, I know, suppose that some creature closely resembling what Ullman became was once our ancestor. That 100 million years ago, a gigantic batrachian shape with trunk-like appendages and great flapping ears paddled through the warm primeval seas or stretched its leathery length on banks of Permian slime. Mr. Scollard turned sharply and plucked at his subordinate's sleeve. "There's a crowd in front of the museum," he muttered. "See there?" Algernon started, and rising instantly pressed the signal bell above his companion's head. "We'll have to walk back," he muttered despondently. "I should have watched the street numbers." His pessimism proved well-founded. The bus continued relentlessly on its way for 4 additional blocks, and then came so abruptly to a stop that Mr. Scollard was subjected to the ignominy of being obliged to sit for an instant on the spacious lap of a middle-aged stout woman who resented the encroachment with a furious glare. "I've a good mind to report you," he shouted to the bus conductor as he lowered his portly person to the sidewalk. "I've a damn good mind. Let it pass, sir." Algernon laid a pacifying arm on his companion's arm. "We've got no time to argue. Something dreadful has occurred at the museum. I just saw 2 policemen enter the building, and those tall men walking up and down on the opposite side of the street are reporters. There's Wells of the Tribune and Thompson of the Times, and—" Mr. Scollard gripped his subordinate's arm. "Tell me," he demanded, "did you put the statue on exhibition?" Algernon nodded. "I had it carried to Alcove K, Wing C last night. After the inquest on poor Ullman, I was besieged by reporters. They wanted to know all about the fetish, and of course I had to tell them that it would go on exhibition eventually. They would have returned every day for weeks to pester me if I hadn't assured them that we'd respect the public clamor to that extent at least. Yesterday afternoon, all the papers ran specials about it. The news graphic gave it a front-page write-up. I remained at my office until 11, and all evening at half-minute intervals some emotionally overcharged numbskull would ring up and ask me when I was going to exhibit the thing and whether it really looked as repulsive as its photographs, and what kind of stone it was made of. And oh God, I was too nervous and wrought up to be bothered that way, and I decided it would be best to satisfy the public's idiotic curiosity by permitting them to view the thing today. The 2 men were walking briskly in the direction of the museum. Besides, there was no longer any necessity of my keeping it in the office. I had had it measured and photographed, and I knew that Harrison and Smithstone wouldn't want to take a cast of it until next week, and I couldn't have chosen a safer place for it than Alcove Cave. It's roped off, you know, and only 2 paces removed from the door. Cinny can see it all night from his station in the corridor. By the time that Algernon and Mr. Scollard arrived at the museum, the crowd had reached alarming proportions. They were obliged to fight their way through a solid phalanx of excited men and women who impeded their progress with elbow-thrusting aggressiveness and scant respect for their dignity. And even in the vestibules they were repulsed with discourtesy. A red-headed policeman glared savagely at them from behind horn-rimmed spectacles and brought them to a halt with a threatening gesture. "You've got to keep out," he shouted. "If you ain't got a police card, you've got to keep out." "What's happened here?" demanded Algernon authoritatively. "A guy's been bumped off." "If you ain't got a police card, you've got to." Algernon produced a calling card and thrust it into the officer's face. "I'm the curator of archaeology," he affirmed angrily. "I guess I've a right to enter my own museum." The officer's manner softened perceptibly. "Then I guess it's all right. The chief told me I wasn't to keep out any of the guys that work here." "How about your friend?" "You can safely admit him," murmured Algernon with a smile. "He's president of the museum." The policeman did not seem too astonished. He regarded Mr. Scholar dubiously for a moment. Then he shrugged his shoulders and stepped complacently aside. An attendant greeted them excitedly as they emerged from the turnstile. "It's awful, sir," he gasped, addressing Mr. Schollard. "Chinny has been murdered, knifed, sir. He's all cut and mangled. I shouldn't have recognized him if it weren't for his clothes. There's nothing left on his face, sir." Algernon turned pale. When did this happen?" he gasped. The attendant shook his head. "I can't say, Mr. Harris. It must have been some time last night, but I can't say exactly when. The first we knew of it was when Mr. Williams came running down the stairs with his hands all bloodied. That was at 8 this morning, about 2 hours ago. I'd just got in, and all the other attendants were in the cloakroom getting into their uniforms. That is, all except Williams. Williams usually arrives about a half hour before the rest of us. He likes to come early and have a chat with Cinny before the doors open." The attendant's face was convulsed with terror, and he spoke with considerable difficulty. "I was the only one to see him come down the stairs. I was standing about here, and as soon as he came into sight, I knew that something was wrong with him. He went from side to side of the stairs and clung to the rails to keep himself from falling. And his face was as white as paper." Algernon's eyes did not leave the attendant's face. "Go on," he urged. He opened his mouth very wide when he saw me. It was like as if he wanted to shout and couldn't. There wasn't a sound came out of him. The attendant cleared his throat. "I didn't think he'd ever reach the bottom of the stairs, and I called out for the boys in the cloakroom to lend me a hand." "What happened then?" "He didn't speak for a long time. One of the boys gave him some whiskey out of a flask, and the rest of us just stood about and said soothing things to him. But he was trembling all over and we couldn't quiet him down. He kept throwing his head about and pointing toward the stairs, and foam collected all over his mouth. It was ghastly. 'What's wrong?' 'Jim,' I said to him. 'What did you see?' 'The worm of hell,' he said. 'The devil's awful mascot.' He said other things I can't repeat, sir. I'm a God-fearing man, and there are blasphemies it's best to forget you ever heard. But I'll tell you what he said when he got through talking about the worm out of hell. He said, 'Cinny's upstairs stretched out on his back and there ain't a drop of blood in his veins.' We got up the stairs quicker than lightning after he'd told us that. We didn't know just what his crazy words meant, but the blood on his hands made us sure that something pretty terrible had happened. They kind of confirmed what we feared, sir, if you get what I mean." Algernon nodded. "And you found Cinny? Dead?" "Worse than that, sir. All black and shrunken and looking as though he'd been wearing clothes about 4 sizes too large for him. His face was all gone, sir, all eaten away. Like, we picked him up. He wasn't much heavier than a little boy, and laid him out on a bench in Corridor H. I never seen so much blood in my life. The floor was all slippery with it. And the big stone animal you had us carry down to Alcove K. Last night was all dripping with it, especially its trunk. It made me sort of sick. I never liked to look at blood. You think someone attacked Cinny? It looked that way, Mr. Harris. Like as if someone went for him with a knife. It must have been an awful big knife. A regular butcher's knife. That ain't a very nice way of putting it, sir, but that's how it struck me. Like as if someone mistook him for a piece of mutton. And what else did you find when you examined him? We didn't do much examining. We just let him lie on the bench till we got through phoning for the police. Mr. Williamson did the talking, sir. A look of relief crept into the attendant's eyes. The police said we wasn't to disturb the body further, which suited us fine. There wasn't one of us didn't want to give poor Mr. Sinney a wide berth. And what did the police do when they arrived? Asked us about 1,000,000 crazy questions, sir. Was Mr. Sinney disfigured in the war? And was Mr. Sinney in the habit of wearing a mask over his face? And had Mr. Sinney received any threatening letters from Chinamen or Hindus? And when we told them no, they seemed to get kind of frightened. If it ain't murder, they said. We're up against something that ain't natural, but it's got to be murder. All we have to do is get hold of the Chinaman. Algernon didn't wait to hear more. Brushing the attendant ungratefully aside, he went dashing up the stairs 3 steps at a time. Mr. Scollard followed with ashen face. They were met in the upper corridor by a tall, loose-jointed man in shabby, ill-fitting clothes who arrested their progress with a scowl and a torrent of impatient abuse. "Where do you think you're going?" he demanded. "Didn't I give orders that no one was to come up here?" "I've got nothing to say to you. You're too damn nosy. If you want the lowdown on this affair, you've got to wait outside till we get through questioning the attendants." "See here," said Algernon impatiently. "This gentleman is president of the museum, and he has a perfect right to go where he chooses." The tall man waxed apologetic. "I thought you were a couple of newspaper Johns," he murmured confusedly. "We haven't anything even remotely resembling a clue, but those guys keep popping in here every 10 minutes to cross-examine us. They're worse than prosecuting attorneys. Come right this way, sir." He led them past a little knot of attendants and photographers and fingerprint experts to the northerly part of the corridor. "There's the body," he said, pointing toward a sheeted form which lay sprawled on a low bench near the window. "I'd be grateful if you gentlemen would look at the poor lad's face." Algernon nodded, and lifting a corner of the sheet peered for an instant intently into what remained of poor Sinney's countenance. Then, with a shudder, he surrendered his place to Mr. Scollard. It is to Mr. Scollard's credit that he did not cry out. Only the trembling of his lower lip betrayed the revulsion which filled him. "He was found on the floor in the corridor about 2 hours ago," explained the detective. "But the guy who found him isn't here. They've got him in a straitjacket down at Bellevue, and it doesn't look as though he'll be much help to us. He was yelling his head off about something he said came out of hell when they put him in the ambulance. That's what drew the crowd." "You don't think Williams could have done it?" murmured Algernon. "Not a chance. But he saw the murderer all right. And if we can get him to talk—" He wheeled on Algernon abruptly. "You seem to know something about this, sir. Only what we picked up downstairs. We had a talk with one of the attendants, and he explained about Williams and the Chinaman." The detective's eyes glowed. "The Chinaman? What Chinaman? Is there a Chinaman mixed up in this? It's what I've been thinking all along, but I didn't have much to go on. I fear we're becoming involved in a vicious circle," said Algernon. "It was your Chinaman I was referring to. Willie said you were laboring under the impression that all you had to do to solve this distressing affair was to catch a Chinaman." The detective shook his head. "It's not as simple as that," he affirmed. "We haven't any positive evidence that a Chinaman did it. It might have been a Jap or Hindu or even a South Sea Islander. That is, if South Sea Islanders eat rice." "Rice?" Algernon stared at the detective incredulously. "That's right. In a bowl with long sticks. I'm no authority on ET eternalogy, but it's my guess they don't use chopsticks much outside of Asia." He went into Alcove K and returned with a wooden bowl and 2 long splinters of wood. "All those dark spots near the rim are blood stains," he explained, as he surrendered the gruesome exhibits to Algernon. "Even the rice is all smeared with blood." Algernon shuddered and passed the bowl to Scollard, who almost dropped it in his haste to return it to the detective. "Where did you find it?" The president spoke in a subdued whisper. "On the floor in front of the big stone elephant. That's where Sinney was killed. There's blood all over the elephant, if it's supposed to be an elephant." "It isn't, strictly speaking, an elephant," said Algernon. "Well, whatever it is, it could tell us what Sinney's murderer looked like. I'd give the toes off my left foot if it could talk." "It doesn't talk," said Algernon decisively. "I wasn't wisecracking," admonished the detective. "I was simply pointing out that that elephant could give us the lowdown on a mighty nasty murder." Algernon accepted the rebuke in silence. "There ain't no doubt whatever that a Chinaman or Hindu or some crazy foreigner sneaked in here last night, set himself down in front of that elephant, and began eating rice." Maybe he was in a church-going mood and mistook the beast for one of his heathen gods. It kind of looks like an oriental idol, the ferocious-looking kind you sometimes see in Chinatown store windows. Algernon smiled ironically. But unquestionably unique, he murmured. The detective nodded. Yeah, larger and uglier looking, but a heathen statue for all that. I bet it actually was worshipped once. Hindu, Chinese, I wouldn't know. But it sure has that look. Yes, admitted Algernon, it is indubitably in the religious tradition. For all its hideousness, it has all the earmarks of a quiescent Eastern divinity. There ain't anything more dangerous than interfering with an Oriental when he's saying his prayers, continued the detective. I've been in Chinatown raids, and I know. Now here's what I think happened. Cinny is standing in the corridor, and suddenly he hears the Chinaman muttering and mumbling to himself in the dark. He's naturally frightened, and so he rushes in with his pocket light, where an angel would be fearing to tread. The light gets in the Chinaman's eyes and sets him off. It's like putting a match to a ton of TNT to throw a light on a Chinaman when he's squatting in the dark in a worshipful mood. So the Chinaman goes for the kid with a knife. He feels outraged in a religious way, isn't really himself, thinks he's avenging an insult to the idol. Algernon nodded impatiently. There may be something in your theory, Sergeant, but there's a great deal it doesn't explain. What was it that Williams saw? Nothing but Cinny lying dead in the corridor. Nothing but Cinny looking up at him without a face, and that awful heathen animal looking down at him with blood all over its mouth. Algernon stared. Blood on its mouth? Sure, all over its mouth, trunk and tusks. Never seen so much blood in my life. That's what Williams saw. I don't wonder it crumpled the kid up. There was a commotion in the corridor. Someone was sobbing and pleading in a most fantastic way a few yards from where the three men were standing. The detective turned and shouted out a curt command. Whoever that is, bring him here, came an appalling, ear-harassing shriek, and two plainclothesmen emerged around a bend in the corridor with a diminutive and weeping Oriental spread-eagled between their extended arms. The Chinaman, muttered Scollard in amazement. For a second the detective was too startled to move, and his immobility somehow emboldened the Chinese to break from his captors and prostrate himself on the floor at Algernon's feet. You are my friend, he sobbed. You are a very good man. I saw you in Green Fire Dream. In Dream, when big green animals came down from mountain, I saw you and Gautama Siddhartha. Big green animals all wanted blood, all very much wanted blood. In Dream, Gautama Siddhartha said, They want you. They have determined they make you all dark fire glue. I said, No, please, I said. Then Gautama Siddhartha let fall Jewel of Wisdom. Go to museum. Go to big museum round block, and big green animal will eat you quick. He will eat you quick, before he make American man dark fire glue. All night I have sat here. All night I said, Eat me, please. But big green animal slept till American man came. Then he moved. Very quickly he moved. He gave American man very bad hug. American man screamed and big green animal drank all American man's blood. The little Oriental was sobbing unrestrainedly. Algernon stooped